It is now the year 2624, and the job transition ceremony is taking place at the Second Academy in Lejiang City. This is a very important event for the students, but it means even more to this young man. 1 year ago, he was transported to this world as Cha Ni. Before he could even adapt to his new identity, his mother passed away, and shortly after, his sister Cho Van suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. The cost of medicine kept rising, and the income from part-time jobs was not enough. So during this promotion, Cha Ni had to switch to a combat profession to earn money in the dungeon and take his sister to see a higher-level priest. Fortunately, he activated a system during the ceremony and received a beginner's gift package with a hidden profession, a super VIP class in this world. After the goddess's blessing, Cha Ni received 3 choices: Light Mage, Holy Priest, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a traditional pure class, emitting great energy but with few protective skills. In this world ruled by mutants, it is very easy to get injured and lose your life. The Holy Priest has many protective skills and also masters the skill of resurrection against the odds. Unfortunately, the combat ability is too weak, too dependent on others, and not suitable for me. The Holy Knight is a well-rounded class with absolute power, able to endure defense and advance offense. Although there are no outstanding skills, with divine light and talent here, it suits me best. Thinking this, Cha Ni decided to choose the Holy Knight profession. Congratulations on being promoted to Holy Knight. Rank 10. After Chawan completed the ceremony, his classmates immediately rushed over to Xuanzone to flatter him. Class president, that is great. Can the university exam team add me? I want to tag along. I am a support mage. Our team can definitely score high. I am a mage. Take me with you. Don T, just gather here. Disperse. A former student pulled the trainees aside, then looked at Cha Mi with shining eyes and said, your performance is not bad. Rest well today and come to the principal's office tomorrow. Back in his room, Chanagi finally had time to study his personal stats more deeply. Strength 20. Constitution 18. Agility 17. Willpower 15. Unassigned attribute points 10 after changing class. Not only did the attributes increase significantly, but there were also unassigned points added. Prioritize strength. Then Constitution. Only with enough attack power can you effectively kill magical beasts. As he thought, Cha Ni operated the system, increasing his strength by 6 points, while both physical and agility stats rose by 2 points each. He could feel a surge of power boiling within his body. This is the change brought by the attribute points. Upon checking, the profession has allocated attribute points for the first time, triggering the Holy Knight's quest. Accepting the daily quest allows you to choose any 2 of the rewards below. Reward 1 grants an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Accept or decline. The reward is so attractive. Of course Chomin chooses to accept. Random trial field fusion matches the rank. Successfully equipped. A limited level Golobi Demon Beast. Please take this trial seriously. If you are killed during the trial, you will also disappear in reality. After the announcement, Chaoni was teleported to another space. He cautiously observed his surroundings. Is this a mine? That is right. The textbook says that Golobi beasts mainly live in mineral mines. Although they are not carnivorous beasts, like other monsters, they become violently bloodthirsty when they see humans. Sensing danger from behind, Cha-Ni quickly jumped high, easily avoiding the sudden attack from the Galabi beast. Since it was his first time facing a beast, Cha-Ni decided not to use his skills to see if he could handle the beast with just basic combat. The body became much more agile, and the strength of the jump increased because the 4-dimensional attribute had risen. Just as Cha-Ni was proud of dodging Galabi's attacks one after another, he was suddenly pierced in the stomach by its sharp tail tip like a knife. Only then did Cha-Mi stop hesitating and immediately use the skill Slowly Heal level 1 grade C. Within 30 seconds, within a certain range, it restores a certain amount of health to 2 team members. Even low-level magical beasts cannot be underestimated. Seeing the magical beast charge again, Cha-Ni used the 2-dimensional White Blade and Tiger Form skills one after another to counterattack. White Blade level 1, grade C. Condensing power. It uses both arms to draw a cross and form a cross-shaped blade to attack surrounding enemies. After enemies are hit by this skill, they will take magic light attribute damage and enter a stunned state. Tiger Strike level 4, rank D. Grab an enemy in front, run forward a distance, then throw them, causing extra damage to enemies hit along the way. Finally, after the combo punches, the beast Galabi is officially defeated, completing the trial within a rank. Please choose your reward. Reward 1 grants an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. Receive the Holy Knight skill. Reward 3. Receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the source of a job holder's power. For now, I do not need to level up skills urgently. Free attribute points are the best choice. A weapon that fits well will also provide great support for my future trials. Luckily the system rewards weapons. Otherwise, with my current financial situation, I would not be able to buy any. I chose attribute points and random equipment. Received a reward of 10 free attribute points. Got a basic sword. Left the training ground, and had Ni returned to the familiar room. Just then the phone rang and a notification appeared on the screen showing a 17-hour hospital appointment was set. In another scene, Chauvin sat on the hospital bed watching the news when the TV suddenly went off. The head nurse, holding the remote, dropped the bill and loudly demanded, "The medicine fee is due." 10,000. 10,000. Chauvin nervously took the bill. Why is it so expensive now? Was not it always 5,000 before? Could there be some mistake? My brother works at 3 places a month just to earn 5,000. Where am I supposed to find the rest? The head nurse replied angrily. This month you are taking a lot of medicine, suppressants and stabilizers. So call the pastor once. She had 3 episodes in the middle of the month, causing all the night shift nurses to rush back and forth taking care of her. A young girl like you should not be so difficult to deal with. If you think something's wrong, check it yourself, Chauvin hurriedly explained. I did not mean that. Do not misunderstand. Let me tell you this. If you are not rich, do not act like you have the problems of the rich. If you are poor, you should just accept it if you can handle it. Then do not. Before the head nurse could finish her sentence, a hand firmly landed on her shoulder, making her startle and turn around. Nurse, I think I just heard you scolding a patient. The sharp-tongued nurse. I wonder if she can still say a word once she is in the director's office. A middle-aged man smiled without smiling, and beside him stood a tall, dark, burly bodyguard who made the nurse glare slightly. This person did not look like a good one. Thinking quickly, she wisely decided to leave. Before leaving, he even reminded Chauvin that today's medicine fees must be strictly measured. Who are you people? Chauvin asked cautiously, thinking to herself, is this a debt collector? The man pulled out a business card and smiled, saying, are you Miss Chauvin? I am a friend of your brother. A moment later, Trung Yi held the hospital bill in his hand and pushed the door open, saying, Little Van, you just went to pay the fee. The hospital system shows an amount of 100,000 in your hand. Do you know what happened? Chun Yi looked up from the bill and glanced at Tu Van. Seeing 2 unfamiliar men, he cautiously asked, who are you? The man in front introduced himself. Hello, Mir. Chun Yi, my name is Truong Van Bant. I am the mayor's secretary, and I want to discuss something with you. Saying that, he extended a hand forward. The mayor is the top figure in Gangxi City, and sometimes the mayor's secretary can even represent the mayor himself. Why would someone like that come looking for me? Chun Yi politely shook hands with Truong Van Ban and said it was not convenient to talk in the hospital room, suggesting they move somewhere else. Truong Van Ban agreed cheerfully and, before leaving, carefully instructed the bodyguard to stay with Cha Van. The news about Chao Nudi receiving a hidden profession was continuously reported by the media, so it was not hard to find people discussing him, like the 3 female students sitting in a coffee shop not far from Chao Nudi's table. Have you checked the hot search? An elite academy has just revealed a hidden profession. Truong Van Ban smiled and said to Chao Ni, Cha, congratulations on receiving this level talent, the protection of the Holy Angel, and the promotion to Holy Knight. It is just luck in a normal level-up awakening. Receiving S-rank talent is not something that can be achieved by mere luck. The market values it highly and has specifically instructed the media not to bother you. At this point, he took out a box containing a key and continued, specially arranging some training resources for you to prepare for the university entrance exam. The resources are stored in the Citibank's safe, and this is the only key to that safe. If you have any other requests, just say the word. It seems the market sees great potential in me to become a talented person in this region, so they invested without hesitation, which can only be beneficial, not harmful. But there is no such thing as a free meal in this world. The market clearly hopes that one day I can repay him. Seeing Chao Ni remain silent, Chao Van Ban pulled out his trump card, announcing that starting today, a professional medical team would provide 24/7 care for Miss Chao Van. Additionally, the market has contacted the second-level pastor at rank 36, who will specially come to Guangxi City in a month to treat Miss Cha Van. Hearing this, Cha Ni immediately agreed to accept support from the market. After talking with Cha Van Ban, Cha Ni returned to Cha Van and told her everything. After hearing that, Cho Van could not help but sigh. So that means you are already a step closer to heaven. Can I make jewelry for your feet? Chao Na playfully teased Cha Van, saying she always says things that hurt. Now you have to take good care of yourself. At that moment, Cha Van curiously asked, every profession has its own special skill, so what is yours? Hearing this, Cha Ni immediately remembered something after changing jobs. 3 special skills of the Holy Knight had appeared. They are Pure White Blade for attack, Gradual Healing for recovery, and Blessing Weapon for support. Gradual Healing can restore health points, and you can try it out. Little sister. Cha Ni placed his hand on Cha Van's head, then tried activating the skill. It felt so comfortable, like being in a hot spring, and then he rubbed her whole body. Little Van, do you feel better? Cha Van, who was immersed in a feeling of comfort, suddenly woke up and excitedly told her brother, it does not hurt anymore, and my hand is warm too. You are amazing. Cha Ni looked at his sister with affection, secretly relieved. Choosing the Holy Knight profession was not only about power but also partly because of Cha Van's rare illness. After all, the Holy Knight is also a caretaker role. Although it could not completely cure Cha Van, easing some of her pain was still a relief. The next day, Principal La Hang of G at Chiao Mai School personally came to the office. On the way, the teacher happily said that yesterday dozens of universities contacted me for direct recruitment. My phone was about to explode. Today, in just a short time, 4 teachers from top 10 schools have already called. Do your best and seize the opportunity to secure the best resources. These teachers are all second-level officials with rank 35 or higher, and if you can get recruited directly, your future will definitely benefit from top-tier training. Principal: which schools are those? Chao Ni asked. Vindong University, Xuannam University, and Cat University, and Handan University. The top 3 universities were not mentioned. The top 3 universities have always based their admissions on university entrance exam results, not on talent or profession, so they do not arrange for direct admission. As soon as they reached the office door, Chao Ni and the principal heard arguing inside. Old Zio, Tin Swine is over 4,000 kilometers from Gangsa City. You are not using a specialized fighter jet, are you? Fighter jets are nothing. I use a long-distance teleportation array. Every time the long-distance teleportation array is activated, consumes a level 30 magic core. And you actually used it on her. For a genius, what would not I do? Chao Nini, Xuannam University has definitely admitted you, so just rely on both your abilities. Now the hall was full of people entering, proudly saying, the admissions teachers, the genius student Chao Ni has arrived. Then he turned to introduce each person to Chao Nai. This is Teacher Trothian Fu from Vindong University, Teacher Lei Bang from Xuannam University, Tez Chungok from Hanthan University, and Teacher Nugokian from Encat University. Chao Ni immediately bowed to greet the teachers. This action pleased them greatly. They were neither frantic nor arrogant about successfully transferring to civil service, nor were they impatient, just a well-behaved child. Not bad at all. At this moment, the gifted assistant got straight to the point and said, let me explain the conditions of Vindong University. Just come to our school, 2 million Zhonga currency, and 3 specialized skill books from the saint. Chao Ni was a bit surprised to hear this. An average family only earns 6,000 a month, and Vindong University is offering 2 million at once. And there are also the specialized skill books of the Holy Knight that ordinary people can never reach. Even the market can bring you to this level. Haha, is that all? Vindong University is still as stingy as ever. Lai Bang laughed mockingly, then made an offer. Classmate Chamini, enroll at Xuannam University and receive 3 million. 3 skill books of the Saint Technician per year, personally taught by the Saint Technician at level 56. Level 56 is one of the highest ranks in Lam Tum. If you can become his disciple, the future will be incredibly bright. Lahang silently sighed, but when he heard Chungok speak, he was even more shocked. Those guys still were not sincere enough. Enrolling at Han City University does not cost much, only 2 million. But as soon as you enroll, I will immediately give you a level B regeneration training. Level B regeneration training. Lahang could not help but exclaim, then turned to look at the council intently as if to say, just agree quickly. Level B rebirth training can't be bought with money. Those rare treasures can turn even a pig into the strongest demon beast with just one strike. Despite the tempting direct admission offers from 4 universities, he refused because he wants to enter one of the top 3 universities. Among the top 10 universities, the status of the top 3 to Hang University, Than Kin University, and Mado University is the most prestigious, and they are known as the 3 leading universities of Trung Han Nation. They only admit a few thousand freshmen each year, and their enrollment quotas are not limited to humans alone. Other races like the elves and scholars can also apply to the top 3 universities. Their strength is naturally greater than humans, and with the vast land and wealth of Zongxia, along with countless geniuses, getting in the top 3 universities is truly as hard as reaching the sky. So when I heard Trung Yu's reason for refusal, the genius immediately unleashed his power, angrily scolding him, thinking he was a promising talent but turned out to be someone who does not know his place. I have already reviewed his files. 18 years ago, there were too many shortcomings and no good resources to compensate, resulting in weak strength and low attribute value. Not to mention, based on your current abilities, it is very difficult to get into the top 3 universities. Even if you get in, you will be at the very bottom, and without strong and precise training, that is all you will ever be. Trung Ni struggled to stand firm, thinking to himself that the power was too overwhelming. If it were his old self, he would have already fallen to his knees. At this moment, Lai Hang stood in front of Trung Ying, then also unleashed his power to resist the aura of the prodigy healer. What does this teacher mean? Does he want to bully my student right on my turf? Trung Gok stood aside watching Trung Yi, silently judging that the child who could withstand the pressure of the healer's aura for more than 3 breaths was indeed remarkable. The healer realized he had been a bit reckless, so he withdrew his aura and left. Admissions consider not only potential but also character. With such a character, even direct admission won't lead to success. I will be going now, see you later. Principal Law, your classmate Trung Ni has his own matters, so I want to stay long. The 2 other teachers also left following Chuathian Fu. Seeing this, La quickly chased after them to defend Trung Yinji. Suddenly, only he and teacher Trung Yingok were left in the room. You have great courage, but the teacher's point is not without reason. In Trunga country, countless geniuses exist, and with the addition of other races born with strength surpassing humans, getting into the top 3 universities is truly as difficult as reaching the sky. Trung Yinji confidently replied, I will prove my strength with my university entrance exam results. There is still 1 month until the exam, And with the system as support, I am sure I can raise my abilities to an unbeatable level. By then, the top 3 universities will be up to you to choose from. It has been a long time since I have seen such a deep, determined gaze. As if you have returned to those days fighting on the front lines back then. Having been in a peaceful place for so long, my way of thinking has become centered on stability, creating a generational gap with the younger ones. Trunguk looked at Chao and I for a long moment, then turned and walked out the door, smiling as he said, "All right. I will be waiting to see how you perform in the college entrance exam. See you again, classmate Chani." Time flies like a dog running through the fields. In the blink of an eye a month has passed, and the university entrance exam has arrived. In the auditorium, the students kept discussing. This time the exam setter is Duong Dai Ma Da. We are doomed. A few years ago, he was the one who set the exam questions, and our province's average score dropped to the lowest in history. Have you heard that Chanli refused direct admission and wants to take the entrance exams for the top 3 universities? No way. He is being way too arrogant. No matter if you are a genius of the province or city, no one dares to say they will definitely pass. What is he basing that on? Yeah, he is arrogant because of his rare hidden profession, but this time he is bound to fall flat on his face. With an enrollment fee of over $1 million, if it were me, I would have agreed long ago. What a pity. Just then, Chanai appeared, and the young man who had been eagerly badmouthing him suddenly froze and looked at him, then spoke in a somewhat unusual tone, sensing that Chani seemed different from before. There was a kind of aura of a powerful fighter around him as he unlocked the dungeon, and after a loud shout, the dungeon information appeared. Secret dungeon, deep in the dark forest, levels 10 to 13. Difficulty ranges from easy to hard and nightmare. Required team size from 1 to 5 people. Note, the dark forest is filled with demon cats and bull-headed monsters, which are inherently poisonous and carnivorous. Damn it. It is the deep dark forest dungeon. Could there really be a swamp inside too? The ghost cats are swift and agile. The bull-headed monsters have thick flesh. These demons clearly do not want us to survive. The maximum number of people needed for a dungeon team corresponds to the dungeon's difficulty. Previous year's exams required a maximum of 3 people, but this time it is up to 5. Just as the contestants were complaining, Lai Huanjiang stepped in front of them and loudly reminded them to act within their abilities. If they encountered deadly danger in the dungeon, they must immediately use the scroll to return. Dying in the dungeon means dying outside too, so even if you fail the exam, you must hold on to your life. It is time. All contestants prepare to enter the dungeon. As Lai Hongdong finished speaking, the contestants here turned into light and were instantly transported into the dungeon. At the same time, the large screens also began broadcasting images of the contestants inside the dungeon, allowing everyone to watch directly. The difficulty level: Nightmare. Number of team members: 1 person. Class 2. Trung V, Vong Li, Truong Thien Hong, Dungalang. Classes: Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Alchemist. The level of challenge. Whoa. The team size is 4 people. True to the rocket line, aside from 2-person teams, most clear the dungeon solo. Clearing alone means getting all the experience points. But the higher the score, the greater the risk of death. Only the top-tier veterans dare to do that. While everyone was buzzing, a girl with a sweet scent suddenly pointed at Chao and Yi's screen and shouted. Everyone looked quickly. That is Chao and Yi, soloing a nightmare-level dungeon. At the same time, in a VIP box, the director of the education department, Jiadao, was staring at the screen in shock. Here, he slammed his fist on the table, turned to the row beside him, his face twisted with anger, saying the supportability of the Holy Knight is incredibly strong. No matter which team he cooperates with, they will all dominate, so why does Chao Mai have to clear the dungeon alone? And he even chose the nightmare difficulty with a death rate over 40%. Principal has said that the city has already provided Chao Ani with a lot of resources this month to help him achieve the best results. If he dies in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Leijiang city government will be severely affected. By doing this, he basically shows no respect for the government's training. La hurriedly smiled to make peace and opened his mouth to reassure, pretending to be calm, saying Chao Ani is not reckless and must have some trump cards. Back to Chao Ani. He was moving when suddenly he noticed a shadow swiftly gliding over the tall trees. Chao Ani, with a serious expression, drew his weapon and took a defensive stance. Ready to wait, he wielded a bronze blade, equipped with a long handle. Strength +7, agility +2. Very quickly, a monster leapt down from a high place, stretching its claws toward Chao Nea. Just in time, prepare to die. With a loud shout, Chao Ni swung his sword down, cleaving the monster in 2. Strength 45, physical strength 51, agility 43, intelligence 52. Chao Ni closed his personal stats with satisfaction, thinking to himself that in just 1 month, although he was only level 10, the average value of each attribute had reached 47 points, equivalent to a level 13 profession. Looking at the entire ranking list, I could already be among the top candidates. Then, Chao Ni smiled and said, not daring to come over, then I will start the attack. He took the initiative to approach the group of monsters hiding behind the bushes. The weapon in his hand was now enveloped in a golden glow. Weapon blessing level 4. Grade C. Condensing blue light. Can increase the strength. Physical attack. and critical rate of weapons for allies within a certain range. Chaoni was like a tiger among sheep, taking down one monster. No exceptions. The effect range of this rank talent, the protection of the holy angel, the blessing of the weapon, and the exclusive skill of the sword knight were all enhanced, increasing the power of the single-edged blade by 21 points. With such a strong boost, other candidates would surely be envious if they knew. After all, the university entrance exam dungeon limits the use of weapons to bronze level 3 stars or below, but the blade in my hand, after being enhanced, can rival a 5-star bronze weapon. In the exam, every attribute is incredibly valuable, and this alone is enough to create a huge gap between me and the others. At that moment, another group of monsters launched a surprise attack from behind Chaomini. He recalled his weapon, turned around, and muttered softly. The radiant blade, from his hands, a cross-shaped beam of light flew toward the monsters, slicing them into pieces that fell to the ground. The radiant blade had been upgraded to level 5 by him. It already has strong light attribute damage, and is protected by the holy angel's blessing, allowing it to directly kill low-level monsters. Quietly, Chanyuni casually grabbed a clawed stump from a monster and forcefully swung it toward a distant monster, the one lucky enough to survive his skill combo. The clawed stump lunged at the monster, stabbing into its belly and dragging it to pin against a tree behind it. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the audience watching on the big screen saw Chanae's expression and all felt exhilarated. Qua, that was close. The timing of Senior Zhou's skill was perfect. As if the moment he was attacked, he immediately unleashed a sharp blade. Qua ben they roy, de chine lamat don lian baigian nat, quotamat. Hok trung cha that I vu va kai. I once saw this stretcher at the mall. It is very heavy, so how come Senior Zhou uses it like he is just playing around? Could it be that he has added all his free attributes into strength? Hearing that, Duong Thien Quan smirked. As a teacher, his observation skills were better than these students, so he could see even more. No, everyone looked closely. Chaonina's speed is even faster than the cat crouch. Not only is the speed and skill casting extremely fast, but the power of his magic is also incredibly strong. Among the free attributes, his intelligence is definitely not low. His angle of swinging the stretcher, control of attack distance, and force applied are all very well managed. Truly a combat genius. Retracting his words, Duong Thien Quan cast a jealous glance at Le Hong Duong and muttered, how could such a good seed be placed in the male class at first? Elsewhere, Jiadao's expression turned serious as he said, Chaoni has a strong fighting spirit, but what he did was really unwise. Facing the first wave of crouching cats only wasted his energy. The nightmare dungeon is not only too strong but also overwhelmingly numerous. Even the best mages can fail due to running out of mana. The weight of the battle axe is a heavy burden for the profession itself. If you only swing the axe once or twice, you might not feel it, but swinging it hundreds of times continuously is different. He would no longer have the strength to hold his battle axe, ultimately being torn to pieces by those kneeling cats. At that moment, on the screen, the audience saw a new wave of monsters rushing toward Chaoni, causing an immediate uproar. So fast it is already the next wave of cat kneelers. Not even a moment to catch our breath. This is too cruel. There must be at least 100 cat kneelers. Will senior student Chaoi be able to do it this time? All the viewers focused their attention, eagerly anticipating Chaomai's performance. In the dungeon, Chaoni did not disappoint them either, skillfully combining weapons and abilities to quickly defeat the monsters. As the last monster fell, a small vortex appeared before Chao and gradually expanded. This is the entrance to the next stage. Whispering softly, Chaoni decisively stepped into the vortex. Just stepping out of the vortex, Chaoni was met by a large group of monsters waiting for him. Outside the dungeon, host Kaka pointed at Chaoni's screen broadcasting live to viewers, welcoming everyone to Avis live stream. Ion, your favorite me, now live on air as the opening performance of the most famous top student of the Second Academy, the one with S-rank talent, the brightest young knight of Zoyai. He completed the first stage of the nightmare level dungeon with an incredible time of just 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, what kind of concept is this? 3 minutes and 17 seconds flat, 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. So enthusiastic, Kaka almost pressed his face against the camera, making the cameraman helplessly plead, please do not block the lens anymore. Nearby, a female fan exclaimed in admiration, running and slashing all the way until the last move, barely catching her breath. What exactly is the senior's physical score in the end? Tong Fifi wiggled her fingers and added, the homeroom teacher said it was unwise to expend too much energy in the first beast wave, but now it seems no one can say for sure. In the front row, Lai Hongdong reminded Tong Fifi to quietly watch the competition, saying the head teacher's words might be fake. Tong Fifi covered his mouth and teased, Teacher Lai, I think your smile is very happy too, so do not say nonsense. Even so, like Sangdu still felt a bit uncertain, pressing his face and thinking to himself, is my smile really that obvious? Senior Zhou has entered the gate. No one knows who it is, but everyone stopped talking and focused on the big screen. In the dungeon, thanks to the appraisal skill, the information of the monsters became clear in Chagas' eyes. Monsters, curse cat demons. Rank, human level 1. Aptitude, bronze. Skills, mastery of dark arts, and curse techniques. Chao-Ni pondered. The common cat demon as a soldier, the light form cat demon as a priest, the flame cat demon and the curse cat demon as mages. There was also the high damage white silver bull-headed monster, a battle mage, a classic coordinated team. If the first stage was facing off against awakened soldiers, then the second stage is confronting a well-trained army. The threat of death leaps up by hundreds of times. Not giving Chao-Ni much time to think, the monsters began to launch their attack. The melee ones charged immediately, while the mages stood still casting spells. Suddenly, black hands sprouted from the ground, grabbing onto Chao-Mi and restraining him, forcing him to face the lotus monsters and the incoming fireballs head-on. Outside, the audience watching this scene gasped in shock. Senior Chao-Ni has been completely overwhelmed by the demon cat. Oh my god! So dangerous. In the dungeon, Chao-Ni faced this perilous situation but still smiled. The warrior was enthusiastic, the priest buffed, the mage supported with spells. Their teamwork was really on point. Chao-Ni waited until the claws of the lead monster were just a short distance from him before raising both hands and shouting, "Holy Cross Light!" Instantly, a large cross-shaped beam of light appeared, radiating golden light and engulfing the entire pack of monsters. Holy Cross Light Level 4. Rank B, summons Holy Light, condensing a cross-shaped halo behind the back, causing enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by light attribute for several seconds. Agonized screams echo, and when the golden light fades, in front of Chao-Ni is no longer a pack of fang-clawed monsters, but a forest of corpses lying on the ground. Outside, Jiadao gasped in amazement. So powerful. All the low-level monsters were killed instantly. So who told me that the Holy Knight is a support skill? But actually it is an area attack skill like level B. Like talents, skills are also ranked, divided into 7 levels from low to high. The higher the level, the stronger the effect, but also the rarer it is. Besides, the fake Taoist also doubts government resources only grant up to level C skills. So how did he get a level B skill? This kid Chao-Ni is not simple at all. Back to the dungeon scene. All the monsters were dead except for one lone Minotaur standing. Chao-Ni pointed his weapon at the monster and taunted, "It is just you left. Come on." Immediately after, everyone saw the Minotaur instantly use 2 skills, Rage and Dominance, on itself. Then it used the War Stomp skill, pounding the ground hard, creating a crack that led straight to where Chao-Ni was standing. Chao-Ni reacted quickly, jumping high to dodge, while he was in the air and unable to evade. The bull-headed monster used the Brutal Charge skill to rush at him because it was in a dominant state. No damage could break its momentum. Chao-Ni had no intention of retreating. He used the mid-air slash skill, locking horns with the bull-headed monster and successfully knocking it back. Next, Chao-Ni crossed his hands and used the White Pain Blade skill to draw a cross-shaped light toward the bull-headed monster while rushing forward. The White Pain Blade struck the monster, causing it to cry out in pain and fall backward. Immediately after, Chao-Ni appeared before it, raising his weapon and showing his thick muscles. Without hesitation, he struck down, cutting through the body of the Minotaur. The Minotaur was still alive, lying in a pool of blood, its eyes barely open as it looked at Chao-Ni. Chao-Ni's face turned cold as he stepped forward and stomped straight on the Minotaur's head. This time, Chao-Ni could be certain the Minotaur was gone because he saw the familiar swirl appear beside him. Looking at the swirl, Chao-Ni thought to himself, the next one must be the boss. Outside the dungeon, the audience was already cheering loudly. Many could not contain their excitement and stood up. Damn, a single slash took down a 4-meter-tall Minotaur. Absolutely shocking. Don't forget this Minotaur is in a berserk state. This power is unbelievable. The combos keep coming. So cool. Senior Chao-Ni, I love you. Ninkik looked at the clock and exclaimed. The second stage only took 59 seconds. Even the fake Dao had to stand up and applaud. Skilled. Very skilled, targeting the skill spot precisely, controlling power absolutely. It is hard to believe. This is just a student who transferred ranks a month ago. Principal Le said. Congratulations. The second institute is about to have a prodigy. Laheng also responded happily. But there is a time for everything. It is about time our second institute has a talent appearing. In his heart, he silently hoped that since the school was established, the best university student from the second institute had only ranked 72nd in the province. Perhaps this time Chao-Ni can elevate the second institute to a new level. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, "Why did not Senior Chao-Mai take a break and went straight into the boss stage?" Everyone quickly looked at the screen, and when they saw that Chao-Mai had not rested and had already entered the fray, Jiadao angrily scolded, "What a mess. If he has not fully recovered and still goes in, he will lose his advantage against the boss. That is a big mistake." Laheng quickly spoke up to advise, "Chao-Ni must have his reasons for doing this. We just need to be patient and wait." In Laheng's mind, Tahang province is densely populated with countless geniuses, and those who want to be in the top 100 students in the province usually choose to solo nightmare-level dungeons at the same difficulty level. To become the champion, you have to clear the stage in the shortest time. Back in the dungeon, as Chao-Ni entered the third stage, he saw the boss monster sitting not far away, so he used the appraisal skill on the boss monster. The Bull King, level 16. Talent. Golden. Skill unknown. The level difference is too great. Cannot participate. Note, the king of the Minotaur tribe. Humans, if you dare set foot in my palace, be prepared to die. As he spoke, the bull-headed king charged forward, raising his weapon to strike at Chao Mai. Li Min blessed him, granting courage, divine favor, and protection. A series of skills were used simultaneously by Chong. Then, Chao Ni appeared behind the boss in full armor, waving his hand and calling out, "Listen up, I am here. Increase all stats." The Novus Holy Knight form appears, while the boss angrily turns around, and Chao Ni charges forward to attack. Against Chao Ni's attack, the bull-headed king simply raised his hand. Even with 4 buff skills added, there was still no way to harm his flesh. Feeling incredulous, Chao Ni dodged forward and struck the Minotaur's body again, but it felt like hitting a metal plate. Sparks flying, the Minotaur roared in anger, swinging its weapon down where Chao Mai stood, causing a tremor and sending dust flying high. Chao Ni narrowly dodged the attack and just emerged from the dust when a flash of purple light appeared. A second later, the Bull King suddenly appeared before him, swinging his weapon down. Chao Ni could not dodge in time. His body was slammed away, piercing through 5 large pillars before finally stopping. Luckily, the Holy Knight's defensive armor protected him, or his bones would have shattered completely. Well done. Your first fight shows me what to do. That last hit was not wasted. Quietly, Chao Ni slowly raised his right hand and shouted, "Victory Spear." In the blink of an eye, many small yellow spirals appeared around Chao Mai's body. Each was a sharp yellow spearhead emerging from within the spirals, shooting straight toward the distant Bull King. Victory Spear Level 3. Grade C. Launches a spear condensed from divine power at the enemy. Those hit will suffer immense damage. The Bull King saw this and swung his weapon to block it. No matter how many spears Chao Ni launched, they could not harm it even slightly. After a while, a notification appeared before Chao Mai, warning that his mana was running low and asking him to replenish it. Chao Ni just skimmed over it and ignored it, continuing to maintain his skills while quickly thinking of a countermeasure. The Bullhead King is really strong, with both physique and strength surpassing his own, so overpowering it with brute force is impossible. Usually people would choose to use a tensioned wire to kill it, but doing so would not guarantee a win. Considering the family's purpose to ensure students do not face danger, there must be many ways to solve this. While the bull-headed king and I fought, I sensed its agility was very low. If I attacked continuously from multiple angles, it would struggle to keep up. Thinking this, Chao Ni controlled the spears to strike from different directions. The effect appeared immediately, with several spears successfully piercing the Minotaur's knee. Warning, mana levels are dropping. Please replenish mana. Chao Ni clenched his hand, detonating the spikes and forcing the bull-headed man to kneel on one knee. Besides poor agility, the bull-headed king also has a weakness in combat. The bull-headed king has high endurance and health stats but is easily negatively affected and seriously damaged when attacked, so high damage skills must be continuously used in a short period. But to do that, you need to precisely time the skill activation and the number of releases. Otherwise, you will run out of mana before killing the bull-headed king and lose the chance to compete. Calculating the input, Chao knew his chance had come. He took advantage of the Minotaur still kneeling on the ground, fully controlling the spear, launching it from all directions toward it, then immediately detonated. Warning, mana levels are running low. Please replenish your mana. Unfortunately, there is no time left to unleash a powerful skill. Without hesitation, Chao Ni charged straight at the bull-headed king, drew his weapon, and delivered a finishing blow, splitting its body in two. Congratulations on clearing the invasion dungeon. Nightmare level of the U-Copper Secret Realm. Clear time 9 minutes 24 seconds. Your completion time has been recorded. Your clearance score is S rank. Congratulations on being confirmed as the top player in this dungeon run. Hearing this announcement, Chao Ni was a bit stunned and whispered, "The top player. Could it be that I was confirmed as the top scorer of this county exam?" But quickly, Chao Ni reacted, happily clenching his fists and quietly whispering, "Great, I did it." In his heart, Chao Ni vowed that in the 1 year since traveling through time to this place, his mother died of illness, his sister fell seriously ill, foreign debts piled high, and Xiao Wen's treatment costs all weighed heavily on him. But despite these harsh circumstances, he chose not to give up. There is no way to increase attribute points, so I have to train my combat skills to the limit and hone my battle intelligence. The appearance of the system gave me a chance at a second life, but my fate is still in my own hands. I have to seize this chance and work harder than anyone else. I have made up my mind. I can't back down. It is time to go back. Changing his mind, Chao Ni adjusted his mood, removed the armor on his body, and stepped toward the vortex. System notification. Congratulations on gaining 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Level up to level 11, level up to level 12, level up to level 13. Congratulations on receiving the Tropical Forest Belt. Attributes. Adds to Constitution and Physique. Strength +7. Required rank level 10. The set's effect grants continuous buffs based on your physical strength while fighting in the jungle. Survival speed x3, stamina recovery speed x3, mana recovery speed x3. Congratulations on obtaining the Tropical Forest Ring. Required level 10. The equipment set's effect during combat in the jungle grants continuous buffs based on your physical condition. Revival speed x3, stamina recovery speed x3, mana recovery speed x3, Western Moss item x10. Note, after use it will restore a certain amount of mana. Item, King's Headband x1. Gold level. Note, magic infusion material. After successful infusion the power can increase equipment by 20. As Changi stepped out of the vortex, he was greeted by a chorus of cheers. Welcome back. Senior Cha, I love you. Senior Cha, you are my god. Senior Cha is amazing. Brother Ni is so strong. God Nini. Ingai then. Cha Ni was startled, and before he could even adjust, he heard the rapid clicking sounds right by his ear. Cha Nugan turned around to see a group of reporters aiming their cameras at him, flashes going off continuously. Beside them, 2 people were approaching him, Principal Lahang and the director of the island's education department. Leading the way, Lahang smiled and said, passing the nightmare level sub-boss alone in just 10 minutes was a glory that had never appeared in 100 years of the academy. With years of experience studying the exam, Cha Nuda could definitely achieve the top rank in Tahang district. With a bright future ahead, Chawengi smiled and replied, feeling shy from the compliment. At that moment, a car arrived, causing a stir among everyone. Whose car is that? Why did it drive straight into the exam venue? Isn't this the S400, a French model that can switch to flight mode? Ha. So this is the S400 car that can transform into a house in the capital. Yes, that is it. The car stopped not far from Chao Ningai. The fake owner opened the door and told him, the results will be ready in as soon as 3 days, and we will notify you immediately then. Thank you. Acting director. Saying this, Chao Nini, guided by Lahang, walked towards the S400 vehicle. Lahang also spoke up, telling her to go rest and wait for our good news. Not long after, Chani arrived at the hospital to visit Tiu Van. After their last conversation, Chu Van Bang quickly fulfilled his promise. Tiu Van was placed in the hospital's most luxurious medical room, with a professional medical team monitoring her condition around the clock. As Chaogi stepped into the elevator, a nurse greeted him with a smile. Cha, you are here. Chani nodded and said, yes, I am here to visit Tiu Van. I have good news to tell her. I heard that today. Thai must have done very well. As she spoke, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator ascended, the two inside suddenly felt the temperature dropping rapidly. The nurse shivered slightly and said, how strange. Why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioning set too low? Chani noticed every cold draft blowing in from the door, his face growing serious. When the elevator on the 26th floor opened, the scene before the nurse made her scream in terror. What is happening? The entire long corridor was covered in a layer of ice, and even the people there were turned into ice statues with terrified faces, including Tiu Van. Worried, Chan hurried to Tiu Van's side, leaving the nurse behind. Chao Tian. The nurse tried to call out to Chao Nai, but before she could finish, she was frozen into an ice statue. Meanwhile, Chani shattered the ice wall in Tiu Van's room and rushed in, shouting her name. 1 second later, he was terrified by the scene before him. Tiu Van lay in pain on the hospital bed, with streams of energy continuously escaping from her body, condensing into a massive ice dragon in the air. By the bedside, someone was maintaining a spell, and the bed seemed to be healing Tiu Van. When Chaonidi planned to attack the ice dragon, the girl sustaining the spell suddenly shouted, Tiuni, stop, do not attack. Hearing that, Chani gave up the idea of attacking the ice dragon and walked toward the girl who spoke. Sister Tin explained that although it is convenient to injure it, Sa Van's white heart is very likely to be shocked and shattered. Chaoni asked, why is there a dragon? Sister Tin replied, Sa Van's cold suddenly worsened, and everyone would be frozen into ice pillars by the ice aura. Right now, I can only suppress the ice aura on this floor, so you should leave quickly. Chaoni cried out anxiously. What about Xiao Van? Chi Tin interrupted. Xai Ini, without a high-level priest, what I can do is very limited. Chana briefly calmed down and said, I understand now. Then, Chani silently ordered, System, allocate all skill points to gradual healing. Slow heal level 4. Enhanced, slow heal level 10. Gradually restores teammates within a certain range while increasing stamina and mana, with effects lasting for a set duration. Immediately after, Chani used the gradual healing skill on Tiu Van. Chi Tin exclaimed in surprise, the mana contained in the Holy Knight's healing skill is so strong, even surpassing her own level 23 priest stance. Chani maintained the skill while saying, Chai Tin, I am here to hold the line. You go quickly and inform Secretary Triyu to make sure he invites a high-level priest. Chi Tin replied, the high-level priest's schedule is full. Secretary Triyu has already arranged a meeting for next week. Even if we hurry now, it won't be in time. Chani turned back, his face serious as he said, tell Secretary Triyu that as long as he can invite a senior priest, I will unconditionally agree to anything with him in the future. No lies. Sister Tin silently looked at Chani for a moment before agreeing and turning to run find Secretary Triyu. Chaon then resumed treating Tiu Van. as the energy flare-ups were something Tu Van had endured every night for the past year. Under the influence of cold yin energy, her whole body is in excruciating pain, worse than death. Recently, the yin cold has worsened, but I never expected the energy to affect the outside. Silently, Chao-Ni gritted his teeth and continued the treatment even though his hand was beginning to show signs of being invaded by the energy. Time slowly passed as night fell. Just as Chao-Ni's magic was about to run out, a green orb flew into the room. It bounced like a rubber ball, hitting the ice dragon repeatedly and causing cracks to form on its body. Chao-Ni noticed Xiao Van's pained expression and shouted, "Wait, do not touch her." Suddenly, the green orb hit Chao-Ni, sending him flying backward. Then, a girl carrying a pen as big as a stick appeared in the room, waving her hand to taunt the ice dragon. The ice dragon let out a roar and charged at her. The girl wielding the pen struck the ice dragon's head hard, then used the pen tip to continuously scribble special symbols onto the ice dragon's body. Then, her eyes suddenly flashed with blue light as she slammed the pen down onto the ice dragon. A formation appeared, and the ice dragon was struck toward Tu Van. Its body shrank until it finally transformed into an ice orb and merged into her. Seeing Tu Van's expression relax, no longer in pain, Chao-Ni silently suspected it was okay. At that moment, the older sister girl turned to look at Chao-Ni and said, "You must be Chao-Mi. I have heard of your reputation for a long time. I am Tho Li, a level 35 second-generation pastor from Kanvan City." Chao-Ni spoke up. "Greeting Ems, Thoi." Thoi Liatna said that the supervisor urgently asked me to treat your sister first. Watching Chao-Ni, Thoi Liatna thought to herself, if the supervisor had not said this guy might be a top scholar, I would not break the rules. Being able to withstand the aura for so long, the supervisor must be telling the truth. Chao-Ni asked, "Miss Thoi, what exactly is my sister's illness, and can it be cured?" Thoi Liatni replied, "The aura overflowed and condensed into a shape. This is a sign of bloodline awakening." Chao-Ni gasped. Bloodline awakening. You know that when the Eternal game appeared, many players chose races like the Elf tribe, Giant tribe, and Demon tribe, and after the game and reality merged, players of these races also showed the corresponding traits of their bloodlines. For example, someone with elven blood will have eyes that turn blue and ears that become longer and pointed, while someone with giant blood can reach a height of 34 meters. Over 200 years, players of different races intermarried with humans, and through generations their bloodlines diluted. The distinctive appearance and abilities of their races gradually faded, except in rare cases when the bloodline awakened. At that moment, Thoi Liatni explained that awakening the bloodline brings both danger and blessing. Once successfully awakened and wielding the power of a different race, leveling up skills and learning will require less effort, but failure means paralysis at best, death at worst. Your sister is tormented by the cold energy because she is too weak to withstand the power of the bloodline. If I am not mistaken, she has awakened the ice bloodline, a rare type of bloodline. To endure this rare bloodline, one must change their physical constitution. As far as I know, only a rare type of heavenly treasure called the extreme ice chain can alter the human body. However, this item is very scarce. The last time it appeared was at an auction 30 years ago, where a mysterious person bought it for 13 billion. 3 months later, the cold energy in your sister's body will erupt uncontrollably. Another way is to use the Great Sealing technique to directly seal the alien bloodline. After you make your decision, use the token to contact me. However, the price to pay is that your sister's future will never be able to advance in rank again. After Tho Liatna left, Chao-Ni held the command token in his hand, lost in thought. 5 days later, just after finishing the daily mission, a system panel appeared. 200 squats x 200, 200 push-ups x 200, 200 sit-ups x 200, 200 weapon swings x 200. Daily mission complete. Please choose a reward. Chao-Ni spoke up. Attribute points. Most of the daily mission rewards I usually choose are free attributes. For knights, physical and intelligence stats are extremely important, but other attributes cannot be overlooked either. Usually, points are distributed in a 2-3-3-2 ratio, as only balanced development minimizes weaknesses. While lost in thought, another system panel appeared before Chao-Mi, showing his exam results and completed achievement tasks. Congratulations on being the top-ranked player in the entire province in this exam. Rewards will be distributed based on your achievements. Congratulations on acquiring the divine skill. Divine Beast. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Artifact grades. Resurrection Cross Badge. Congratulations on obtaining a one-time use Divine Secret Technique. The Spirit Endurance Spell. Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill. Radiant Barrier. Congratulations on earning 30 free attribute points. Since the university entrance exam ended, news about Chao-Ni has flooded all the newspapers and media. When Chao-Nga changed his class to Holy Knight, I knew he must have had financial backing. That is why I recommended to the city mayor to invest in Chao-Ni's training. It is all thanks to my keen insight. A group of students watching the fake hair being interviewed on TV could not help but be amazed. In a whole province, to have the title of Holy Knight, is not that like having heavy support gear? I do not study much, so do not lie to me. Holy Knights are slow at dungeons. Level 10 doing nightmare dungeons. Are you kidding me? Is there cheating involved? A female student immediately took out her phone to clear Chao-Ni's name. I recorded it at the time. Proof is in the footage. Even the students who doubted Chao Mai's abilities had to admit their admiration. The power is overwhelming. The damage from the Holy Cross light somehow feels even stronger than the high-level fire magic of the mage. Blessed weapons. Divine gifts. Blessed courage. Can someone count how many moves the top scholar in this province has in total? Elsewhere, the red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment, intently watching Zoyai's performance and commenting that the time was 9 minutes and 24 seconds, even 20 seconds faster than his own. This Chao Ni is interesting. But as he spoke, the red-haired man pointed to a spot not far away, causing it to explode, then smiled wickedly. Stealing my glory means only one path: death. The next morning, while on his way to visit his sister, Chao Ni suddenly received a message on his phone notifying him that a large sum of money had been deposited into his bank account from the government and the Lijiang City Education Bureau. He immediately called Secretary Triyuthi and got a response. Cha, because you performed excellently in the exam, the government will reward you with 500,000 in cash and a luxurious villa. Do you have a preferred neighborhood, or should we choose one for you? It seems they also received the news that I am the top scholar of the province. Thinking to himself, Chan replied, you help me choose. All right, I heard the midday representatives from the 3 top universities are coming soon. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up? No need. They are already here, Chan replied. Then looked at the man in front of him. He smiled warmly, handed over a business card, and introduced himself. I am the midday envoy from Vindong University. Vindong University. Chan Yi was a bit surprised when an unfamiliar voice spoke up. I remember at first Vindong University said Chao Yi was too arrogant and criticized him for being clueless. So why is it like this now? The admissions officer of Vindong University looked up at the burly man standing on the helicopter rope ladder. Cho Thianfu really has no sense. He is blind to the obvious. He has already been dismissed and expelled from the school. Saying this, the Vindong teacher looked at Chao Mai awkwardly and said, if you want to come to our school, Vindong University is willing to offer 4 million. No matter what conditions Vindong University is willing to offer, Mado University will always offer double. I am sure Mado University will get Cha Ni, so you better leave while you still can. The muscular man landed and said confidently, making the Vindong teacher furious enough to slam the table. Just then, a girl's voice whispered in Chao Mei's ear, asking if he had inquired about Thankine University. Immediately after, the girl with purple hair and angel wings embraced Chao Ni and flew into the sky before the muscular teacher could grab him. After single-handedly claiming Chao Mai, the purple-haired teacher whispered in his ear, your classmate Cha, Thankin University may lack many things, but it has plenty of cultivation resources. 4 years of university, each year providing a level cultivation resources. The purple-haired teacher had just spoken when a sudden formation appeared behind her, pulling her in. Now, a female teacher dressed in all black stood before Chao Nini, while the other teacher slowly threatened, saying that to steal the top scholar, risking resources, finances, and fame. If Thankin University can offer it, then the Cultivation University can too. What do you mean by directly kidnapping someone? If you do not let them go, do not blame me for being rude. The muscular teacher has also flown up to join it. That is right, a ripe melon is not always sweet. Chao Nini, at the 3rd-tier university, I not only provide you with a level resources once a year but also a full set of golden grade equipment. You purple-haired teachers may have been defeated, but you wisely let Chao Meni down slowly, then smiled kindly. I am not trying to corner you. I just want to have a private friendly chat with classmate Chao Mai for a moment. Classmate Chao Mini, the choice is yours. Classmate Chao, I am Tamini, a noonborn student of Tuhang University. Tuhang University truly honors strength as king. As long as you rank in the local and top tiers within the school, not only will you have access to a level resources, but even level resources are available. Moreover, Tuhang University has held the top spot in the freshman exchange competition for the past 4 years, proving its student training capabilities are also number 1. The purple-haired teacher said discontentedly. Tamai, what do you mean? Just winning a few competitions and you are already arrogant. Tuhang University's victory is an undeniable fact. But Ms. Tun should still encourage the teachers and students at Than Kin School to work harder. While the 2 teachers were passionately arguing, Chao Ni was seriously considering which school to choose. The special scholarship offers from the 3 schools are all about the same, so choosing any one of them means having financial support. However, I want to develop stronger practical skills in university, so the best fit for me is, after some consideration, Chao Mi finally decided to attend Tuhang University. Upon hearing this, Tumaini immediately pulled out a contract and said, this is the special admission contract from Tuhang University. Take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it. The teacher would deeply regret losing talent, especially since Tuhang University has already snatched them first. Miss Tun still refused to give up, saying if you do not find a fit at Tuhang University, you are welcome to transfer to Qingjing University. Miss Tumaini then shot a bullet like glare at Miss Tun, the schemer who had not learned her lesson. Unmatched magic. This is a skill only possessed by high-level mages. Chan read the contract in amazement, then nervously asked Tumaini, daring to ask, what level is your profession? 2nd level mage, rank 42. Chan became even more confused, but she was not yet 30 years old. The outside world is vast, And when you enter Tuhang University, you will see many stronger people of all ages. That is great, Chaoying replied excitedly, since lately he basically had no rivals his own age, waiting to enter Tuhang University. If you can find someone to spar with, you will improve faster. After signing the contract, Tumaini took it back and reminded. Alright, I will give you 1 week to pack, and I will come pick you up to enroll in a week. Huh, is the registration time for Tuhang University really that early? Tumaini blinked and replied. Of course, special gifted students need to arrive early to receive advanced training. His abilities will also improve faster, and by then he can perform even better in the National University Freshman Exchange Competition. A week passed, and after Chao Ni and Cha Van moved to their new villa, it was time for Chan Yu to enroll. Before leaving, he asked the secretary to take care of his younger sister while he was away, then went on to give Zhou Yun all sorts of instructions before getting into Tumaini's car. Seeing Zhou Yi turn his head back to look at his sister, Tumaini smiled and asked, "Is this your first time going to her house?" "That is right. So you have to prepare well." Before Chaonini could even understand Tumae's meaning, the car passed through the space gate, and the university security of the city immediately appeared before him. "We are not in a hurry, so there is no need to use the teleportation magic array." Then Chaoyi looked around and could not help but be amazed when he saw cars flying out of the magic array. Since teleportation arrays are usually controlled by the military, it is like the small teleportation magic arrays used only by priests, which require approval from the city government. Tuhang University cooperates with the military district, so they built a large teleportation array near the school, making it extremely convenient and safe. Tumaini explained, then waved ahead. "We are here." Chan Yugi looked at everything unfolding before him and could not help but exclaim, "This place is way too fancy. Let us go. I will take you to report in," Tumaini said to Chao Ni. While Chao Ni was still looking around, he suddenly felt something brush past him. It turned out to be a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl. The white-haired girl now glared fiercely at the young man and said, "I told you, I do not want to get to know you. That kick just now was a warning. Do not provoke me. I won't hold back anymore," the white-haired girl said and walked away. The crowd then turned to look at the young man who had just been dealt with and burst into mocking laughter. Dang Thieu has finally met his match this time. Every year during the opening ceremony, he tries to mess with the junior female students, and now he has finally run into a tough case. Justice has been served. Chan Yuni watched the white-haired girl and thought to himself, "Demon bloodline. She has demon clan blood." Tumini recalled Choneni's background and seeing his expression now kindly reminded him that many students and teachers in the university city carry mixed bloodlines. "If you meet her again, you must not show any unusual expression. Rest assured, even if they are all different races, as long as they stand with humans, I will not hate them. I am not irrational enough to hate the entire demon race just because of my father's death." "Good. Here is your student ID card." Tumini quickly produced a card and handed it to Chao Ying. Chan Yugi skimmed through the information on the card. The order. The instructions. I will briefly explain the school regulations. First is the ranking system. Each academic year has a corresponding ranking level. The higher the ability, the higher the rank. The ranking of freshmen is based on their university entrance exam results. You are ranked first, meaning you are the strongest freshman, but this is only a temporary ranking. A competition among freshmen will be held in a month, and the rankings will be rearranged based on the results. From today on, you will become a target for attacks. Everyone will want to take your position. If I am already the top student now, I won't let this position slip away. Chaoni responded arrogantly. Tuna smiled and continued to lead Chaomei on a tour of a room while walking and explaining. Next came the credit regulations. New students will receive basic credits based on their series number. Credits can be used to buy food, equipment, medicine, skills, and more. As long as you have enough credits, you can purchase anything you want, including level skills and resources. Besides ranking order, there are two other ways to earn credits. The first is credit missions, where students can use their ID cards to register and search for tasks on the website, complete suitable missions to earn corresponding credits. The second way is to receive fixed credits each month based on rankings in the local and heavenly leaderboards. This university has about 1,000 students, and with so many eager to enter the Earth and Heaven rankings, no one can afford to be arrogant. Besides, the university also has 3 secret dungeon instances. The first dungeon is the underground city barracks, with a level range from 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the distorted forest, with a level range from 23 to 26. The third dungeon, the purgatory, has a level range from 28 to 31. Besides meeting the required level, you also need to spend a certain amount of credits to enter. Before reaching the required level to train in the training area, the training target can be either a real person or a robot. Experts hold absolute authority and the most resources. This is the path to survival here. A group of students walked in the opposite direction of Chawanai and Tumainai. The young man leading the group greeted Tumainai before continuing to lead the students onward. As they passed by Choni, a few students stared at him and whispered among themselves, "Who is he that the teacher is leading him around like that?" "Yeah, we were all led on a tour in groups of 10 by upperclassmen. Could it be some kind of backdoor deal?" Vong Loi, a young man in the group who seemed knowledgeable, said. So you guys do not know, the top scorer in the entrance exam is always specially accompanied by the teacher in charge of enrollment procedures. One reason is to help them quickly get familiar with the school environment, or to attract future top scorers when choosing a school. That means he is the top scorer of this admission round. Batch Hyusim. What is his background? Tell me more in detail. The new students, including the white-haired girl eagerly waiting for the answer from Batch Hyusin. Chaonini, the top scorer of Tahang Province, a level 13 young knight. Like everyone else, I could not help but be surprised when I first heard Chaoni's profession. There is no mistake. Right, a lance knight is just a support role. I remember you said the second place was the Mline Fong, a level 14 berserker. How could a supporter like him possibly surpass a berserker? Hey you guys, what are you saying? Do not you believe me? The reputation of Batch Hugh students is not just empty talk. A female student unable to contain her passion for beauty spoke up, saying he is so handsome he could be a movie star. White hair, hearing Chami's impressive profile, also glanced at him with appraisal. He was the top scorer among the new students. Lu King happened to see the white-haired guy intently watching Chao Wenyi and felt a surge of jealousy. She loudly dismissed it, saying that this top ranking is just in name only. Chao Ni immediately heard it and turned toward the voice. Lu King stepped forward before the students and challenged Chao Nai, a level 13 strategist ranked 38th. I doubt you have the ability to be number 1. So I want to challenge you. Classmate, a challenge is a private matter, so do not waste everyone's time. The male student leading the group patted Lu King on the shoulder, silently scolding him for being foolish. I am supposed to guide the freshman, and you are causing trouble here for no reason. Lu King waved him off and replied, sorry, I will keep things proper. The male student leading the group grew even angrier. This stubborn fool. The rankings are decided jointly by the principals and teachers of the 5 major academies, so they can't be wrong. The freshman, hearing Liu King's challenge, started gathering to watch the show. There is a good show to watch. Just wait a bit longer before moving on. Liu King wants to use the challenge against the leader as a stepping stone to boost her reputation. The Holy Knight is not exactly the strongest in the profession, so it is not surprising if someone wants to take his place. Crossing his arms with a defiant look, Zoe said to Liu King, so what exactly do I have to gain by accepting your challenge? 100 credits if you win me. It will be yours. If you lose, you won't lose anything. Chani looked at Liu King's hesitant face and then at the new students, silently thinking that for the sake of future peace, he had to accept this challenge. But I only want to make a brutal example, so the price he has to pay will be even heavier. That way they will remember clearly. So Chaoengi made the bet, 300 credits. I will fight you in a match. I am ranked 40th with only 400 credits, and Liu King is 38th. Probably not much better. Losing that many credits would be disastrous. Daring to show up right at the start of the semester. He can't be some brainless side character in this story. Liu King felt a bit uneasy, but when he saw Krat still staring at Chao with admiration, jealousy clouded his vision, and he finally accepted Chao Mi's challenge. 300 credits it is. Let us go to the arena. You are a bit brave, but there is no need to step into the arena. If you do not kneel within 3 moves, then I will admit defeat. In the end, the whole group still headed to the arena, with Damainai personally stepping up as the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Liu King immediately launched an attack. In his mind, he calculated that both the Punisher Knight and the Holy Knight belonged to the hidden profession. Punishers focus on brute strength, while Holy Knights specialize in support. As long as you take them down quickly without worrying about the Holy Knight using the pen, you can easily win. At that moment, Liu King stared blankly at the white-haired figure standing below the arena. Knowing she was watching him, regaining his composure, Liu King swung his sword, using his blood energy skill to strike back at Zhou Yai. The attack was easily dodged by Zhou Yai, who then kicked him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground immediately. Boring, Zoe said. Feeling a bit disappointed, he thought the guy had some impressive moves, but he was down in no time. The male student leading the group went to check Liu King's injuries and then reported to Demai Ni, to Maya. Madam, Liu King has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is currently in a coma. Send a pastor to treat him. To Miney I said as she used Liu King and Chao Nia's student cards to operate the system, then after a while returned the cards to Chao Nai. 300 credits have been transferred to your student card, impressing the new students and broadening their horizons. When the blood seal of the Punishment Knight is so hard to stop, how could he break it with just one kick? This is the power of the number 1 ranked, completely on a different level. The difference in their power levels must be at least 20 points. The white-haired girl could no longer sit still and stood up to challenge Chao Nu to a duel. When I saw her at the door, I realized she not only had demon bloodline but also inherited equipment. It was my first time seeing inherited equipment, and I wanted to see how powerful it was. Chan Yuna used the appraisal technique to check information about the opponent. Weapon, Dark Moon Ancient Sword. Quality, 3-star inheritance. Race requirement, human. Class requirement, swordsman. Effect unknown. After a moment, Chan replied, alright then, another match was about to begin. It turns out the opponent is no pushover either, so Chao Nengi decides to use the Mystical Light Battle Spear to deal with white hair. Weapon, Mystical Light Battle Spear. Quality, Gold 3-sa. Attribute, physical strength plus 18, willpower plus 24. Effect, increases all light system skills of rank B and below by 1 level. Source. Reward system. This time even the 5,253 students came to watch. Look, new students have already gotten into a fight. It is just a bunch of rookies squabbling. Li Dongthang, one of the ministers of the Aurora Council and a level 29 defense specialist, happened to pass by, saw Tum being attacked, and stepped forward to intervene. Then he stayed to watch the fight. 3, 2, 1, go. The signal sounded as both sides charged at each other, while Whitehair used the extreme shadow strike skill, rushing to strike the enemy with lightning speed. Chani used the violent pursuit skill, powerful downward strike creating wide area damage to push the enemy back. When the two forces collided, a loud explosion rang out, and both were pushed back by the other's impact. Really, a true monster. Thinking this, the white-haired fighter intensified his power, using demonic energy to infuse darkness into his weapon, then unleashed a powerful dark slash toward the enemy to counter Chao Mi. Chao Ni was not afraid when he saw the opponent strike. He was even more excited. Wonderful. Finally someone who can face me head on. Keep going. Remember, you can attack the enemy from below upwards. Burn the enemy. While attacking forward, deliver a second strike, triple slash, delivering a powerful strike forward at the enemy and unleashing a triple blast. The triple blast will deal multiple attacks to the enemy, knocking them back. Using mountain strike, jump a short distance forward and slam the weapon into the ground. There are multiple decisive attacks, and the final strike can knock the enemy down. Both sides continued to use their skills to attack each other, yet still could not determine a winner. The audience below the arena watched in awe as the two figures moved at lightning speed across the stage. Are these really just two students fighting? After a moment of thought, Li Dongthang spoke up, saying that without a trump card, the Spirit Sword Warrior will quickly lose the battle. The male student leading the group heard this, and was a bit doubtful. Really? I think it looks like it is hard for either of them to win. Li Dongthang analyzed that by enhancing and blocking, she absorbed all of the enemy's attacks. At first, out of the 3 strikes from the Holy Knight, she only needed to block 1. Now the Holy Knight swings twice, and she has to block with her sword. When defending and attacking with a large weapon, you usually swing only to a certain extent to conserve energy. When he spots the opponent's weakness, Chao Ni strikes unexpectedly to suppress them. Moreover, he has no intention of conserving energy. Either he is foolish or he has absolute confidence in his strength from start to finish. The battle spirit kept restricting the movements of the spirit sword wielder, forcing her to block attacks with her sword. Watching each strike from Chao Ni was a powerful one. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Such a great beauty showing no mercy, this Holy Knight is truly ruthless." As the startup ended, Chao Ni activated the Divine Grace Points, Courage Grace Point, Blessing Weapon, Radiant Blessing, and Protective Grace Point, instantly enveloping himself in a massive light. This overwhelming presence was intense. Could this really be his best state? While the white-haired warrior was a bit cautious, Chao Ni used the victory spear and pointed with one hand, seizing the moment. The white-haired warrior, needing time to prepare skills, used the shadow slash to close the distance and strike a blow aimed at defeating Chao Ni. Unexpectedly, Chao Ni said with a smirk, "I knew you would use this move." Then he swung his weapon down toward the white-haired man. At this moment, Whitehair could only helplessly close his eyes and wait to get beaten. But to his surprise, nothing happened no matter how long he waited. Want to continue? Whitehair slowly opened his eyes, only to see Chao Ni already retracting his skill, watching her without attacking. No more fighting. The offensive is almost overwhelming. Continuing would lead to the same result. She has not used her full strength yet, Chao Ni pointed out. You know, in this battle, she did not use her powerful swordsman skills or the dark attribute strength within her body. The white-haired one smiled brightly and replied, "So I have been found out. I am just testing my limits once. I won't use my trump card. Besides, you did not use your full strength. I have already watched your test video. Let us end here and compete again next time." After we exchange WCAT contacts, I continued to tour the school with a bit of anticipation in my heart. On the first day of school, not only did he score 600 points, but he also made all the specially admitted animal-loving students envious. The top male this round seems about to lose his mind. The dormitory for new students is located in Xiaoshanfeng. The dormitory for regular students is at the foot and mid-mountain, and the dormitory for specially admitted students is at the mountain peak. Moreover, the dormitory for specially admitted students is a separate villa, with luxury and amenities varying slightly according to ranking. "You will be living here from now on," Tumaini said, flicking her chin toward the huge house in front of them. As she swiped her card to enter, she suddenly remembered something and said to Chao Ni, "Right, I heard you are looking for the extreme cold lotus." A squad once saw the extreme cold lotus in the Wild Wind mountain range, but there were high-level magical beasts guarding it, so they gave up on harvesting it. This information is from 6 years ago, so I can't guarantee its accuracy. Based on the information provided by Tumaini, in the following days, Chao Ni threw himself into researching everything related to Sunmatch Kuangfeng, known as a vast mountain range formed after the fusion of the Eternal Game and the Blue Star, filled with countless rare treasures, exotic plants, and monstrous beasts. So dangerous that even those who have changed professions for the third time dare not venture deep inside. With Chao Ni's current strength, if he encounters a high-level magical beast, his only option is to run for his life. But luckily, after completing the university entrance exam, the system rewarded him with a survival skill that allows him to live even in death. There is no need to hesitate. Just buy a few more skills and equipment and then set off. Chan Yugai operated the computer to search for suitable skills, and at the same time received a notification that since he was a top-ranked student in a special admission category, he could learn skills from the Holy Knight below grade for free. Complete immunity to all physical damage. Such a powerful effect. I will take it. Long-range piercing skill. I will take that too. Free is really too good to be true. So, Chan Yudi snapped up all the powerful skills that were free. The only regret is that there was one thing he still had to use his college entrance exam reward points to get, which was the jungle gear. With preparations complete, Chan Yuni immediately headed to the Kwangfong Vein Field to find the Extreme Hen Lotus to heal his sister. While wandering in the Kwangfong Vein Field searching for the Extreme Cold Lotus, he saw a massive explosion not far away. Driven by curiosity, he immediately grabbed his pants and ran over to check the situation. In another development, after adding Chan Yi on Wecha, Kuong Sonen took the initiative to start a conversation. But as soon as Chan Yi said he would come to the Kwangfong Vein, he went silent, leaving Kong Sonan disappointed and calling her best friend to share her feelings. I met a very special male student. Yesterday I challenged him to a fight, and when I unleashed some demonic power, he remained completely unmoved, not even a single admiring glance. Her friend was amazed after hearing that, realizing his will must be terrifyingly strong. Kuong Sonan just replied briefly, then decided to visit the Kwangfong Arena just like Krat, in an area of the Whirlwind Arena. A fierce battle was underway between demons and a 4-person squad including Engineer Chu Niu, Summoner on Thean Thuan, Artillery Master Chu Dan, and Swordsman Tathan Lian. First, Chu Niu drove the tank while launching several small bomb-equipped discs toward the demons. The demons got caught. The discs automatically exploded. A few survivors continued to frantically charge at the tank. On Thean Nguyen used the Ice Spirit summoning skill to create an ice wall blocking the demons' advance, unaware that another one was leaping at high speed through the trees to approach their vehicle from behind. At 9 of the clock, following Chu Niu's command, Chu Dan immediately fired his gun, taking down the monster behind them. Just my luck. She kept sweeping with the machine gun while shouting, and right then, Tathan Lian immediately used her supreme swordsman skills to take care of the remaining demons. We did it. Chu Niu laughed out loud happily. On Thean Nguyen turned to look at Chu Niu, about to celebrate together when suddenly her face went pale. Then she pushed Chu Niu aside and quickly cast a spell to create an ice shield by the driver's side window. But the fire magic coming from the forest was too powerful, shattering on Thean Nguyen's ice shield and flipping the tank over. Are you okay? Tathan Lian asked anxiously as she ran over, but on Thean Nguyen immediately warned, be careful behind you. The other three all looked behind Tathan Lian at once. We saw another group of demons, like fierce war gods, rushing wildly, ready to burn us alive with fire magic. Our squad used all our trump cards to defeat 4 demons. Could it be that today we really have to die here? Just as the 4 girls' squad gave up and left their fate to chance, Zoya rode the white beast charging out of the forest, using divine wind magic to gather the demons into one place. Light converged, the storm descended, and as Zoe finished speaking, a giant sword flew down from the sky, piercing the heart of the vortex and directly destroying the demons. The entire area suddenly plunged into a sea of fire, and at that moment, Chaoni gently patted his loyal pet. The white fox understood immediately and with a single breath was able to extinguish the flames. Now Chaoni approached the group of 4 girls who were still dazed and began healing them with magic. The Than Lone Squad is the second-ranked team in the entire school. Of course I know that. That only makes me feel more ashamed. Tathanlian smiled awkwardly, then seriously suggested, Brother Cha, your light attribute skills are effective against demons, but demons are very dangerous. So why do not you come back to the base with us? I have spent a month scouting the entire outer area but still have not found any news about the Extreme Cold League. The freshman competition is in 3 days, so we can only wait for it to end before continuing to investigate the Extreme Cold Bang Lion. Thinking this, Zoe replied, okay. Tathan Lian turned to look at Chu Niu. Chu Niu nodded knowingly, then began chanting the spell as metal roared, the soul of speed, eerie howls, and the fierce mechanical spider glowed, gathering together. As soon as the spell ended, a giant spider robot appeared from the magic formation created by Chu Niu, drawing admiring and astonished gazes from Chaoim and Soi Trang. No time to explain. Get on the vehicle quickly, Chu Niu urged hastily. Seeing her teammate McCaller, Tathanlian said nothing but admired silently. She really acted perfectly. On the way back, Chaoani asked, 2. Is Kung Fong Xuanmak originally a place where demons live? Tathanlian answered honestly, our squad has been in Kung Fong Xuanmatch for over 2 months, and this is the first time we have encountered this. Chaoani guessed that it means these demons come from the depths of Kung Fong Xuanmatch, or recently there has been a breach from another world, allowing the demons to escape. That is right. We need to quickly return to the base and report to the military district. Chaoani was a bit startled upon hearing this. thinking the military district already has mages monitoring the entire area. Briefly about this place, Kungfeng Spring Valley has many demonic beasts. So to prevent them from attacking the valley and raiding the city, the entrance to Kungfeng Spring Valley has a supply base built by the military, and military mages constantly monitor the movements of the demonic beasts within the valley. When Chao Nini asked, Than Lian hesitated before answering that yes, there are, but these beasts are of very low rank. Hearing this, Chan became even more confused, since a silver-white beast of rank 30 is not exactly low rank. Of understanding Chao Ni's thoughts, Than Lian explained that the mages mainly monitor the deep areas of Kungfeng Xuan match and the movements of high-level beasts of epic and legendary rank. Since the foreign energy on the body is below the concentration threshold set by the mages, they probably cannot monitor it. At this point, a doubt also arose in Than Lian's mind. But if it was a foreign realm watermark, why would low-level demons be allowed here? As soon as the base S troops detect demons, they would immediately eliminate them all, and if the foreign realm watermark can absorb level 30 beasts, it could also let level 50 beasts through. The way the otherworldly beings act not only risks their lives but also reveals the location of the portal. Forget it. This is not something we should dwell on. Just bring the news back. Just then, the group suddenly heard many demons shouting loudly, "Food! Food!" At the same time, a streak of light appeared in the sky, shooting straight down and causing an explosion not far from Chao Mai's convoy. This aura is... Thinking quickly, Chao Ni urgently said, "Everyone go ahead. I will go and come back." Despite everyone's advice, he hurried alone to the site of the explosion. He could never forget this aura. Why was she here? Not only Chao Nini's group, but also another squad knew someone was in trouble. At that moment, one of them hesitated and said, "A level 20 silver demon beast. That girl won't last long. Let us retreat." Everyone fell silent. Then after a while, someone spoke up, saying it is better not to. We are trapped here and can't even protect ourselves. If she can break free and defeat the demons with her own strength, she will surely become a prodigy in the future. But unfortunately, they all turned their worried eyes toward the place where the explosion happened. Kyung Sonin, who was already exhausted, was struggling with the monsters. As she fought the monsters, Kong Sonin gritted her teeth, then thinking to herself that it seemed they had discovered her time-limited state, only surrounding her without attacking, trying to trap her to death. These demons moved in groups of 10 scattered across the plains, and even if she defeated 8 in front of her, the others nearby would immediately advance, leaving no chance to escape back to base if her soul power vanished before breaking through the siege. Thinking this, Kwang Soren's eyes turned cold. Just as she was about to use her skill, a beam from the sky shot down at each silver demon beast surrounding her, instantly wiping them out. Kwang Sonin spun around to the back where the footsteps came from, seeing Trong Yu riding a white horse, no, a white stallion charging like a god, shouting at Kwang Sonin who was still stunned, telling her to get out of the way. The demon behind Kong Sonin was now roaring, producing a piercing sound that made her cover her ears tightly with both hands. The demons used the fiery berserk skill and roared, charging forward to attack all at once. Kyung Sonin shouted a warning. Chao Nini, hurry and go. That is the demon tribe's flame skill. She worried silently. The power of the evil spirits had multiplied, and Chao Ni was absolutely no match for them. If I self-destruct, there is a 90% chance I can kill it and protect Chao Nai. Suddenly, Chao Ni riding Soi Trang appears behind Kong So Nian, slipping his arm around her waist and lifting her onto Soi Trang's back. Kyung So ran startled and shouted, "Chao Nini!" At that moment, a demon charged forward and threw a punch. Instantly, the white fox jumped forward to dodge. Chao Ni sat on the back of the white horse, turned his head, raised his hand and shouted, creating a barrier of light. In the blink of an eye, a massive amount of lightning struck down from the sky, devastating the area in front of him. Chao Nini smiled and said, "Not everyone wants to become a mage. The feeling of killing monsters from a distance is not bad. It is just that his actions earlier caused too much noise and attracted all the demons in the field." They quickly formed a large circle, surrounding the two inside. There were 180 demons in total that could be dealt with using group attack skills, but now they had scattered. Silently, Chani placed 2 fingers on Kwang Sonina's forehead and said, "Kyung Sonin, you go lure the demons to the left side, the aggressive path." Kyung Sonin spoke up suspiciously, but Chani said nothing and began performing a series of buffs for her. Life-saving fusion, blessing of the soul, weapon blessing, divine grace. Startled, Kong Sonin silently called for the Legion to receive the Holy Knight's buff and quickly opened her personal status panel to check. Rank 16. Title Swordsman, status Jewel Demon Body. Seeing the stats for strength, speed, physique, and intelligence all increased by 25% left Kuang Sonian wide-eyed in amazement. Chan had no time to notice Kuang Sonian's reaction. Before she could finish speaking, he jumped off the horse, drew his weapon, aimed at the nearest group of monsters, and charged into the hammer strike that exploded the entire area. Behind, Kyung Sonian also got off the white boar, looking at Chan Yi with silent admiration. So amazing. The attributes increased by 25%, equivalent to doubling her strength. From what I know, there is no level 16, no, Even a level 20 Holy Knight could not do that. At this moment, a group of monsters also approached Kwang So Nian's position. Without any orders, the white soy lunged at a monster, opening its mouth to bite. Now is not the time to think about these things. I have to follow his orders. Reminding herself, Kwang So Nian's expression grew serious as she drew her weapon and began to fight. As for Chao Ni, he was moving at high speed, each hammer strike capable of killing one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster managed to sneak up behind him and raised its weapon to strike down at his head. Just as the strike was about to land, a purple whip suddenly struck the monster's hand, causing its weapon to fly out and averting the danger for Cha Mai. Cha Ni turned to look behind and saw Kwang So Nian controlling the purple whip, attacking the monsters. Phantom Step. Gather the demonic energy in your hand to form a whip that lashes at enemies, dealing heavy damage and additional dark damage. As expected from the Holy Light profession, it can attract demons. Countless demons on the plains have already gathered here, so you can use this skill now. Silently, Cha Ni casually cast the Holy Light Guardian skill toward Kwang So Nian and the White Wolf, forming a protective barrier around them. Then instructed, Kwang So Nian, stay inside. The Holy Light Guardian skill creates a sacred aura within a certain range that shields group members from all physical damage, with the effect lasting for a set period. Next, Cha Ni shouted Holy Cross. Holy Cross. Assist Holy Cross, gathering the Holy Cross behind you, causing enemies within a certain range to continuously take light attribute fire damage with each chain. Level 7, casting range 200 meters. Only the large cross that Chaongai assisted suddenly emitted a golden light shining toward the monsters. The next second, a yellow flame burst forth, engulfing them and burning relentlessly as they screamed in agony. Kwang So Nian's eyes sparkled, staring blankly at the scene. After the attack passed, most of the monsters were destroyed. Only the large monsters with high resistance remained alive. All darkness will vanish under the radiance of light. The light warriors gather, and the storm of fury descends. Divine Light Storm Fury summons a storm condensed by holy light at the designated location, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range. As the speech ended, numerous giant holy light beams condensed in the sky. Then, these beams fell to the ground, forming a large circle around the monsters. 1 second later, at the center, a whirlwind quickly formed, sweeping up the monsters and tearing them into pieces. Nearby in the bushes, a group of people watched the battle outside in stunned silence. This is terrifying. Who are they? Is he human? Boss. Do we need to intervene? Not even a single question asked. Hearing the team members ask, the captain paused briefly and said, our squad, besides me at level 26, the other 5 are all level 24. Don't say 1-on-1, 6 against 1. No bastard can handle it. This person is truly terrifying. Moreover, he is still so young. In the end, the team leader decided to lead the group to meet the overseer. He thought to himself that he must definitely make an alliance. But before the group could move, a machine suddenly rushed from a farward strong Niga's position. Waiting for the machine to stop, Uncle Dan and the 3 fellow demons, Wen Tanren and Suthan Lian, appeared on the machine. Uncle Dan raised his hand to greet. Younger brother Cha, we are here to help you. But when they clearly saw the situation around them, the group of 4 was overjoyed and froze for 5 seconds. Trong Niga turned his head to look at them, then took out a healing potion and drank it all in one go. The system announces, congratulations on reaching level 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations on reaching level 18. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Unfortunately, the experience points gained by the profession have a level cap. Otherwise this battle could have yielded much more. Looking at the empty healing potion in his hand, Ingai thought to himself, the magic power has increased a lot, but with so many high-level skills, it is still not enough. After returning to school, we need to ask the teacher. She probably has a way to solve this. At that moment, Chu Dan and the others regained their composure, jumped off the mechanical spider, and walked toward Chao Ni. Tathan Lian spoke up. Chao Ni, you did all of this. Chu Dan also spoke up. Chao Ni, your strength is beyond what I imagined. Before Chao Ni could speak, Kwang So Nian suddenly collapsed to the ground. The girls rushed over, asking, is she okay? Chan replied, I guess she entered a weakened state from overexertion. The girls went over to help Kwang So Nian. Tathan Lian looked at Chao Ni with 100 questions, asking if he had encountered any particularly difficult demons during his mission. Chao Ni paused thoughtfully before answering. The highest level demon I have is a level 23 golden rank. None were especially hard to deal with. Is something wrong? Tathan Lian raised her eyebrows and explained that both the demon army and the human army have commanders. If there is no commander here, then most of the demon army is not present. This place is not suitable to stay long. We must return to the base immediately. Cha Ni immediately agreed. Understood. Behind the bushes, seeing Cha Mi's group leaving, a member asked the captain, boss, it seems like they are about to leave. Should we go out now? The captain hesitated. Before he could finish, they suddenly felt their bodies weighed down by an invisible force that filled them with fear. Boss, what is going on? The boss looked outside, his face full of panic as he shouted. The concentration of demonic energy was intense. That is a demon, and the sky has turned blood red as a vast area is covered by a membrane. Then, pink hole opens in the membrane, allowing a dragon to enter. On its back was a humanoid creature radiating a large amount of demonic energy. Through the appraisal technique, the basic information of the two creatures appeared before everyone's eyes. Monster. Demon. Rank 30. Legendary aptitude. Skills. Benefit. Record. Benefit. Monster. Firestorm. Rank 24. Aptitude. Hypermetal. Skills. Blazing Strike. Bombardment. At the same time, in the military zone, the surveillance screens turned red with warnings. Warning. Emergency status. The concentration of otherworldly energy has exceeded the limit. Data is being analyzed. Data analysis complete. Level 4 alien invasion detected. Location locked. East side of the mountain range near Fengjing Team East 11454, latitude 15305. The monitoring staff immediately took out the radio to notify the entire military zone upon seeing this scene. Level 4 alien lifeform intrusion. All members of the Legion are requested to assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Level 4 alien invasion detected. All Legion members please assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Soldiers and Knights of the Snow Dragon Legion, please finish training quickly and move to the assembly square. The clergy team of the Snow Dragon Legion is well prepared for rescue, ensuring the bodies are filled with magical energy. The logistics team of the Snow Dragon Legion is distributing magical crane and magical essence resources. Mage team of the Snow Dragon Legion lock positions at longitude 111454 and latitude 15305, forming a large teleportation formation. Quickly, the Legion members lined up neatly within the large yellow formations on the ground. A soldier stepped onto the platform to report to the Snow Dragon Legion commander, Tuvuchu, reporting to the general that all personnel had assembled and were awaiting orders. Tuvuchu drew his sword, pointing forward like a sword cutting through thorns, like a shield protecting a direction. The soldiers below shouted in unison, like a sword cutting through thorns, like a shield protecting a region. Tuvuchu gave a satisfied order to depart. Just minutes earlier, at the demon's lair, the demon commander sat on the throne, looking down at the gathered demons and declaring that every demon in the Legion was personally chosen and vetted by him, with losses of no more than 10 since arriving at Lam Tin 6 months ago. But in the final moment of retreat before returning to the mortal realm, 100 clansmen were pursued and sacrificed. We still have half a day before we return to the mortal realm, so before we leave, we must make a bold move. The demons below shouted with joy, thanking your highness for the grace. Thanking your highness. Back in the present, the demon lord rode atop the flames, looking down at the gathered crowd and said, I will never forgive. I will steal your souls and burn them with hellfire. Then, the demon lord began summoning his army. Alamas, the son of the demon, uses summoning skill. Silver demons have been summoned. The golden demon has been summoned. Tathan Lian immediately used the appraisal skill, scanning the group of demons. Legendary level demon, golden level demon knight, silver level demon master. Her expression grew serious as she drew her weapon, stepped forward to Chaonini, then turned back and said, Chaonini, wait for the Thanlone squad to protect you later. And if you get the chance, you must break through the siege and get out of here immediately. That is right. Chaonini, you must keep living, Chudan said, then walked forward alongside the two remaining girls toward Chao Mai. In their hearts, they believed Chao Mini was the most brilliant demon genius they had ever met, and with his talent, he was worth risking their lives to protect. Just then, a large golden magic formation appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. It was the Snow Dragon Legion. The Snow Dragon Legion consists of people who have advanced to level 30 and above, with the Legion commander being a level 51 warrior. We are saved. Contrary to the joy of Cha Dan's group, Chaningi silently doubted if they teleported here. Why did not they locate and teleport there instead? Chaong's suspicion was immediately answered because, on the opposite side, the demon commander suddenly laughed and said, Ha! Humans. Rest assured, the magic array covering us prevents your legion from getting in. Tathan Lian exclaimed in shock. What? No way. She looked up and realized that many soldiers were standing on the large golden formations, blocked by a red veil outside. Outside the red veil, someone from the universe looked at Wang Liang and asked, What is going on? Why is the teleportation point so far away? Vutru asked. Vutru placed his hand on the red veil to sense it for a moment before seriously answering. This is a forbidden level magic array of the demon clan. The dark flame barrier, once activated, the space inside the area cannot be teleported out and attacks from outside will be blocked. It would take the combined strength of at least 2 more legions to break it. Otherwise we just have to wait for it to dissipate on its own. Tuvutru raised his eyebrows and asked, If we wait for the magic array to dissipate, how long will it take? Vong Long replied, 5 minutes. Hearing that, Tuvutru closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and gave a heavy order to count all the information about those people and keep the records. Wait until the battle ends, then notify their families to come and collect the rewards. Wang Liang replied, Yes. Meanwhile, inside the dark flame barrier, system notification detected the appearance of a legendary level demon. A new mission has been issued. Achievement mission. Please exorcise the demon. Failure will result in no punishment. Reward. Talent level S+. Medicinal blessing spirit. Looking at the system board, Chao smiled quietly and said, "The new achievement mission has finally arrived." Then, Chao Nga's whole body radiated a golden light as he slipped through the crowd to move forward. Tathan Lian quickly grabbed his hand and called out, while across from them, the demon lord focused his gaze on Cha Mi with such dense spiritual energy. "It seems you have harmed my clan member. To show my respect, I will shatter you into 100 pieces myself, let you depart in endless agony," the demon lord said. Riding the fire dragon forward, Cha Nyugi snatched Tathan Lian's hand and drew his weapon, ready to fight. At that moment, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of magic toward Chao Ni below. Tathan Lian shouted anxiously. Chao Ni. Chao Ni remained calm as the hammer created a golden light soaring high. The attacks from both sides immediately collided in midair. Cha Ni's attack tore through the fire dragon's strike, then soared up to sever one of its wings. Without a wing, the fire dragon could not keep flying and plummeted straight down. The demon commander also fell freely because of this. A loud crash echoed as the massive body of the fire dragon slammed onto the ground and lay there motionless. The demon commander landed safely but still felt some impact. Seizing the opportunity, Cha Ni appeared behind him. Swinging his hammer, the demon commander sensed danger and swung his weapon behind him, but it only struck Chao Ni's shoulder armor, knocking it off. Immediately after, he saw a golden light about to make close contact with his face, so he hurriedly raised his weapon to block and used the force to leap backward. Seeing the ground where he had just stood crushed by Chao Ni's hammer, the demon lord could not help but secretly feel shocked. What kind of resolve is that? This human is only level 18. How could they possibly have the strength to fight me? Chao Ni did not rush to attack further. He set his hammer aside, cracked his knuckles, and said to the demon lord, "You are holding your own well. Oh right, you are the first legendary level monster I have ever encountered." Human. With a curse, the demon lord lunged forward, thrusting a sword at Chao Ni. Chao Ni grabbed his weapon again, leapt high to dodge, and simultaneously struck a large cross shape down onto the demon lord below. Pure white energy. Gaining the haste status, successfully predicted the outcome. Silently, Zoe raised his hand and shouted, "Glowing egg light." The effect did not last long. Before the early strike landed, the demon lord had already recovered and shouted, "Flame demon shield." Seeing the shield in front of the demon lord blocking all the early strikes, Cha Ni muttered, "Even the light egg rays could not take him down. It seems ordinary methods are not enough to defeat this legendary level demon brute, so I can only use the skills the system rewarded me after the grand exam." As for the demon commander, he shouted towards his army, "My beloved warriors, destroy him for me." The demons shouted as they charged at Cha Mi. Cha Ni paid them no mind. As many blades of light appeared around him, his body gradually rose higher, radiating waves of yellow magic power. Everyone watched Cha Ni intently without taking their eyes off him. All at once, Cha Ni raised both hands high, and a massive vortex appeared, from which a giant hand reached out. "Why does it feel like some terrifying presence is about to descend?" As the demon commander spoke, the entire space was engulfed in a golden hue. The giant hand slammed down on him and his followers, shaking the ground, cracking it, and whipping up a whirlwind around them. Tathan blinked in disbelief and whispered, "Am I dreaming? Is this Cha Ni's skill?" Kuang So Nian could feel the demonic blood vessels in his body trembling with fear. Outside the red curtain, Tu Vutru spoke up, "This force is on par with the demon star cannon. Have you found out who the people trapped inside are yet?" Wang Liang and Du are both students at Suhang University, and the one who just tested the skill is this year's top graduate. Zhou Ye, the young knight, and Tu Wuzu sighed with regret, saying that the top graduate's level is too far beyond the others. If Chao Gai had a little more time to grow, that one skill alone could have destroyed that demon. Indeed, Tu Vutru was right after Chao Mi's last attack. The demon lord was still alive. His entire body now radiated demonic aura even more terrifying than before. The demon commander snarled, "How dare you insult the great existence of Alamus, the Flame Demon Legion." Surge forward, Flame Spell Legion. Magic formation. Instantly, from all directions, the demons launched a relentless attack on Chane. The demon commander then turned to the demon healing him and said, "It is just a level 18 holy technician." The healing demon confirmed, "Yes. After many great battles, his mana has definitely been depleted long ago. Without mana, facing our legion of 300, just sheer numbers alone could wear him down." "Yes." Satisfied, the demon commander looked back at Chao once again. At the center of the attack, Chao remained expressionless, silently thinking that the divine hand had nearly drained all the mana in his body, and the mana recovery speed of his equipment was too slow. He had no choice but to rely on himself, as a skill panel appeared before him. Divine Arts, a one-time secret technique of the Holy Knight Temple, releases this secret technique without consuming mana and is unaffected by control skills. After using it, you gain a portion of the Divine Light's power, increasing 4 corresponding attributes based on your body's endurance. The speed of all Divine and Light skills will temporarily increase by 5, and the recovery rate of FP, stamina, and mana will increase by 20. The effect will last for a period of time, and after the skill ends, there will be a state of weakness. Then, a second later, a beam of light descended from the sky, piercing through the red veil above Chao Ni. What the hell was going on? Suspicious, the demon lord looked up and saw Chaoni inside a golden beam, surrounded by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings. Feathers fell from above, and whenever they touched a demon, they would lose a joint and dissolve into smoke. Vu Tru reached out to touch a feather and involuntarily exclaimed, "So this is Divine Radiance." Vong Lung, deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, standing nearby, could not help but be curious and asked, "Commander, what is Divine Radiance magic?" "It is a top-tier skill possessed by divine class professions that can harness all the energy and faith of the gods. I once saw a priest use the divine aura technique, and with just one move, he could restore the entire army's condition to its peak. It is because of this divine aura that only our troops could hold out and wait for reinforcements while surrounded by 3 demon legions. The divine power surges like the sea. Even without us, he could still destroy the demons." Below, the demon commanders and little devils stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it, exclaiming, "No way. This is clearly a supreme secret technique. He is an 18th level holy knight. How can he use divine energy?" The talented mage behind him hurriedly spoke up to remind, "Your Highness, once the divine spell is cast, only energy of the same divine nature can cut through it. If he completes the ritual, our entire legion will be doomed. It is just a skill after all." Both offense and defense immediately clash. "How long will it take to set up the magic array in the valley?" "1 minute, the sorcerer replied. "I understand. Now is the time for you to show your loyalty." "Yes," the sorcerer responded. Then the demon leader shouted, "All demons obey the command. Give everything you have to the demon lord Alema." Immediately after, he was the first to sacrifice his soul. Thus, hundreds of demons shouted slogans and willingly sacrificed their souls. Then, their souls were all absorbed by the demon lord. Seeing the dark power radiating from the demon lord grow stronger, the goddess looked down in contempt and said, "Miserable, ugly, lowly creatures. Holy Knight, I grant you divine energy." Divine prophecy. As she spoke, the goddess raised the demon lord's hand. Divine revelation. As she spoke, the goddess raised the demon lord's hand. The demon lord's eyes immediately lit up. Then, a beam of light from his hand shot straight toward the demon lord who was absorbing the sacrificial soul. The ground shook as a cataclysmic explosion sent dust billowing everywhere. But as the dust cleared, everyone saw that the demon lord was still able to rise. He even gathered a massive fireball. The willpower of demon fire is the strongest innate skill, condensing the fire element to its extreme. The surface temperature can reach up to 15 million degrees Celsius. If it were not for the tribe's offering, I would not be able to perform this skill either. Thinking silently, the demon lord rose up, died. Holy Knight. Then, he threw the fireball straight at the orb. It is just a pity that he was left disappointed. As the dust settled, he still saw the orb shining brightly. The demon lord immediately began to glow. As the dust settled, he still saw Chao Nu standing tall without a scratch. Only now did he realize that he and Chao were not on the same level, so he did not dare hesitate and immediately grabbed his pants to run towards the magic array to return. But Chao Nu of course did not give him that chance. "Heretic, in the name of a god, I sentence you to death." With that, Chao Nu waved his hand, causing a beam of light to descend from the sky, directly taking the demon lord's life back. "I have completed my mission. My glory." Returning to the holy realm, the demon lord muttered a few delirious words before his last breath. Witnessing that scene, the remaining demons panicked like headless snakes, screaming in fear. "What now? The demon lord has sacrificed himself, but the teleportation array back was destroyed. How can we return to the holy realm now?" "Finally, it is over," Chao Nu said before falling into a weakened state, losing consciousness. As a result, his body fell freely down to the realm. Chao Nini, Kyung Sonin, and the Than Lone team rushed over anxiously. The deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion hurriedly gave orders. "Priest, quickly check Chao Mi's condition. Team 1. Team 2, quickly search for any surviving profession users around the mountain area. The rest of the Legion members will charge with me." "Too heavy. I can't breathe. It feels like something is pressing down on my chest. Can't move. Is this sleep paralysis? Am I about to die?" Thinking about that moment, Chao Ni suddenly woke up. Only now did he realize he was lying in a hospital room. "Moreover, you really did get crushed by that 50-kilogram shadow," Kong So Nien said with sleepy, squinting eyes. "Chao Nini, you are awake. You have been unconscious for 2 days and nights. Let me go inform everyone." "That is right. Thank you for saving me." Kong So Nien suddenly kissed Chao Ni on the cheek. Then she shyly turned and walked away. Chao Ni looked reluctant as he spoke. Just then, the system board suddenly appeared. Daily missions. 200 push-ups not completed. 200 squats not completed. 200 sit-ups not completed. I slept for 2 days straight and missed the daily rewards for those 2 days. Let us see if completing the achievements makes up for it. The demon slaying achievement mission is complete, and the corresponding rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on acquiring the S-tier talent skill Death Resistance. With Death Resistance, your body can withstand death and quickly recover from any damage taken. Congratulations on receiving the S-grade magic potion, the Blessing Spirit Potion. After drinking it, the drinker's luck will increase for 12 hours, a talent that can heal damage. This kind of talent exists in every profession, but the effects vary. But if it is both an S-rank talent and called Death Resistance, then it must be truly special. Thinking this, Chao Ni eagerly summoned a knife. did not hesitate to stab it lightly into his back, then pulled it out and waited for the result. Watching the wound heal at the speed of light, Cha-Ni could not help but marvel, recovering in just 2 seconds. Impressive. In this situation, even during battle, he would not be affected by normal damage, greatly enhancing his survival chances. What if it were a serious injury? With that thought, Cha-Ni conjured a crutch, but after some thought, Chu-Ni did not dare to be reckless and put the crutch away, instead continuing to study the reward. The lucky charm potion, how much does it increase luck? Go outside and immediately find a legendary grade weapon. Or maybe just some random old lady passing by is actually a 3rd-tier professional. Or did I suddenly get a rare piece of equipment by the roadside? A vial of divine medicine that can unlock infinite possibilities. I will use it later. Just as Cha-Ni was about to close the system, a notification caught his attention. Holy Radiant Wheel. Grade A. Condensing a holy radiant wheel around the body, granting the ability to control the fire element. Increases fire and light damage for yourself and nearby allies by 20% for a certain duration. Holy Radiant Wheel. What is this divine skill? Cha-Ni recalled the moment fighting the Demon Lord. It was then that the protection of this rank holy angel bonded with the user. Your light element is enhanced, and all effects of light and divine skills are greatly amplified. Holy Flame Light Wheel. Grade A. Condenses a holy flame light wheel around the user, granting the ability to control fire elements. It increases fire and light damage for the user and nearby allies by 20%, with the effect lasting for a certain period. The holy flame wheel is a light element skill that can be greatly enhanced by the protection of the holy angel. Once used, it increases light and fire skill damage by 40%. If I use light punishment while using the holy flame wheel, would not I become a dual element lightning and fire mage? Just as Cha-Ni was lost in thought, a knock on the door brought him back to reality, and a young stranger came to visit him. After settling down, he introduced himself. I am the deputy leader of the Snow Dragon Legion, Mage Wang Lang, classmate Zhou Yi. Thanks to you for timely eliminating the demons and disrupting the teleportation formation this time. Otherwise, we would not have been able to capture so many demon prisoners. Chang replied modestly, you are too kind. I was just doing what needed to be done. Did you come to see me about something? The commander should have come to thank you in person, but he is busy right now, so I have to do it for him. One final strike from classmate Chao Mai. Although it destroyed half of the Mist Valley's dark barrier, still perfectly preserved the trace of the demon's descent. The Legion had uncovered the demon's secret, and the commander had already gone to report the matter to his superiors. Then he took out a sphere. As soon as the orb was activated, the entire room transformed into a virtual space with all kinds of items appearing before Cha-Ni's eyes. The resources of the Snow Dragon Legion had been accumulated here for hundreds of years. Don't be polite. Just tell me what you like, Wang Lang was ready to say. And Cha-Ni could not help but be amazed. After looking around, there were even high-grades level treasure resources. After searching for a while, Cha-Ni asked, does the Snow Dragon Legion's deputy leader in the warehouse have an S-grade extreme cold ice chain? Wait a moment while I check, Vong Long said as he performed a few actions, then pointed at the screen and asked, is this the one? Exactly. Cha-Ni was thrilled. Alright then. Vong Long tried to act calm on the outside, but inside he was overwhelmed with emotion. Spending 100 million contribution points at once, equal to 3 years of his salary. You will probably have to ask the commander to cover it since the extreme cold ice chain is in the main warehouse. So you will need to wait here a few more days. If you get bored, I can help arrange some people to go with you to hunt magic beasts in the arena. Vong Long spoke coldly as he walked toward the door, but out of Chao Mini's sight, he could not help but smile, thinking that letting the kids in the group hunt monsters with Chao and Ni would build camaraderie. Once Chao Ni became a top-tier warrior, the Tiat Long Legion would also gain some glory. I could say this move of mine was perfect. Just as Vong Long was quietly pleased, Chao Ni's next words hit him like a cold splash of water. Sorry, I have to go back to school tomorrow for the freshman competition. Just send the extreme cold ice chain to my dormitory. I forgot he is still a student. Vong Long sighed deeply and replied, the extreme cold ice lotus will be delivered to your dormitory 001 at Tahang University in 2 days. If you ever encounter problems you can't solve at Kung Feng Xuan match, be sure to contact the Snow Dragon Legion. After saying that, he immediately left. Chao Ni sank into the sofa, unable to help but smile happily. Xiao Yun was saved. I really should thank that damn ghost. Without it, I would not have had the chance to get the extreme cold ice chain from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse. Glancing at the clock, Cha-Ni thought to himself, it is almost noon. I need to finish today's daily tasks first. At the Thanlone squad, as Than Lian stepped out of the bathroom, she was immediately surrounded by her teammates. Captain, we want to invite Cha-Ni to join the Thanlone squad. What do you think? Than Lian said indifferently. I do not think he will agree. With his strength, he can take down the beast alone even more effectively. Uncle Dan smiled and said, you won't know until you try. Moreover, is not the captain just like us wanting him to join us? When Tianrun chimed in, I have seen the captain sneak off a few times to visit Cha-Ni. You know, Than Lian did not reply but quietly recalled the time she visited Cha-Ni. At that time, she did indeed invite him to join the team, but he tactfully declined. Although regretful, Tathan Lian did not press further, only unable to resist saying something before leaving. That is right, to thank you for saving us in the spring wheat storm. This is a special thank you for you. Then, Tathan Lian placed a kiss on Chao Mai's cheek, smiled mischievously, and walked away. Cha Ni could not help but recall a similar gesture from Kyung So Nian and felt a bit embarrassed. Special reward. A special thank you. Girls these days are really bold. Meanwhile, Tu Vu Chu was reporting to his superiors that according to the investigation, during this demon invasion compared to 3 years ago, they appeared alternately in the spring vein storm. The investigation shows that the demons have mastered the method of moving through medium-sized spatial rifts. Are you sure? Do you understand what this report means? Tu Vu Chu confirmed that until now, interdimensional creatures could only invade Lam Time through large spatial rifts. Because large spatial rifts are also rare, the risk of interdimensional invasion is not high, but there are countless medium-sized spatial rifts on Lam Time. And if otherworldly creatures can invade through them, Lam Tim will face an extinction crisis. That is why this investigation result has been verified many times. Fortunately, we discovered that only level 30 otherworldly creatures can pass through medium-sized spatial rifts. The man with horns on his head immediately ordered that we must quickly prepare a response force for this issue. Representative Duong, please quickly inform all major corps nationwide to investigate all medium-sized spatial rifts within their respective outposts. Officer Truong, attend the International Union Congress to report this discovery and observe the reactions of other countries. At this moment, Wang Wei, the principal of Tohang University, asked the team leader if the intelligence came from an 18-year-old boy. Yes, from the spell that projected Zhou Wei's image on the screen. This heroic teenager is named Chai, the newly risen Holy Knight, the top scorer in the Tahang Provincial University entrance exam, and the top freshman at Tahang University. Using the divine magic descent to defeat demons, he also destroyed the teleportation array, an act that has brought us immense benefits. The others were surprised to hear this. A Holy Knight becoming the top scorer of the province is quite rare, Tahang Province. And with the surname Chao, could he be backed by the Cha family of the Frost clan? At that moment, the senior official turned to Wang Wei and said, Counselor Wang, after returning to school, please help me keep an eye on Zhou Yai. Sure, if he is a promising talent, remember to let us know, and do not keep it a secret. Someone teased, from the universe, I silently admire Chao Ni. Here are the top experts in the country, and if he wins their favor, his future will surely soar. 2 days later, the freshman grand competition officially begins. A flying robot is circling the entire Tahang University announcing, please pay attention students, the freshman competition will start promptly at 10 a.m. Please make your way to the sports field to gather. As the time approaches, the Dean of the War Academy, representing the judges from the Armory Academy, Elemental Academy, Tactics Institute, and Logistics Institute, stands up to speak. I'm Gomang, Dean of the War Academy. Welcome to Tahang University. This new student competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a challenge copy of the Secret Realm, where ranking is determined by difficulty and completion time. The second stage is free challenge. Each person has 3 chances to challenge those ranked higher, and success changes the ranking order. While Wu Mang was speaking, Tu Mai Nai stood nearby, unable to stop worrying, as Chani and Kong So Nai still had not appeared. If he does not show up at the exam hall, he will lose his chance to participate in the freshman competition. We really should not tell him until we have definite news about the Extreme Cold League. It is almost over now. It was not just Tumainu who noticed Chao Ni's absence. The other students, seeing he was nowhere to be found, began to speculate about what had happened. Hey, have you guys seen Chao Nini? Not yet. Do you think he forgot about the freshman competition? That is very likely, since he has not returned to school for a month. Good news. We can eliminate a competitor right away. Them Linfeng stood in the crowd and smiled quietly upon hearing these words. Chao Nini, you are not at school to train, wasting a whole month. Now even Deng Qi is not here to join the freshman competition. The opportunity is right in front of him, yet he sees it is truly pitiful. Next, the first stage of the freshman competition, the challenge replica, the Silver Secret Realm, opens. Just as Ngo Mang finished speaking, the gate leading into the secret realm was unlocked. A dark singing flame spread across the vast space. The scale and strength of this freshman competition are the strongest in history, allowing everyone's abilities to be fully unleashed. This time, the Secret Realm replica not only has easy, hard, and nightmare levels but also specially adds the Abyss difficulty. A student hearing this could not help but get excited, and yet the Abyss difficulty has already been unlocked. No wonder the Great Sect Secret Realm has such a blazing fire. It does not make sense. I remember the difficulty of the Abyss model is supposed to be 10 times more terrifying than the nightmare level. Next up is some fun. I swear I will clear the deep level copy later. As he spoke, the students began bustling to prepare their gear to enter the secret realm. Bring your best equipment, magic potions, and weapons. Let us go. As soon as Ngo Mang finished speaking, information about the secret realm appeared. Dungeon replica, Fubong lair, levels 12 to 19. Difficulty options include easy, normal, nightmare, abyss, with a party size of 1 to 6 players. Attention! In the dark and gloomy forest, home to a pack of fierce Fubong, It is said that a human body cannot even fill the belly of a small fubong. After that moment, all the newcomers were transported inside the secret realm. Ingomang looked at the screen where the difficulty options Nightmare or Abyss were displayed and whispered in admiration. Not bad. Not bad. They are all young people full of vitality moving forward positively. At that moment, Ngomang noticed something unusual. Why were numbers 001 and 003 missing? Tumaini hesitated before reporting to the director that 001 and 003 had been training at Fengshuan match all along and had yet to return, causing an obstruction. Ngomang was furious. The freshman competition determined the direction and resources for future cultivation. How could anyone be late for something so important? Young people should not get arrogant just because of their ranking and neglect their responsibilities. Director, Chaoman is not that kind of person. He is because Tumaini was trying to defend Chaomai but was cut off by Ngomang before she could finish. Students like that need to cultivate their mindset. If they are late, they do not need to participate and will be ranked last. Just then, Chaoyi arrived with Kong Sonian, panting and apologizing for being late. After saying that, he and Kuang Sonian directly chose the Abyss difficulty. Then both were quickly teleported inside the secret realm replica. You have arrived at the Fubong lair. You have chosen the Abyss difficulty. Attention, the monsters in the Abyss difficulty are extremely ferocious. Please be careful to use the opportunity to retreat. Hopefully the difficulty is as rumored, Chaoyi said as he activated a series of buffs like the Blessing of Dawn, the Gift of Courage, the Gift of the Gods, the Guardian Gift, while pulling out his weapon ready to fight. Monsters, Fubong Warrior. Level 17. Silver Aptitude, Skills. Guardian Hair. Attack, Fury, use a Fubong Warrior monster. Level 18. Silver Aptitude, Skills. Resilient Aura. War Stomp. Chanyuga glanced at the information about the monsters roaring and preparing to charge at him, hoping to bring out his full strength. Filled with excitement, Chani said and then jumped high, swinging a hammer. Elsewhere, Kyungsonam was using the B-level skill Flash Strike, continuously deploying weapons and launching metal needles, delivering heavy blows that pierced the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, the Ninefeng concentrated fiery power throughout his body, unleashing an extreme fire punch that caused massive damage to single targets to deal with the monsters. Another top student chose to use the C-level skill Whirlwind Heartbreaker, staggering his enemies before leaping up and kicking them to the ground, temporarily knocking them out, but being attacked by 16 Fubong creatures at once still overwhelmed him. The judges monitored the students' performance on the screen and began to make their initial comments, noting that overall the new students' performance this year was not bad. The Fubong replica is the most difficult secret realm replica our school has. Previously, new students entering the replica would be beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, resulting in their elimination from the competition. This year, they all remained steadfast. At that moment, Ngomang ordered the technical team to display Windows 001. I have to see what level 001 has reached after wasting a month with Fengshuan match, and the screen immediately displays an image of Chaoyi. At this moment, thick smoke and fire surround him, while the system shows a notification. Congratulations on passing the first gate, weaving through 16 Fubong beasts. Time. 5 seconds. The result was so incredible that Elemental Academy Dean Chu Hodong was amazed and exclaimed, 5 seconds is unbelievable. Why can Chanayun achieve the strongest effect of the Holy Flame Wheel support skill to directly track the beast? Tong Qi, the head of the Armory Academy, speculates vaguely that it must be because Chao Nai's intelligence attribute is extremely high. Since this was the first time Wu Mang encountered this situation, he did not dare to make a bold conclusion and had to cautiously analyze it. There are many reasons for high damage skills, including intelligence attribute, strong enhancements, and natural talents. It was just a battle that could not be clearly identified yet. Even I, with many years of combat experience, could not figure out what kind of skill that strange light wheel was or how effective it was. Chao Yi did not waste this whole month. This kid is interesting. Little did Chao Yi know he was causing a stir among the judges, who were still fully focused on the match. The punishment of light. As Chan Yudi spoke, thousands of lightning bolts struck the monsters, sending them straight to their ancestors. Meanwhile, the notification board continued to appear. Congratulations on clearing the second stage, defeating 200 Fubong in 1 minute 23 seconds. The victorious spirit charges forward, and Chan Yi continues to use the spear to win, successfully clearing the third stage in 3 minutes 29 seconds. By clearing the Deep Abyss copy in 4 minutes 57 seconds with an SSS rating, you have been recognized as the top record holder. Rewards for clearing the stage include a B-rank skill book, the Hammer of Atonement, 13,212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, and 25 skill points. The Hammer of Atonement, a hammer imbued with divine power against enemies, will cause them great damage. As the first to clear the stage, you have unlocked a talent achievement. You can choose one of the 3 options below. Eternal Light Core, a Chu, increases neural reaction speed by 30%, and when using skills, there is a 30% chance they won't be interrupted. Practice, a Chu. After entering combat mode, the teleportation speed will continuously increase, up to 50%. Steadfast Defense, Achoo. While using the staff as a weapon, the resistance power will increase by 30%. Receiving the notification surprised the council. How could a new talent be gained through the replica? Whether a professional is strong or not largely depends on their talent. At first, I relied on an S-rank talent to activate the class change to Paladin during the promotion conference. This must be a privilege of silver-level clones and above. Right? Anyway, the bronze-level clone from my competition also had new records, but there were no rewards like this. Choosing 3 is quite considerate too. No need to worry about getting a useless talent. Thinking this through, the council began to calculate that steadfast defense fits well with a holy knight when tanking, but I do not have many opportunities to use it. Counterattacking is not bad either, though it is slightly weaker compared to focused radiance. In actual combat, the time from spotting the enemy to launching a counterattack takes the most time. The stronger the enemy and the faster their attacks, the more valuable quick neural reflexes become. Above the ever-changing sky, focused brilliance can reduce the danger of interrupted skills, and can still be used as a key to turning the tide of battle. At this moment, another gate filled with a dark aura opened, displaying a message that the replica of the abyss had been cleared. If you want to activate the side door card, the aura that annoys others comes directly from the teleportation gate. Hopefully, the side door card can make me a little happier. Chan Yini was full of anticipation and stepped through the gate without hesitation. Outside, Chan's recent performance left the judges in awe once again. Everyone gave their comments based on their expertise. That combat technique is quite fierce. Perfect elemental control. Quick thinking. Strong adaptability. The difficult level clone really was worth the effort to unlock. Chan Yi is very versatile, not only mastering powerful offensive magic but also considering strength enhancement, and even his close combat skills are equally impressive. However, the skills of Chao Mini's Holy Knight are just too comprehensive. Leveling up like that, combined with huge consumption, the results might only be average. Nugomang nodded in agreement as he listened to Truong Lang, the head of the Strategy Institute. This is indeed a problem. I will speak to him in person once the new student battle is over. Upon hearing this, Tongl and Zhu Huyang immediately spoke up energetically. Director Wu, Zoe has not yet decided which academy to attend, so it would be more appropriate for the principal there to discuss his choice. That is right. Everything has to wait until Chao Mai chooses an academy before we can say anything. Chao is very skilled in elemental magic, making him a perfect fit for the elemental academy. This is the beginning of a kidnapping. The words immediately drew everyone's attention. Really, it seems everyone is very pleased with Chao Niai. Unfortunately, I arrived late and did not get to see him show his full strength. Wang Hai smiled and said, turning back to Chao Mini. As soon as he stepped through the side door, a grim and bleak scene unfolded before him. Looking at the pile of dry frost stacked not far away, Chan Yi wondered if a dark god ritual had once been held here. He stared intently at the frost on the throne placed atop the pile of dry frost and silently answered himself. This world has a god of light, so naturally there must be a corresponding dark god. Evil gods are not only the name for dark gods but also a general term for chaotic, frenzied deities. These two are very different. Worshipping the radiant light or the dark god only requires loyalty, but worshipping the evil god demands pure life and soul. The infamous blood silence incident a few years ago was caused by a third-tier profession worshipping the evil god. He secretly planned to sacrifice an average-sized city. Tens of millions of lives were lost in a single night, and in an instant, he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was destroyed by the Legion and the patrol emissaries, the tens of millions of souls devoured by the dark god could not be revived. Since then, the Zongxia kingdom has strictly prohibited worshipping the dark god, and anyone caught doing so is immediately executed. However, the forces worshipping the dark god continue to grow, with many willingly venturing into danger. Of course, it was not only humans who worship the dark god. Tribe, spirit tribe, and angel tribe all have the ability to worship the evil god. Silently, Trung Yiga took a step onto the red formation on the ground. Immediately, a thick purple smoke enveloped the dry mist on the throne. And then, the monster awakened. Monster, Fubong Spiritless. Level 19. Attention. Leader of the Fubong tribe. A spirit evolved after the dark god ritual. Pure flesh and blood. It has been a long time since I have seen one. Human, you smell truly delicious. I did not expect you to be an immortal creature immune to physical damage. If the fighters saw this final boss, they would be stunned. Trung Yigai hoisted his hammer on his shoulder and said to the boss with excitement, "Bring it on." Then he used the Divine Light Storm skill to summon a storm condensed from holy light at the designated spot, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range. Making his point clear, Hemph, like taking stones to fight. The boss barely finished speaking before being sucked into the vortex and crushed. But just a moment later, the boss fully recovered to its original state and opened its mouth to praise. "I admit your holy light is indeed powerful, but against the immortal strength granted to me by Lord Axkea, it is like throwing stones at a shield." Seeing the intense aura surrounding Chao Ni growing stronger, the boss guessed that with such a dense holy light, he was about to use his finishing move. It won't work. Everything you do is just a futile struggle. After using all your finishing moves, how much strength do you have left in your body? The next time I come back to life will be the moment you have to sacrifice yourself.
Oh, is that so?
Chao Ni sneered, then raised his hand toward the boss. Immediately, a giant sphere shot straight at the boss, causing it to scream in agony. But before dying, it still defiantly said, "I told you, you can't defeat me." Without hesitation, Zoye stood his ground and continuously fired light spheres at the boss, sending it away for good. "Congratulations on completing the dungeon. Your completion time is 1 minute and 12 seconds. As a reward, you have earned 7,113 experience points, leveled up to level 19, and received the golden monster aura." It turns out that the idea of infinite resurrection is just a fantasy. It seems that as long as its power is completely drained, it can be defeated. Before leaving the secret realm copy, Ninga looked back with some reflection, recalling that when he first entered this space, he sensed a vague, fierce power. This source of power is not elemental, but when using the artifact, the power feels similar, so it is speculated to be the remaining power of the god. When the soul beast first revived, that strange power diminished a bit, which is why it is believed that the soul beast's number of resurrections is limited. The exact way to clear it is to defeat the soul-possessing beast one time at a time, forcing it to continuously draw on the divine energy in the space until that energy is completely depleted. While Chang'e has already completed both tasks, the other students are still struggling to pass the exam. Besides the students who were defeated by the boss, there were also those who defeated it. Like them Line Foam, the sub-level is indeed the hardest part of the dungeon, requiring the soul beast to be defeated 10 times to be completely destroyed. Fortunately, he had leveled up twice not long ago, allowing him to control the clearance time within 8 minutes. Thinking this, Line Foam felt satisfied and quickly left the dungeon. Divine Hand, can Cha Ni Yusin's rank skill. Wookie needs it. The head of the logistics academy can't help but smile happily. The other teachers started gossiping when they saw Chao Ni come out. Did Chao Ni just mess around and then take a shortcut? Haha, shortcuts like this, let us see if other freshmen can try it too. Well said. It seems our holy knight has his own secrets after all, and rank skill is not something a student from a humble area could normally access. Could it? Before the teacher could finish his sentence, the principal's knowing cheer interrupted him, so he immediately understood and fell silent, though inwardly confused that the principal was defending a student. At that moment, to my nut, watching Chami intently, let out a pleased sound. There was something off about his level. By level 19, the others started whispering after hearing that. Level 19 really? When the exam rankings were announced, Chao Ni was only at level 13. Even a Them level dungeon could not have boosted him 6 levels at once. This person is truly terrifying, and I know some of the inside story. Vong Hai spoke up to explain that after reporting, Chao Ni left the school to level up by fighting monsters. During his time with Feng Xuanmak, he gained quite a lot and had already reached level 18 upon entering the dungeon. He could single-handedly annihilate the Legion of the Fiery Demon. The freshman tournament is truly as easy for him as turning his hand over. If the freshman tournament were not the official basis for resource allocation, he probably would not have bothered to participate at all. As soon as Them Lang Fong stepped out of the dungeon and saw Chao Mai already standing outside, he was surprised. Why was he here? Could it be that he finished the dungeon before him? Thinking this, he immediately tried to convince himself, impossible. He must have failed the challenge in the dungeon and retreated early. Bearing the glory of the 8 great families of Jiangning, I absolutely cannot lose to a poor northerner. Them Line Foam told himself and then withdrew his skills, returning to his normal state. Then his cold eyes glanced past Chao Ni without even a greeting, leaving Chai puzzled. So fierce. Could it be he failed the dungeon? At that moment, he heard a scream not far away. Chao Ni immediately looked toward the sound and saw Kong So Nian falling freely from the dungeon gate. Careful. Chao Ni kissed her quickly, then dashed over to catch Kong So Nian. Big brother Chao Mi, you really are faster than me. Kong So Nian spoke while naturally hugging Chao Ni. Ka. Chao Ni, your eyes look puzzled. Kyung So Nian, I am only a few months older than you, so should not you call me big brother? Kang So Nian replied naturally, and since it was a small matter, Chao Ni went along with it. At that moment, a number of students, just like Kyung So Nian, fell out of the dungeon gate, but they were not as lucky to be caught by that hot boy. Moreover, it seemed that being inside the dungeon was not easy either, as they kept crying out in pain and begging for help. As soon as they returned to the real world, the medical team quickly administered aid. Hurry, Hermione urgently instructed as she rushed to treat a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students were safely out. The gatekeeper closed the entrance to the secret realm and announced that Phase 1 was officially over, now revealing the rankings and completion times. Finally, the results are announced. I can hardly wait any longer. Them Line Feng was smiling smugly, but his face twisted as he read the rankings. Top 1. Chao Ni. Dungeon clear time 4 minutes 57 seconds. Sub-level clear time 1 minute 12 seconds. Top 2. Them Line Foam. Dungeon clear time 13 minutes 35 seconds. Sub-level clear time 7 minutes 42 seconds. Top 3. Kyung So Nin. Top 4. Tong Halan. Top 5. Tan Fong. Didn't really beat them Yent's dungeon before me, and by a full 15 minutes faster. Unable to accept this truth, Them Line Fong seemed to go mad, climbing up a pillar carved with the lineage. Silently cursing, Chao Nini, the one who stole my top scholar position, now steals the title of the new student champion. No matter what he does in the next phase too. Them Linfeng looks at Chao Mai with bullet-like eyes, determined to crush him underfoot. Chao Nini, unaware of them Linfeng's true feelings, is only distracted by his rude behavior, acting all high and mighty. Next, the second phase of the free challenge round officially begins. As Wu Mang claps once, a series of aerial arenas appear, each person having 3 chances to challenge, with a 5-minute rest period after each challenge. The second stage has finally arrived, and I want to challenge rank 754. My profession is not suited for fighting monsters but is perfect for competing against others. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Chao Ninai. Them Linfeng shouted loudly and jumped directly onto the arena, his eyes challenging Chao Ni. Come on. Chao Nini, let us see who is stronger. Kong So Niam shared some information with Chao Ni. He is them Linfeng rank number 2, from Jiang Nin, possessing the extremely rare flame dragon bloodline. Because of your appearance, his wish to be number 1 was shattered. So he hates you like that. Clearly his strength is far behind, yet he does not understand himself or others. Truly a fool consumed by hatred. Them thought. Chao Ni immediately jumped onto the arena, hoping he could give his all. Come on. Chao Nini, the Holy Knight versus the Berserker. Let us see who is truly stronger. Them Long arrogantly said. As soon as the referee shouted to start, he immediately unleashed his power and attacked Chao Wei with fiery fists and blood claws. Below the stands, Vong Hai saw this and immediately recognized them Linfeng's intention. The signature skill of the Berserker. Them Linfeng wants a quick victory, and Nugomang agrees, immediately activating blood power, rage, and fiery fists to launch the first attack. Chu Hodong admires, saying them Linfeng truly lives up to his lineage by trying to cut off Chao Nui's ability to boost his strength, making a decisive combat move. Although them Linfeng has good battle instincts, he was still 1 step slower than Chao Ni. Upon realizing his attack was ineffective, he could not help but exclaim, Saint Light Guard. When did you activate it? The Holy Light Shield is a level B skill that can protect injured body parts. It is the skill I least wanted him to use, but in the end I was still 1 step too slow. Them Linfeng silently regretted. Choosing wisely, his attack was indeed fast, but once I activated Holy Light Guard, it only took less than a second. Chao Ni said proudly, pulling out the gray hammer. I was hoping you could give me a real fight, so I deliberately held back from attacking first. Sorry, you just can't excite me anymore. Retracting his words, Chao Ni raised his hammer high and slammed it straight into them Linfeng's face, sending him crashing face first from the air, breaking through my flame chai shield in an instant. How could he have such strong energy? While them Linfeng was distracted, he suddenly realized Chao Ai had already closed in on him, the hammer in his hand ready to strike. Too late to dodge. No, I can't lose. The moment Chao Ni's hammer came down, them Linfeng was struck again and knocked off the arena. But unlike before, this time he used the Flame Dragon Claw. After blocking one of Chao Ni's hammer strikes with one hand, he rushed forward and struck Chao Mai with lightning-fast punches. The Flame Dragon Claw seems to be the energy hidden within his bloodline. As Chao Nudi spoke, he moved like a gentle breeze, dodging them Linfeng's high-speed attacks. While a hint of thought stirred within him, so it is like this with Hong So Nian and them Linfeng. Professionals wielding power seem to hold a formidable trump card within their bloodline, truly earning my admiration. Even if you activate the power of your bloodline, you are no match for me. Chao Nuni caught them Linfeng's wildly attacking arm and swung the hammer again, this time differently than before. Them Linfeng actually dodged that move, surprising even Chao Mi. My fairy dragon bloodline is not limited in close combat. Today I will show you the power of the flame dragon's claw. With a roar, them Linlong opened its mouth and breathed fire at Chao Ni. Oh, so that was dragon energy, the bloodline skill of the flame dragon bloodline. Them Linfeng was forced to use his trump card. Moreover, Chaoan did not use his special bloodline ability, which could put him at a disadvantage. Chaoan is losing, and Kuang Sonin is worried. Hearing the crowd say this only makes him more anxious. On the battlefield, Chaoan now uses the holy flame light, absorbing all the energy from them Linfeng's dragon breath, making them Linfeng suddenly feel a bad omen. Chaoan's gaze at this moment makes him feel like a subject facing a king. Impossible. Refusing to accept the truth before him, them Linfeng stubbornly spewed dragon energy at Chaomini. It is useless. Your fire cannot escape my control. Chaoani used his hand to absorb all of them Linfeng's dragon energy, then pushed the flames back toward him with a hammer strike. When the fight has reached this point, it is time to end it. Using my own fire to defeat me, in your dreams, watch me take back control of the flames. Them Linfeng used a dispelling skill, but the fire still reached him directly, knocking him to the ground. Them Linfeng lost consciousness. Chaoani won, and as soon as the referee announced the result, the rescue team immediately rushed in to treat them Linfeng. Them Linfeng, the so-called reckless berserker, was completely overwhelmed and defeated throughout the entire fight. Moreover, his true strength has yet to be fully unleashed. So just imagine how terrifying he would be at full power, with his rank and combat knowledge. Crushing them Linfeng was completely normal. Makes sense. Who would have thought he could reach level 5 in just a month? While everyone was buzzing with talk, Ngomang threw his weapon toward the arena, his voice full of excitement saying, Look, another elemental stage has appeared. A petite girl dressed as a Taoist priest challenged Chao Mi. I am Tong Helan, a level 17 spirit Taoist. Pleased to meet you. Spirit priests are a rare special class in a kingdom, specializing in using talismans and sealing magic. After identifying the strange illness of the little athlete as caused by the awakening of the vein, the pastor suggested using sealing magic to control it. I did not expect to have the chance to meet you here. Chaoni silently assessed his opponent and replied, level 19 sword knight. Chaonini, you probably have not used your full strength yet. Right? When the fight starts later. Could you let me get a sense of your full power breakthrough? Don't worry, I won't interrupt when you unleash your skill boost. Down in the stands, many students were stunned, finding it hard to believe. Since when did Chao reach level 19? No wonder I could not use the appraisal technique to investigate him. It turns out he is 3 levels above me. That is right, when Chaogi fought the Mlin Feng, he did not use any skill boosts at all, which is unbelievable. Tong Alan is not the heiress of the noble Tong family from Guian province, the only clan with ancestral certification outside. Seeing this, Chaoni smiled with interest and said, no need to hold back, I will follow your wishes. Then it is decided. Tong Alan clasped her hands and smiled, and the battle between them officially began. Chaoni activated the skills Li Min Charm Blessing, Courage Grace, and Guardian Grace one after another, leaving Tong Helan wide-eyed in astonishment. This is my state of flourishing fragrance. Now enjoy the battle between us. Saying that, Zoe flicked his hand and a beam of light flew towards Tong Helan. Since it has come to this, I have to fight with all my strength. Tong Helan's expression turned serious as she began activating her talisman, Grey Repentance Pursuit. A series of talismans flew above the hill, forming a circular barrier between her and the beam of light sent by Chao Ni. Then, she grabbed a talisman and recited an incantation, causing the light to explode. Taking advantage of the thick dust cloud that obscured her vision, Tong Helan fled, only to realize that Chao Mai was no longer in his original position. Just as she cautiously looked around, she heard his voice behind her. Did he really think changing position could escape my pursuit? As he spoke, Chao Ni swung his hammer, and Tong Helan quickly turned. Using a talisman to create a shield, she successfully avoided the sudden attack, but she could not help but wonder when he had arrived. In reality, although all the defensive equipment was activated, it could only barely hold up, so she took a risk with this move. Silently deciding, Tong Helan fired several fireballs at Chao Man to buy time, then chanted a spell to revive a battalion of bean pod soldiers. Seeing this, Chao Ni smiled with amusement and said, interesting, I did not expect the Peace Swarm soldiers from Jia Island. Then, at Tong Helan's command, the Peace Swarm soldiers all rose at once, and Chao Mingyi was able to take down the squad with a few punches, but they quickly revived and continued attacking him. These troops are not difficult to deal with on their own, but they possess a regeneration ability similar to the dark spirit beasts. This is a bit unfair. It seems the only way to truly eliminate these troops is to cut off their source of magical power. As he thought this, Chao Ni continued fighting under Tong Helan's bewildered gaze. It was truly absurd. His formation soldiers were strong enough to trap a level 30 senior profession, yet Chao Mini could handle them with ease. Just as Tong Helan fell into thought, Chao Ni once again like a gust of wind broke free behind her and swung an axe. Tong Helan immediately raised both hands in surrender. I admit defeat. Chao Ni won. He withdrew his move and asked with a puzzled look, are not you supposed to have a proper fight with me? We are simply not on the same level. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Tong Helan chuckled and replied, secretly thinking, do not joke around, a free match is not just one fight, and if you keep losing, you will end up like them Lin Feng. Next time I get the chance, I will ask for your guidance. Saying that, Tong Helan jumped down from the arena. Chao Ni spun the hammer in his hand, then looked down coldly and asked, is there anyone else who is not convinced? I am here waiting for everyone to challenge me. Of course, no one wants to get beaten up, so 7749 excuses were made to avoid challenging Chao Ni. Kong Sona looked at Chao Ni and smiled, saying, no wonder you are Chao Ni. Mai also looked at Chao Ni, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. His physical strength overwhelmed the warriors, while his agility and intelligence surpassed the mages. Chao Ni's strength was completely beyond my imagination. At that moment, a teacher asked his male colleague standing next to him with suspicion. He really comes from an ordinary, underprivileged family in the north, not from a prestigious lineage. He tops the freshman rankings, and the word genius no longer suffices to describe him. He is a monster. At the same time, Ningomang looked at the tense expressions of the academy heads and thought to himself, the second round is about to end. It is time for the schools to recruit students. No need to think twice. Chao Ni will definitely become the target of competition among the academies. Mai also realized this, so she quietly asked Ningomang, the dean, what we should do. Rest assured, I have already made preparations. I must have Chao Mi. Meanwhile, taking advantage of them Lin Feng's injury after the match with Chao Nini, many students challenged him and successfully improved their rankings, while them Lin Feng's rank kept dropping sharply. Although frustrated, them Lin Feng could do nothing but curse inwardly and focus on recovering from his injuries. I will show you what it means to regret too late. Half an hour later, the second round, the free challenge, finally ended with the top ranks going to Chao Nai, Hong So Nian, and Tong Helan respectively. The entire freshman competition has officially concluded. Now, everyone has been reordered, followed by the allocation of accommodations and credit points for the contestants. Even if you rank low or have slightly fewer points, do not worry, the school offers many ways to earn points, as long as you put in the effort. Next is the introduction of the academies. First, the male dean of our institute will give a brief overview of the educational strengths of the 5 academies. Mang spoke first to introduce his academy, the War Academy. Although the dark era of overwhelming alien invasions has passed, countless adventurers still sacrifice themselves on the battlefield every year. The goal of the War Academy is to train students with stronger combat abilities to increase their survival rate on the battlefield. Extreme and ruthless, that is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only accepts students from sects focused on elemental magic power. I will guide you to explore the truth of elemental power. The Arms Academy focuses on enhancing effective weapon use rather than relying on a range of skills. Come to our Arms Academy, where with just your body and weapons, you will possess ultimate power. The Tactical Academy is designed to train students with effective command and combat skills. Whatever your profession, join our Tactical Academy. Everyone surely knows that in war, top tactical warriors can significantly reduce the casualty rate of the entire legion. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of every operation. Hello, life profession players, please choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we are not known for combat skills, you will learn specialized knowledge about life professions. Once we grow up, the soldiers might even have to beg us. Haha. The head of the Logistics Institute laughed heartily and patted his dark belly, making the other heads want to refuse knowing him. Mang cleared his throat once and concluded that all information about the academies had been fully introduced. Now, students can log into the system to choose the academy they prefer. Chao Nini, which academy do you want to choose? Kyung So Nian asked. Chao Ni remained silent, staring intently at his phone screen. At that moment, Mang spoke to Chao Ni, saying, if you join the War Academy, I will become your personal tutor. A personal tutor? Chao Ni asked curiously. Mang explained that each tutor can recruit one elemental student for private guidance, and the resources held by the tutor will also be prioritized for that student. In addition, I have prepared some welcome gifts for you, including 3 level skill books and a level elemental exchange order, and other books. Oh wait, another director has also started joining the race to hunt the unicorn. Chao Nini, choosing a private tutor is not a small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Element Academy, our guild will equip you with a legendary set. The head of the Weapons Institute, standing next to the head of the War Institute, suddenly teleported right in front of Chao Ai to make an offer. As long as you become a member of the Arms Academy, you will have the freedom to choose and use anything outside that benefits your strength development. Hey, I got here first, the resentful Mang said from upstairs. How can this be about who came first? The key isn't then E. Chao Ni scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself that it felt like this had happened before. The other students watching could not help but feel envious. The 3 deans personally stepped in to compete for Chao Ni, a special treatment reserved for the top candidate in the entrance exam. It is truly enviable, as the position of a private tutor student is equivalent to a direct disciple in the clan, and they also enjoy priority access to the tutor's resources. But the conditions set by the 3 deans seem too generous. A level of skill book is already rare, yet the dean of the Elemental Academy is even more generous, offering a whole set of legendary equipment. Old Chu and Old Song Ding are really going all out this time. The Weapon Academy is one thing, but why is the Elemental Academy saving the Holy Knight? While Knave was harshly criticizing the 2 old friends, he heard the principal say something shocking. Zhou Yu will become my true disciple. The whole group turned their eyes to Principal Wang Hui. I will perform the Bloodline Fusion Technique on you once. What is the Bloodline Fusion Technique? The Bloodline Fusion Technique is a forbidden spell that requires combining the blood of another race to perform. This spell can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly enhance your physical abilities. Each time you upgrade, you will gain more free attribute points and skill points. The event of Principal Wang wanting to take Zhou Yai as his disciple immediately made the other students ponder. Just starting out and already using forbidden level magic. It has been a long time since anyone did that. You have to know, the top disciple of Principal Vong Hai is the president of the Thien Vu Guild, the supreme guild of Trunga Quok. If Cha Ni becomes Principal Vong's disciple, he can immediately leverage the principal's connections and rise to the top in one step. Line Foam, standing in front, felt even more jealous upon hearing this. That bastard is truly lucky. If it were not for Chao Nini, I would have been the top freshman. I will also have a solid support like Principal Vong Hai. Chuho Duong knows he can compete with Vong Hai, so all he can do is smile bitterly. I never expected Chao Nini's influence to be so strong that even the principal could not resist stepping in. There are still many surprises hidden within Chao Ni. Vong Hai responded and then took out something to give to Chao Nai. This is the reward from the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion who specially sent a master to deliver it to you. Line Feng recognized it immediately. A gold medal. How could that be? Even them family, one of the 8 great clans in Ning'an, does not have a gold medal. What does Chao Nini have to possess such a rare medal? Oh my god! I am not seeing things. That is the Medal of Honor, Tonghalan Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Kang So Nian said excitedly, and it is even a gold contribution medal. My father fought on the front lines for many years but only earned a silver contribution medal. She honored those outstanding contributors who overcame all obstacles and advanced for the civilization of Zongxia. Zhou Ye read the information on the medal and could not help but wonder when he had made such great contributions to Zongxia. As if reading your thoughts, Wang Hai spoke up to explain, saying he knew about your performance at the Kungfeng Mountain Pass, and this gold contribution medal is well deserved. Kungfeng Mountain Pass. But even with the power to annihilate the Demon Legion, one still cannot obtain the contribution medal. Could there be something hidden behind it? Thinking this, Chan Yudi still accepted the gift and did not forget to say thank you to the principal. Chu Hodong laughed mockingly. Chun Yi, so distant and yet still calling him principal. Chun immediately understood, bowed his head, and said, "Teacher, I am honored to be your student. If things can't be delayed, then I will take you." Saying this, Wang Hai used his spiritual power to leave with Chao Ning, whom, with a bright smile, stepped forward to Kyung So Nen. But before she could say a word, Tong Kai interrupted. "Friend of Kyung So Nen, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the same way I treated Chao Manga before." Old tongue, you are deliberately trying to block me, are not you? Hemph, if Principal Wang has already invited Chaoa, then of course Kyung So Nen can let you have him back to the main guy. Chani was taken by Wang Hai to his private villa, where he mainly kept some extremely precious items. If anything happens later, you can come here to find me. First, I will take you to choose the necessary ingredients for the bloodline fusion technique. Chan Yugen thought to himself that this villa must be Principal Wang's private treasury, and access must require teleportation. It might be located outside Dahang province, or even beyond Trungha country. At that moment, a magic formation appeared before Chan Yi. Wang Hai condensed elemental power, and then warned that after performing the blood vein fusion technique, your blood vein could fundamentally mutate. Moreover, most people will be attracted by the forbidden level spell seal, but they ignore the key point that the original blood of the mutated blood vein is the core. The potential of the bloodline in ordinary people like us is extremely limited. As we level up, the benefits each level brings gradually diminish, because many people who changed jobs after leveling up in vain resorted to choosing to refine alien blood to enhance their strength. Zoe was surprised to hear this. What? Could it be that even at your level, you still worry about the difficulty of leveling up? Of course, once someone reaches the third transition, each level up requires an immense amount of experience. But now you are level 64, and creatures of the same level from other worlds are usually Lord-class warriors, seemingly not easy to defeat. I have prepared 3 types of primordial blood for you: Angelic, Titan, and Giant clans, all of which are divine races. The bloodline fusion technique allows me to entrust you with a special grade bloodline, so you only need to choose one of the 3 original bloodlines. This angel bloodline is the essence extracted from the 2 bones of an angel. The angel race is a divine race of the god of light. If you merge the angel material, you will gain attributes to interact with advanced light. The Titan race believes the thunder god was born with the power to control thunder, and combining it will enhance the strength of any thunder skill when used repeatedly. The elder dragon race is a descendant directly related to the dragon god, possessing the purest dragon bloodline. After fusion, it will have the ability to suppress all beast races. Angels, Titans, dragons, these are all advanced races, at least level 60. Even with the system's help, I still do not fully understand this world, so I dare not make a rash decision. Thinking quietly, Chanin hesitated a bit and asked Wang Hai, "Teacher, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which one is more suitable for my current situation?" Faced with these 3 extremely rare blood essences, an ordinary young man might have acted on instinct and just picked one at random. Being able to stay rational and seek advice at such a crucial moment already proves this kid's calmness and steadiness. Wang Hai silently praised, then advised that the Titan blood and Giant heart blood are both very strong, but after using them, they mainly enhance your energy and magical abilities. Since you have a close connection with the divine light, the angel blood will be the best choice, and you might achieve an upgrade beyond imagination. After some consideration, Changyi finally decided to follow Wang Hai's advice and chose the angelic bloodline, which suits him perfectly. You are my 5th student. Before you, there were 4 others, and if there is a chance, I will introduce you to them. Teacher, I still have one question. Why did you give me that outstanding contribution medal? Simply exterminating the Demon Legion alone definitely would not earn such a precious medal. Wang Ho replied with a serious expression, then said, I want to keep it from you any longer. Your elimination of the Demon Legion at the Stormy Mountain Pass exposed their plan. The army discovered that otherworldly creatures can invade through medium-sized spatial rifts. Hearing this, Chan Yi immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. Does this mean there are many otherworldly creatures hiding in Trungha country? Yes. Initial investigations across Trungha country have uncovered hundreds of otherworldly creatures from various spatial rifts. If those otherworldly creatures are all low-level tomorrow, the corps can handle them. Many corps across the country have already been ordered to eliminate these creatures, and in the future, the school system will also issue related missions. As your student, I hope to be as strong as the seniors before me and dedicate my strength to the nation. Chan Yi clenched his fist, his expression resolute. and replied, "Yes, sir." Vong Hai handed a cube to Chao Nai and reminded him that the bloodline fusion technique still required some preparations, telling him to go rest. "Take this transport device and use it to come to me by 9 tomorrow." The next morning, Chan Yi opened the system panel to review the rewards and wondered which one to choose. The teacher had said before that the effectiveness of bloodline fusion depends on one's physique, and that fate is also a matter of luck. Thinking this, Chan Yi immediately chose the blessing elixir, an as great item that grants luck for 12 hours after drinking it. "Hopefully, this is great elixir I get after defeating the monster will take effect." Saying that, Chan Yi immediately used the divine potion and then opened the random treasure chest. "Congratulations, you have obtained the S-grade Genius Earth Treasure, Dragon Condensation Fruit. Longning Fruit, a strange fruit grown from the essence of a giant dragon, can enhance physical strength and increase magic damage after eating it." Chani jumped with joy. It really wasn't ranked Genius Treasure. The random treasure chests I opened before were all junk, but after drinking the divine elixir, it felt like a blind cat catching a fried fish. It was also time for the appointment with teacher Wang Hui, so Chao quickly used the teleportation device to go to his house as scheduled. When he arrived just in time, he heard Chu Hodong say to Principal Vong Hai, "Teacher, you really are ruthless. The divine elixir of the Heavenly Master clan is extremely rare, and producing the original blood of the Heavenly Master is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Part of the original blood kept outside can cause armies to fight over it. I have always been waiting for someone I am willing to give the original blood to, and Chan Yi is the person I have chosen. I am very satisfied with him. And of course there is no such thing as coercion." At this moment, Chan Yi acted as if he did not hear and spoke up. "Teacher." Dean Chu. Wang Ho looked at Zhou Ai once and smiled. "Very good. It seems you have successfully adjusted your body to its best state. Come over here. This is the blood vein fusion technique I have prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the center of the magic array." Chan Yi quickly followed. At that moment, Vong Hai said to Chu Hodong, "Director Chu, please activate the magic array. I will assist from the side." "All right." Chu Hodong responded and began activating the magic formation to start the blood vessel fusion process. Immediately, Chan Yi was surrounded by the light of elemental energy, but soon after, that golden light was extinguished by the blue light of the ice cold. Chu Hodong was astonished to witness this. The freezing power was incredible. It turned out that Chao Nie's body had a special bloodline. Soon, the entire mansion was covered by a thick layer of ice. Looking at his own arm frozen by magic, Chu Hodong was even more amazed. If Chaninga switched to the mage profession, with this terrifying ice power, he could become a top-tier ice mage in the future. I know Chao Nie's sister is awakening the ice bloodline, so I guess Chao Nie might have a similar bloodline. The angel bloodline is one of the highest bloodlines and suppresses lower quality bloodlines during fusion, so I did not pay much attention before, but now the angelic bloodline and the ice bloodline are connected and even counterbalance each other. With such a high-quality ice bloodline, Chao Nie's background must be extraordinary," Wang Hui said, thinking to himself. The heterodox bloodlines of humans all seem to come from players who joined the Eternal ranking earliest. After the Eternal ranking and reality merged, those with higher professional ranks could inherit the full bloodline. The icy power within Chao Nie can counter the angelic bloodline. In other words, his ancestor was a high-level player who joined the Eternal world early on. Otherwise it would not be possible. Chao Nie is a descendant and cannot activate such a terrifying ice bloodline. Without the ice bloodline blocking it, the angel bloodline could fully enter Chao Nie's body. Currently, the ice bloodline and the angel bloodline are opposing each other. Although the ice bloodline may eventually fade, the angel bloodline is also greatly diminished. Losing a large amount of pure angel essence could have worse consequences than using a great heavenly treasure. Now we can only leave it to fate. Forcibly severing the fusion ritual will only cause Chao Nie to go mad and lose his life. I hope Chao Nie has a good destiny. Chu Hodong sighed. After enduring the painful sensation caused by the two opposing bloodlines of the angel and ice, Chao Nie suddenly experiences something unexpected. The consciousness gate has activated. Do you want to enter the spiritual realm? In his subconscious, Chao Nie was in another space. From afar, a winged angel spoke to him. Son, you have finally arrived. Could this be my mental realm? While Chao Nie was still doubtful, the angel continued. My son, congratulations on receiving the blessing of the god. The god has sent me to grant you true power. You will not be bound by morality or limited by rules. And you will only need to follow your own desires and will. So, do you agree to accept that energy? Behind that veil is not the face of an angel, but the cruel smile of a demon. I feel so nauseous. Why is it that the moment I saw her, I wanted to take up the holy hammer and destroy her immediately? Son, do not be afraid. Accept the blessing with peace of mind. You will gain a power unlike anything before. The female angel Fei Kei said as she reached out her hand toward Chao Nie. But just a moment later she was struck in the face by a hammer. Chao Nie carried the mace on his shoulder, feeling somewhat relieved. Things were much better now, proving that following his own instincts was the right choice. Meanwhile, the angel Hang Diu was watching Chao Nie from somewhere and laughed quietly at the scene. The maid then looked at her with sharp eyes. It is okay, she just saw someone very interesting. After saying that, she snapped her fingers, secretly hoping the kid would not disappoint her. Back to the main story. After being physically struck by Chao Mai, the angel Fakei shouted, "What are you doing? Anyone who dares to insult the gods will face divine punishment." Leaving no place to hide, now, bow down immediately and beg for mercy, and I may consider forgiving you on behalf of the gods. No need. Chao Ni just pointed his weapon at the angel Fakei as a declaration of war. That brat Oak-Khan really does not know right from wrong. A cruel smile appeared once again on the lips of the angel Fakei. Then, he extended his hand with sharp nails forward and clenched it into a fist. Immediately, thousands of chains wrapped around Chao Ni. Countless bloodshot eyes appeared. The angel Fakei then laughed with satisfaction and said, "So many pleasing sounds. This is the consequence of not respecting Lord Xie, my divine servant." As soon as Chao Ni finished speaking, he was immediately slapped for his insolence. "Oat-Khan, you have successfully caught the master's interest. The master has specially sent me to baptize you. Bless yourself. Lord Xie will guide you in the right direction." Immediately after, the demonic forces relentlessly eroded Chao Mai's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a dark aura instantly surrounded Chao Ni, revealing it was the force of the Tathan. Vong Hai immediately used his power to prevent the formation from being broken while questioning why the Tathan forces appeared within the angel's bloodline when the angel's remains were killed by Tathan. Seeing the energy Wang Hui added being pushed out by the formation, Chu Ho Duong's face turned pale. This is bad. Chao Ni is in danger. The forces of the gods will use every means to destroy the angelic power. At that moment, Wang Hui suddenly said with relief, "Wait, it seems the angelic power within Chao Ni is not weakening but growing stronger instead." The icy veins and angelic aura gradually overpower the dark energy lurking in his subconscious. Chao Ni also managed to break the angel Faki's chains thanks to these two veins. Leaving her astonished, she clearly wanted to devour Wakan's soul. So why did such a powerful divine force suddenly appear? Chan had now transformed into a warrior of light with icy wings, drawing a weapon from his back to strike directly at the angel Fakei. Fakei vanished, revealing the true form of the dark god's minion. He burst out laughing and said, "Wakan, are you scratching an itch for me? Your resistance only adds a little more trouble to my plan." Retracting his words, the demon's minion hurled iron chains at Chao Ni, but they only shattered a layer of the ice wall. Before he could react in surprise, a magic array appeared beneath his feet, and sharp ice blades rose up, piercing through him. "Haha, I acknowledge this grand ceremony. What you call human energy is merely a tiny light granted by the gods. As the most devout follower of Lord Xie, the energy I speak of is something mortal eyes like yours will never comprehend." The henchman's body grew larger, thousands of eyes on him shooting destructive beams of light at Chao Ni, yet Chao Ni easily dodged all those sharp beams, truly like a creature that only knows how to run away. Saying that, the servant of the evil god bound Chao Ni with glowing chains, immobilizing him, then launched the animate attack, but he did not expect Chao Ni to break the chains and create a shield, successfully escaping his deadly strike. What? The minion of the evil god was stunned but quickly regained composure and continued attacking Chao Ni with thousands of glowing eyes. Just like before, Chao Ni deftly dodged, even gradually closing in on the demon's minion's true form, then used a powerful strike to successfully defeat the minion. At that moment, a sphere of light fell from the sky. Chao Ni absorbed the power and reached out to catch the sphere instantly. Outside, a beam of light shone directly on Chao Ni, leaving Chu Ho Dung and Vong Hai both amazed and excited. This was the power of the angel that had completely erased the evil god's energy. The angel's bloodline merging with the cold ice bloodline seems to be an incredibly clever method. An angel appeared, took Chao Ni from behind, and gradually disappeared, marking the official end of the fusion process. Chu Ho Duong stroked his long beard and smiled, saying that Chao Ni's fate was truly fortunate. Yet at the crucial moment, he received the blessing of the divine light, directly transforming danger into safety. Vong Hai could not hide his pride as he smiled and asked his beloved student Chao Ni, "How do you feel now? It seems like your strength has made a leap." Chan replied. At that moment, a series of notification panels appeared before him. Special Bloodline, Six-Winged Angel, Heavenly Bloodline, Divine Light, Divine Script. With Divine Light and Divine Script, you will have a very strong connection with the light and ice elements. With further evolution of your bloodline, your affinity with other elemental magics will also gradually increase. Innate bloodline talent grants magic immunity, allowing you to resist certain spells and skills cast by enemies, including Dispel, Purification, and other non-damaging abilities. It is the Six-Winged Angel bloodline, inheriting two innate bloodlines. Chao Ni exclaimed. Chu Ho Duong's eyes widened in amazement. Six-Winged Angel. It seems your bloodline fusion evolution was extremely successful, becoming the Six-Winged Archangel bloodline, the highest in the angel tribe. Moreover, the talent you inherited within this bloodline can continue evolving to S+ rank as your level increases. Teacher, I also have the secret bloodline technique S+ rank, called the Angelic Divine Zone. Chan Yudi stammered as he read the notification that just appeared. The secret bloodline technique, Archangel Divine Core, S+, releases part of the stored bloodline power within the body and transforms it into a divine form based on the Six-Winged Archangel. The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be unleashed. Note that before level 50, the power of the angelic bloodline has not been fully absorbed and refined. After using this secret technique, you will enter a period of weakness. Now try using the secret technique so I can see how much your strength has really increased. Hearing this, Zoe began to cultivate using the angelic bloodline secret technique, unleashing a tremendous angelic power that left Zhu Huiyang wide-eyed in astonishment at the overwhelming elemental energy. Vonghai activated his spiritual power, looked Chaoani over, and assessed. Good. After Chaoani used the secret bloodline technique, his strength was even 5 times greater. Chaoani, how do you feel now? It is truly unimaginable. My whole body is filled with energy like never before. The light element and the ice element are also your loyal allies. You can freely control and dominate them. The overwhelming source of power triggered the safety system in Vonghai's mansion to sound an alarm. Warning, warning, high-level elemental energy detected. Activating level 3 defense mode. The angel behind the wings is the favorite of elemental energy. Quickly withdraw the secret technique. If it continues, the defense system in the room will attack her. Chaoani quickly withdrew her power, and the system in Vonghai's house immediately returned to normal. At that moment, Chaoani suddenly felt unwell and used a healing skill, causing Chu Hodong standing nearby to worry. How is it? Is there any discomfort anywhere? Although the secret technique significantly boosts your strength, you have not experienced any prolonged battles yet and are feeling pain all over your body. Wang Hai explained that while the secret technique's bloodline can greatly increase your combat power, the energy of the 6-winged angel bloodline is too strong. For me right now, it is too much of a drain. It should be reserved as the last card. Chu Hodong watched Wang Hui and Chaoani talk and silently admired the 6-winged angel bloodline, a rare dual evolutionary talent. With this level secret bloodline combined with the angelic divine realm, for other freshmen, catching up to Chaono might remain a distant dream. Based on how her bloodline was awakened, I guess your sister's ice bloodline is not any weaker than hers. If you want the girl to awaken her bloodline in the best way, use the extreme cold ice refining pillar. The university has a department specializing in refining various medicines, and you can directly place an order for refining through the school system. Now go back and get some good rest, Wang Hui said, patting Zhou Ai on the shoulder. As Zoe left, Chu Huyang withdrew his smile and asked seriously, Principal, why was Zhou Ai affected by the energy of the evil god like that? If he encounters any unexpected trouble, it would be a great loss not only for Dahang University but for the entire Trungha nation as well. Chaoani survived. Thanks to the blessing of the radiant god, I will conduct a thorough investigation, leaving no possibility unchecked. Back at the dormitory, Chaoani remained preoccupied with his sister's case, determined to master the extreme cold furnace. Besides the main ingredient, the extreme cold ice lotus, I also need an agreed heavenly treasure, the ice orchid herb. Soon the Snow Dragon Legion will send me the extreme cold ice lotus, and as for the ice orchid herb, Chaoani miscalculated. The bronze medal rewards 500 credits, the silver medal 1,000 credits, and the gold medal the highest at 2,000 credits. For now, I have enough credits and should be able to easily buy it at the school's general store. Just then, following the dean's orders, Tumaini arrived to deliver the resources promised by the War Academy to Chaoani. For some reason, in just one day apart, Chaoman had grown significantly stronger. This feeling of advancement does not come from leveling up but from the nobility of the bloodline. Tumaini thought to herself. Chaoani was somewhat surprised when Tumaini spoke. Was not she supposed to have chosen teacher Vong Hai? Why did Dingo give her the resources? Tumaini explained that Principal Vong Hai is her personal teacher, but usually she studies at our academy. Moreover, these resources are allocated by the War Academy, and all top freshmen can receive them. So that is how it is, but why is it our War Academy? Miss Tu, are not you a professional mage? What? Mages are not allowed to teach at the War Academy, Tumaini joked, then distributed resources to the council. Although there were many items, the only thing that caught the council's attention was the Ice Wolf Herb. Ice Wolf Herb. Its effect can be combined with Extreme Ice Lotus to refine the Extreme Cold Pill. This pill can significantly increase the chance of awakening the cold ice blood vessel. This is the desired herb, truly worthy of being called a blessing herb. Once the Extreme Ice Lotus arrives, we can buy some additional ingredients and start refining the Extreme Cold Pill. After Chananki received the item, Tumaini said, Alright, the main task is done. Now it is your turn to be taught. Your strength is greater, so entering the Storm Mountain path for training is no problem. But going into the inner area is like walking into a trap without fear. You should always make sure you can protect yourself before taking action. At this, Mista's expression grew a bit sad every year. Many talented graduates leave to Hang University, but truly becoming a shining gem is extremely rare. You have to understand, many talents face unpredictable situations outside and lose their lives along the way. Don't blame me for talking too much. Being careful is always better. I can't tell Nems to that I have a protection system and that the danger level entering the Mad Demon Mountain is still under control. Thinking to myself, I choose my words carefully. I understands. 'Tis good intentions and will remember them deeply. There is one more thing I want to ask you. My strength has increased again. Can you recommend some safe places for training and help me with some real combat practice? You really are a monster, Tumaini exclaimed before leading Chaoani to a place full of robots. You can deploy training robots for real combat exercises and set different difficulty levels for challenges. These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to level 10. And the more robots there are, the more their combat power multiplies. At level 10 combat stance, a robot can defeat a level 20 master. At the same time, your challenge will be fully recorded, with detailed photos taken by the surrounding telescope robots. They can also monitor various data about you during the challenge and generate a detailed report once it ends. Although you can pause anytime, she still advises you to start the challenge at a low difficulty level. She has to go to class now, so take it slow and steady. Know your limits, and do not push yourself too hard. All that is left is for you to give the command to the visual orb to start the challenge. As soon as Tamini left, Chani gave the order. Visual orb. Begin. Initiate combat stance level 7. Orders received. Execution program responded. Combat monitoring has begun. All 50 training robots have been fully deployed. Attention. Level 7 combat mode has officially begun. As soon as the visual orb finished the announcement, a hailstorm of bullets and explosions rained down on Chani. But for a guy like him, the golden boy of dodging, this game is a breeze. After escaping the robot's attack, Chani began counter-attacking with the welding force he gained after merging the welding bloodline. One punch instantly destroying the giant robot. Hanbang Chi luck seems to be effective. Chaoma felt secretly pleased, then switched to using Hanbang Feng Bao, wiping out the entire robot squad with a single move. Chao Nini, congratulations on successfully passing the level 7 combat form test. Training statistics show a total of 50 level 7 robots defeated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Overall evaluation. Excellent. Hanbang Chi power truly has a miraculous effect in controlling the enemy. Level 7 combat form. If it is this easy to pass, I wonder if the highest difficulty can really make me go all out. After some thought, Chao Ni decided to give it a try and directly started the level 10 combat form. The training robot will be excessively damaged, so the level 10 combat form has initiated a preparation plan. Accordingly, the robots begin to be upgraded and enhanced. Combat form level 10. The superhuman training robot takes over the move. The attribute values of the superhuman training robot are equivalent to a level 25 common profession. While activating the supreme cognitive authority, if the fight threatens your safety, please order a ceasefire immediately. Hearing this, Chao Ni was even more pleased, as it was exactly his intention. I can finally fight at full strength. After a 3-second countdown, a robot used frozen ice force to attack Chao Mai, leaving him stunned. But very quickly, he jumped up to dodge, then used the ice light phantom technique, exploiting the properties of light and ice to create a crystal ice clone of himself, making it hard for the enemy to tell what was real, then used the holy light shield to try to destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, it copied the move and counterattacked, knocking the weapon out of his hand. How could it copy the skill I used? Could it be that the visual system synchronized my combat data with it? The attack system has been synchronized. Combat efficiency increased. Weapon module optimization complete. Returning to online status. There, Chao Ni stared in amazement as one side of the cannon transformed into a mechanical excavator. Can Tat Phone copy that too? It seems the only option is to fight head-on. Thinking to himself, he shifted gears and with one punch sent the robot flying in an instant. Activating the heavenly domain, he dared to ask if anyone could match his ability. In another scene, after becoming a true disciple of Dean Song, I gained a large amount of rare spiritual energy and made significant progress in my cultivation. Last time I challenged the level 7 combat form and failed. Now I will try once more. Kang So Nian confirmed his fingerprint to enter the training room with the robot but received a message saying the robot is severely damaged and to come back to challenge again tomorrow. This training zone is for freshmen, and usually no one passes beyond level 6. Even if Brother Chao Mi wants to challenge level 10, it is not easy who exactly is in there. Back to Chao Ni, after activating Angel's domain, Colleen used the Radiant Lotus, releasing a lotus made of holy light that dazzled and restricted the enemy's movements. Then he used the light eye technique to understand the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, guiding the next attack accordingly. As soon as he discovered the robot's weakness was the energy device on its chest, Chao Ni aimed straight at it, unleashing a barrage that turned the robot into a pile of scrap and blew up the training area in the process. The level 10 combat state was successfully defeated, and the access rights were reactivated. Due to severe damage to the training ground, the challenge is rescheduled for next week. Level 10 combat status challenge successful. What kind of divine power lies within? Kang Sonan hesitated, cautiously stepped forward. Classmate Chamini, congratulations on successfully passing the level 10 combat state test with a time of 5 minutes 32 seconds. Outstanding overall evaluation. Strongest single physical attack 27,304. Strongest single magic damage 56,021. Highest total damage of a single skill 106,021. Without the surprise attack from the robot wolf, this match could have been won easily. It seems I urgently need to make a pact with a demon gun that can fight alongside me. Just as Chao Ni was thinking this, he heard a call from behind. Brother Chao Ni. Kang So Nian ran over, her face full of joy as she asked, Brother Chao Ni, Have you already completed the bloodline refinement? How did you get so strong after just one day? No problem. I just finished the blood vein refining technique this morning, and now I am already a 6-winged blood vein master, Kong So-Nian said with admiration in his eyes. That is great. This is an extremely rare divine bloodline. Your demonic bloodline is only one of the relatively high-quality bloodlines. Chan Yuga laughed and asked Kwang So-Nian to take him to the gun demon market to form a contract with a gun demon to strengthen his strategy. Kwang So-Nian happily agreed, and an hour later, at the gun demon market, the young silver-white die-sitch demon with the highest potential could grow up to level 20. Now it only takes 110 study points to get it. A level 19 mature dragon horn toad with dragon bloodline costs 210 points, only one available. First come first served. Kwang So-Nian took Chao Nai on a tour around the market and then asked, Chao Nini, do you like any of the gunslingers here? Chang replied thoughtfully. He had tamed a crippled wind wolf on Kung Feng Mountain. But unfortunately, after defeating the demon, he fell into a coma and missed the chance to make a pact with it. He hopes to find a young Tat Feng Lang with wind elemental magical talent to form a contract. As soon as Chao Ni finished speaking, someone immediately offered a young Tat Feng Lang for sale. I happen to have one here. A young man with glasses came over to offer it. Classmates. Hello everyone, I am a third-year student at the Logistics Academy, specializing in logistics, and also a level 22 breeder. I happen to have a young crippled wind wolf that I personally raised. Do you want to see it? Kang So-Nian suggested. The trainer belongs to the life skills profession, and this classmate is also a student at Artahang University. Compared to the social figures from other stalls in the market, the quality of the demon beasts he provided was even better, so Chan Yi responded. Alright. At that moment, the logistics student brought out a beast with 2 different colored eyes and began to speak nonstop. This young crippled wolf was only about 10 days old, and its mother was a white-silver crippled wolf. I used appraisal magic to confirm its rank as Silver White Day. If you want it, it only costs 60 points. Chao Ni was a bit disappointed. Silver streaked. Is there a golden streak? Golden streak. Don't tell me it is me. The whole demon gun market barely has any. If you really want it, once there is news of a golden spotted crippled wolf cub, I will notify you immediately. But the price will definitely be much higher, so forget it. Let us look at this one first. Chao Ni picked up the little crippled wolf. The little crippled wolf seems to like Chao Mai, softly whining as if being spoiled. Brother Chao Ni, I feel like this cub might have some issues. The body is too small, clearly showing abnormal development. If the elder sister heard this, she might feel uneasy. But the Tat Feng Lang naturally has a smaller build compared to other beasts, and the young one's size is roughly like this. Chao Ni lifted the little crippled wolf high with a smile and said, No problem, buy this one. You have to know there is no useless magic gun, only useless owners. I can see its future. After the deal was done, Chaihawk smiled brightly and handed Chao Ni a magic gun summoning scroll. This scroll was a free gift, costing only 60 points in total. Now you can bond with this little crippled wolf, and later you can keep it in your bonded space. It is quite convenient. At this moment, Sister Shu's heart was as joyful as if a flag was raised inside her. Among this litter of crippled wolves, only this one was in the worst condition. She had been feeling down about not selling it, but unexpectedly met a reckless buyer. Luckily, he already paid the learning points, because if this weak rookie grows up and loses durability during the contract process, it would be hard to fix. Come on, I believe he can definitely get stronger. After finishing, Chao Ni began to make a subtle pact with the little crippled wolf. After several minutes of taking the elixir, which can bring luck for 12 hours, its effect was still active, but the crippled wolf cub has turned from a defective product into a super viper gun demon, terrifying everyone who sees it. Could this purple light really be the legendary gun demon that lasts forever? To think you can buy an epic day magic gun at this market, that is really lucky. Heyday, do you sell young Tat Feng Lang? I am asking 1,000 points. Chao Ni truly has eyes as sharp as a torch. So it turns out this young crippled wolf is an epic dye demon gun that has been tamed. Once it gained magical power from its caretaker, it immediately restored its original day aptitude. Chao Ni scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, thinking to himself, Epic day. It seems I have underestimated the effect of the Fucklin medicine. The murmurs only made Sister Lu grind her teeth in anger. Damn it, I actually sold an epic spirit gun for a low price to a freshman. That is right, Brother Chao Ni. You have not named it yet, Kwang So-Nian reminded him. After thinking for a moment, Chan replied, Let us call it Tiu Koi. While Kwang So-Nian and Chao Nai were playing with Tiu Koi, Lu Chaihawk went back on his word and said, Classmates, sorry, due to my oversight, this young one was sold to you at the price of a silver day. If you still want it now, you will need to pay an additional 1,500 points. Of course, you can also cancel the contract and return the demon gun to me, and I will refund you 300 points. You would better decide quickly, and if you are still unreasonable, do not blame me for being rude. The crowd around started to murmur. Obviously Lu Chaihawk did not thoroughly check this brat, otherwise he would not have sold it so easily. Behind Lu Chaihawk is Liu Ra backing him up. and Liu Ra has been a long-term partner with the school. So this time they are in trouble, no matter what you say. The epic demon gun just got into his hands and I am afraid he won't let it go easily. I have never heard of such a thing before. Yet he wants to take back the item after selling it. Cha Ni unleashed his power, his sharp gaze cutting through as he said, "Stop dreaming here and get lost." With just a look, Cha Ni made Lu Chaehak feel a terrifying doubt about life itself. He was clearly a rookie. So how could he be this strong just from his aura? Watching Chogi step closer, Lu Chaehak trembled with fear, stammering to explain. "Brother, it is my fault. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Just take this reckless brat away. Do as you see fit, but do not let me see you again, or face the consequences." With that, Cha Ni and Kong So Nian turned and left. The soft feeling in his hand made Kwang So Nian endlessly delighted. "Brother Cha Ni, can I come to you to stroke the little champion from now on? Anytime is fine." And at this moment, some passersby finally recognized Cha Ni. "Wait, that looks like Chao Mini, the top-ranked new student." Chao Nini, the one Principal Vong Hai personally took as his exclusive disciple. I heard he was even awarded a gold medal for his contributions. Liu Trihak always relied on being part of the Liu family to act crazy, but this time he finally got caught. "Make way, please make way." "Oh hello, Liu Wuching has arrived. Are you here to drum up some trouble for your brother?" Liu Vo then pushed through the crowd to Liu Trihak. Seeing him, Liu Trihak whispered, "Big brother, you must stand up for justice for me." They before Liu Trihak could finish speaking got kicked right in the face. "Useless fool. Do you know what it means for a freshman to receive a gold medal for dedication? Others might forgive you. Consider yourself lucky. Don't make yourself a nuisance here anymore. The farther you stay away, the better for me." Liu Trihak held his face covered in frost, doubting to himself, what exactly had he done, provoked such a terrifying figure, then turned back to the male lead. As expected, the wind system ability of a newborn wind wolf is persistent. Even at such a young age, it instinctively uses its power. Just as Chan Yini was testing the little warrior's abilities, the Snow Dragon Legion delivered the Extreme Ice Lotus directly to him, making him grin widely. I did not expect the Snow Dragon Legion to be so efficient. I left the Fengshan vein less than 3 days ago, and they already brought it to me. The Extreme Cold Ice Lotus is finally in my hands, and once I refine the Extreme Cold Pill, the risk of the little one's vein awakening can be easily resolved. Remembering what Master Vong Hai said, Chan Yi immediately made an appointment with the alchemist. We have arranged for Master Hadayan, a level 9 alchemist. For you, because the materials and security required to refine this great heavenly and earthly treasure are extremely valuable. Please proceed to the alchemy department for detailed discussion. Upon receiving the notice, Chan Yi immediately went to the alchemy department. That means Master Hadayan is attending class, and only his student, Lam Wai, is on duty. What type of pill do you want to refine? If you have any questions, I can answer them for you first. Great. Extreme Cold Pill. As he spoke, Chan Yi brought out the crafting materials, making Lam unable to hide his surprise and exclaim, "Says grade rare treasures, Extreme Cold Ice Lotus, and a Great Ice Wolf Herb." He seems to be a new student. So how does he have so many rare genius treasures? Chan Yi smiled modestly, saying it was just luck. If you have finished preparing the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus and Ice Wolf Herb, you only need to add 800 credits to craft the S-grade elixir. He gave me his contact information, and once the master finishes refining the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus, I will notify him to come pick it up immediately. After exchanging contact details, Chan Yi headed to class. Here, you happen to overhear two students talking. Did you know that recently many places have discovered underground monsters? Really? You have not heard. Recently, many legions and guilds have been transferred back from the front lines. Someone in my legion revealed that it seems the entire Zonga kingdom has discovered traces of underground monsters. It seems the news about the underground monsters infiltrating has spread everywhere. Chao Mingyi was lost in thought when suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. Tong Helan, you are in this class too? Of course, my advisor is Dean Wu Mang. Looks like we will be classmates from now on. Tong Helan smiled and said playfully, "Classmate Chao Mingyi, I look forward to learning from you in the future." Chan Yi laughed, "You are so talented. It seems unlikely I will be teaching you. But if you ever need help, just ask." At that moment, the teacher of the Magical Beast course entered, and this person was none other than Tamai Nia. Before officially starting class, I have a few important announcements to make. Just as the rumors say, many otherworldly creatures have indeed appeared in Zongxia Kingdom. Even though these otherworldly creatures are not very strong, their appearance is very important to the nation. Facing potential threats, the Zongxia National Legion has entered level 3 readiness, and the major schools have greatly increased their resource investment. Therefore, Ardahang University allocates 70% more resources to students each month based on their rankings. And after completing school assignments, you will receive far more credits than before. The privileges of the Deep Silence mode for the 3 major dungeons at the school will be unlocked, but you need to use your credits to buy Deep Silence magic stones to unlock it. The students immediately started chatting excitedly after hearing this. The country is distributing a large amount of rebirth energy, showing their determination to nurture powerful warriors at any cost. Finally, the Deep Silence mode is unlocked, so I will receive even more rebirth energy. Even the credits, the rewards from missions have been increased. It seems the school is making a big move. Everyone, please calm your excited emotions. Tumini stood on the podium, clapping her hands 4 times to release energy, instantly silencing the students, no matter how the resources were adjusted. As students, they only needed to focus and strengthen their abilities. It seems not only I'm improving, but Teacher 2 is also much stronger than when I first met her, Chan Yudi thought to himself. Alright everyone, let us begin today's lesson. Turn to page, and after a few hours, the class ended. Now that I have reached level 19, I have the extreme cold ice chain and no longer need to enter the dangerous storm mountain vein. The original deep quiet prison dungeon is the ideal place for me to gain leveling experience. While Chaoni was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Kyung So Nian standing not far away. Little Nian, why are you here? I heard the rewards for clearing the 3 school dungeons will also increase. And you want to invite me to try them together. In that case, I was thinking the same thing. After teleporting to the dungeon, Kang So Nian immediately asked, Brother Chaoni, which difficulty are you planning to challenge? Advanced level. What about you? Kyung So Nian quickly waved her hand, saying the advanced level is really too difficult. There is a big difference between you and me. My strength only allows me to challenge the hard difficulty. It is okay, once I pass the deep peace level, we will team up and challenge again. Then let us decide like this. You try the hard difficulty first, and I will do my best. Kyung So Nian replied shyly and turned to leave. At this moment, the arrival of someone made everyone in the hall stunned. Chi Minhin, why is he here? Haven't seen a master come to challenge the dungeon in a long time. Do not you know? Setting a new record for clearing the deep level dungeon will earn you a talent achievement reward. It is true, without a special opportunity, you can't earn the talent achievement. I doubt Chi Minhin rushed here for no reason. Chi Minhin. Profession Mage, level 23, sequence map 86. Boring. I still have to make time to challenge the Them Yen level dungeon. Trong Ni looked at Chi Minhin's information and thought to himself, then chose the Abyss dungeon challenge at the Deep Serenity level and entered the dungeon, causing a stir among the experts. Trong Ni is not that the top freshman, haha, but a level 19 holy knight daring to challenge the deep abyss difficulty. Truly clueless and reckless. He does not know his limits. And those 400 credit points are probably thrown out the window. Chi Minhin stood nearby, secretly amazed. It seems that the rebirth adjustment has made some people overconfident. You have chosen to challenge the abyss difficulty level, so your account will automatically be deducted 400 credit points to exchange for abyss stones. You have been teleported to the lower city base camp. Note that monsters in the Them Yen level dungeon become more aggressive as the difficulty increases. If you find it hard to cope, crush the Them Yen magic stone to exit the dungeon immediately. Why is this place so devastated? Could it be the result of the goblins occupying and destroying it? While Trong Nini was thinking, a goblin sneaked up from behind, but Trong Nini just lightly swatted its arm and sent it to meet its ancestors. But just seconds later, a whole squad of goblins surrounded him and launched a coordinated attack. Monsters. Goblin Warriors, level 22. Aptitude, Silver, Skill, Ambush, Contact Strike. There seemed to be a lot of goblins this time, but the stronger the enemy, the tougher the challenge. Hearing this, Trong Yi swung his mace, wiping out the entire group of goblins in one strike. Another wave of goblins immediately appeared, forcing Trong Yi to rethink his strategy this time. It seems the difficulty of this stage is that a large number of goblin soldiers will carry out suicide attacks, which will lead to excessive mana consumption. I have to conserve mana to ensure I have enough to use skills against the boss. Thinking this, Trong Yin decided to use the light shadow blade, continuously wielding the weapon at lightning speed to unleash a series of slashes at the speed of light, delivering powerful attacks to the enemies and wiping out the group. Congratulations on defeating the group of goblins, earning 11,236 experience points. Level 19, 22,743 out of 54,000. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Even if I kill many goblins, I can only reach level 20 at best. Hopefully, after defeating the boss, the experience points will help me break through soon. Trong Yingi continued deeper inside and soon found the boss. The monster. Goblin King, level 24. Aptitude, a pick. Skills unknown. Note that the Goblin King has led the Goblin tribe to occupy several human cities. A mere human brat. Welcome to the land of the undead where I have prepared for you. How dare you massacre my entire tribe? Human scum, die. With those words, the Goblin King swung his axe down, forcing Chong Yi to leap high to avoid the blow. This goblin is surprisingly strong, despite its large size. Its speed is unaffected. Thinking this, Chong Yi gathered his strength and launched a counterattack, but under the invincible state, it would resist all physical attacks. At the same time, he could activate a shield to reflect part of the boss's damage, so the last move was like just a scratch on a notch. Knowing it was difficult to rely on physical attacks, Chong Yi switched to using magic to create chains of magical energy, successfully controlled the boss, rendering it immobile, then delivered a strike that took its life in an instant. Congratulations on completing the Deep Calm level dungeon in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on the previous record, You have set a new speed record for completing this dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the boss and earning 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. This Goblin King is after all the boss of the them yen level dungeon, yet it was defeated with just one move. I even deliberately saved a large amount of mana and was ready to use other powerful skills to deal with it. At that moment, another notification appeared. When you break the stage record, you unlock a new talent. Speed Magic. It increases the casting speed of your spells significantly, allowing even low-level spells to be cast instantly. As expected, refreshing the record for the deep-level dungeon unlocks new talents. With the support of the A-level spell speed talent, my power has increased to another level. It is time to head back now. The only regret is that I was just about to reach level 20, because I have a lot of courses right now. Later I will take Tiunian to challenge the them yen dungeon again. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon area, many who chose the them yen dungeon had to give up because they could not handle the heat inside. At this moment, they and others who chose different dungeon levels looked up at the leaderboard, buzzing with discussion. So far, no one has successfully cleared the stage. This them yen level dungeon is too difficult. As soon as I stepped inside, I was surrounded by hundreds of white silver level demons. If I had not escaped quickly, I probably would have been trapped inside. The difficulty level may be them yen, but the intensity is just terrifying. In the end, we can only rely on top-tier experts like Chi Min-heen. Kyung So-nian stood among the crowd, quietly thinking that it was fortunate he chose the moderate difficulty level to pass the stage so smoothly. Now I just hope Chow Menikaka can get through this stage too. I heard that the deep-level dungeon has also been unlocked in this year's freshman competition. How many others have succeeded as well? That is right, it seems someone named Chaw-ni, a level 19 holy knight leading the freshmen, has even set a new record. While the two young men were talking, someone shouted that the dungeon record had been broken again. The young man looked in disbelief and pointed at the leaderboard, asking, "Is that the name Chao Nuni at the top?" Number 1. Chao Nini, with a difficulty level of them yen, completed the progress at 100% in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest completion of the Elite Beast dungeon at the them yen level. The crowd erupted as someone finally cleared the them yen difficulty. Chao Nini, huh. Why have I never heard that name before? Could he be the senior from Daitam? Chao Ni is the leader of the newcomers, but no matter how strong he is, he still can't defeat the level 24 Elite Beast King. I am also a newcomer participating in the freshman competition. It has only been a few days, so why has Chao Ni improved so quickly? Just wait a bit longer. Heenka probably entered the dungeon later than Chao Ni, so he is a little behind. A young man laughed confidently, thinking to himself that when Heenka sets a new record, Chao Ni's rank on the board will definitely drop. But just then, Chi Min-heen emerged from the dungeon looking battered, causing the young man to rush over anxiously to support him. Forget it. This them yen level dungeon is just too hard. I have already wasted so many golden gear pieces, and yet I still failed. Chi Min-heen swore once, then realized the crowd no longer paid much attention to him like a few minutes ago but stood around the leaderboard chatting excitedly instead. Though a bit puzzled, he did not dwell on it long and pulled out the glowing water bottle to take a sip. Only when his junior informed him that Cha Nai had cleared the deep-level dungeon with an unbelievable time did he become shocked and excited. Look quickly. Cha Ni is already out. No way. He is only a level 19 rookie. How could he possibly pass the them yen dungeon? I can't be worse than him. I have to find out the truth. Only now willing to come out. Maybe it is better if he stays in. Chi Min-heen angrily threw the glowing orb in his hand, then smiled genuinely as he approached Chame to start a conversation. Before I could even finish my sentence, Chani ignored me and walked straight over to Kwang So-9. Congratulations on passing the level successfully. While I barely managed to get through the hard level, it feels like I am being left further and further behind. Cha Ni approached the head of Kwang So-9 and comforted him. Do not worry. Love games are easy to handle. Then I will show you all the tricks to get through this level. Besides, I am not short on credits now, so I will take you to try a few more times until you master the key points. And then you can challenge the deep-level difficulty. While the lovey-dovey couple was at it, the crowd kept praising Cha Ni, leaving Chi Min-heen sulking alone in the corner. Accepting the truth that Cha Ni's glory had faded meant he himself had become a washed-up star. Keeping his promise, Cha Ni took Hyum So-nen to conquer the them yen level dungeon together. While fighting, he boosted her strength and pointed out the weaknesses of the monsters, so she could easily defeat them. Everything was going smoothly, until the two of them fought the boss. A deep-level boss challenge is no joke. How could Brother Chao Ni possibly get through the gate successfully? It looks strong but actually has very weak magic resistance, so it can be easily defeated with powerful magic skills. Hearing this, Kang So-nin eagerly attacked the boss because the boss has weak magic resistance. Kang So-nin decided to first test the demonic power in the demon bloodline with the skill Demon Seal, unleashing a massive shockwave. The demonic force hidden in the shockwave will explode upon hitting the target, dealing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. Unexpectedly, instead of destroying the boss, this substance added more magic power to it, making it even stronger. At that moment, the boss stomped the ground, creating a seismic wave that shook the earth, pushing enemies back and causing dizziness. Chao Ni musters his strength to resist the attack while anxiously calling out, "Are you okay?" "Little Ran, I've lied." Chao Ni says, "It is all my fault. You did not control the magic well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger. Don't you blame yourself first? Let me check some ways to deal with it and see if they work." True to his word, Chao Ni used a light barrier to attack the boss, but it was blocked by its shield. In reality, the skill's effectiveness was not as great as before, and its magical resistance had increased significantly. Thinking to himself, Chao Ni said, "It is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Let me try once more. If there is no way to defeat it, you should crush the Silent Spirit Stone. Don't forget this is just a trial copy. Do not hurt yourself." Taking the lead, Chao Ni created magical chains to restrain the boss, but the boss easily shattered the magic chains in an instant. Witnessing this, Kyungso Nin blamed herself even more. It was all her fault. She had made everything complicated. What should she do now? What should she do? This negative state of Kangso Nin has awakened the demon within her. And yes, it is all because she is too weak. If she could fully control the demonic power in her bloodline, she would not have to silently watch Brother Chao fall into trouble. Only by becoming stronger can I help Brother Chao Ni. It is time to unleash Meidi's true power and grow stronger. Kyungso Nin seemed hypnotized as she murmured, her eyes gradually turning a deadly red. In front, after repeated failures, Chao Ni was about to activate the angelic body to protect her when suddenly a dark power from behind him flew in and struck the boss' weapon-wielding arm. Sao ran. Chao Ni glanced at the girl behind him. "Brother Chao Ni, let me take down the monster." Kyungso Nin, with a seductive smile on her demoness form, said, "Why can't I absorb this mana? Instead it keeps invading my power. Boss, take it all up, do not rush. This is just the appetizer." Ignoring the words, Kyungso Nin raised her hand to transfer more magic power to the boss. "I want it. Give me quickly. Give me even more magic power. Your current state looks truly disgusting." Kyungso Nin looked at the boss with contempt, then immediately sent it off for good. Congratulations to trainee Kyungso Nin for defeating the Love Demon King boss, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. Finally, this annoying monster has been eliminated. Kyungso Nin withdrew her power and then approached to seduce and tease Chao Yunai, leaving him culturally shocked. After a moment, he noticed something unusual and asked coldly, "Oh, is it really Tiu Nian?" At that moment, the demoness Kyungso Nian froze, then gradually returned to her usual form. Kyungso Nian then shyly explained, "Brother Chao Ni, just now." "Yes. Everything that just happened was caused by the demon power in the demon bloodline acting up." Chao Ni lifted Kyungso Nian to examine him for a while, then let out a breath, saying, "It is all good now. I even thought you had been taken over by the demon. How could that be?" "That is right. Siron, why do not we form a team and challenge a few more times? I believe that once you get used to the demons, you will be able to conquer the stealth level dungeons on your own. Besides, we and the Demon Lord are old friends, so I think he will understand us. After all, students are like that. The boss just needs to be defeated, but students want to get as many dungeon rewards as possible, so there is still a lot to think about." Chao Nu smiled fiercely as he spoke, startling even the great Demon King in heaven. Outside, just as everyone was still shocked by Chao Nu's successful record, the leaderboard showed a new record with a completion time 1 minute faster than the old one, and the one who completed it was none other than Chao Mini, leaving them all shocked. "No way. It is Chao Ni again. Can anyone else even get through now? He managed to clear the level even faster. It is terrifying. Wait, the leaderboard just showed a new record, breaking Chao Ni's record. First, Kangso Nian chose the Them Yen difficulty level, completed the gate at 100% progress in 9 minutes and 23 seconds. Confirming this as the fastest gate completion record for the original Them Yen soldier level dungeon. Wasn't this supposed to be a challenge only for freshmen? Now he can solo the Them Yen level dungeon. After all, Kyungso Nan is the second rank among the freshmen, and under Chao Ni's guidance, surpassing his performance level is not impossible. At this moment, Chimin's Jr. held his head in frustration and said, "Brother Hien, now I finally understand how you feel. After realizing the gap between myself and a genius, that feeling of helplessness is truly unbearable." And so, Chao Ni and Kyungso Nin each continued to challenge the Them Yen level dungeon alone once more, teamed up once, then returned together. "Brother Chao Ni, I heard the Elemental Academy is preparing a fireworks show for the new students today. Let us go watch it together." Chao Yungi smiled and replied, "That is great. We can take this chance to relax a bit." So the two set off for the Elemental Academy. Looking around, Chao Ni could not help but feel delighted. No wonder it is the Elemental Academy. Even the streetlights are controlled by magic. Unexpectedly, without realizing it, we have been clearing dungeons until nightfall. This time, conquering the dungeon quietly brought great rewards. Luckily with your help, your effort was the key. I just assisted a little." Chao Ni smiled and just then saw a giant statue. He could not help but stop and ask, "This statue is This is the guardian mage, known as the protector deity. He once single-handedly stopped several fierce attacks from the otherworldly legion, so his heroic deeds have been widely celebrated. Unfortunately, in the great battle, he was ambushed by a demon lord and ultimately sacrificed himself heroically, because his soul was completely fated. There was no way to save him. Truly a great hero. I still have very little knowledge about history. Can you explain the Dark Age to me simply? Of course, Kang So Neon said. Actually, to talk about this period of history, we have to start from the Golden Age 80 years ago. Starting from the year 2544, many gifted adventurers began to rise one after another, and this year is also called the Golden Age. Just like the heroes Tat Feng with his sword and spear Bin He, and Thuk Viem with his blade Thiu Dong, they still hold the front lines of the battlefield even now. But just as everyone was filled with hope and ready to counterattack the otherworldly creatures, the Dark Age suddenly descended, bringing the most frenzied invasion ever seen from these beings, the powerful heroes of the Golden Age. When faced with the threat of the invading creatures, sacrificed their precious lives one after another. After a long struggle of 30 years and the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of brave adventurers, we have finally gained the peaceful time we have now. Now, with the invasion of otherworldly creatures once again descending, I hope this is just your illusion, do not worry too much. Chani patted Tranan's head, saying that this large-scale appearance of the otherworldly creatures came only through a space-time rift and their strength was not great. Moreover, we are no longer what we used to be, so even if the darkness descends again, this time the unlucky ones will be those otherworldly creatures. Kong So Neon laughed at Chao Mai's words, saying it was true we had rested and recovered for so long, already prepared to fight the otherworldly creatures again. Just then, fireworks lit up the sky, brightening the whole night. Kang So Nai excitedly grabbed Chao Ni's hand and pulled him along, saying we should make the most of our time and head to the front observation point where the view would be even better. Yeah, Chao Ni replied affectionately. The next day, Chao Ni took the train back to visit his sister. Sister Tin, why has not our brother come home yet? Don't worry. Your brother just said on the phone that he will be home soon. Just as Tin finished speaking, Chao Ni arrived at the door. Brother. Welcome home. Tiu Van ran up and hugged Chao Ni. Chao Ni helped his sister up, smiling as he replied, on the way here, I was worried about your condition, but seeing you in good spirits like this puts my mind at ease. Tiu is back. Chao Ni looked at Tin and smiled in response. Sister Tin, long time no see. Sao Yi, how long do you plan to stay this time? Maybe about 3 to 4 days, since I took leave mainly to complete the final treatment for Tiu Van. Is that okay? Tiu Van said wistfully, then suddenly she asked excitedly. Brother, did you prepare a present for your adorable little sister? Of course, I specially brought a reward through this deep serenity level dungeon for you. As he spoke, Chao Ni took out a horn from his bag. Just blow this horn, and a golden level fierce beast will immediately appear to protect you. Xiaoyan clapped excitedly, truly worthy of being a brother. Just hearing that sounded impressive. Zhou Ye, the little sister's distant brother, said, I believe once your illness is cured, you will be able to become as strong as me. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhou brought Twilight Na to Chao Mai's mansion. Secretary Zhao said, Miss Thoi, you two have arrived. Sir Chu, yesterday I contacted Ms. Thoi, and she came here overnight from the neighboring city. Thoi Liantna smiled and said, Secretary Triyu, you have to understand that Chao Mi Gai's invitation is not something I can take lightly now. Chao Ni humbly replied, Miss Thoi, you flatter me. I should be the one thanking you for coming all this way to help me. I almost forgot to congratulate you, not only obtained the extreme cold ice lotus but also refined it into an extreme cold pill with even better effects. The extreme cold pill. Secretary Zhao could not hide his amazement. An S-grade pill is an invaluable treasure on the market. Zoe scratched his head and laughed, saying it was only thanks to the help of the third-level alchemist recommended by my teacher that it could be successfully refined. We should still make the most of our time to carry out the final healing ritual for my sister. Yes, yes. The main matter is more important. After a moment, Tiu Van tugged at Ni's pants anxiously and asked, Are you really okay? Tiu Van, you do not need to be so tense. Don't worry. Once you take this pill, you will awaken your ice bloodline, and the ice power won't bother you anymore. Saying that, Chao In handed the extreme cold pill to Tiu Van. Tiu Van took the pill, then confidently stepped into the formation, determination on her face as she said, I am ready. Chao Ni immediately used skills like Blessing of Li Min, Grace of Protection, and Grace of Courage to support Tiu Van, creating the best possible conditions for Thoi Light Night to carry out treatment on Tiu Van. Although he is a second-generation pastor, his purity level in Holy Light still seems to be lower than Chao Ni's. While Thoi Light Ni was lost in thought, Chao Ni urged him to hurry and start the magic formation. No problem, I take it back. Thoi Light Ni unleashed his power to activate the formation and instructed Tiu Van to use the extreme cold pill immediately. In an instant, a massive burst of AC energy erupted, forcing everyone to step back in shock. Sao Ni, Xiao Van's cold energy has erupted. This won't be a problem. Right, do not worry, I will handle it. Cha-Ni used the Holy Flame Wheel to eliminate the burst of ice energy and confidently said, "Under the effect of the extreme cold pill, I believe this is the last burst of ice energy from Tu Van." Thoiliantna carefully observed Tu Van's expression, then said happily, "The hardest part is finally over. Now we just need to patiently wait for Tu Van to complete the awakening of his blood vessels." After a while, the treatment process for Tu Van was finally completed. Cha-Nin approached Tu Van and anxiously asked, "How do you feel now? It seems like my illness has been completely cured." Tu Van replied cheerfully, "Tu Van, quickly, check my personal information to see if anything has changed." Tu Van tried using her power and said that her ice bloodline seems to have granted her the talent to control the ice element. Now the ice element and she are in sync, and she can control it to do whatever she wants. Could it be that awakened bloodlines can also gain new talents? Normally awakened bloodlines cannot obtain bloodline talents, but since you are Chao Ning's sister, your awakened ice bloodline might be different. Chan replied proudly, thinking to himself, "We both have gained much because of the frozen bloodline. Could it be that our ancestors were truly powerful bloodline practitioners of the frozen element? But even if it is true, considering the previous situation, it is very likely that the family has long since declined. Please. Although little Van's frozen bloodline has successfully awakened. For safety, kindly conduct a thorough check on her once more." "No problem," Liantne replied cheerfully. At this moment, Secretary Chiu spoke up. "Cha, Miss Chovan's body has fully recovered, including the awakened ice blood lineage. The head of the family places great importance on this matter and has specially arranged a batch of rejuvenation cultivation resources for the two brothers to bring here." Cha-Ni shook hands with Secretary Chiu and responded gratefully, "Thank you. I will return to school very soon. And then little Van will have to trouble Secretary Chiu to help take care of things. No need for formalities. It is my honor." Seeing Tu Van happily chatting with a tin, Cha-Ni asked earnestly, "Have you thought about which profession you want to pursue in the future?" "Profession, of course. A mage." Chao nodded upon hearing this, saying, "This profession suits you well, and when you reach level 10, I will help you find a special profession book that hides this type of mage." "That is great. You have sensed the dormant shadow power within your body. I believe the day we unleash this power is not far away." Shadow power. His cruel eyes and Tu Van's words thrilled everyone. Thoi Liat Ni immediately rushed to check, could there really be something I missed? How could there be such a shadow power? Tight. Chan Yu remembered the days when he and little Tu Van had not awakened their powers yet and often cosplayed as superheroes saving the world. "Don't be seduced by the power of the cursed song. We must seal it to protect the peaceful world." 3-year-old Tu Van spoke, and now looking back, you will see her getting ready to say some childish lines again. Cha-Ni stepped forward to pull Tu Van outside. He still should take her to truly experience the cold ice. "My savior sister, my brother wants to destroy our family for justice." Judging by Miss Cho Van's expression, she will surely become an outstanding mage in the future. Actually, it is not usually like that. After Secretary Xiao and Aten defended Tu Van's childish behavior, Thoi Liantna turned serious and quietly thought about the power of dark singing. As soon as the awakening process ended, Cha-Ni suggested Cha Van have a martial arts exchange. "I will endure swapping spirits and freeze all opposing powers waiting for you." After finishing, Cho Van launched a pure elemental attack straight at Chao Ning, but it was all blocked by Chao Ni's holy light shield. "Senza, your body has fully recovered now, so I can arrange your training schedule next." Cha Van started to back out, saying, "Brother, I feel like the energy in my body is acting up again. Senza can't continue training with you anymore." Then, under Chao Ni's strict supervision, Cho Van had to join the training despite his reluctance. After the intense session, he was completely exhausted, lying on the ground and complaining that training was actually this tiring. "The great mission to save the world will be left for you to complete alone. I really have no choice with you." Cha-Ni sighed helplessly and then handed Tiu Koi over. Tiu Koi is a demon pet he just made a contract with, so let it stay with you to train these days. But do not wait until then. If you can't even beat Tiu Koi, then there is nothing left to say. "No problem. Now that Tiu Koi is with you, you will definitely work hard to train," Cho Van said with delight as she gently stroked Tiu Koi. "Tiu Koi, come with me, and let us quickly sign the contract to become partners in the dark." Cha-Ni looked at Tiu Koi's somewhat reluctant expression and laughed. "Tiu Koi, I will remember the effort you put in." A few days later, as Cha-Ni was carrying Tiu Koi preparing to return to school, my knee came all the way to their house. Surprising him, "Miss Tu, why are you here already?" The freshman exchange match between the university and the national high-level students is about to begin. The team battle requires groups of 5 participants. This time, I came to find you mainly to have you confirm the list of members for our school's expedition team. Since you ranked first in the freshman competition, the important responsibility of team captain naturally falls on your shoulders. Moreover, building the team is the responsibility of the captain. You will get it done without any problem." Cha-Ni replied happily, "This is the list of the top 10 freshmen in the competition rankings excluding you. You need to choose 4 teammates." Cha-Ni answered immediately without hesitation. "Kotu, you plan to choose the top 4 ranked freshmen as your teammates." Nai heard that and immediately said, "Jack, You are really too careless. In team battles, it is normal for fights to be prolonged into the later stages. This tests the team's sustained combat capability. Therefore, the priest role that maintains recovery is an extremely important factor. Even if you are a holy knight who can add a lot of damage, your healing ability still falls short compared to a priest. Moreover, when fighting with a team of 5, you should choose to add a new priest, Chaoni confidently replied. No need, as long as we can quickly defeat the opponent. There is no need to worry about healing abilities. Teacher 2, are you confident you can win first place in the individual category of the newborn tournament? Moreover, in team battles, when you activate the angel bloodline, you can even single-handedly take on the entire opposing team. In the newcomer match, Chaoni's strength far surpasses the other newcomers. With Chaonini around, there is really no need for a priest. He can crush the opponents from other schools on his own. Thinking this over, Tumaini reluctantly agreed. If you are that confident, I will report this list to Dingo. That is right, your sister's bloodline awakening has been resolved. It is all taken care of, and I have to thank Ease for initially telling me about the extreme cold ice lotus. That is good then, Tumaini smiled in response. At that moment, Chaoni suddenly remembered to ask, do you know where I can find the hidden professional specialization letter? Hidden profession books. Are they for your sister? Chaoni answered honestly. After learning about the otherworldly creature that came through a medium-level space-time rift, I vaguely felt a kind of pressure. So, I have to find a way for the little one to quickly gain the power to protect herself. You are very thorough, and the hidden profession scrolls are all available on the school website. But buying it is not that easy, Tumaini hinted before quickly leaving. Chaoni was confused by Tumaini's words, but when he checked the school website, he understood that to buy hidden profession books, low-level students must reach level 25, have grades above A, complete school tasks above A, and rank in the top 10 on the local leaderboard or top 100 on the global leaderboard. So that is how it is. Buying a hidden professional specialization letter is really difficult. Even the cheapest one requires 20,000 credits to obtain. There is no way for Xiaoyun to make progress in such a short time, but I will do my best to achieve the goal within half a year. Just then, Chaoni received a new mission from the system. The system has detected that the upcoming match between university and top-tier new students is about to begin, so it is now announcing the achievement rewards. The system will grant corresponding achievement rewards based on the host's overall performance in the match between university and top-tier new students. After reading the information, Chaoni could not help but feel excited. The rewards from the previous 2 missions had significantly boosted his strength, so this time he had to give his all to achieve the best results and earn the most generous rewards elsewhere. The deans are sitting together discussing the upcoming National University and high-level schools rookie battle. The chosen representative for the team battle, Chaonini, has already sent his confirmation. I will briefly introduce everyone. The captain is the Holy Knight Chao Mai, Spirit Swordman Kyung Sun Nan, Taoist Tung Halan, Mage Dong Lai, and Warrior V Thiat Tam. Hearing Dean Nugo speak, Nugo Kak immediately asked, why is there no cleric in the team? Tongki agreed, saying, yes, is not such a team very dangerous? Without a priest to support, the team's error rate will drop to a low level. While other directors worry about this lineup, Chuho Duong thinks differently. And I, on the other hand, feel this plan is not a problem. I believe with Chao Ni's abilities, having a priest is unnecessary. In his heart, he thought that after Chao Ni performed the bloodline fusion, no one here probably understood Chao Ni's true strength better than himself. Even without teammates, Chon Yugi might be able to single-handedly win the team battle. It turns out Chun not only provides growth but also has excellent defensive abilities, and many of his offensive skills are even more powerful. It seems he single-handedly takes on 3 different roles: swordsman, tank, and support. Director Zhang Ling of the Tactical Institute, who had been silent until then, finally spoke up, saying he had no objections. With Chao Ningyi's abilities, he has a full advantage and effective strategies of his own. After some thought, Tong Kai decided, then it is approved on my side as well. Hopefully, in the friendly match, Chao Ni can show his true strength and surprise everyone. Alright, let us decide on that. Director Nungo declared that the team issue has been resolved. Now it is time to focus on training. Din Yingo. Next up is their training, so I will have to trouble you. Although this group of freshmen is quite capable, their teamwork still needs some refining. No problem. I will have to inform them to gather at the War Academy in 3 days, then return to the main character. While Chao Ni was busy with missions, he received a message from teacher Vong Hai about starting private lessons for him. This is the first lesson since I became the teacher a student, so there is a good chance he will teach me a new skill. But today, I should still choose the skill points reward. Please choose today's reward. Reward 1. Gain 15 attribute points. Reward 2. Gain 15 skill points. Reward 3. Obtain a random skill. Reward 4. Random buff. Cha Nudi selected the skill point reward and immediately felt a change within his body. As long as you complete the daily tasks, you can earn attribute points and skill points. Having this system here really makes it easy to get ahead of others. The next day, Vong Hai and Chao Mini went to the training ground. Seeing the level 23 Phantom Wolves in front of him, Chao Ni asked, "Teacher, Do I need to chase these phantom wolves away? This area is the forest zone, and the Heaven's Feather Guild that I founded here has a leveling point, so there is nothing to worry about. Sure enough, a moment later, the ancient dragon appeared in the sky and let out a roar that sent the wolves fleeing in panic. Seeing Chao Mi's amazed expression, Wang Hai explained that the level 62 epic ancient dragon was his senior brother, a demon dragon, usually responsible for scaring off all the monsters in the forest. If even the demon dragon is that strong, no one knows how powerful his senior brother must be. Wang Hua smiled proudly and said, "Your senior brother was once on par with me. Reaching level 64, his combat ability is even above mine, which is why I felt confident in trusting the Heavenly Feather Guild to him." After hearing that, Chao Ni could not help but admire him. At 30 years old, already level 64, his senior brother's talent was truly extraordinary. Over the years, I have met many profession masters, but you are the most gifted one. Do your best. I believe your future achievements may even surpass your senior brother. Alright. Little Ni. Watch closely. I will demonstrate a special skill to teach you. So Wang Hui combined the Qingguang and shield skills to create two giant shields, which gradually closed in on each other and exploded upon contact. The earth-shattering blast leveled a vast area, leaving Zhou Wai in awe of the power of a third-tier profession user. Unfortunately, Wang Hai handed Chao Mini a skill book and said, "Tu Ni, this is the first skill I am teaching you. Just link your consciousness to the surface of the skill book, and use skill points to learn it." Understood, Chao Ni responded with a nod, then closed his eyes and followed Wang Hai's instructions, successfully learning the new skill. Light Shield. A rank. Level 1. Creates two shields within a certain range in front. The two shields will slowly approach, collide, and cause a large explosion, dealing significant light attribute magic damage to enemies, while allies can pass through the shields but enemies cannot. Note, this skill belongs to the Holy Knight's inherited skills. After reading the skill information, Chao Ni could not hide his curiosity. Inherited skill of the Holy Knight. How does the master also know the Holy Knight's skill? Holy Light Infused Shield is a specialized skill that your senior sister created herself when she was still a third-tier Holy Knight. I inherited this skill from her back then, and now I will pass it on to you. You have learned the skill already, right? Show me by releasing it. Chao Ni did exactly as taught, using a small amount of energy, but Wang Hai still showed satisfaction and praise. Right now, you are only a level 1 Holy Light Shield. Being able to perform at this level is already very good. This skill is specially prepared for your team battles. You can use the shield to divide the battlefield, thereby limiting the normal actions of your enemies. If you have mastered the new skill, the next step is the practical combat drill. As Wang Hai finished speaking, a dragon swooped down and stood behind him. Glaren will command the surrounding monsters to launch an attack on you. How much experience you gain from defeating them depends entirely on your own effort. No problem, sir. Having received the answer, Wang Hai immediately signaled to Glaren. Glaren responded with a grunt. The magical beasts within the sound wave area immediately became aggressive and targeted Chao Ni for attack. One beast lurking in the bushes behind him tried to catch him off guard, but Chao Ni anticipated it and took it down with a simple move. Then, Chao Ni combined all his skills, from buds and elemental light to elemental ice, to deal with all the monsters attacking him throughout the night until sunrise. Seeing Chao Ni's exhausted, breathless state, Wang Hai smiled teasingly. "Risking his life like that, I did not expect you to completely run out of both stamina and mana. Aren't you afraid there are still monsters around?" "What? Is not the teacher still here?" Chao Nugi laughed as he drank the water to recover his strength, thinking to himself that the crazy rush of gaining this experience was truly exhilarating. "Congratulations on reaching level 22. You have gained 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points." Chao Ni immediately used all the newly acquired points to upgrade the Holy Light Shield from level 1 to level 3. "Not bad. I originally predicted you could defeat nearly 100 magical beasts, but in the end, you took down almost 400. Luckily, you had my guidance. Otherwise, relying on yourself alone, it would have been very difficult to level up in just 1 or 2 months." Chao Ni said gratefully. Wang Hai reminded him that despite everything, he boldly formed a team without a priest in the Jia Lu match. "As my student, you must stay calm at critical moments and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher. With me here, the championship this year will definitely be ours, at the rest station in the Kungfeng Forest." An announcement played over the loudspeaker that the Jia Lu match of the National College Freshman Tournament was about to begin. There are 218 colleges and universities nationwide participating, so which school will ultimately take the championship? Am I seeing this right? That university team has no cleric at all. Such an extreme team composition can only be coordinated by a lower-ranked school. Right, Chu Niu and Chu Dan happened to walk by, overheard the two girls talking, and came closer to check the list. Then joined the conversation. Chao Nin is indeed the team captain, and Kong So Nin is the vice captain. Skimming through some online comments, Chu Dan burst out laughing because some people said our school's team coordination was off and missing a pastor. This comment says that a team without a priest is bound to lose. How ridiculous. Chu Niu joined in. They have no idea how terrifying Chao Ni's true strength is. The two girls looked at Chu Niu and Chu Dan with judging eyes and asked angrily, "Who are you?" The young man sitting not far away watched the exchange and then spoke to Anthea Nuan. A Nuan. Inform the staff that I will be covering their bill today. She thought to herself, with Chao Ni here, even if the expedition team has no priest, it won Team Matter the championship this year will definitely be ours. Back to the main story. After the lesson with Vong Hai, Chao Ni spent the whole day in the training yard fighting robots. Since reaching level 22, the intensity of the robots in the training yard had become too easy for Chao Ni, making the training less and less effective. Just as Chao Ni was about to ask to my nice opinion, she called to inform him that Dengo would start special training today for the students participating in the combat match. So Chao Ni was asked to go to the War Academy's hall immediately to assemble, inviting Ko Sonan and Tong Helan who were already familiar. There were 2 more people in the hall, Vithiatan, a level 18 warrior, and Dong Linhai, a level 18 mage. While the students were getting to know each other, Ngomang used appraisal skills to scan Chao Mai from head to toe. To be honest, under Principal Vong Hai's guidance, Chao An leveled up surprisingly fast. Kuang Sonun was so shocked he turned to look at Chao An he leveled up again with the help of the teachers. I was lucky to level up a bit. Alright, time is tight, so I will keep it simple. To help you prepare for the National Rookie Tournament, I will be the instructor responsible for your training. Next, I will guide you through team battles, while individual and survival matches will involve specialized training. In today's training, I will mainly assess your teamwork and combat abilities as a unit. First, you need to form teams to challenge the dungeon at the base camp of the Mien level soldiers. Of course, the school will cover all the course fees for you to participate in this Mien level dungeon. No enemies. Tu has been pushing me and Thiat Tam to quickly reach level 18. It turns out she wants us to prepare for the challenge dungeon at the Mien level. Everyone's abilities are pretty good, and since we are forming a team, even the Mien level should be easy to overcome without embarrassment. Thinking this, Duong Linhai secretly glanced at Chao Mi sitting beside her. If Chao Mi can pass the Mien level alone, then with the 4 of us, failure is impossible. Noticing Duong Linhai looking at him, Chao Ni turned and gave a dazzling smile that made Duong Linhai blush and quickly hide behind Thiat Tam. Leaving Chao Ni a bit confused. Was his smile really that scary? After getting briefed, the 5-person team immediately entered the dungeon. Chan Yu then put on a serious face and said, "This is our squad's first cooperation, so I will arrange the tactical plan for everyone, no problem, the rest do not need to respond." Wei Ziexin is in charge of defense and drawing fire. Kwang Su Ran and Dom Linhai handle magical and physical attacks respectively. Tong Alan supports from the rear with power boosts, and I am responsible for assisting everyone. Just as Chan finished assigning tasks, the group of monsters appeared. Vithiat Tam stepped forward first, pounding the ground with his fist to push the monsters back. The force from the punch took her by surprise. The effectiveness of her skill had increased by over 40% compared to before. Is this the captain's support ability? Duong Linghai watched Chao Mai unleash his skills and no way, the casting speed was incredible. The captain did not even need a second and had already released 3 buff skills. Even as a professional mage, it is hard for me to keep up with that speed. Very fast, Duong Linghai dared not be careless and cast the destructive magic seal skill to slow down the advance of the goblins. At that moment, Kang So Nian also rushed forward, swinging his sword to cut down the monsters. Meanwhile, Thiat Tam was carefully ambushed, and just as Chao Ni finished speaking, a rain of arrows flew toward them. Having been warned in advance, Wei Teixin quickly used a shield wall to successfully block the ambush from the Gokbin. At this moment, Kwang Soren realized something was off. This was completely different from before. How could Gokbin archers appear here? Monster. Level 23 Gokbin archer. Silver rank aptitude. Skills in ambush and surprise attacks. Reading the monster's info, Chani smiled and said, "It seems the number of challengers on our side has increased. The Gokbin have also upgraded their attack tactics." Saying this, Chani used the light punishment to annihilate the Gokbin archers. "I will take care of these troublesome ones first. The rest is up to you." After all, the reason Chao Nuni entered the dungeon this time was to strengthen team coordination. Fighting alone goes against the original plan. No problem, Kyung Sonen and Vithiat Tam responded. Seeing everyone trying so hard, Chuma Lan was even more motivated and began using attack spells on the Gok Bin. At the same time, Wu Mang watched the students battle through the screen and could not help but nod. Compared to the rookie match, Zoe's spellcasting speed had more than doubled, with some skills even completed in the blink of an eye. Tumaini speculated that it seems after he passed the Mien level dungeon, his talent choice was related to increasing the speed of spellcasting. In fact, Chaoni's rate of progress was truly astonishing. Right after enrolling, he led Kyung Sonin to take the top spot on the deep quiet level dungeon leaderboard. Nungomang smiled and said, "So I want to take a step further to test Chao Nai, especially since I have added a bit more difficulty for them." Inside the dungeon, with seamless coordination, Chani's team quickly overwhelmed the overwhelming number of basic monsters without missing a beat. When the monsters got close, Kyung Sonai sneered coldly, using the skill obsession slash to strike multiple times at high speed, easily dispatching them. The others were not idle either, starting to show their skills. Tong Helan shattered a talisman and used the 5 Thunder Main technique to attack the monsters. Duong Linhai used a wind magic spell. Dragon Scroll. creating an icy whirlwind through the monsters before loudly calling out, "Thiet Tam, give them one final strike." Alright. In response, Wei Texan immediately jumped high, using the sky slash move, kicking the energy back toward the monsters. By the time she landed, all the monsters were lying on the ground, benefiting from the enhanced skill boost. The feeling of easily overpowering all these monsters is incredible. Feeling refreshed inside, Wei Shixentum was not satisfied yet and smiled at Duong Linghai, asking, "But, now that we have dealt with these monsters, what is next?" Duong Linghai replied, Sabai told me there are no more monsters around." Nu laughed loudly and reminded her, "This level is just a warm-up. The next mission is the crucial one. Everyone must stay alert." Wei Teixin clasped his hands confidently and said, "What is there to fear? Brother Nini, your pen skills double my strength. With your support, is not it easy to clear this dungeon?" Tonga Lan said happily, "That is right. Even alone, classmate Cha Mi can easily get through this dungeon." Duong Linhai nodded in agreement. The captain's strength truly commands my respect." Hearing this, Chani felt a bit troubled and thought to himself, "Are these girls crazily setting goals for me?" Kang So Nian said nothing, just stood to the side covering his mouth to chuckle. After a while, the group reached a large door. Wei Thiet asked, "The final boss must be inside." "Right," Chan replied. "That is right." However, with each step closer to the door, he felt that something was off. "Forget it. Better to go in first and talk later," he decided silently, then reached out to push the door open. As everyone entered, a massive boss appeared before their eyes and spoke. "You have finally arrived. You fools. Monsters, the second king of the demon clan, rank 25. Epic quality. Skills unknown. Note, after the old king died, the new leader of the demon clan replaced the former demon king." Dong Langhai gasped, "Epic level 25 boss. I heard honored guests are visiting, so I deliberately prepared some gifts for you." Retracting his words, the boss let out a strange laugh, raised his weapon, and created a massive fireball hurled toward Dong Linhai. "This is fireball magic, how can it be so powerful?" In the chaotic scene, Dong Linhai still had not recovered. She stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the fireball hurtling toward her. "Linhai, move aside quickly," Wei Teixin shouted, rushing forward to push Dong Linhai back, then immediately created a shield to block the fireball, but the results were far from promising. The shield lasted less than a second before cracks began to appear. "No, it is completely useless." As Wei Teixin finished speaking, the shield shattered, putting her in a critical situation. Facing the fireball head-on, Thiet Tam gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it. With the captain's reinforcement, her strength had clearly doubled. Yet even a normal attack from this monster was hard to withstand, and the boss suddenly let out a strange laugh, saying, "Do not rush. This is the place of the end I have long prepared for you, to be destroyed." At the same time, its movements continuously generated more fireballs hurled toward the group. One fireball was already overwhelming, but now facing many, despair was inevitable, and this is exactly when the true worth of a captain is revealed. Everyone stepped back as Chao Ning gave a command. He stepped forward ahead of everyone, using ice power to create a large and thickest wall far stronger than the shield of the Iron Heart Guards, blocking the incoming fireballs. "Captain, be careful. This is not an ordinary fireball attack." Just as Duong Linghai finished reminding, she saw the fireballs lose most of their energy to the ice wall, shrinking into a mini fireball about the size of a baseball, which Chaoyang gently sucked into his palm. You squeezed it hard until it dissolved and said, "This is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. The power of this boss surpasses the one I handled before." Hearing that, Song Helan spoke up, saying, "Then let me take the first hit this time." Then, Song Helan quickly formed hand seals, creating a series of talismans flying around the boss. Iron Fate shines clear, Spirit leads the way, Divine Talisman reveals truth, obey the command. Burst. As the word burst leaves the mouth, the talismans explode, forming a great fire engulfing the boss inside. 1 second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth, the talismans were crushed in its palm, and the boss itself showed no signs of injury. Tongalan cried out in disbelief. "Why is there no effect at all?" At this moment, Dong Linhai spoke seriously. "Lanti, try attacking with my spell instead." Next, Dong Linhai used a fire magic skill. Fire Arrow, launching a series of missiles at the boss, to let it take my attack too. Kong So Nian shouted, still using the Demon Blade skill, slashing several sword strikes toward the boss. The two awakened powers intertwined, aimed straight at the boss, causing a massive explosion with shockwaves spreading in all directions. However, the boss remained unharmed, now surrounded by a layer of purple energy. "It is kind of interesting, but this is where it ends," he said. The boss opening its mouth. Right before it, a small purple orb immediately condensed, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger. In the end, the orb fired toward the group opposite them. Duong Linhai cried out in despair, "Our ranks are far too high on the list. It seems we can't fight against this boss." Just as everyone was about to give up, Chaoni stepped forward again, saying, "Do not be afraid, I am here." Saying that, Chan Yuni created a yellowish-white barrier to block the boss' attack. Dispersing it, following Chao Yi's voice, the boss's deadly strike was once again nullified. Vithiat Tam spoke up. Niki, let me try close combat. Chao Yi smiled, placing a hand on Vithiat Tam's shoulder, saying, the level 25 epic boss is indeed a bit too much for everyone right now. Leave the rest to me. Then, Chao Yi used the Radiant Footprint skill on the boss again. The Radiant Foot Strike reveals the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, guiding the next attack. In fact, this Demon King's offspring is one level higher than the previous one, but its attributes are doubled. If I use this rank Veen Theory secret technique, could multiply my power several times. Since the focus is clearly on me, it is very likely a special test deliberately left by Director Ingo. If that is the case, I will take this chance to show everyone my true power as the Archangel. Retracting his words, Chao Yi immediately transformed into a divine angel, his left hand wielding holy light power, and his right hand ice power. Outside the dungeon, Tumai anxiously asked, Director, setting the difficulty of this boss this high is almost unavoidable. Is it really necessary? Ingo Mang explained that although their current strength was indeed impressive, other schools also had outstanding talents, and in the exchange match, the geniuses from Mado University and Than Kin were their toughest opponents. So I need to use a defeat to make them understand the brutality of the battle. Tumai whispered, defeat. Then she laughed and said, Director, you really underestimate Zhou Yai. Mang smiled and replied, I hope he can live up to my expectations. At the same time, inside the dungeon, the boss watched Chao Yi finish transforming and showed interest, saying, Interesting, you even turned into a little glowing bird. If you have any skills, use them all. I will let you have your fun. Chao Yi then said and used the wine-throwing skill to attack the boss. The boss responded, Little brat, your attitude is quite bold. But remember, I am the one who issued the challenge. Then the boss used the fire extinguishing technique to counterattack. The two moves collided, causing a massive explosion, and energy waves immediately spread everywhere. Kuang So Nian quickly plunged his sword into the ground, using his magic to protect everyone inside. Tongalan was amazed and exclaimed, Is this really the power of classmate Chao Mi? Only now did she realize that everyone's strength and Chao Anai's were simply not on the same level. Tonga Lan suddenly looked at Kuang So Ming and asked, By the way, did classmate Chao Ni transform into this form before? After their first clash, both the boss and Chao Ni were completely unscathed. The boss laughed and asked, Little demon, is this all the skill you have? No matter what form you take, you still can't defeat me, is that right? Chao Ni whispered as he firmly used the light blade, creating sharp blades that flew toward the boss, piercing and binding its limbs and body. This is it. Just as the boss was surprised by the seals on its body, Chao Ni used the victory spear technique, creating multiple spears from above to pierce the boss. Next, the offense and defense changed form, Chao Ni said, then added a dazzling light storm, creating a fiery tornado engulfing the boss inside. No longer just single moves. This time, a combo chain from Chao Ni dealt the boss massive damage. Damn it. The boss screamed in pain, and seeing this, Chao Ni smiled and said, Do not rush, there is more. Chao Ni quickly wiped his hand and stabbed hard into the boss's screaming mouth, pulling out the radiant spear. After a moment, when Chao Ni's moves passed, the boss appeared again, black blood dripping from its mouth, its demonic state growling, as if it still had not used its full strength. Unable to satisfy you, I truly apologize. Chao Ni smiled and said, It is indeed a bit regrettable. I just wanted to try the divine finger technique in the form of the six-winged celestial being, but it will have to wait until next time. But with one last breath left in you, I will send you off for good. Retracting his words, Chao Ni condensed energy between two fingers and fired at the boss. At this moment, outside the dungeon, Ingo Mang exclaimed in fear, Demon, this is a boss that even a level 26 profession player would struggle to defeat after I painstakingly adjusted it. Chao Ni's current strength is truly overwhelming. Then, Ingo Mang turned to Hermione and asked, Miss Tu, do you have Chao Mini's usual combat data from the training ground? Hermione smiled and replied, Yes, just today before Chao Mini came here, he tested in the training arena once. He only took 6 minutes and 12 seconds to easily pass the level 10 combat challenge. Ingo Mang laughed and said, No wonder you and old Chu are so confident in him. Tumai also smiled and replied, But just so happens, Chao Ni can prove his strength right in front of you. Back in the dungeon, the boss was defeated and vanished by Chao Mai's final move, and immediately a notification appeared congratulating the completion of the Them Yen level dungeon. The completion time was 21 minutes and 16 seconds, and the reward started to appear below. Immediately, a leveling up light rose from Dong Line, her face full of surprise as she wondered, I have already gained 8,000 experience. Vithiat Tam's expression was equally surprised as she said, I have also gained 8,000 experience. Clearing the Them Yen level dungeon once yields more rewards than a week of training outside. As for Chao Ni, he dispelled the transformation status and returned to his original form. Next to him, a notification appeared, congratulating you on earning 11,236 experience points, 10 free attribute points, and 10 skill points. Chao Ni thought to himself that if things continued like this, he would level up again very soon. Just then, Kyung So Nian ran over and asked with concern, How are you? Chaonini, are you hurt? Chaoni stood up, dusting himself off and said, I've just used up quite a bit of energy. We should still go check what rewards this boss dropped. Alright, so the group went to the spot where the boss was defeated and saw a yellow bag lying there. When they opened it, the items inside appeared right before their eyes. Gold grade weapon, flame wisdom staff, required level 24 equipment. Gold grade weapon, fire spirit shield. Level 24 equipment, golden grade weapon, flame demon ring. Level 24 equipment. Vithiat Tam exclaimed with joy. This reward, this is really too generous, is not it? And they are all gold tier equipment. Brother Nini, so many items dropped. Chaonini smiled and said, it seems this time luck is not bad after all. Do any of you need these 3 pieces of equipment? The other 4 took turns sharing their opinions. First is the core iron guard. The required level for this equipment is too high, so I basically can't use it. Duong Nine, he said, the fire attribute growth does not suit me, so I can't use it either. Kang So Nian spoke up, these items are not suitable for my or Helan's profession. Song Helan suggested, classmate Chaomini, you contributed the most this time, so just take these things. Chaonin did not refuse either, gathering up the items and saying, it is a pity, so I will take these equipment first. When we get back, I will negotiate the price at school to exchange for credit points, then divide them evenly and send them to everyone. Vithiat Tam quickly refused. No, Unia, no matter what, you have to get 70% of the share. Without you, we definitely would not have been able to get through the level so easily. Tong Helan spoke shyly. That is right. After all, you were the one who defeated the boss, and I barely helped, Chaoni said with a smile. Dividing it evenly is fine, so no one has to worry about credits for a long time. Kyung Sonin, standing beside him, also smiled and advised, everyone can rest assured and accept it. After all, Chaoni is the one who lacks the least credits. Since it has come to this, the others could not really refuse either, so they all gladly accepted. Alright then, after distributing the rewards, Chanyugi smiled and reminded everyone that our goal is not only to be the champion in the match but also to protect the honor of the school. Vithiat Tam firmly said, Brother Nini, I won't let you down. In the next alchemy session, I will try twice as hard. General Helan spoke up. Classmate Ni, I will also give it my all, Captain. Me too, Chaoen replied with satisfaction. Alright, everyone's determination to try their best is the key to success. I believe in the exchange match, our squad will definitely achieve a glorious victory. As Chaoenius group stepped out of the dungeon, they heard a round of applause from Nugoma. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Deep Serenity level dungeon that I specially designed. Director Nungo. My aunt, Nungomang kept praising without stop, saying your performance was very good, beyond my expectations. Of course, especially Chaoni, you brought me a big surprise. Chaongi smiled sheepishly, scratched his head, and said, I am just doing what I am supposed to do. Ngomang asked, Chaonini, do you have any thoughts on being first place in the exchange match? Chaoni clenched his fists and affirmed, first place is definitely ours. Good. To win the championship you have to have this kind of confidence. To my niece suggested that Chame's all-around support and attack abilities could perfectly dictate 2 combat plans. Initially, Chaoni could be placed in a support role to temporarily conceal his true strength. Wait until the crucial moment. Then he will strike with full force to catch the opponent off guard. If so, the first place in the friendly match will likely be even more secure. Nungomang smiled in agreement. A good idea, then let those old men see just how formidable Chaoenri really is. Even geniuses have their limits, To my knee continued. But their squad's coordination still lacked some spark, so they needed more practice in that area. That is right, tomorrow we can focus on their weaknesses and conduct special training. Alright, that is all for today. Everyone go rest for now. Of course, to keep your training motivation high, we have also prepared a few punishment methods. Chaoni was startled and asked anxiously, Punishment methods, teacher? Could you reveal a little? If I told you, it would not be fun anymore. We have things to do, so we will be going now. With that, Tumaini and Nugomang left. Miss Tu, Chaoni wanted to call her back, but Tumaini seemed not to hear, and in a few steps she was out of sight of Chaoni's group. So be it, Chaoni turned to his teammates and said, if that is the case, let us all train hard and prepare to face the challenge in the friendly match. The group answered in unison. Time passed. On a day as ordinary as any other in front of the dungeon gate, extra character aside, saying the nightmare level raid is really too difficult, extra character B said, that is right. I have tried twice and still could not clear it. Nightmare level is already so difficult to deal with. It is hard to imagine how challenging the abyssal level must be. Just as NPC finished speaking, someone spoke up. Linhei, how do you feel about challenging the abyssal level dungeon this time? Do we have a chance to finish within 10 minutes? The 2 extras startled and exclaimed, then turned toward the voice to see a group of 5 laughing as they walked by. The speaker being the girl with black hair in the group. This was the delegation team, here today to challenge the dungeon. In response to Wake Xiexen's question, Dong Linhai smiled and said, we have all trained together for so long, plus the captain has strategy. 10 minutes probably won't be a problem. Wake Xiexen admitted, that is true. And besides, yesterday the dean even gave me some special tips. Deng Linhai smiled and said, then today I will be watching eagerly. As the Chaonin group entered the dungeon, character asked, the them yen level dungeons all turn into racing games. What kind of tactics do they have? Character B replied, they are the team representing our school in this year's National University and College Freshman Exchange match. Character aghast in shock. Freshman. I remember our freshman team. The highest level was only 19. Those guys are at least level 20. It is truly unbelievable. The strength of that male student just now does not look bad either. Character B points to the ranking board, sighing with admiration. It is more than just not bad. Look up and see. He is the top-ranked Chao Nai in the clearance records. Some extra C actor heard that, looked up at the leaderboard curiously, then immediately shouted, Chao Nini. So it turns out he is an existence that even the top masters on the leaderboard cannot surpass. About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, the little demons. Go ahead, the boss is huge, still attacking the Chao Nini group with fire even though it has not been defeated yet. Vithiat Tam Hongfen laughed and said, finally. The person we have been waiting for has appeared. Crush them for me, she shouted loudly, her hands wrapped in red energy, fiercely charging forward to smash the boss's core into pieces. In her heart, she thought, under the teacher's guidance, I now have enough strength to withstand your attacks. Suddenly, the boss's voice echoed, the weak will always be weak. Don't think that a little progress means you can be arrogant in front of me. Wei Shixian was momentarily startled and turned his head to see a huge fist just inches away from him. Shixian. Step back, Zoai ordered, stepping forward himself to punch directly into the boss's fist. In the blink of an eye, the boss's entire arm was crushed, causing it excruciating pain. Zoe turned to Wei Texan with a smile and said, Wei Texan, you did an excellent job blocking the boss' initial attack all by yourself. Next, let us work together and defeat it. Dunlinghai also smiled and said, Thiat Tam, you should rest a bit, leave the rest to us. At this moment, the boss was still roaring in rage. Damn it, I want all of you to die. But before the boss could act, it was already restrained by the yellow chains. Following that, a large amount of lightning surged along the chain into its body, causing it to writhe in pain once again. Chani held one end of the chain and smiled, saying, now you know what pain feels like, but do not worry, even if you shout loudly, we still want to spare you, Tong Halan said, her expression serious as she quickly formed hand seals, casting the heaven-sealing earth-binding curse. A large number of talismans flew out, covering the boss completely. Next, Dung Linhai also spoke up, saying, let me show you my move. Then the electric system and thunder raged, and from above, a massive lightning bolt struck straight down on the boss. Finally, Kwang Soren quickly rushed over and delivered one last blow. Along with that came a powerful slash that sent the boss's head flying into the air. The system announced, congratulations on clearing the Them Yen level dungeon. The completion time was 8 minutes and 36 seconds, and the rewards for clearing the stage began to be distributed below. After a while, the group led by Chaoani left the dungeon. Nungo Mang immediately praised. Not bad. The completion time has improved to 9 minutes now. This time, your performance is something even I can't match, Chaoani asked in surprise. Din Ningo, why are you here already? Nungo Mang's expression turned serious as he replied, I came to inform you that the time for the GLE match has been set. It will be in 1 week because tomorrow I have to lead everyone to the venue of the GLE match. Kunjing University. Hearing this, Tonga Lan happily said, finally, the GLE match is about to begin. Kang So-Nian clenched his fists tightly and said excitedly, after training so hard for so long, this is the moment we have been waiting for. Vithiatam also smiled and said, after all this time training, we can finally compete in the match. Duong Ninghai spoke curiously, wondering what Qingjing University looked like. As for Ziyai, he rubbed his hands together, smiling with anticipation, silently thinking he was already bored of fighting in the dungeons. Finally, there is a chance to face off against the top geniuses from other schools. The next day, as promised, Ingo Mang arrived to take Chang Ai's group to the venue of the GLU match. Before leaving, he reminded everyone that to ensure safety, I would lead the group through the school's dedicated teleportation point, directly teleporting us to the venue of the GLU match at Than Kin University. At the teleportation site, Principal Vong Hai and the deans were already waiting. After some small talk, the principal told the students that they were all outstanding freshmen carrying the honor of the school. We have been champions for 4 consecutive terms, and we hope you can bring home the championship for the 5th time. Chao Nini's group answered in unison. At that moment, Vong Hai ordered Chu Ho Dong to activate the teleportation formation. In the blink of an eye, Chao Nini, Ngo Mang, and Tanini's group had arrived at Than Kin University. This took Chao Ni by surprise. Already at Than Kin University, weren't the two schools over 200,000 kilometers apart? Tumini smiled and replied, fortunately we had the headmaster's spell. Otherwise it would have taken us days by train to get here. But only a 3rd level mage can cast this kind of long-distance teleportation formation. At that moment, a voice rang out, welcoming the teachers and students of Tahang University to Than Kin University. Your arrival is a great honor for us. Old Trine, why are you here? Nungomang happily approached, shaking hands and warmly greeting Trine Vengxuan, the third-level mechanical mage. If you come to me, you must personally take everyone to their accommodations. Trine Vengxuan replied warmly, then glanced at the group of students, thinking that bringing these kids here this time was really not a bad idea. I heard your school has some new students with impressive skills. So next, we will meet on the battlefield. Goes without saying, after the greetings, Nungomang turned to instruct the students, announcing that the official preliminary round would begin on day 10, and the matches would officially start afterward. After a month of training, the team has probably reached their limits. There will be no extra training these days, so everyone can relax a bit. However, recently Thankin has seen a large influx of visitors, so there might be infiltrators from other races among them. In major events like this, almost every year, demons from other races target the geniuses of humanity. Alright, that is it for today. In the next few days, you can go out and have fun, but be sure to stay safe. Unfortunately, the group led by Chani was taken by the robot to private rooms arranged for each person to rest. Honin Gai has entered the residential area of Than Kin University. If you have any problems, you can ask me for help anytime, the support robot said. No need, but the service at Than Kin University is quite new. Chani stood by the window admiring the city for a while, then opened the system panel, spent all the accumulated experience points, easily reached level 23, gained 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. However, the jump to level 24 was much harder, and many of his skills were still only at C and B ranks even after advancing to the second stage. The skills that Qingjing warriors can learn must be at least above B+ level, and I can even learn a plus level skills. Like Zikyo, Quan Zikyo can enhance teammates' attributes, while Bayan and Zikyo can deliver devastating strikes to enemies. If it is the third advancement, talking about it now is still too far off. Forget it. I should just focus on completing the system achievement tasks perfectly first, and then think about what is next. 1 week later, the exchange match for the 157th freshman class of universities and colleges across Zona country officially began, with the first match between the students of Tohang University and Vin Duong University. The overwhelming atmosphere in the arena left the audience in awe, making them wonder if everyone truly wanted to participate in the national freshman exchange match. The scene was truly shocking. Kong stood nearby and added that today was just the opening, and by the semifinals, the number of spectators could at least double. While the group of Chao and Ni showed excitement, the students from Vin Duong University were not as happy. What bad luck to be matched against Tohang University. There is no other way. We just were not lucky, so we can only be seen as obstacles. Second, Tohang University was last season's champion. Anyone who comes has to accept their fate. Hearing his teammates say that, the brown-haired one snorted coldly. What is there to be afraid of? Our last year's 5th rank was also in the top 30. No matter what, we can still hold them off a bit. Meanwhile, in the stands, people also began to gossip about the Spring Stars. The young knight standing at the back seems to be level 23. Yes, this level can truly suppress the others. Fortunately, it is just a support position. If it were an attack position, it might cause even bigger trouble. It looks like Vin Duong University is definitely going to lose against them. Next, we have to see how many trump cards Vin Duong can reveal against the representative team of Tohang Academy. On the battlefield, the brown-haired one has also recognized the rank of the observer. Although feeling nervous inside, he still spoke boldly. The representative team of Tohang University truly has some skill. However, on the battlefield, rank does not prove everything. Both teams took their positions, began setting up the arena, and simultaneously established their defensive stance. The robot announced and started the countdown. As the 3-second countdown ended, the Vin Duong students were ready to launch a surprise attack, but the brown-haired one stopped them. To be safe, let us focus on defense and see what tricks the opponent has. That moment, the brown-haired youth saw the holy knight on the opposing side wave his hand once. A ring of light immediately enveloped the group of students from Tohang University, their stats soaring in the blink of an eye. The audience watching this scene could not help but be horrified. In just a few short seconds, several skills were unleashed. Can you believe that? The holy knight Chao Mu lives up to his reputation as the captain of Tohang University. Trine Venixuan was also surprised to see that old Ningo, the captain of the Than Knight Chao Mai, is pretty good. If he keeps improving, your team's overall stamina will increase by 50%. Ingo Mang smiled proudly and replied that being a knight is a hidden profession. Its greatest effect is to carry out large-scale reinforcement on the battlefield. In this small team battle, the performance was naturally impressive. Trine Venixuan remained silent, thinking to himself that fortunately, his school's team also had a few trump cards. Otherwise, relying on Chao Yun alone would probably be exhausting enough. Next, let us see if Vin Duong University is really a place worth emulating. Unfortunately, at this moment, in the eyes of Vin Duong University, Chao Ni's group was nothing less than ruthless killers. One of them was so scared that he trembled and dropped his weapon. Captain, what should we do? The brown-haired one, pale but still proud, replied. Maybe I can hold them off. After assessing the situation clearly, Chao Ni sneered and said, it seems the opposing team's strength is average, so let us go with the simplest plan. Everyone, launch a direct attack and try to crush them in one strike. Kong So Nin and Tong Helan responded in unison. Understood. As soon as she received the order, Duong Linhai excitedly created a fireball and said, Captain, let me lead the attack this time. Immediately, Duong Linhai launched countless fire arrows aimed at the Vin Duong University group. As the fire magic system advanced, the sudden attack forced the Vin Duong University group to grit their teeth and raise their shields in defense. Their captain, holding the line, said, We can hold them off. It seems that is all they have got, when suddenly a classmate behind him turned pale and warned, Captain, here they come again. In front of them was the image of Vong Thayet Tam rushing forward with sharp eyes and a destructive fist. Her punch powerfully shattered the defensive shield. Not stopping there, Kang So Nian swung countless sword strikes from above, the demon's wrath. Next came a surge of lightning energy, which, under continuous assault, created a massive explosion. Their relentless assault completely defeated the team from Vin Duong University. Seeing that they could no longer resist, the system announced the end of the battle, with Tahang University as the winner. The system rose up and continued, Thank you to both teams for bringing us an exciting battle. Please wait a moment as the next team match is about to begin. As the match ended, Kuang So Nien complained, My opponent is a warrior, but the order is match 27. We had to wait a long time, and Tung A Lam beside me sighed and said, I am even worse off. Number 45, how long do I have to wait to win? Trung Yi heard this and smiled, saying, I am match number 6, and my opponent is a swordsman. Maybe my luck is not so bad after all. The second group is already up next, but Kong Sonan and Tung Halan could only wish and admire. Now, in the stands, everyone started whispering among themselves, Trung Ai has not made a move yet in the previous matches, and I am curious to see just how strong he really is. A holy chess player with a support profession really participate in an individual match. I guess Trung Yi must be hiding his true strength. After all, he is the team captain. Soon after, Trung Yi's match began, and everyone immediately cheered. Trung Yi, Go Li. As the two stepped onto the arena, the system announced the 9th match of the individual battles. Zongyi from Tuang University versus Liao Kang from Swannan University. 12 classmates ready. The match is about to begin. This time, Zongyi's opponent is Liao Kang, an 18th level swordsman from Swannan University. Liao Kang smirked and thought to himself, it is just a support class after all, but my luck is not bad. I already picked up something big right after starting. Those behind Liao Kang were also chatting excitedly. Liao's opponent is the captain of Tuahang University. That is right, so the next match will be a fierce battle. Haha, the paladin is just support. Liao is definitely going to take him down directly. Without keeping everyone waiting, the system has started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Just as he took back his words, Liu Kong quickly raised his sword to strike first, and Qin said, If you admit defeat now, I can let you lose face a little. In contrast, Chu Ying laughed openly and replied, Haha, you want me to admit defeat? You have already endured 10 insults in front of me and now you are talking big. Liu Kong swung his sword down and shouted, You brat, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Firefish escaped, but Chu Ying was able to easily dodge countless sword strikes. His speed surprised Liu Kong, who exclaimed, So fast. And Qin continued, But it should end here. Yet Liu Kong's legs were already trapped by ice, leaving him stunned and helpless. As he looked up, Chu Ying raised his fist to strike, while Liao Kang angrily cursed inwardly, annoyed by this petty grudge. But Liao Kang used fire magic to break free from the icy grip around his feet. Liao Kang rushed forward, slashing with his sword and sneering at the poor talent. Unexpectedly, Chu Ying blocked it barehanded, his defense leaving Liao Kang utterly bewildered. He actually blocked it. Next, Chu Ni man me damn thing mot fat vao bung Liu Kong, and bang hong het len, Kong the now. Don Tang Kong Ko Lam Liu Kong Vang Rakachuk met. Everyone below panicked and asked each other, what just happened? The captain was knocked out like that, and I did not even get a clear look at Chu Nia's attack. The teacher sighed and said, Second, the opponent is the captain of Tahang University, so Liu Kong could not help but underestimate his opponent. Although he is only a support class, his combat ability is definitely not to be underestimated. As the smoke gradually cleared, the image of Liao Kang appeared with a bloodied face, his body no longer able to move. The system quickly approached to observe and announced that Liu Kong could no longer continue fighting. The system reported the winner as Chu Wenyi, who retracted 5 punches and casually said, Too weak. I did not expect that not even one of my level C skill punches could be blocked. Everyone in the stands erupted at once. One punch that terrifying, already incapacitated the opponent after just a few moves. Unbelievable. Maybe this still is not Chu CS full strength. Outside, Chu Ngok, a Taoist from Qingjing University, suddenly exclaimed, It has only been a few months since I went to recruit in Lijiang, but Chu Nia's strength has leveled up too fast. The dean standing nearby smiled and said, Miss Chu, if that is the case, Chu Ning almost became a student at our school. Chu Ngok said regretfully, That is right, if I had known earlier, I should have risked everything to take the top spot like him. Or if we had Chu Yu now, would not we have avoided the chaos? Helan, a level 19 warrior, looked at Chu Ni with interest and slowly said, Chu Ni seems to be the special male student that Tu Nian mentioned. His true strength is impressive, surprisingly skilled in support. Close combat. and magic. Meanwhile, Chu Hyubak, a level 18 priest, appeared worried, thinking that the speed at which Chu Ngai unleashed his freezing skill was unusual. Even the clan's mages could not cast that fast. Suddenly the bracelet lit up, and Chu Hyubak was stunned, thinking to herself, wait, this is the clan treasure's signal. Could he be a bloodline awakening of the ice lineage? Just as Chu Hyubak's expression turned serious, Helan suddenly turned and asked, Hyubak, what is wrong with you? Chu Subai, startled, clenched her bracelet, and replied, I've lied. Immediately, she hurriedly made an excuse to leave, saying, Sister Lan, I suddenly have an urgent matter and have to go back first. Her strange attitude left Helan feeling puzzled. Chu Subai hurried to a secluded place and called Chu Hang. As soon as the phone rang, Chu Hang quickly answered. He picked up the phone and asked, Sai Bei, is not today your competition day? Why are you free to call me? And why are you using your phone at the company? As soon as Chu Hang heard this, Si Bai hurriedly said, Dad, I discovered a fake awakening of the ice bloodline. Moreover, he also has the Chu surname, and Chuni's frozen bloodline purity is even above 70%. Upon hearing the news, Chu Hang immediately took action, asking in shock, are you sure? And that the frozen bloodline purity is that high? Chu Hyubak responded with 80% certainty. But to know for sure, close contact is still needed. Chu Hang calmly adjusted his glasses and said, all right, find a chance for me to meet Chuna at my place. We will simultaneously start the examination to see if this Chunai really comes from our Chu clan. After hanging up the phone, Chu Hang stood up and looked out the window, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Chuni, the frozen bloodline. If it is truly accurate, then our Thienlan Chu clan might be saved. Now, on the right side of the arena, everyone is cheering together. Chuni, the left side is just as fierce, rising up as well. Lai Ham. A classmate next to Li Ham smiled and said, Ham, do not hold back later. Lai Ham smiled wickedly and said, do not worry. I just fear that Chumini won't let me use my full strength. Ngai Hop nearby warned. Little Ham, be careful. Chumini's power is very strong. Even I can sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from Chuna. Lai Ham immediately became serious and replied, Brother Nini, I understand. Immediately after, Lai Ham showed off his skills. The classmate standing next to him admired and said, no wonder you are Anham. You are amazing like this. With level 18 armor, Chuni probably won't even let Anham's hair get touched. The Phoenix chimed in, that is right. Chuni, do not end up crying from getting beaten then. The match is about to begin. The stands have erupted with excitement. Cheering non-stop. Chuai is the strongest. Go Chui. Chuai. Chuai. Mado University. Go Li Ham. At this moment, Chu Hang appeared, tiredly saying, luckily we arrived just in time. Chu Dongna looked around excitedly and said, the arena for this match is just as impressive as the land in our clan. Wo Chu Subak appeared behind them. Chu Dongna quickly noticed and excitedly turned around calling, sister. She rushed over and hugged Chu Shubach, who hugged her back and asked curiously, Dad. Dongin Hai, why are you two here already? Chu Hang calmly replied, is not it because we were investigating Chu Mai's identity? He is very likely from the main bloodline, scattered during the Dark Era. Knowing that a clan member awakened the Hanbang bloodline, the clan leader ordered me to come here to verify. And it is also a good chance to broaden your sister's horizons and show her the style of the top-ranked newcomer in this group. Suddenly Chu Dongni pouted unhappily and said, huh. What is so impressive about a Holy Knight support class that it needs to broaden my horizons? Chu Shubei quickly corrected her seriously. Dongin Hai, that way of thinking is wrong. So what if it is a Holy Knight? If Chuni's blood purity really exceeds 70%, he is fully qualified to inherit the hidden profession within the clan. Hearing this, Chu Dongnai eagerly asked, sister, the younger generation of our main bloodline only has a blood purity of up to 40%. Right, 70%. Is Chuni's blood purity really that high? Suddenly Chu Hang scolded. Dongin Hai, before coming here I already told you to respect Chu Ni a little, since he is also considered your older brother by rank. Chu Dongnai replied irritably. Hemph, even if he is really from our clan. Whether he can be your brother depends on if he has the strength to deserve it. Chu Hiu Bach quickly reassured. Okay, if Dad is already here, just check Chu Mi's blood purity level to know for sure. We should just focus on watching Chu Ai's match. In the end, Chu Dong reluctantly agreed. Alright then, at this moment, the system announced that the first match of the third round of the singles competition was about to begin. Now, please welcome the two contestants to the arena. Liham from Mado University and Chu Yi from Dahang University. Liham appears clad in armor, confidently saying, I originally planned to wear light gear to the match and quickly finish you off, but the captain said you are very strong, so I will just have to give it my all. Chuni calmly replied, oh, then good luck to you. Chunin briefly observed Liham for a few seconds, thinking to himself, if he can sense my strength, it seems the captain of Mado University can't be underestimated. But still, he stared intently at Liham and thought to himself, so he is only level 18, 5 levels below me. I am afraid that as soon as I unleash a single beam of light to punish him, he will immediately pass out. Laham from Mado University. Level 18. Was ready on the battlefield to face the enemy, but when he met Chuni's gaze, he suddenly flinched. Facing Laham made Chuni feel really troubled. Tomorrow's team match is against Thankun University, so I have to hold back a bit. I can't reveal too much strength. Close combat skills will be my only option, and feeling restricted is really frustrating. When they saw both of them ready, the system announced, inviting the players to prepare well. The match officially begins. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as it began, Chua used a protective blessing to create a huge beam of light that shone directly into Lahan's eyes, forcing him to cover his face. Chuni's strike only made Laham despise him more. Huff, but then again, appearances can be deceiving. Without hesitation, Laham quickly charged toward Chunga. He arrogantly lifted his leg to attack, kicking from below, yet Chuni easily blocked it. And he thought to himself, is that all? Chuni quickly countered with an upward strike, a radiant slash. The blow forced Laham to hurriedly raise his armor to block it. And he thought in pain, it hurts so much, why does my equipment seem completely useless? But it did not take long for Chunai to knock Laham away. Laham's body slammed straight into the wall. Most spectators were just surprised. The fighting style was already suppressed by professional support. Truly a rare sight. What kind of trap is this? Chuni has injured Laham, but Laham's awakened talent is a grade steel bone frost, with defensive power likely far beyond Chumais. After being beaten up, Laham quickly got up and asked, are you really not from a martial arts family? Otherwise, how could your fighting skills be so much stronger than mine? Chun raised his arm and replied, No, I am just a little bit tougher. Saying that, he unleashed countless punches, a holy fist barrage. Laham could only grit his teeth and defend, silently cursing in anger. Damn it. With such strong power, there is no way to escape this attack. Chuni's relentless attack pushed Laham further and further back. Surely Chuni would coldly say, it is time to end this. Seeing the punch coming, Laham silently worried, knowing he simply could not block it. Hearing this, Chuni quickly struck to another side. The relentless force of the attack sent Laham flying back, painfully falling to the arena floor. When the armor in Laham's body were shattered, the system announced that Chunai had won the match, congratulating him on leveling up and securing a spot in the 4th round of the singles tournament. Chuni scratched his neck and thought, hiding it really is too difficult. I just could not help but let my strength slip a bit when I first started. The entire audience was terrified by his power. Everyone was shocked, saying it is unbelievable that a support knight could fight like that. The young knight could not defeat the fighting style with bare hands and had to find an excuse. Chuni's close combat killing ability was truly that terrifying. Chuni slowly stepped beside Laham's body, showing chivalry by helping him with healing magic. When the two nurses approached, Chuni immediately apologized, saying he admitted defeat too late and truly could not hold back his strength in time. Passing by the nurse, he said he had used a bit of healing magic to stabilize the injuries and would leave the rest to them, to which the nurse nodded in agreement. But when she saw Laham's body, the nurse could not help but be shocked. Gasping, the trembling expression on Laham's face made the nurse exclaim, the injuries are severe. Laham is in so much pain. It hurts so much. The two nurses quickly administered first aid, and after carefully examining the wound, one nurse said, this injury won't heal in 2 or 3 days. No doubt about it, it is hard to believe that Chunini, a holy technician, could cause such a massive explosion. When the match ended, Chu Hubak spoke up, see, I told you Chunini's strength is exceptional, far beyond others in the clan and his talented peers. After watching the recent fight, Chu Hang responded seriously. The opponent in heavy armor was knocked away with a single punch. Truly the power of a monster rank. The ice bloodline in the clan might conceal a hidden transformation, seemingly possessing a special attribute power. Chuni's overwhelming strength completely won over Chu Dong Nai, who snorted shyly and said, I admit his power is real. Alright then, her cute expression made Chu Hang laugh. Ha ha ha. It seems Chumi's strength has truly conquered Dong Hai. He turned to Chu Subei and said, Subei, please arrange for Chu Ye to meet with Dad for a moment, and Chu Bei nodded in response. At that moment, the system announced that the battle between Kwang Su Ran from Dahang University and Zheng Feng from Meido University had entered a heated phase, and the final winner was about to emerge. Let us all wait and see. Outside the stands, Chu Ni thought to himself, Tung Fuong's strength is even weaker than Laham, so she might easily win. Just as expected, in the arena, Tung Fuong is at a disadvantage. Frustrated, she thought, the players from Dahang University are really strong this year. I feel like I am about to hit my limit, not sure how many more moves I can withstand. Meanwhile, Kyung So-nin keeps charging and attacking wildly, thinking to herself, just end this fight quickly. The move before her filled Tung Fuong with fear. She closed both eyes and screamed as Kwang So-nin unleashed countless sword strikes piercing through her body. A haunting slaughter. In the end, Tung Fuong could no longer endure and collapsed. The system announces that Tung Fuong from Mado University can no longer continue the fight. Congratulations to Kwang So-nin on leveling up and securing a spot in the 4th round of the singles match. The stands were once again amazed by the strength of Tahang University. They were shocked to see that Tung Fuong from Mado University put up no resistance at all. Unexpectedly, besides Chu-mi, Kwang So-nin is also so strong, wondering if their team match against Thankin University tomorrow will be interesting to watch. Below the arena, Chu-ni stepped forward and praised. Naturally, you fought really well in this match. Especially that final move was very cool. Kwang So-nin replied politely. I was just lucky. My opponent was simply too weak. Kwang So-nin is no match for Chu-mi. If I faced him, I would have to surrender too. Chu-ni scratched his head awkwardly and replied. Just joking. How could I ever lay a hand on you? Suddenly, someone ran over calling, Classmate Chu-ni, please wait a moment. Chu-na looked back in surprise and asked, Are you looking for me for something? Chu Hyu-bach caught her breath and introduced herself. I am Chu Hyu-bach from Thienlan Chujaya. Chu-ni asked curiously about the Ice Bloodline and the Heavenly Blue Chu clan, and Kwang So-nin quietly explained beside him, saying, Chu-ni, I know the Chu clan. They and my Kyung clan are both ancient families, standing tall in Heavenly Blue Province for hundreds of years, with a long history and formidable strength. Kwang So-nin continued, but I heard that in recent years, fewer and fewer clan members of Chujia have awakened the Ice Bloodline. Given that Chujia is currently very eager for those who awaken the Ice Bloodline, Chu-ni might be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Kwang So-nin's candid words made Chu Hyu-bach awkwardly admit, this is indeed possible, but Chu-ni calmly declined, saying no need, I do not need these, but since you claim I am from the Chujia clan, do you have any proof to back that up? Hearing you ask that, Chu Su-bai immediately took out the family identification stone and said, my father has just arrived. He also brought the bloodline identification stone, and if you are one of our Chujia, the stone can resonate with you. Chu-ni reached out to touch the appraisal stone and said, okay, let me try. As soon as he touched it, the stone emitted a tremendous power, leaving Chu Hyu-bach terrified. Chu-ni, the purity of the ice bloodline you possess exceeds 90%. But Chu-ni calmly smiled and said, I truly feel a sense of closeness in the bloodline with you. I never expected that by participating in a friendly match, I could find the origin of the ice bloodline within me. After examining the bloodline, Chu Su-bai spoke up, classmate Chu-yi. No. Chu-ai, my father wants to arrange a meeting with you. Is that okay? Chu-ning gladly agreed. Okay. He turned to Kwang So-nin and said, you go ahead first. I have to go with her. Kwang So-nin smiled and replied, okay, but Chu-ni, you do not need to feel any pressure. The Chu family may be big in Thienlan, but they still can compare to our Kwang family. Chu Hyu-bach quickly retorted, our Chu family is actually quite formidable. Then, Chu Hyu-bach led Chu-ni to meet Chu Hang. As they entered the room, Chu Si-bai stopped and said, Chu-ni, your father and sister are already waiting for you inside. At this moment, Chu-ing could not help but think that when Tiu Van was seriously ill, their Chu family did not lend a hand in their hardest time. Now that I have awakened my bloodline, they have come all the way to my door. I really do not know what to say. Suddenly, the door opened again, and Chu Hang stepped forward, saying, you two have finally arrived. Chu Su-bai immediately called out, Chu Hang stepped in front of Chu Ngai and introduced himself. Hello Chu Xiaoyu, I am Chu Hang. Chu Ni shook his hand politely and said, hello, I am Chu. Chu Hang smiled and said, I have long heard of Chu Tiu host's reputation, and meeting you now is truly extraordinary. When his necklace glowed, Chu Hang excitedly said, you are a bloodline of ice with such a high purity. Not realizing his attitude might be a bit much, Chu Hang quickly became serious and said, to tell the truth, your father and I share the same great-grandfather, and Sai-bai is even your distant cousin. But unfortunately, your father passed away early. Chu-ni calmly replied, that is all in the past. Chu Hang excitedly said, back to the main point. Chu-ni, if you agree to return to the main bloodline and switch back to the Ice Veil profession, our clan will unconditionally provide all the clan's power and resources to help you quickly reach the 3rd stage. Hearing that, Chu-ni asked, the concealment profession, but I have already specialized as a holy knight. Can I still switch professions? Suddenly Chu-ing excitedly said, you do not need to worry about that. We have already prepared this top-grade profession switching tool. Moreover, with your high-purity ice bloodline, you can truly unleash the full power of the ice concealment profession. Chu-ni began to seriously consider that the strongest supporting profession in his body had long been bound to the holy knight profession. Guided by the holy light, only by surpassing the speed of ordinary people could I have grown to this level, and for who I am now, the so-called hidden profession of Chu-ra is basically not worth mentioning. After careful consideration, Chu-ni asked, from what you mean, if I do not specialize, there is no way to receive Chu-rei's nurturing. Right, Chu Hang replied in shock, saying that was not wrong, but once you specialize again, countless skill sets in the Chu library will be waiting for you, and you will gain a large amount of resources, so you do not have to worry about leveling up anymore. Chu-ni shook his head in refusal after hearing this, saying that getting a large amount of resources sounded good, but he still chose to decline. When Chu Hang heard the refusal, he became anxious and quickly offered many other options. After changing jobs, all your skills will be reset and skill points refunded. Your thinking attribute 1T drop either. And within less than 6 years of joining Chu Ras main guild, we can definitely get you to level 50 and proceed to the third advancement. Chu Mi firmly said, actually the conditions you mentioned hold no appeal for me. I can obtain a large amount of resources from the school, so there is no need to worry about leveling up my strength. And besides, I prefer my current Holy Knight profession. Chu Hang asked warily, the Holy Knight is just for support, and Chu Rai's hidden profession is definitely a good position. Chu Ni, what else could you want? Chu Ni angrily said, it is just support. His words struck at his pride. He said angrily, in your understanding, the Holy Knight is just a support role. I can only say you are too shallow. Tomorrow at the match at Than Ken University, I will show you what a true Holy Knight really is. Chu Ni decisively turned and left, waving goodbye before he went. See you tomorrow on the battlefield. Classmate Hugh Bak, I am taking my leave now. Chu Hugh Bak hurriedly called out, brother Chu Yuni, wait a moment. When he saw him leave, Chu Xubai immediately turned to question Chu Hang. Dad, why did not you stop him for a moment? Chu Hang said sternly, just let him go. He still has not realized the true limits of a Holy Knight. After he broadens his horizons with the strength of Qingjing University tomorrow, it won't be too late to look for him. Saying goodbye, Chu Dongni raised her hand from behind the chair and said, wait a moment. I have a different opinion. Chu Dongna raised her head and said, Dad, everyone is already being too lenient with Chu Ai. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to persuade him to join our Chu family's main lineage? Chu Shubat replied awkwardly, well, it is just because… Chu Hang, powerless, said, second, it is better to let me handle it. He seriously explained that the ancestor of our Chu family was the first professional to awaken the cold ice bloodline in Lin's star, and under his leadership, the Chu family rose to prominence. In later generations, descendants continued to awaken the cold ice bloodline, with even a few third-tier powerhouses emerging. But everything changed because of the arrival of the Dark Era. Chu Hang recounted that during the Dark Era, when a large number of demons from another world invaded, the ancestor of the Chu family immediately led the strong warriors of the clan to battle. But the ancestor disappeared during a deep mission into the otherworldly campaign, and without his protection, all the third-level elders were buried along with the powerful demons. Although 5 third-level elders were resurrected through magic to bring themselves back to life, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the demonic lord from another world. Chu Hang sat down quietly and said thoughtfully, since then, the rate of awakening the cold ice bloodline in our Chu family has greatly decreased, even less than 1% of the original. This eternal curse is extremely powerful. It only prolongs the bloodline but cannot eliminate or purify it. Without successors in later generations, the Chu family may seem strong but is actually very weak. He smiled and explained, therefore, if Chuni has such a pure ice bloodline and returns to the main bloodline of our Chu family, we will use the strength of the entire clan to nurture him. Chunini's future power might even rival that of the ancestor, he said seriously. Right now Chuni keeps winning in individual matches, which is when he should be confident. Once he faces the team from Qingjing University, he will clearly understand that our Chu family is the key to making him stronger. Chu Dongni asked curiously, Dad, what if Chunini wins? Then what? Chu Hang hesitated before answering. About that. Chu understood. Bailin stepped forward to pat her head and scolded. Why are you already rooting for Chu Mai? Tomorrow is also your match. Chu Dongni cried, sobbing. I was just saying what if. The next day, on the arena, the audience eagerly awaited. The scene of this match was truly exhausting. Brother, you came here especially for the match between Tahang University and Than Kin University, right? Of course, this is a top team battle between colleges, and it is surprising that the third round is already this intense heading into the finals. Everyone keeps saying it is a sham, but facing Than Kin University, can Chunyi continue his winning streak? This time Than Kin University is playing at home, and I feel uneasy. Chu Dongni sat behind, gloomily thinking that the odds were indeed in the other team's favor, but Chuni would definitely win in the end. Now, the system announced, inviting the representative teams of Than Kin University and Tahang University to the arena. As the two teams stepped up, the crowd instantly erupted in cheers. Sohang University, Than Kin University, Sohang University. The moment Chunyi stepped onto the arena, he immediately used his skill, the mysterious war mace. A giant mace appeared and slammed hard onto the floor. The crowd was instantly stunned by this weapon, the war mace. Captain Chuming of Tahang University. Yes, even from hundreds of meters away. Just seeing his silhouette gives me a sense of unease. Chu Dongna widened her eyes and said, today the aura Chuni shows feels not just a few times stronger than before. Chu Hang asked suspiciously, could it be that Chunini's full strength was not shown before? At this moment, Lai Yen, a level 22 warrior, spoke up. What does it mean that Chungai is standing so close to the front? Could he be aiming to take the position of the striker? Lan, a level 19 defender, responded that Chumini's performance in yesterday's individual match was quite ordinary for a lead position. Chu Si, a level 18 master, added that Chu Mei's level is actually the highest among our current recruits. Lo Cha, a level 20 mage, spoke in disbelief, saying that a holy technician with only some broadcasting ability would use a high level anyway. Wang Xian, a level 22 mechanic, was also laughed at as a team captain. Having only that much strength is really not enough. Li Yuan spoke seriously. Last year we were crushed by Suhang University in the team battle and ended up losing first place. He slammed his sword down on the arena floor. Liang spoke seriously, reminding us that this year our opponent is still Suhang University, so we must regain 100% spirit. When the time comes, give it your all for me, even if it means injuring or crippling them. No mercy, they all replied in unison. No problem. Outside, Duntrine smiled as he approached to talk with Ingo Mang, Zhou, and Lango, wondering if one person handling both offense and support at the same time could manage on the battlefield. When the time comes, do not be stingy and throw away the watermelon. Ingo Mang laughed and replied, "Ha! You do not need to worry. Everything in the match is decided by skill, and I am confident in him." Ingo Mang's confident attitude made Duntrine quietly worried. Strangely, first-year freshmen usually have very limited skills. Being good at many things can never match being excellent at one. Could it be that this old Nungo is still hiding some secret ability he has not revealed yet? On the arena floor, Trung Yi Namini said, "Once the match starts, it will be like training at school. I will initiate the attack first, and everyone behind can adapt as needed." Vong the Tam excitedly said, "Ha! With you going all out, we can finally catch some fish. Even if the opponent is Qingjing University, we can easily fix it." Well, Trung Yi is probing again. Better to be cautious since the opponent was ranked second last year. If anyone gets hurt later, come close to me. I will add healing spells for everyone, and they all replied in unison. Got it. Now, the system has started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. As soon as it starts, Trung Nini announces, "I will go first." As he dashed forward, countless skills appeared, blessings from the gods. Protective blessings. Personal blessings. Encourage blessings. On the big screen, the system commented that facing Qingjing University, Zhongyi from Aviation University hesitated slightly but chose to launch a direct charge against the opponent. The entire audience erupted in excitement. Both sides evenly matched. Should not they start with some long-range attacks to probe each other? This clearly showed Trung Hai's great confidence in his own strength. He ran fast and could quickly cast spells, meaning he must have mastered this skill thoroughly. Seeing this, Lai Yen became excited and smiled wickedly, saying, "Oh, you are eager to die like that? Perfect. We are ready to launch the strongest long-range attack on you." Behind him, Helan was already raising her bow. Immediately, she shot an arrow, a charged arrow, that swiftly flew toward Trung Yi. Facing this arrow, Trung Yi showed no hesitation at all. The arrows swiftly flew towards Trung Yi. Helan excitedly said, "My rank skill. Poisoned arrows can lock onto all targets, preventing them from dodging the direction. Without any support from the team in the front position, let us see how you stop these arrows." As the arrows were about to hit, Trung Yi said angrily, "This is a bit troublesome." He simply crushed the arrow with his bare hands. His skill left Helan utterly amazed. "What? You can crush an arrowhead with your bare hands? This is my rank skill, and it has been enhanced to level 8. Lai Yin beside him snorted coldly and said, "The knight's strike from that position also serves as a defensive value. But it is best to end it here. Wait until Lu Zhou finishes casting his skill. Then I will see how you block it." At this moment, a surge of power appeared on Lu Zhou's staff and immediately unleashed that power and said, "Trung Yi, do not block it yet. This is my strongest strike." A fire phoenix appeared, the ultimate fire phoenix. The fire phoenix aimed at Trung Nai and launched a fireball. The fireball immediately unleashed a massive flame. The earth-burning fire phoenix. Trung Yi quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Not stopping there, Lo Cha continued with another move. Blazing Phoenix, Flame Spear Strike. When he saw the phoenix flying over, Trung Yi stood there calmly and asked, "Is it just fire?" Lo Cha was furious, yet he still had not run away. "It seems Trung Yi will be dealt with by me." Up in the stands, everyone murmured in awe. True his reputation as a top player from Than Kin University, the Blazing Phoenix isn't a rank skill. With such a powerful move, the apartment can possibly withstand it. It is unclear how Trung Yi will respond. Charging out alone is definitely too reckless. Trungok smiled slightly and said, "For now, I think Trung Yi should choose to run away, which would be wiser. With his speed advantage, he still has a chance to return to the team behind to defend." Tamai laughed and said, "Running away?" Trung Yingok was so angry. "Tamai, what are you laughing at?" Tamai replied bluntly, "Sorry, as soon as I heard you think Trung Yi can escape just by relying on his rank skills, I could not help but laugh." Trungok angrily scolded, "Hemph, Trung Yi's team has lost. Just wait and cry." Tamai said bluntly, "Is that so? I hope you really have that power." Inside the stands, the image of Trung Yi moving forward shocked everyone. Trung Yingok asked hoarsely, "What is going on?" Suddenly, a massive source of power appeared surrounding Trung Yi. That moment, Trung Yi's state manifested as the Holy Flame Wheel level A flame wheel condensed from divine fire, granting him the power to control the fire element. boosting the light attribute for himself and nearby allies by 20%, with fire skill damage effects lasting for a period of time. Trung Nini arrogantly commanded, "Holy Flame Wheel, absorb everything from me. The golden orb is glowing. How can this be?" The phoenix was drawn in by Trung I, who said, "Little firebird, come here and become my power." Immediately, the phoenix was completely subdued by him. Seeing this, Tong Alan arrogantly said from behind, "It seems that the University of Qingjing really does not understand the true depth of our holy knight captain." Kong then added, "Even the spirit flame bloodline of the flame dragon could not hurt Trung Nini, let alone this fire element skill." The phoenix was firmly held in Trung Ni's hand, and he smiled, saying, "Sorry to disappoint you all, but I possess the holy flame wheel skill, which can also follow the fire element." In the stands, everyone's eyes widened, and they exclaimed in amazement, "God! It feels like I can already sense the breath of a divine weapon. This is terrifying. Trung Yi actually obtained a divine skill. So powerful. He truly deserves to be called the Will God." Trungok was equally surprised and angrily asked, "A divine skill? How could it be a divine skill? The holy flame wheel is so rare that even third-tier professionals can hardly obtain it. So how did Trung Yi manage to get it?" Tamiki smiled and replied, "Trung Yi might just be lucky. After all, it is normal for a genius to have a moment of insight." Trung Ingok retorted, "Do not get cocky. We still have many trump cards we have not used yet." Tami shrugged and said, still the same sentence, "I hope you really have this ability." Tu's indifferent attitude made Trung Gok furious. At this moment, Uncle Dong-yi looked at Trung Ni with admiration. She asked, "Dad, what exactly is a divine skill? Why does it seem like everyone is so excited?" Uncle Hang replied, "Because divine skills are the rarest of all skills." He explained that it cannot be learned through any skill books or passed down by any inheritance method. Only those blessed by the gods have the right to obtain this divine skill. It is clear that Trung Ni's holy light wheel was personally bestowed by the god of light. Chu Hang began to recall the past and explained that he possessed the bloodline of the Frost clan. And naturally, many believers in the tribe followed the Frost goddess. Ever since the bloodline was cursed, the blessing of the Frost clan goddess disappeared as well. He helplessly slammed his head and said, "Therefore, those worthy of divine blessings possess unpredictable potential, and the conditions we set might truly be insignificant for Ni." Uncle Donnie quietly turned and said, "If that is the case, this trip will be in vain." But Uncle Hang firmly replied, "No, there is still a chance. After the match ends, I will find Chumi to negotiate. Maybe he is the hope for your revival, and I will never give up easily." At that moment, on the battlefield, Lu Zhou looked at Ju Ni with utter disbelief. How could it be? Had his blazing phoenix fire really vanished? Seeing Lu Zhou's stunned expression, Li Yuan gently patted his shoulder in reassurance and said, "Although I do not fully understand how Zhu Mai did it, one thing is certain, fire magic is completely ineffective against him." Lo Cha, do not lose heart. Try using a different elemental skill to attack. He quickly regained his spirit and responded. Lian raised the sword in his hand and ordered, "Helan, you also continue to use long-range magic to stop Chumi from advancing. Absolutely do not let him break through easily in front of everyone." While landing, Helan shot a volley of arrows. "No problem." Lo Chao eagerly launched another attack, wearing a sly smile as he said, "Uncle Ni, do not get too pleased with yourself. We have a way to deal with you." Immediately, a stone wall rose up blocking Chu Nai's view. Lo Cha shouted, "Lava Fortress." Meanwhile, Helan's arrows flew in from the side. Whirlwind arrow storm. Uncle Ni frowned and thought, "Do you really think that can stop me from advancing?" Good thinking, but still too naive. Standing still, he raised his hand to strike. Moonlight Heart Shield. Immediately, a shield appeared, shattering all the incoming arrows. Seeing the skill, Chu Heebak could not help but be amazed. She said, "That is the A rank plus Moonlight Heart Shield, and it looks like its level is not low at all." Even Helan had to admire it. Chu Nini's defense was really well done, but in the end, it still prevented him from breaking through quickly. Hearing this, Chu Ni nodded and replied, "That does interrupt my fighting rhythm a bit. It seems I have to use a long-range skill to break their formation a little." Suddenly, at this moment, Lian realized something was wrong and shouted, "Retreat quickly!" But right then, Chunin created a giant fire tornado that swept everything around. The holy flame storm was fierce. Lian jumped back and said, "Everyone get out of the way. Wherever the whirlwind goes, it destroys everything in its path with tremendous force." Helan quickly dodged, silently terrified at this level of holy flame storm. If she were unlucky enough to be caught inside, she would likely be eliminated immediately. Suddenly Lian spoke up, "No, where is Lo Cha? Could he still be inside there?" Indeed, Lo Cha was struggling with all his might to hold on in the storm. Angrily cursing, "Damn it, is he really a holy technician? The elemental skill he unleashed is even more terrifying than my own mage." Seeing that Lu Zhou can still hold on, Zhongyi smirked and said, "It seems the fire is not fierce enough yet, but do not rush. After all, I am the extreme fire phoenix absorbing your entire process." The flames grew stronger and stronger, and Lu Zhou's shield was completely shattered by the water. Zhongyi grew colder, burning fiercely, While inside the storm, Luzhou cried out in pain. Hopelessly screaming, his staff also fell and shattered. After the final blast, Luzhou's body was burned black. He lay down in pain, begging, "Save me. Save me." Trung Yingi fought more and more fiercely, sighing, yet still could not finish him off in one go. "But next time you won't be so lucky." His arrogant tone made Lian furious, and he shouted angrily, "You arrogant fool. Hu back, you quickly go treat Lo Cha. Let me handle Trung Yi." Chu Hubatch replied immediately. There, Trung Yi raised the shield in his hand and said, just in time, a beam of yellow light shot straight at Lian, dazzling flash. But Lian stood there and sneered. "Yeah, watch me block it directly." As the attack arrived, Lian quickly raised his shield, the shield flashing brilliantly. Seeing the large shield hovering in the air, Uncle Hubatch was startled and said, "This is the captain's shield." The golden light struck the shield, creating a massive explosion. After this attack, Lian also tiredly collapsed, gasping for breath, unable to help but sigh inwardly. The strength of this Trung Ni is truly terrifying. I am not sure if Li is naturally gifted with such iron-like killing intent that even his punches can't be defended against. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes flared up, and he shouted wildly, "But I am not a vegetarian." He quickly launched a counter-attack with a furious strike. Trung Yin boldly used the rod to shatter the attack. Brother Qin often says, "Just show your speed and that is enough." Seeing his attack shattered in an instant, Lian stammered, "How is this possible? What is he relying on to block it directly? Normally, this strike of mine could even take down a level 20 golden grade demon beast." Lian was not convinced. He continued to charge with his sword. "I do not believe it." Trung Yi once again. Just as Lian flew up to strike down, Trung Yi quickly raised his shield to counter. "Huh. Then we will fight until you surrender." The attacks of the two clashed, creating a tremendous force. Lian's power thrilled Trung Yinai, who excitedly said, "Impressive. No wonder you are the captain of Thankine University. You are the first peer to stand toe-to-toe with me." Lian struggled to block the attack while feeling frustrated. "Damn it. Trung Yi's attribute strength is even higher than mine if this continues. My stamina won't hold out for long." Immediately after, Trung Yi knocked Lian's sword away and angrily shouted, "How could you lose your own weapons so quickly? Are you already out of strength?" Trung Yi rushed to Lian's side and yelled, "Fall back." But Lian was too stunned to react and could not dodge in time. In a moment of danger, a shield appeared to protect Lian from a fatal blow. The blocked attack left Trung Yi feeling displeased. His all-out assault was stopped. At the same time, a giant Z-robot appeared above Trung Yi. He quickly turned around and activated his shield, a wholly protective light, but the horn of that Z-robot chipped the shield. In just a moment, Trung Yi's defensive shield was broken. He angrily rushed into attack, breaking it for me. After the attack, Trung Yi quickly landed on the ground. He silently assessed. Pitying the hidden attack of this robot was indeed strong. The level 9 holy light shield was broken after just one strike from it. Lian gasped as she stood up, and seeing Vong Hien step in to pull her back, she quickly thanked him. "Little Hien, thank you for saving me." Vong Hien replied frankly, "It is something I should do. If I did not step up, we would probably lose. Next, leave the middle team to me. You go handle the others." Vong Hien slowly revealed his trump card skills. "I originally thought he was hiding his true strength to deal with the Mado University Alliance. But I never expected Chunyi alone could push our entire team into such a desperate situation." Vong Hien continued to create another robot. This time it was a monster, the B-robot model Gex 100, level 21. Silver quality. Then came a series of other robots, light rocket-type Dias robots, level 21. Silver grade. Seeing a bunch of robots in front of him, Chuya was amazed and thought to himself, "Huh, Wangshan is only level 19. Yet the levels of these robots are all around 21. 22. Ingomang glanced subtly at Dean Trine in the stands and smiled, saying, "Dean Trine, your Senza University of Thankin also has a hidden trump card." Dean Trine replied confidently. Of course, he proudly looked at Wang Xian and said, Wang Xian possesses an S+ mechanical genius talent, allowing him to create robots above his own level. Wu Mang said with interest, an S+ talent. So that is how it is. The outcome of this team battle depends on these two. On the battlefield, Chuai suddenly smiled and said, the old mechanical swarm tactic. His eyes blazed with fire as he excitedly said, let me see just how powerful this swarm tactic really is. Vong Hien angrily ordered the robots forward and shouted, how dare you charge straight into my mechanical army? You are asking for death. The robots immediately fired countless bullets, powerful rounds speeding towards Chumei. Next, the robots charged fiercely, followed by tanks firing continuously from afar. Chuini quickly raised his shield to block, then activated the heart-sealing shield. Chuini stared coldly at the incoming bullets without stopping. Suddenly, he spoke, go. The shield immediately advanced to repel all the bullets and robots. Then, Chunin quickly used the Holy Light Cross skill. A giant cross appeared surrounding his body. The robots began to be electrocuted, and in an instant, they exploded into pieces. Wang Xin angrily scolded as he watched his robot explode. Damn it. My robot is made of fireproof material, yet it still could not withstand it. Vong Hin suddenly pulled out a keyboard and said, I have robots of this level too. Then he quickly pressed a key. A series of robots were created again. Vong Hin angrily said, I do not believe your spirit energy is completely blocked. Charge forward for me. At the same time, on Chuni's teammate's side, Vong Thiexin was comfortably destroying robots while sending messages. Ha! Vong Hin definitely never expected Ni to be so skilled at handling this situation. At that moment, Chui glanced at the notification board and silently calculated the timing was just right. A move was about to appear. Divine Windstorm. As soon as Vong Hin saw it, he hurriedly gave the order another terrifying skill. Retreat quickly. But it was already too late. The Divine Storm had been activated, destroying all the robots on the battlefield. At the same time, Wang San's screen kept flashing red alerts. Machine 74 lost connection. Wang San clenched his teeth in anger. Only just started and already lost a third. Damn it. Suddenly he took a deep breath and whispered to himself, it seems the human C strategy does not work on him. No other choice left. It is time to use the final trump card. Vong Hin quickly summoned a giant machine. Stepping out as Axe in disguise, a machine appeared with a jaw full of teeth. It was like a shark ready to unleash a massive burst of power. At the same time, the claws around X's body also moved upward. Vong Hin went all out. X at the orange. Combining. Immediately, X created a small opening to let Vong Hin inside for the fusion. Meanwhile, X's body grew larger and began to touch the arena's protective shield. As soon as it made contact, the system immediately sounded an alert, detecting restrictions in the area and urgently upgrading the defensive field to a higher level. Seeing this giant robot, everyone watching felt utterly shocked and said this is just too over the top. For the first time ever, a national university and college competition features an epic grade mechanical creation. Finally, a new monster appears X at the fake tangerine, level 23, of epic quality. Now, a girl is looking at the arena, constantly exclaiming that the freshmen this year are all monsters. At this moment, seeing Wang San pull out his secret weapon in the arena, Liuyun can't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Hyun's fake orange has appeared. Liuyun looked at Kyung Sonen and said, you guys are definitely going to lose this time. But Kuong Sonen ignored those words and kept charging forward to attack. She angrily swung at Lian and said, huh. Chumini won to lose. Lion panicked and dodged backward, then continued to sneer with disdain. Is there more? Why all this fuss? On Chuni's side, Vong Hin loudly said from Hax, Chuni, first let me show you the powerful firepower of this fake tangerine. The fireballs were fired, and Chunyi watched them fly without a trace of accuracy. He silently calculated that the firepower bullets covered the area, making a frontal attack impossible. Immediately after, Chunyi began picking up stones and throwing them. He gently weaved back and forth to avoid the fireballs. Chunyi glanced at the fireballs behind him and thought to himself, there might be something new. But he did not realize that another fireball was coming straight at him. Fortunately, Chunyi dodged just in time. As soon as it passed him, the projectile exploded immediately. Chunyi looked at its destructive power and could not help but feel lucky. It was truly dangerous. Vong Hin inside the boundary laughed loudly. Running away. Running away. Vong Hin kept attacking and asked, this time you have nowhere left to run. Right. In the critical moment, Chunyi had to take out his hammer to smash all the incoming fireballs. At the same time, X suddenly reached back and drew a sword. It swung again, a slash straight into the ground. With just one slash of the sword, the ground cracked in two. Vong Hin kept taunting from inside the vehicle. Chunyi, is running away all you know how to do? He kept slashing out countless strikes, then continued speaking, saying that the University of Tahang can't all be cowards like that. His words hit Chunyi's pride, and he immediately responded, fine. Let us settle this with a direct fight. Seeing Chunyi's provoked expression, Vong Hin silently scolded him for being so easily rattled and acting foolishly. He quickly flipped the switch, looking down on him, thinking that with such weak willpower, how could he be the captain of the aviation university? It seemed this university was headed for trouble. The Taekwai Gia swung down again, but this time, Chunyi chose not to dodge and countered with a pursuit strike, the blade clashing loudly against the Taekwai Gia's sword. Then Chunyi immediately struck with the divine finger, and a powerful beam of light appeared above. It seems that the light is absorbing everything around it, and the fighter is starting to get electrocuted. The match monitoring system is also angrily scolding. What exactly is happening? The energy of the protective barrier is suddenly being absorbed. Suddenly, a system outside the stand spoke up, ordering to activate the emergency protocol. The systems below quickly flew up as well. They hurriedly entered inside the shield. Each match supervised by a person is controlled by a powerful light magic stone that can be used to restore the battle shield. On Li Yun and Kung So Nia's side, the beam of light caught Kong So Nian's attention. Seeing Lei Ain rushing over, Kong So Nian quickly jumped back to avoid him. Kong So Nian looked toward Lin Hai's path and shouted, retreat. On Alan's side, arrows were flying swiftly. Tong Halan and Wang Thiet Tam hurriedly retreated. As soon as Kwang Su Ran spoke, the two exchanged a quick glance before retreating together. On this side, Li Yuan also sensed something was wrong and shouted an order not to pursue, but Lo Tro angrily asked, this is the moment, why are not we chasing after them? The group from the university quickly regrouped, and Lian looked toward the source of the energy and said, "Something's wrong. This power feels off." At that moment, a giant hand appeared from within the beam of light. The entire audience screamed in fear. "What is this?" Vong Hin, sitting inside, also saw it and was terrified to the extreme. A god-level skill. Such a terrifying presence. It could only be its rank skill manifesting. Vong Hin's face began to pale, for although it was only one level higher than an A+ rank talent, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. But he began to feel exhilarated. Vong Hin said excitedly, "No, how can I be afraid before even fighting? It is just a god-level skill. I do not believe you can still win." Vong Hin seemed to merge with the talent user, launching a frenzied attack. Talent user. Below standard, the serrated edge of the sword began working at full force. Vong Hin frantically unleashed a series of slashes, his face losing control, and he immediately attacked with a flurry of strikes, believing he had defeated the hand and succeeded. But a beam of light appeared, shattering that joy. As the hand forcefully pressed down on the martial artist, a massive surge of energy unleashed an incredibly powerful impact. Everyone in the audience was terrified, each one startled by the blast and shouting out. Now, on the arena floor, fragments of the robot slowly flew toward Trung Yi, who coldly played them away. After the last attack, the talent was shattered. Vong Hin was also knocked down. Helan spoke in a daze. She bitterly uttered the words. Lost already. While Vong Hin painfully endured his wounds and raised his hand calling Trung Yi. Juan's voice kept calling out, "Trung Yi," but all he got in response was Trung Yi's cold back. The whole audience erupted instantly. Damn, the light was so intense. Amazing. Terrifying. Like a nuclear explosion, the entire audience shouted his name in unison. Trung Yi. Trung Yi. Trung Yi. Trung Yi, as he walked happily amidst their cheers. Trung Yi. Trung Yi, Dean Trine solemnly said, "With such godlike skills, it is no injustice that our Than Kin University lost." He was deeply pained, originally believing that with Vong Hin, the champion of this class, Qingjing University would have an easy victory. After watching the match, Dean Trine kept sweating, never expecting a prodigy like Trung Yi to appear. Close combat. Support. Magic, no matter the category, they are all incredibly strong. Even omnipotent. Dean Trine turned and left, but before departing, he said to Nugo Mang, "Din Yingo, your Daehak Tahang has a very good seed. In my more than 30 years of study, Trung Yi is the brightest." He continued with regret, "Among the many geniuses I have met." Wu Mang laughed in response. In the stands, everyone joyfully cheered for Tahang University and Zongyai. Tahang University. Zongyai, Tahang University. The cheers never stopped. Trung Yi. Kuang So Nian could not help but feel stunned by the scene. It was just too crazy. Vong Thiet Tam walked by happily saying, "Too easy. Seoul University is just like that," while Tong Helan asked suspiciously, gently, "Without Trung Yi, just relying on that Vong Hin, we won't be able to handle it." Duong Lin Hai nodded in agreement. "That is right, a level 23 epic robot. Without classmate Trung Yi, we will 100% lose." Wang Texan laughed happily and said, "Everyone already said that without Zongyi it would not work. But now do not we have Zongyi?" Kwang Soren laughed and replied, "Next year when the gym expands by half a year. This year's Sijia Liu newcomer match will have a live audience of 200,000. Kang Suran said happily, "With the live broadcast and the hype of the Jia Liao newcomers after this battle, the whole of Zhongsha will know your name." Trung Yi. Trung Yi softly scolded her, saying she was becoming more and more impolite. In a room, a woman was watching the live match and commented that Trung Yi's skills were impressive. She arrogantly said that Thean Q was exactly the talent the Thean Vu Guild needed. But his level was a bit low and they would have to wait until after the second promotion to invite him into the guild. A man stepped forward and suggested, "Thean Vu is the top guild in Trung Quoc. Even logistics staff must reach level 30 second tier. But after this battle, Trung Yi's combat data will definitely be sent to the higher-ups of the major guilds. By then, waiting 10 more times might not be too late." "Right," she immediately retorted. "No way." The woman looked at Trung Yinki with amused eyes and said, "With the old guild leader here, even if there is no way to recruit him immediately now," she confidently said, "this little junior brother of mine will definitely become a member of our Chinyu guild in the end." At the hospital, everyone in Wang Xian's ward was constantly worried. The doctors kept discussing. The recovery spell and the stasis spell could not be stopped, and the strength of each person had to be reported before it was completely exhausted. Everyone is trying to save Vong Hian, and during this time, everyone is extremely busy. The second team's clerics are well prepared, replacing the first team's healers. Damn it. Why is this holy light so violent? Even using the spell to erase the unerasable Trung Yi went too far. At that moment, Lian spoke up, saying that if it were not for triggering the protective magic barrier of the lightning platform, it would be hard to say whether he and Cav could have survived, and none of us would have escaped unscathed. Everyone on the team bowed their heads in unison to accept the blame, and Lian stood up to say, "Director, we are sorry. We lost, and we have failed to live up to the vast resources the school provided." The dean raised his hand to stop them, saying this time he would not blame them. The central council was too strong, and in this team battle, our Qingjing University could only manage 3rd place. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and asked, 3rd place, Dean. Although we lost to Suhang University, we could still defeat Mado University. That is right, Dean. If we lose to Mado University, our school will be deeply embarrassed. This is a great humiliation. The dean glanced at Wang Xian and said, Wang Xian is seriously injured, and all 200 machines used in the recent battle have been reported damaged. Our Thankin University no longer has any team members who can fight against Mado University's alliance. You quietly feel dissatisfied. You are indeed very strong, but after the second transmission, my mechanical core truly unleashed the energy belonging to your steer talent. Wang Hien was so angry he clenched the bed sheets tightly, and at that moment, we would definitely fight for a decisive victory. Meanwhile, in his room, Chu Hangthan Tam bowed and admitted his mistake to Trung Yi, saying, Trung Yi, I'm sorry, I really was blinded. A holy knight can serve as support while also possessing an extremely powerful transmission ability. Of course, in all my years, only you, Trung Yi, have been able to do that. Trung Yi, you truly are a rare genius among men like Long Fuan. One of the few, yet Trung Yi calmly exposed the truth. Chu, cut the lies and just speak honestly. Chu Hang smiled and said, the one with real strength is Thang Then. Thang Then said, I have reported to the clan, and both the clan chief and the elder council leader have promised that as long as you return to the clan, they will do their utmost to support and nurture you. Chun asked curiously about the clan chief and elder. Seeing his confusion, Chu Hang explained that the number of Chu clan members is very large. Every year when distributing resources, how much each clan can receive depends entirely on their own strength. Within the vast Chu clan, there are various collective interests, the greatest of which belong to the elder council and the clan chief. Chu Hang seriously pushed up his glasses and said that under normal circumstances, the two sides would never cooperate. But regarding Chu Mi, they had reached a common goal. It seemed that everything stemmed from Chu Ni himself, leaving him a bit confused. This is actually not bad. With the promise of the powerful Chu-Ra Corporation, there is no need to worry about some things being exposed after returning to the main Chu-Ra lineage. And with my mentor Principal Vong Hai's help, I can quickly obtain resources and level up even without Chu-Ra's support. Chu Ni thought carefully. The most important thing is that I still have this super sharp weapon the system. After thinking it over, Chu Ni decided, I am afraid I have to disappoint you. I do not plan to change careers. His answer left Chu Hang restless, and he sadly asked, could it be that our Chu family really has no way to start over? Seeing his sorrowful expression, Chu Ni spoke to comfort him. But I know someone who possesses the ice bloodline. Maybe in the future, she will consider the hidden professions of Chu-Ra. Chu Hang sadly bowed his head and said, No. The three great hidden professions of Chu-Ra, besides having the ice bloodline, it must also reach a certain concentration, as a normal ice bloodline cannot undergo a rank transfer. Chu Ni pointed at him and asked, my sister's ice bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours. So that should be enough. Right. When he heard that, Chu Hang's eyes lit up brightly, and he joyfully grabbed his hand, asking if his sister had also awakened the ice bloodline. Chu Hang chuckled and shivered all over. His spirits began to lift. Chu Hang laughed joyfully, saying, this is great. One day I might see Chu-Ra rise again, and I can be proud of my ancestors. Heaven bless Chu-Ra, and I bless Chu-Ra too. Really? Is her ice bloodline concentration really 3 times higher than mine? So that means the bloodline concentration is nearly 10 points. With 3 major professions concealing the ice system at will, his wild madness made Chu Ni silently curse. He has gone crazy, not letting him get carried away. Chu Ni spoke up to calm him down. First, do not rush into excitement. Is there a choice to follow the career cultivation path of Chu-Ra? We still need to get her opinion. Chu Hang nodded in agreement. Okay. Whatever you say. When will we go see your sister? Hearing this question, Chu Ni fell into deep thought. For me, joining Chu-Ra does not have much benefit. First, because I can't specialize. Second, the resources I can get from the system and Master Vong Hai are one thing, but for Chu Van, it is completely different. Although I can provide cultivation resources for her, it definitely can compare to the full support and nurturing of a family clan. If Father Chu and Mother Chu were in trouble and Chu-Ra could not help, then it would not be unreasonable for all the responsibility to fall on Chu Van. After careful thought, Chu Yin decided to call Chu Van. Feeling uneasy, wondering if Xiao Koi had been mistreated while staying with her before the battle, as soon as he called, Chu Van quickly answered the phone. And the moment they connected, she hugged Tiu Koi excitedly and called out, brother. Seeing this image, Chu Ni thought to himself, I knew it. She spun Tiu Koi around and laughed, praising, this battle is really amazing. It is completely pressure. Many female students at your school admire you and want to contact you. Chu Van kept saying, I won't let them. My sister-in-law must be strong in my heart. Very strong. Super strong. She must have broad shoulders, firm arms, tight skin, and muscular legs. Chu Van said excitedly. She can hold a sword weighing hundreds of kilos and also sew clothes for you with a needle. Stop joking around and just say what is going on. At this point, Chu seriously recounted that a few people had come looking for him, saying they were Chu-Gia. He quietly explained that the main lineage of Chu-Gia has 3 major hidden professions: the Henbang Guardian, the Bang-Song Swordsman, and the Bang-Get Master. The Guardian and Swordsman are inherited professions, while Bang-Getsu is a mage profession. Based on your Henbang bloodline, you can choose any of the 3. Hearing this, Chuvan watched even more intently. She looked seriously at the 3 images in front of her and decided to choose the mage profession. Brother, I will choose this profession. The Bang attribute magic skills suit me. Chu reminded her that once she accepted Chugia's career plan, she would need to go to the Tianlin province, Chugia's territory, to study and train for at least 3 to 4 years. Chuvan replied firmly, I have thought it through carefully. Chuvan exclaimed, with my brother shining like that, a sister like me absolutely cannot fall behind. She thought that if she could use Chugia's resources, she would not have to drain her brother's resources or be a burden to him anymore. After making her decision, Chu promised that once he finished everything here, he would go with her to Tianlan province. And then, the two finished their conversation. After talking with Chu Van, Chu and Yi continued on to the freshman competition. The system warmly welcomes everyone to the 4th round of the National College and University Freshman Exchange match. Today, we will select the top 8 prodigies to advance to the 5th round of the solo competition. The system announced that before anything else, it would reveal the rewards from the Lower Flame Guild for the top 8 strongest players in the solo match. The system presented a vial and said it was an S-grade magic potion. The audience could not help but laugh. Whoa, it is S-grade magic potion again. True to the Lower Flame Adventurers Alliance. So generous. Well done. Even 3rd-tier adventurers would really want it. Kwang Shorin turned to say, Brother Chusi, last year's champion's reward was only an S-grade magic potion. Chusi replied, because it is level 3, the alliance needs to nurture more talents. Kang So-nin nodded and replied, that is right. Suddenly the system continued to announce the reward. Level 4 enhanced players can obtain its rank innate attribute like the champion of the solo match. It introduced a new weapon and said that the legendary grade weapon forged by the alliance's master weaponsmith Havium would be awarded. Even Chuni was surprised by this reward. A legendary grade weapon is the highest tier weapon that humans can forge. The incredible reward made every player eager to win. The champion must claim it. After announcing the prize, the system called all contestants to the arena to prepare for the match. Kang So-ran stepped forward, smiling as she said to Chuni, Chuni, please protect me. And Chuni replied, I will definitely succeed. At that moment, Chuni's opponent stepped onto the stage, and the two officially faced each other. Feng Kong put on his armor and said, Chuni, I know you are very strong. He swung his sword and shouted, but I am not any less. Inside, he secretly felt joyful. Ordinary professionals usually pursue balanced attribute development. But he was different. Feng Kong was full of confidence as he thought to himself, I only choose to invest in strength, so I am absolutely confident in my power. At that moment, the system announced the start of the match. As soon as the words were spoken, Chumiya charged forward with his sword, and Feng Kong also began to advance. He laughed provocatively. Chu thought, do you dare to fight me head-on? The guy quickly struck first. A violent clash as their powers collided. In just a moment, that guy's sword showed signs of breaking. Immediately after, Chunia's strike shattered the sword, and he continued to strike Feng Kong directly. He fell down in pain, defiantly saying, how is this possible? I only used my strength value. How could your power suppress me? Chu thought for a moment then mocked. Is that all? At this moment, the entire stands erupted. Even a slight increase in strength was suppressed. Just how terrifying is Chumi's power? His attribute values are so mysterious, seriously suspected to be overpowered. The teammates from Maton University below also protested loudly. How could this be? Competing in strength, Feng Kong still lost. Dune spoke in a daze. Feng Kong plus equipment growth reached a strength level of 370 points. To achieve the effect of a 1-to-4 suppression, Chuani's power attribute must be at least over 450 points. He vividly recalls the terrifying scene earlier and can't help but feel unsettled, especially since his intelligence attribute is extremely high, truly frightening. Dintu asked anxiously, Ngai Hop, are you confident you can beat Chumai? Ngai Hop thought for a few seconds then replied, about 30% sure. At the same time, on the arena floor, Feng Kong struggled to stand, gritting his teeth and saying, I am not defeated yet. He sprang up and shouted, come on, a warrior only dies standing, never kneeling in defeat. Chuni, unwilling to accept defeat, said, I respect you as a true man. Feng Kong immediately charged into attack without holding back. Chuni was not to be outdone and struck back with a mace of repentance. The heavy mace slammed straight into Feng Kong. Feng Kong screamed in pain, then was knocked far away. The people from Mado University below immediately shouted, declaring the match over, we admit defeat. The system quickly received the information and announced that Mado University conceded defeat, making Chuni the winner of this match. Chuni was immediately drowned in cheers. Chuni is the strongest. Chuni, I love you. After the nurses came to examine Feng Kong, everyone sighed and said, damn, it is that hard to handle holy light again. Hurry up and start the treatment. No need to waste words. He is Chuni's opponent. After saying that, the three took Feng Kong for treatment, staying by Chuni's side. One day after the match, The group from Tahang University gathered in a room to discuss strategy. Ingomang spoke up. Very good. Our Tahang University now has 2 people who have reached the 8 strong. Ingomang praised Tong Halan. Her promotion was also considered a surprise. The chance of advancing to the 4th strength is slim, but you still have to try harder, Song Halan replied cheerfully. I understand. Next, he turned to Kang So Nian and said, with her strength, she might be able to advance into the 8 strong, but she is still a bit unlucky to face Nai Hop, who is the top seed. Ingomang said seriously, there are only 2 spots left in the 8 strong, and they will be chosen from the losers. Hopefully, you can seize the opportunity. He quietly turned to Chu Si and said, Chu Si, I have great confidence in you. The task of winning the solo championship is entrusted to you. Chu Si listened seriously and nodded in understanding. Next, Ingomang continued, in tomorrow's team match, we have 2 duels against ordinary colleges. He looked at the people behind and said, so you substitutes can get some practice on the field. After making the decision, Ingomang immediately began teaching them the tactics for tomorrow's match. Kyungsonian sat on a nearby chair, deep in thought, recalling that the individual match in the first half of the 4th round was called a devastating defeat. 70 players are selected to choose only 2 for the individual matches in round 5. And later, as long as they advance to the top 4 in round 6, they can obtain a rarest grade resource. Kang So Niam firmly said that even with abundant resources, grade resources are not simply given away. If I can get it, my strength will definitely improve by a level. A voice echoed. Chu Si thought, his strength has been revealed. Ingomang cheerfully continued. With your strength you could easily sweep through a normal college team. But tomorrow's team match will be led by their trainees, so just protect them and try not to use too much force. Chuni nodded and said, I understand. Suddenly, 2 girls walked in, and when they saw Chuni, they were amazed. Whoa, it is the legendary minister. This voice attracted countless other girls rushing over, grabbing him frantically. Classmate Chusi, classmate Chusi. It really is classmate Chusi in person. Oh my god, he is really handsome. He is even looking at me, Chuni asked awkwardly. Everyone is. They immediately replied, I am your fan. Can you sign for me? He asked again in confusion. Sign. Immediately after, they took out countless photos of Chumi and shouted, there is me too, I want one too. Thank you. Ingai then. You are really super handsome. We will keep supporting you in the next match. Keep it up. Oh my god. Classmate Chuni is blushing. So cute. You must take good care of yourself and absolutely do not get hurt. Hoo. Seeing these photos, Chuni turned completely dark. Is that really me? Tong Halan sitting beside softly said, Chuni is quite well welcomed after all. At that moment, a spirit appeared in Kong So Nian's mind, saying, will Chuni be taken away by them? It is really worrying. If I can't keep up with Chuni's pace, I will be left behind. Kyung So Nian silently vowed, there are only 2 spots out of 70. I must get one no matter what. She whispered softly, Brother Chu, I will definitely get it. Seeing her provoked, that spirit was endlessly delighted. At the same time, Chuni felt a chill run down his spine. He looked back in confusion, wondering why he suddenly felt like he was being stared at. So, the 4th round's individual half match has begun. The players were immediately placed in a wild forest. And everyone wondered why a forest could it be that the battlefield changes every year. I remember last year it was a tower block. Someone spoke up, saying that the 4th round's individual half match was created by teachers and military elders from universities who input data from recent wars. Then they combined and simulated it to produce the dungeon. Girl holding a staff looked around cautiously and continued, saying it was to make the dungeon as realistic as possible to the battlefield. The initial crafting has incorporated random settings, so the venue will be different each year. The girl continued, not only that, but the monsters faced each year are also different. The system appeared and announced, welcoming the students to this dungeon, the illusory forest maze. The system explained the rules. Every half hour, mysterious monsters will appear around the village ruins, with a total of 3 waves of monster attacks, and the monsters only target the village guards. You need to try to kill the monsters before being caught by the village guards, and in the end, the 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the solo competition in round 5. Before starting, the system reminded that this dungeon is not life-threatening and does not allow multiple retries. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Some happily said that as long as they just had to kill monsters, it was still very simple. There was nothing to worry about. We have entered the dungeon many times to practice, so there is no problem. Kyung So Nian silently observed those around him, uneasy because the monsters had yet to appear randomly. The system announced that the first wave of monster attacks was about to begin, and just as it finished speaking, a purple smoke cloud appeared. Kang So Nian looked seriously toward the source of the smoke. It had arrived. However, the purple smoke had all dispersed, but the monsters still had not appeared. Only the leaves kept trembling nonstop. Kyung So Nian wondered quietly, they still have not shown up. At that moment, the person behind suddenly grabbed their neck and screamed, it itches so much. The person angrily cursed, damn it, why does it itch like this? Hearing this, Kang So Nian was filled with horror. A purple substance grew on the man's neck, making him scream nonstop, itching so much. The more he scratched, the faster it spread, itching so much, he frantically wiped at Kwang So Nian and screamed begging for help. It itches. It itches. It itches, please help me, classmates help me. Then, that classmate was officially taken down by the monster. The system announced that the letter of admission from the University of Business City was devoured by monsters and has exited the dungeon. Kwang So Nian secretly suspected that monsters that cannot be seen are monsters that can conceal their bodies. Next, more classmates were affected. Everyone panicked and screamed nonstop. What exactly is happening to them? When no one can see the monsters but have witnessed so many classmates being taken down. Everyone is in chaos. What is going on? Where did these monsters come from? We can't even see them. So how are we supposed to fight in the middle of all this chaos? Only Kwang So Nian remained silent. Thinking carefully, unable to panic. First, she had to calmly find where the problem lay. There had to be a weakness in the monsters. Kwang So Nian wondered, how could so many people be affected at once if the monsters were transparent, intangible, and seemingly non-existent? These are infectious monsters. But how do they spread? While she was deep in thought, a small purple object suddenly darted over and clung to her arm. Seeing it grow and float up, Kwang So Nian had to narrow her sharp eyes to look at it. Bacteria. Fungus. Immediately, she created a flame to burn the purple object. After killing it, Kwang So Nian quickly realized the problem and spoke up. It turned out to be like that. Kwang So Nian transformed into a demon form, then loudly announced to everyone that there were spores in the sky which, once landing on a person, would quickly grow. They should use fire skills to protect themselves. The others immediately followed Kwang So Nian's advice, casting Tat Feng Ho. But some classmates do not have fire skills, so they have to speak up for help. Damn it, I am a basic fighter without fire skills. Classmates, help me. No, we are rivals. Now is not the time for sentiment. After some time, the students without fire skills were immediately defeated by the monsters, and the system announced that the Ailey University of the Imperial City had been devoured by monsters and had exited the dungeon. The front line of Lumine Academy was also devoured by monsters and had retreated from the dungeon. The Lo Ban Ban of Thandang Academy has been devoured by monsters and retreated from the dungeon. At the same time, Kwang So Nian whispered seriously that destroying these spores does not count as killing. They must find the monster that released the spores. Now, the trees are covered with mushrooms growing from their trunks, bearing their fangs and releasing countless bacteria. Because of this, Kwang So Nian quickly found the monster. She rushed forward to warn everyone that the monsters were still drifting up in the trees. Kwang So Nian fearlessly flew forward to attack, dazzling with her fiery dance. The system announced that Kwang So Nian from Tahang University had slain monster number 1. At the same time, on the freshman arena, the team battle had already begun. The system announced that both teams were in position and starting to set up the battlefield, opening defensive positions. The team battle between Tahang University and Macau University begins now. As soon as the words were spoken, both sides launched fierce attacks. Seeing the other side charge forward, the opposing team responded just as fiercely. A red-haired fighter immediately used his skill, Flame Whirlwind Assault, unleashing countless fire tornadoes straight at the opponent. Facing him, the shirtless guy counterattacked with water attributes. The two attacks collided, with the water strike cutting through the fire tornado. But at that moment, Damvi appeared and slashed through the water strike of the shirtless opponent with his claws. He disdainfully said that your water pain has already lowered the hardness. While Damvi was still rejoicing, an arrow was flying towards him from behind. Fortunately, Chun-Yi quickly handed him the shield and warned, Damvi, do not let the frontline chaos cloud your judgment. Watch your back. Then Chun-Yun turned to the blonde girl behind and said, Truong Tin, your responsibility is to provide protection for your teammates. You must see clearly in all directions and hear everything around. Such a lapse cannot happen again. Zhang Jing was terrified when reminded. She shut her eyes tightly in panic and screamed. That red-haired girl from the opposing team glared angrily at them, as if they were nothing more than training tools. The big armored guy shouted fiercely, Brothers, how can you stand for something like this? In response, the whole team's resolute voices rang out. No! He ordered. Charge forward. The armored guy shouted loudly, charge at him, take him down, and the two sides immediately clashed. But at the same time, Chun-Yi's phone notification rang, causing everyone to stop. Kwang So Nian happily boasted about the victory to Chun-Yi, smoothly advancing, while Chun-Yi helplessly thought. This girl, the guy in the vest, seeing Chun-Yi's contemptuous reaction to the opponent, became very angry and shouted loudly, playing on the phone in the arena like that, showing no respect to the opponent at all. I will definitely show you how fierce I am. But just a second later, that guy heroically fell down, and the system announced that in this college-university team match, Tahang University won. The next day, news about the freshman match spread everywhere. After the 4th round of the individual promotion match ended, the 5th round of the promotion match would begin early the next morning. 4 matches from 8 contenders select 4 to advance. On Monday afternoon, the 6th round begins, with 2 out of 4 advancing. The 2 winners advancing are Chun-Yi and Gai Hop. A rookie immediately started filming to cover this hot news. Students, today is the championship duel of the widely watched solo match. This guy imagines Chunini and puts on a pained expression while talking about his background. He comes from a humble background, with both parents deceased. Relying on himself, he grew stronger step by step, astonishing everyone as the strongest holy knight in history during the university exam. Chuni. Then the tone shifts to talk about Ningai Hop. He is a prodigy from a 100-year-old noble family, possessing top-tier talent and a unique bloodline. The warrior Ningai Hop. He put on an excited face and said, "Who will really rise to claim the solo champion title? Let us all look forward to it." Streamer Kian Kitch will live stream the entire battle, so remember to like and do not get lost. After watching Kian Kitch's video, everyone started buzzing with excitement. The battle between Nithan and Vong Heen means this team fight will be truly thrilling. This time facing Ngai Hop is definitely going to be intense. Did not you see Ngai Hop's match a few days ago? The fighting style was fierce. I feel this battle won't be that easy. It is a pity that the goddess Kyung has to face Ngai Hop's 4 against 2. Otherwise the Tahang University contest for champion and runner-up would have been exciting. Right now, the clear sky is shattered by the sound of helicopter blades, and everyone quickly scatters to make way as the helicopter slowly lands. As soon as the door opened and people saw who was inside the helicopter, the crowd erupted in cheers for Tahang University. Tahang University had just stepped out when countless compliments poured in from all around. Goddess Kong is truly beautiful. Divine face. I will always support you. Tongaland, do not be discouraged. Next time you will definitely succeed. Please take a photo with me. Please sign an autograph wherever Chuni goes. Cheers follow. Chuni. Someone just spotted another helicopter arriving. Loudly announcing, Mado University is here too. The cheers immediately shifted to Mado University. Ngai Hop. Dean stepped forward to greet Ngo Mang. Good morning, Dean Go. Today the champion and runner-up of the singles match will come from your school and mine. Second place in the match. Courtesy first. Ngo Mang replied cheerfully. Good morning, Dean too. But inside he sneered. With Ngai Hop's strength, do you really think you can beat Chu Mei? What a foolish dream. This moment, Ngai Hop noticed Chu Mi from afar and silently vowed. Chuni, the final battle has finally arrived. I will definitely defeat you and claim the championship. Finally, the battle has begun, and before stepping into the match, Chumini wore a strange smile. The system announced, let us welcome the contestants of the match, Chuni and Ngai Hop, entering the arena. The match is about to begin. Please take your seats and observe the rules. Countdown has started. In the stands, the audience is thrilled and cheering nonstop. Come on, make some noise. Master Yiwu. Super Master. Senior Strategist, do not lose. Ngai Hop. Fight hard, defeat the wind of Tahang University. So many people who stepped on my foot. Dao asked. This kid from Ningara has been called the #1 prodigy since childhood. Receiving full support and training from the family, can Chu Ni win? Chu Hang answered seriously. Yes. After analyzing Chu's tests and battle records, his growth rate is astonishing, and his absolute strength far surpasses others his age. At a top level, Chu Hang looked at the screen and continued. Ngai Hop is an outstanding talent of the new generation in Ngai Ra, truly a genius, but Chu Nuni seems to carry the shadow of an ancestor within him. At that moment, the countdown on the arena ended. The system announced the start, and as soon as the words were spoken, Chu Nini activated the blessing of the gods. Blessed weapon. Azure Cross. Azure Shield. Blessed weapon. Ngai Hop wielded the sword and charged straight at him. Ngai Hop flew up with an angry face, swinging a strike at Chu Ni, his whole body emitting a golden light. The clash of two forces created a deafening sound. Ngai Hop furrowed his brows and stared intently at him. Chu Mini's face was cold as he swung a strike toward Ngai Hop, who immediately jumped to evade. Ngai Hop's sharp eyes narrowed as he lunged down. His eyes were bloodshot, his terrifying face roaring loudly, his whole body radiating red light. Ngai Hop clenched the sword in his hand and shouted flame blade technique. His whole body was in a fighting stance, slashing sharp sword strikes. The charm calmly evades, silently dodging the attacks with rage, the unique skill of a warrior. Those who use the attribute of forethoughts will all gain enhancements to varying degrees. However, correspondingly, after 3 minutes of intense combat, his entire body will enter a weakened state. Except for the unexpected incident with the violent skill, he also unleashed the blazing sword technique, a skill similar to the previous one, allowing him to fight while carrying the destructive power of fire magic as he dodged the attack. Ngai Hop rushed quickly toward Chu Mai, but an arrow from Chu Ni, ready for battle, proved worthy of the leader of Mado University. Chu Mia's sharp eyes and fearless face dodged swiftly. Ngai Hop, furious like a raging storm, struck with the azure blade in hand, which glowed with a ring of red light like fiery thunder. This rank warrior skill uses extreme speed to slash and strike. The higher the skill level, the greater the power attribute, and the faster the strike speed, which can even reach lightning fast levels. Ngai Hop's eyes glowed red with anger as he thought that if he had trained tens of thousands of times earlier, he would have already raised this skill to level 9. Before the clash, Ngai Hop swung down hard, and Chu Ni blocked with the hammer in hand. The impact created a dramatic scene. Ngai Hop gritted his teeth in anger. Thinking how powerful it was, Ingai increased the force on the blade, thinking that the weight of his war sword was in the thousands of pounds. And with the enhancement of the Thunder Strike, the generated kinetic energy was extremely terrifying. Even solid metal alloys, he was confident he could cut through. The face of Chun-Yi showed no trace of fear at all, but I was the one at a disadvantage, useless in the duel against him, not easy to resist him. Chun-Yi pushed hard, sending Ngai flying back. The weapon in Chun-Yi's hand transformed into a stream of golden light. The Holy Crossbeam reached level 9B. Both of the officials' hands unleashed a golden light that appeared like a giant sword. Union confidently smiled and said they had already prepared for this move from you. Kneeling down, the Union's terrifying face shouted fiercely as his whole body emitted a red light. Powerful golden light surged forth, director to watch the scene before him in horror. Two sources of power collided, creating a massive explosion with Ngai kneeling in the center. His entire body seemed to gain an additional layer of armor. Ngai stood up with an even more terrifying smile, his hand resting on his large sword. The system panel appeared before Chung-Ni, showing Ngai awakened talent for Berserker. Ranked, the Berserk mode extends the duration, increasing the fusion's cognitive attributes. All wounds will be reduced by 80%, but after the Berserk ends, the damage will double and return to the fusion. Ngai quickly moved in front of Chung-Ni, thinking that he was surprisingly fast, clearly aiming to win quickly against him. Ngai Berserker talent lasts up to 2 minutes, and the best strategy is to extend it until the Berserk time ends. But even with an 80% damage reduction, he could still be defeated. Ngai swung his blade at Chung-Ni, who blocked each strike. The two weapons clashed with a loud bang. Ngai attacked Chung-Ni, thinking that facing a skilled healer with many recovery abilities, prolonged battle would be a very foolish strategy. So from the start, I chose to activate my skills and Berserk talent, boosting my power to the limit in an instant. A huge explosion occurred as the crowd below murmured in surprise. One person exclaimed how could he choose to confront head-on when Ngai was at his peak state. The best option now is to buy time. Ngai then's confident strike shows his faith in his own strength, and I trust him. Ngai moves swiftly, slashing toward Chun-Mi as his whole body leans back to dodge. Chun-Mi raised his hand as a golden light shone forth and said, "Victory is near." A large seal appeared in front of him, and behind Chun-Mi, a giant golden arrow appeared. Ngai was enveloped in a red light, his face fierce as he said, "This ends here." A massive explosion erupted, and Ngai laughed triumphantly. "Haha. Your victory is useless." Yin calmly raised his hand to his forehead, casting a spell, saying it is a bit too early to celebrate now. Radiant punishment. Lightning bolts fell quickly and fiercely, attacking Ngai, but he was protected by a shield again. Ngai smirked, thinking no wonder this is the strongest offensive technique. Holding the sword to block the lightning, he felt the pain despite reducing 80% of the damage without entering battle frenzy. One hit might be enough to defeat him. Ngai looked up at the weakening lightning spikes, but thought that Kwang-Chi Trung-Tri needed at least a second to recover after each strike. He stomped his foot on the ground, thinking that if so, he just needed to take advantage of the brief gap to heal. Denshu quickly struck to defeat Ngai but was hit by a spike. Ngai was shocked, his face panicked and unbelieving, wondering how Kwang-Chi's spike attack could be so fast. I clearly studied all the skills he used in the match. No doubt, his light punishment is already above level 20. The ray struck Ngai, a powerful attack, a small ball emitting such an excited and fierce voice. So brutal. I must emphasize again. You are now watching the finals of the National University and College Freshman Tournament. The crowd covering their eyes sighed at the cruelty as a girl screamed "ow" while covering her face. Wang Yan smirked, and Ngai cried out in pain. Why? Ngai looked at Chun-Ni in front of him in disbelief and wondered why. He and I were clearly only about 10 meters apart. The elder seemed to grow gigantic before Ngai, who appeared tiny. Just one finger from the elder could crush him like a step, impossible to cross or break through. Ngai shouted, "I do not believe it," as a red light seemed to move in the palm of his hand. He gritted his teeth eyes wide and shouted secret technique. The celestial blade erupted in a powerful explosion, sending up clouds of dust and smoke. The massive blast filled the area with thick smoke and dust. The young lord stood tall with an expressionless face. A clean red slash crossed him as he glanced at the wound on his face. The red sword stabbed hard into the ground, causing cracks to appear. Countless swords fell before the official's eyes. Chu Yuni looked at the scene before him and thought to himself that the transformed body, rumored to be the ancestor of Nhaira who attained enlightenment in the demon realm battle, mixed soul and demonic power, then forged countless swords beyond counting. It can kill the demonic creatures of a fortress. Standing before countless red-tinged swords lined up in front of Chumi, still not reaching the ancestral level of Ira's transformation, but the form of this corporeal energy still broadens one's horizons. Chuni smiled and said, "Finally, I no longer have to play with people." Suddenly, the swords and blades moved and fell at an extremely fast speed, tens of thousands of them raining down. Chuani raised his hand and gently moved his fingers, saying if he used the previous technique, the audience would be very disappointed. So this time he would showcase a skill he created himself. Everyone watched as a stream of energy blew in, the icy wind swirling for thousands of miles. Chuni standing in the center of the giant blue vortex, his hand extended forward controlling the power. Uncle Lee stepped forward and immediately began freezing everything around, creating an ice screen that covered the entire arena. The flying camera zoomed out excitedly, capturing the crowd and classmates saying, Your classmate Uncle Ye's skill has covered the whole arena. Now we can see what is happening inside. The excited crowd shouted, what is going on? Someone angrily cursed, what the hell is this teasing about? Why is there ice magic? The elder stood up excitedly. Chu Hang shouted in surprise. Elder. The elder's face was shocked and panicked as he pointed forward and shouted, Chu Hang, have you seen it yet? The ice elemental power is so weak. Uncle Ni placed his hand forward and slowly froze the countless swords. Tens of thousands of blades froze and glowed with golden threads. The elder clenched his fists. His sharp eyes focused. The golden rays pierced through the ice, instantly shattering it into pieces. Chu Ni grasped the pendant on his wrist, still surrounded by golden threads. Shards of ice scattered everywhere as Nai Hop was blasted away. Nui Hop fell hard to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. The ice slowly melted away as the announcer's voice echoed that the contestant had lost consciousness. In this battle, contestant Chumi claimed victory, and the crowd cheered in celebration. Chuni takes first place. The top student is incredibly strong. The announcer's voice congratulates Chu Nai and thanks the contestant Ninai Hop. They have delivered an outstanding and thrilling showdown for the audience. This is definitely the most spectacular battle in the past 10 years of exhibition matches. Let us all cheer for the top prodigy of this young generation. Chuni, who raises his hand high with a smile as fireworks light up the sky behind him. The Flycam voice announces the end of the singles match event. Next will be the team battle and the survival match. Let us look forward to them together. Yungo Mang happily said that being young and able to use the secret technique of the Nyuki family, wielding the harmony weapon. If this had been in a match a few years ago, there would be no doubt he was top tier. No wonder he stood beside Chunini, happily running his fingers through his hair. Yungo Mang looked at Chuni stretching and yawning while walking and thought that based on current assumptions, Chuni would have to use the Angel's Divine Seal to defeat the Alliance. This time, he only used a light beam to punish and combined the skills of a light element and an ice element. Please review. Yungo Mang placed his hand on Chunai's shoulder and praised him for a job well done. This time Artahang University also took the champion title in the singles match. Song Helan spoke up, that is right, although our team has won the group competition for 4 consecutive years. We have never claimed the singles champion in those 4 years. Brother Ni really made us proud. Wang Taixin said confidently. The team match tomorrow will be against Mado University, and now Gai Hop is seriously injured, so Mado University poses no threat to us. The team match championship is already in the bag. Tong Helan said in surprise. Remember to stay humble. Do not get too arrogant. Kyung Sun Nian hugged Lin Hai and smiled, saying, Chuni, just now, Sa-hai was wrong, brother. You can definitely disguise yourself as the great mage. Lin Hai blushed shyly, pulling her hat down to cover her face and said, Classmate Chu, I am just, Kwang Shanren cheerfully called out. Brother Chu Yini, let us relax with everyone tonight. Chu Ni scratched his head. The bustling scene of a nighttime street where eternal games and reality merge, perhaps around 300 years ago, marked the birth of magical beasts. With mages and chefs emerging, the variety of delicious foods across Lamtin expanded by thousands. And in the most prosperous administrative district of Qingjing City, the East City, there was a famous food street. Whether flying in the sky or running underground, anything can become a gourmet dish to satisfy customers' appetites. With the shop owner's call ringing out, grilled dragon meat, 20-year-old young dragon, fresh meat that melts in your mouth, Ling King's S blood jelly, nourishing yin and strengthening yang. Preserving beauty, deep-sea monster fish balls made from the meat of the deep-sea kingfish, crispy and chewy with an irresistible flavor. Song Alan linked arms with Lin Hai as they walked alongside Vong Thayat Tam, saying, that looks really delicious. Lin Hai smiled holding a tiger hair candy, while Klung So Nian and Chumi walked ahead. Chatting happily, Along stood from afar looking at Kong So Nian and said she was a rare beauty. He then threw 2 skewers of meat to the guy behind him to fix his hat and said, 100 points, 100 points. The guy was startled and asked, what are you doing? Alung then said that meeting such a rare woman like that is a once-in-a-lifetime chance and missing it would be a lifelong regret. The other guy was surprised and asked if she already had a boyfriend, to which he sarcastically replied, so what if she does? Is not that why I am here? Chuni turned his face around, his expression cold, his sharp eyes bloodshot. Alung suddenly felt scared. The guy sneered and asked if you had given up already. Saying that was not your style, Alung pointed at Chung Yi and stammered, Yunia. Ingai then. After a while, Kyung So Nian leaned forward, gasping, the food paradise lives up to its name. We have all been walking for an hour now, but we have not even walked through half of it yet, Tong Helan said, linking arms with Vong That Tam. This place has 6 connected paths. Of course, it is not easy to finish walking them all. You two pick a spot and save us a place. We will go buy some food. Wang Shiden rubbed her head and said I want to rest too. Tong Helan stood behind to push her and said rest your head. Let the couple be for a while. Are you a light bulb or what? Lin Hai stood behind and turned to look at the specialty of the 50-year-old olive wine shop. The owner happily introduced the olive wine, saying it could quickly boost your level, each bottle containing 800 milliliters. Whether for yourself or as a gift, it is not a bad choice. Hearing this, Kong So Nian pointed to the bottle and said, we want 1 bottle. The owner immediately brought out a bottle of olive wine along with 2 small glasses and said, Dear customers, this is the olive wine from the 200,000 Zhongxia season. Please enjoy. Right after, The phone rang with a transfer of 200,000 completed. Holding her glass, Kong So-Nian looked at Chuni and said, Chuni, congratulations on winning the singles match. Both raised their glasses, and Chuni said, cheers. Kong So-Nian drank the glass of wine in one go. After finishing, she suspiciously said, the alcohol content of this wine does not seem to be very high. Blushing and drunk, Kong So-Nian vaguely asked Chung, why are there two Chumingas? Chuni looked at her and asked, already drunk after drinking so fast. Kong So-Nian laughed happily to one Chunu, two Chuingas, three Chuningas, and Chuni looked at her and sighed, saying that as a level 19 professional, a drink like ordinary wine obviously could not get him drunk, but this olive wine is made from Duza grade genius olives, a rare treasure. Although its alcohol content is not high, it is extremely easy to get drunk. Chumini stood up and said it was getting late and Zai Tong still had not returned. Let us go find them. Kuang So-Nian reached out, her voice hesitant, saying Chu Yi, I am not going anywhere. But before she could finish, a voice called out, handsome. The girl holding a glass of wine looked at him seductively and said, my glass is empty. Can you buy me another? Chumi glanced at her and pointed behind the table saying there is half a bottle of olive wine here, 100,000 trung hati. Pay up. The girl laughed loudly saying, handsome guy, you are really interesting. Kong So-Nian angrily pushed her away saying she was getting too close. She whispered beside Kong So-Nian, little beauty, you are wrong. I do not think you and this guy are lovers. So how could you block his luck in love? She thought to herself that Chuni, the strongest newcomer this year, and Kong So-Nian, his friend, were often mistaken for a couple. But she knew they were not. Seeing through the eyes of a foolish boy and a girl just discovering love, these two still need some time to break through the paper window. So this is really a good opportunity for me to make a move. If I can make Chuni kneel at my feet, then all the resources he can gain will become mine. She stepped closer and said to him, brother, you said it right, did not you? Kyung So-Nian blushed angrily and stammered, you. Chun-Yu then took her hand. Kyung So-Nian looked surprised at the hand in his, and Chugi said calmly, I do not mind if Tiu-Nian blocks my charm. Chu-Ni held Kong So-Nian's hand and walked away, not forgetting to add, besides, I think you are quite ordinary, nothing special at all. She gaped in surprise as Chun-Ai walked through the crowd holding her hand. Kyung So-Nian stopped in her tracks, calling out, Enchu, then looked up, blushing, and said, I like you. Surprised, Chuni exclaimed, Tiu-Nian. Kyung So-Ni blushed and said, I know I should not say this in front of everyone, but I just do not like so many girls crowding around you. When I see them I want to. It is like another side of me appears, wanting to get rid of them all. Kyung So-Nian threw herself into his arms and said, can I be your girlfriend? She fell into his embrace and before drifting off said, can I be yours? Wang Tishan held a bun in his hand, stunned before he could take a bite. Song Hallen, Wang Tishan, and Lynx, all holding buns, stared wide-eyed in surprise at the scene before them. Blue sky, white clouds. The clock alarm sounds. In the rain by the lake, Kong So-Nian remembers last night and wakes up suddenly thinking about how she likes him. Kyung So-Nian blushed and looked around in a daze. Nugo Man saw her and called out, Sao Ran, you got up a little late today. Let us have breakfast. Vong Thiat Tam waved at Lena, Tong Halan, and Chun-Yi, who all looked toward her. Chuning quickly turned his face away to eat, while Tong Halan and Ling Hai glanced at him with curious eyes. Kyung So-Nian pulled out a chair, puzzled, wondering if she had just dreamed it all. Was it really just a dream? Blushing, with a blank expression, she reached for her food while Chugi remained calm. But nothing happened. Lin Hai and Tong Alan leaned close to each other, looking at her. Last night, Chuani held her in his arms and told the three of them to pretend they had not seen what just happened. Tong Alan did not understand and asked why. Since were not they both supposed to like each other? Chuani looked at Kong So-Nian sleeping soundly and said Kuang Ra from Tinak Soyan is an ancient family that existed before the Eternal Game, which hundreds of years ago became a top-tier family force in China. Now I have some reputation, and as the direct disciple of Master Wang Hoa, I do not look bad. Chuani looked up at the sky and said, but such achievements are not enough in front of Kuang Ra. I do not want to make Tiu Nian feel awkward. When I possess absolute power, no force or clan will be anything but dust. It is only a matter of time. Zong Helan covered it with a smile and whispered, Chuni, the pure war god, I will always support you. From now on, I am your and sister Nan's #1 fan. Chuni wiped the sweat from his brow. Go Mang put down her chopsticks and said that the universities and colleges participating in the national freshman team competition finals total 10 schools. Each university and college must play one match against the other 9 schools, making a total of 45 matches, based on the order of victories and the top 3 rankings. Today is our team's 9th match, and if we win this match, the championship of the team competition will be ours. I hope everyone can defeat Mado University without arrogance. Everyone said in unison that they understood, and Nugo Mang happily raised her hand. She looked at Tun Qiu and said, Tun Qiu, as a substitute team member, do not put too much pressure on yourself. Tung Fong standing nearby said that Tun Qiu, as a summoner, would bring great support to the team. Everyone on the field must prioritize protecting her. Dunta spoke as the team leader, saying I can encourage everyone through words. But it is not necessary and Guy Hop is still unconscious from severe injuries. The strength of our representative team has dropped significantly, and with Trung Yini here, we simply cannot take first place. Dean thought to himself that he never believed this, especially with such an all-around freshman. If we compare the strength of all our school's players as one unit, then the middle-level player must be a 2 or a 3. He is unbelievably strong, like a monster. No, he is a monster. Someone who can almost wipe out all the top universities and colleges. Dean clenched his fists in encouragement and said, but I still have to say, even if we lose today, we cannot lose the honor of Mado University. We can let other universities look down on us. So I need everyone to give their all. Can you do it? The group answered in unison. Let us go. Led by Dean with 5 Mado University students behind him in a strong formation, Tunkyu calculated that even if there was danger here, it would still end in defeat. Could it be that Mado University will place third again this time? But 7 years ago, the captain was seriously injured and could not play. Relying on the strong teamwork and skills of the team members, they defeated their opponents. Coincidentally, it was also Mado University into university back then. Tunkyu touched his face, wondering if using that method, he could help Mado University turn the tide in despair and recreate the miracle from 7 years ago. Flycam soared high above announcing the much-anticipated team match between Mado University and University was about to begin. However, before the match begins, let me announce the rewards for the top 3 teams of the Havium Professional Alliance in the team competition. All players from the college ranked 3rd in the team competition, including substitutes, will receive a pre-made set of 3-star golden grade equipment based on their rank. The second-place team in the group match will each receive a ready-made 4-star golden equipment set, while the first-place team, all members of the university and the Havium Professional Alliance, will receive. Each person gets a set of 2-star epic gear, and the crowd below gasps in amazement, full of admiration. The rewards for this tournament have more than doubled compared to last year. Truly wealthy and ruthless. I am willing to take a risk with rich people like you. Trung Yi, arms crossed, thought about the value, saying that the legendary weapon of the solo match champion was even more valuable than the epic gear, but still not as much as the team match champion's reward. It was also a set of 7 pieces top, bottom, belt, gloves, weapon, necklace, ring in each university team, including substitutes, had a total of 10 members. 70 pieces of epic grade equipment plus their value are enough to forge 2 legendary grade weapons. Wang Shixin smiled happily, clasping his hands confidently in front of him. Haha, this time it is really a great deal for us. Epic grade equipment quickly placed into the wide bowl. The announcer's voice rang out announcing the rewards, inviting the representative teams of Tahang University and Mado University. Both sides stepped forward as the crowd below cheered. Tahang University. Trung Yi. Trung Yi. Trung Yi. Mado University. Keep it up. The players on both sides took their positions, the Zonyi crowd full of confidence. 3, 2, 1, go. Tuanqi's face was cold, the atmosphere tense. The crowd roared as Trung Yi raised a king's iron hammer with joy. Tuanqi closed his eyes and raised his hand to cast a spell, a sphere of light forming before him. Tuanqi stretched out both hands, quietly chanting spells to summon the young dragon spirit Longrigius, the swarm spirit Jagjajan, the giant serpent demon beast Haditha, and the hell guardian demon beast Cebius, summoning the spirit king Kamala. Powerful male spirits appeared around Tuanqiu with a mighty presence. The spirits roared and surged toward Trung Yi. The spirit king Kamala rose and unleashed a powerful attack with a yellow energy emanating from its body. Lingyai raised the staff and unleashed an attack, immediately countering the previous strike. 7 Jagla bees raised their curved tails. Tonga Lan pressed 2 fingers together and cast a spell as talisman flew out. The talisman stuck to the tails of the swarm of bees. Tonga Lan raised his hand and all of them exploded like fireworks. On this side, Vongthiat Tam was fighting Haditha. Kong So Nian spun his weapon in hand and charged forward. King Suran slashed a few times at Cebius. Zhongye dodged the opponent at storm-like attacks, his sharp eyes silently thinking not bad. Real combat truly is the fastest way to improve. Our coordination has increased by at least 30% compared to before. Tung Fuang and the blonde girl stared in shock as Tun Qiu calmly cast her spell while Trung Yi used a few moves to knock everyone down in front of him. Trung Yi punched hard at Tun Qiu, but she remained calm and closed her eyes to cast a spell. Tun Qiu squeezed her eyes shut. Immediately after, she suddenly opened her glowing sharp eyes wide. A giant hand appeared, blocking the hammer. Trung Yi frowned in frustration. The giant hand caught Tun Qiu's hammer as she furrowed her brow, struggling to resist. Lang Vian with bloodshot eyes, caught the attack with his hand and then punched down hard, forcing Trung Nudi to grit his teeth and struggle to withstand the impact as the ground beneath him cracked. Lang Vian roared as a blue circle surrounded him, launching a barrage of darts. Tun Qiu was astonished. Tun Qiu gritted his teeth and accepted the exchange with Haditha. Lang Vian's red eyes grabbed Haditha's neck and squeezed hard. The Lang Vian unleashed the power of black blood everywhere. It stepped on Haditha's severed head and looked at Tun Qiu, saying there was no need for such tricks. Why did you have to switch places with me? Tun Qiu shielded himself with his hands, fearfully saying fight. Tun Qiu nervously pointed at Trung Yi, saying defeat him. Monster. Level 24 Lang Vian. Legendary. Note, Lang VMVNTU is a legendary beast born with fire control, extremely rare in number, meeting it. I do not know whether to feel lucky or unlucky. Lang VMVNTU wrote at Trung Nugi, seriously thinking of the legendary grade transfer beast Lang VMVNTU. Lang VMVNTU looked at Tun Q and said fine. Then come and face death. Tun Q fearfully waved her hand. Wait a moment, I am not. Rocks echoed everywhere as Tun Q covered his face with his hand. Clearly meaning this, Lang VMVNTU leapt up, and Vomthiat Tam asked in surprise why it was a creature capable of transformation. Linhai raised her fist and cast the Trung the shield spell, surrounded by a sea of blue light, while Lang VMVNTU dodged. Tonga Lan flicked his hand and quietly chanted the spell aloud. Yellow earth is the foundation. Earth energy is the source. The 4 directions are earth spirits. Following my command, a rock rose up. She thought to herself that the Trung Thy shield is an A-grade defensive skill, and it has been leveled up to 8 by Tiuhai. In the previous solo match, it defended against the continuous attacks of the Qingjing University assassin, but now even Lang VMVNTU's single strike can break through it. Lang VMVNTU used a stone hammer to shatter the rock. As Vomthiat Tam charged at Tonghalan, a red shield barrier appeared. Lang VMVNTU lunged forward, slamming its hands down hard on the shield. Tonghalan turned and said it was fortunate that Nike's reinforcement doubled the skill's effectiveness at the critical moment. If not for that, Lang VMVN would have already broken through my defense. The legendary grade demon beast is too strong. Elder brother, what should we do now? The leader raised his hand high, and a holy light shield with a seal appeared. The flame claw beast swiped fiercely at the chief. The chief looked at everyone and said, leave the fight to me. You all get off the arena. What did Tonghalan Ling and Wang Shixin say in unison? Wang Shixin immediately joked. What are you talking about, brother Nini? These are not students from Mado University. They are legendary grade demon beasts. Jiate does not know his limits. Chuni looked at her and said, look at me. Do I look like I am joking around? I have a way to deal with the Scarlet Flame Monkey. But once the fight starts, I want to be able to watch over everyone. Hong So Nian said, her eyes full of worry as she looked at Chumi. You do not need to worry about me. We can handle it together, Linny said. Though my power is small, I hope to contribute a little. Tonghalan opened her eyes wide and said loudly, Niki, we are a team. Lang Vianxiao punched hard. The leader explained that fighting a legendary beast carelessly could be fatal. Even though the pastor can save everyone, after being saved, there will be a 30% loss and a 3-month weakened period with no combat training. Have you ever considered these consequences? The leader placed his hand on Kong Sonian's head, stroking it as he said, I know you fear I cannot handle it alone, but in reality, your existence is what distracts me. Moreover, the leader looked at Kyung Sonians gently and said it is just a legendary grade demon beast after all. The crowd below the arena was stunned as a girl spoke out, shaking the heavens and earth. A scene from 7 years ago seemed to be replaying. The substitute player from Mado University, Sun Qiao, transformed into a legendary grade demon beast and encouraged holding the microphone, asking if the chairman could successfully turn the tide. Which team will the troops in the group battle end up joining? The red hair temple laughs wickedly, haha. A legendary grade demon beast. The chairman is definitely doomed. Like equipment, the quality of magical beasts is also divided into bronze, silver, gold, a pick, and legendary tiers, each with different qualities and strengths. For example, a charged skill in the hands of a bronze tier magical beast might only perform at a human level F or E. For a legendary beast, the power of a charged skill is at least grade A, sometimes even reaching grades. Even more terrifying, legendary beasts possess various negative resistances, making them extremely tough and hard to kill. The Goblin King in the Deep Silence dungeon of Tahang University is only epic level. Seeing a legendary beast appear in the team battle of the exchange match is truly unbelievable. The undefeated myth of the Elder is about to end. The astonished announcer exclaimed, what is happening? Why did they give up their rights? Both Landline Hai and Vong Thiat Tam had a seal appear beneath their feet, so they could not be harmed after forfeiting in the arena. The young master turned to face Kang So Nien and immediately understood. Kang So Nien then said, I give up too. Rectangular fragments appeared around Kang So Nien. Chu Ni still stood there, using his hand to block her. She stopped, turned to look at him, and said, you can do it. Chu Ni. Lang Vien Tu punched hard at the barrier. Chu Ni immediately jumped aside to dodge, roaring as a red light surrounded both his hands. The ground began to crack and rocks echoed as smoke billowed. 2 drops of red blood fell. Lang Vien Tu looked pitifully at the pair he cared for and said, I am injured. Chu Ni transformed, holding a giant hammer, standing high as a golden light radiated around him, saying naturally they have all left the arena, so I have nothing to worry about anymore. Next, let me see just how powerful your legendary grade demon beast really is. Damvi said in surprise, am I still dreaming? Tun Q then said, Chuni was able to injure a legendary grade demon beast with a single strike. Lang Viantu looked at Chumi and said, human, I have already felt the breath of the high-level bloodline within you. Lang Viantu thought to himself that the Lang Viantu tribe is an innate legendary race, born as kings who can dominate a region. And in my memories, my mother once warned me that there are certain high bloodline races whose past images must never be defied. Now, holding Vuvi, I feel for the first time the breath of a supreme bloodline within this human. If he were not so weak, even risking everything because of the magic backlash, I would have fled immediately. Luckily, He is just human and fortunate enough to merge with the supreme bloodline. Lang Vmvnt raised his fist, surrounded by a ring of energy, and said, I have changed my mind, humans. Next, I will unleash my full power. It surged up, a blue energy appeared in its hand. Its red eyes narrowed as two fingers intertwined. In its palm appeared a weapon with one spiked end and the other connected by a chain linking the two. Lang Vmvnt gripped the circular weapon, while Chumini calmly said, Come this way. The elder raised his hand and a holy light radiated as a golden chain shot out. Lang Vmvnt raised his hand to cast a spell, throwing his weapon to catch the chain. Uncle Lee immediately cast a light spell, unleashing a powerful blue energy. Lang Vmvnt was knocked back, but he gripped the weapon in his hand and stabbed it into the ground, drawing a line beneath him as his red eyes looked up. The young lord looked at it in surprise, showing no signs of injury. He rushed out in panic and said quickly, Pause the match. We cannot let our family's hope be lost here. Chu Hang hurriedly turned and ran off saying he would go find Ninggo Mang now. Chu Lo rushed out, turning back with a desperate look, willing to risk offending to Hang University to pause the match and protect Chu Mili. The dean anxiously said to Master Ninggo, Give up. If Chuani dies because of this, China will lose a great general. Another person agreed, saying Chuani will definitely grow into a regional leader, and dying in the match would only slow his progress and cause confusion. Uncle Hang hurriedly ran in and begged Teacher Nungo to give up, offering to compensate to university 100-fold. The person beside Nungo Mang said we absolutely cannot let this Fusio order delay Chunyini. Teacher Nungo quickly declared, and Nungo Mang turned around, asking, Do you think I am just anyone? Nungo Mang recalled the past principal, wondering what Chunya's true strength really was. The principal of Tahang University folded his hands behind his back and said, Rest assured, as long as it is not a legendary level 26 or above demon beast, Chun-Yi can handle it. Ninggo Mang looked at the screen and thought that beyond level 20, whether human or demon beast, the gap in strength between levels is enormous. Under the same conditions, a level 26 demon beast is equivalent to a level 24 demon beast. Just barely level 24, the gap to level 26 is still 2 levels, so he said it is basically impossible for Chun to win. Uncle Hang panicked, saying you are not afraid of Chumia. Lang Vmvnt raised his weapon high, his red eyes glaring as he struck down hard at Chun-Yi with the light judgment spell, a flash of light streaking through. The whole body of the flame wolf was struck. It howled in pain, thinking this divine power was making its limbs numb. Chun-Yi then said, One more time. Radiant punishment. It roared in pain and held on, blocking with a strike. It growled, saying humans, let me see what skills you have. Come here. From above, Chun-Yi silently thought that radiant punishment is now in a rank skill at level 14, enhanced with divine light element protection and the S-tier talent of the holy angel. After transforming into the body of the four virtues angel, his power doubled, and the radiant punishment he wielded could easily and swiftly kill high-level spirit corpses in the secret dungeon. But the bombardment on his body only caused temporary damage. Then he immediately recovered as before, looking as if he had not been hit at all. Chun-Yi looked at Lang Vmvnt with no interest, thinking the recovery ability was truly terrifying. It leapt up and suddenly stood right in front of Chu-Mi. Pure golden energy filled its eyes, with strands of cloth chains wrapped around it. It angrily looked up and shouted loudly just to annoy others. Chun-Yi looked at the scene before him and thought to himself that he had once fought and defeated a legendary demon, but the opponent is still severely restrained by the light attribute and basically cannot unleash their full legendary potential. I need to study this a bit so next time I fight a legendary level, I can win. The Flame Tum Temple's attack speed has already increased. It proves that his resistance to light elemental magic attacks is getting stronger and stronger, showing incredible adaptability. No wonder in the Dark Era, humans sacrifice so many lives. Magical beasts are indeed far stronger than humans. The relentless attacks came. Chun-Yi spread his arms, chanting the divine blessing spell, granting protection, blessings, and courage. He silently thought to enhance the opening skill before the angel's body transformed. After I used the body of the angel and then activated the enhancement skill, it was the peak state of reality. The flame orb soared high, sending rocks flying everywhere. Liam said in amazement, Chun-Yi is even stronger than the person beside him. Luckily he did not attack Xiao Cao directly. If the summoner dies, the summoned creature will disappear as well. Tung Fuong spoke up, can he really forget about this? The lion roared, and Tung Fuong shouted not to let down their guard and to protect Tiu Qiu. Lai Ham and the other two immediately took their positions. At this moment, Chuin appeared with a body enveloped in golden energy, lightning crackling in his hands. The Divine Lord, and Gokang also seemed to unleash his power, flames blazing around him, the Exiho-Kai armor igniting. He combined the two weapons into one, instantly transforming into a giant two-section staff. At the same time, a hand dozens of times larger appeared, striking down on him, and everything shattered into pieces from their combined power. Then the hand slammed down with a force that left a clear scar, instantly causing an explosion that shattered everything around. Everyone was terrified and panicked, scattering to avoid it. At this moment, the third-level mage of the Havium Alliance stepped forward and opened the spellbook to cast a spell. Then, droplets of water swirled in a circle, converging in one place as she shouted, Water Hand Shield. A few seconds later, the water droplets formed a circle with fierce currents, finally becoming a shield that protected against the raging force. Seeing this, the black-haired girl with a bun sighed in relief, and the pink-haired girl clapped happily, knowing that the third-level mage of the Havium Alliance could finally be at ease this time. And the guy in the t-shirt next to me spoke up, scaring me just now. I was wondering if dying in the gym would bring us back to life. At that moment, with the serious expression of the third-level mage from Havium Alliance, she pondered while flipping through the spellbook with her hand, anticipating a fierce battle today. The Havium Alliance checked the shield level before the opening match and found it had reached level 7. A level 7 shield is enough to block the full force bombardment of a peak second-tier mage. But then she stopped, holding the magic staff, still lost in thought. A skill of the comprehensive bombardment squad. Devastatingly powerful. This is something that has not appeared in 100 years. It seems our Zong kingdom has gained another supreme genius, an honor for Zongxia, an honor for humanity. At that moment, a foot stopped, and the four of them stood silently with shocked expressions as they saw the fierce lightning. Moments later, Lam Vien Viem appeared, his face fierce and full of determination. He clenched his teeth, breathing out smoke and fire as he pondered. Damn it. Relying only on the power of light and ice elements, swimming in his own blood and flesh, constantly destroying his own recovery force. Damn humans, damn holy light. Then angrily slammed both hands down on the ground, causing the earth to crack, and exclaimed, "How could the great evil child be killed here?" Immediately, Chun delivered a powerful punch to its face. His body was smaller than Lam Viem Viem Tu, but the force of his punch was so strong that it knocked it backward. Then it screamed, and immediately he kicked towards it and shouted, "Die." Chun Yi delivered a powerful kick that threw it off balance and made it fall backward. At that moment, a dazzling yellow light fell, shards of stone and earth scattering through the air. Suddenly, a bird and a lion appeared, roaring fiercely with full force. Then a voice rang out, making Tung Fuong and Tung Q break out in a cold sweat, asking if they would concede or continue fighting. Then Tung Q closed his eyes, withdrew his magic, and slowly replied, "We will." Her voice echoed throughout the stands, admitting defeat. At that moment, Dean sighed in relief, and the old man smiled contentedly. Moments later, the announcer's voice came through the camera, declaring the winner of the team match as Tahang University. Let us congratulate Tahang University for taking the championship. Let us cheer for player Chuenji. Without his incredible comeback, we would not have witnessed such an exciting battle. Cheers echoed everywhere for Chuenji. The Divine, he continued, 10 universities and colleges, 45 matches all finished. Now I announce the final rankings of this team competition. First place, September undefeated, Tahang University. Second place, August 1 loss, Mado University. Third place, July 2 loss, Than Kin University. The entire audience erupted with excitement. Tahang University. Chuni. Ingai then. Suddenly a brown-haired person raised their voice to comment. It is hard to imagine that Chunai is only 18 years old, yet his combat power is already so strong. In the future, the peak career of Trung Hakuok will definitely have the name Chunini. Then he returned to his original form, exhausted and drenched in sweat from the recent match. Suddenly, a deep voice from a white-haired person exclaimed, "He is Chujing." Actually Kang So-nin. She rushed over to ask how he was feeling now. Angel Dung. Immediately, the orange-haired person hurriedly pulled the cameraman back to film this scene, quickly aiming the camera at the couple, saying, "My traffic depends entirely on them." The live stream screen showed 50,000 viewers, and at that moment he gently stroked her head and softly said, "Sorry for making you worry, though I am still a bit weak." But because of his rank promotion, his actions excited the viewers who commented that they really are a couple, and I absolutely cannot be mistaken. One person pleaded in the comments, "Please stop showing off your love. I am already heartbroken," while others sighed, "But the fairy is too beautiful." Suddenly a hand covered the screen and cleared its throat softly. Then a flood of comments appeared asking who was blocking the screen. Just in time to see the exciting part. "Can the streamer handle this? Streamer, please deal with this person and I will send you a big rocket." That was Wu Mang, his hand squeezing so hard it broke the camera, but his expression still showed a bright smile. He said, "After the match ends, no private live streams are allowed. If you do not understand this rule, let me teach you." Immediately, their faces turned pale, not a drop of blood could be drawn. Then he turned to Trung Nugi and said, "Let us go back to the villa. I will explain the final survival match to everyone." The survival match. After a while, a voice echoed from the villa. The survival match is the final event of the team competition. All the players from the 10 universities and colleges will enter the free exploration dungeon. Ingo Mang stood with his hands behind his back next to Luong Nam Nai and said regretfully to everyone, "Unlike the simulation dungeon from the first half of the 4th round individual match, the survival match dungeon is a realistic invitation-style dungeon. So in the survival match, everyone will face many sudden situations. Even very powerful players might just have bad luck and get eliminated right at the start." He simulated a person who, after defeating many monsters, gained 100 points, and the rules of the match are simple. Killing monsters of different levels can earn you points. Next, player holding a flag surrenders, losing 500 points while the opponent gains 500 points. He continued, saying that eliminating players from other schools will earn half of their points, and after 7 days, the school with the highest points will win. Then he explained the map of the secret realm, noting that the dungeon area is vast, and each day players can only search within a designated zone during the match. The searchable area will gradually shrink, and everyone must enter the new search zone within the allotted time, or they will be automatically eliminated. One more thing you need to remember is that the entry point to the secret realm dungeon is random, and if you encounter the void zone at the border, leave immediately. At that moment, the knave eyes flashed with sadness before speaking. The void area stretches with countless spatial watermarks that can kill a third-tier professional in the blink of an eye. Then everyone said in unison, "Understood." After a while, on a night, a pair of feet slowly approached. The person walking was Dean Tu, who arrived at a base, and then the door opened automatically. The atmosphere inside grew heavy. A silence stretched long enough to hear others breathing. Then a voice spoke up. "Director Tu, the day has finally come." He walked up to the table and asked, "Besides all the mages leading the teams from Tahang University gathering together, what are they planning to do?" Director Tu, "Unless there are unexpected incidents, the first place in the survival match will also be Tahang University." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Are you willing or not?" Scene shifts to another place. Right now, blue-haired girl is casting magic, with a camera live streaming above, and the announcer says, "Everyone, the final first place of the National University and College Survival match is about to begin, so this match will last a total of 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, without arranging a live audience, the uninterrupted live stream will be broadcast through the app, so please allow me to introduce the secret dungeon of the survival match." Then, a solid-looking stone covered in smoke gradually appears, and an encouraging voice rises. It is not an ordinary submap. According to reliable information, this is a battlefield relic of the Beast Tribe, so its name is immediately. The gate gradually appeared. The Missy continued, the void of 10,000 beasts. Seeing the gate, all the players were filled with excitement and delight, and a voice rang out. The Beast Tribe battle happened in an unknown year and month, but we can be sure it is full of mystery and danger. Within the ruins hide powerful demon beasts of high rank, whose sharp claws and fangs are always ready to challenge anyone daring enough to enter. He continued, saying that every piece of soil and every volcanic rock could hide forgotten divine artifacts or bury rare treasures. Only those who are smart and brave enough can uncover its secrets, and someone happily exclaimed upon hearing this. Divine artifacts. Rare treasures. If I manage to get it, does that mean I have succeeded? The black-haired man heard him and quickly thought to himself, what kind of school is so naive? This dungeon has surely been thoroughly searched by the military by now, so how could any treasures still be left behind? At this moment the door slowly opened and encouraged them to speak. Players, please take up your weapons. Hold firm to your faith, bravely face the challenge. We will await your legend. The black-haired man suddenly grew anxious upon seeing Chung Yi, hoping not to encounter him too soon in the dungeon. Just the broad shoulders of the man in the t-shirt exuded authority. At the same time, another figure appeared wearing a long round cloak that nearly touched the ankles, exuding an aura of elegance and strength. It was Chung Ni and Gai Hop standing back to back. At that moment Chung Yuni was deep in thought. Even if their bodies touched, there was no way to teleport together, so Sen would still need some time to find them. Lost in his mind, he suddenly heard Ngai Hop Lian's footsteps fading away and immediately turned his head. Immediately he used his power to increase his speed, traveling 1,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. He said coldly, "You fool, your accumulation points are 0 now. How could I possibly make a move against you?" Then he created a hammer, his face full of malice as he said, "Rabbit. Of course you have to fatten it up before you can kill it." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a green light shone in the forest. It is a lamp. She closes her eyes and silently focuses on observing. Suddenly, a red figure moves through the trees. She remains still and then estimates the position of the other tree north, about 1,000 meters away. South, but she can't determine how far. At that moment, Helan opened one eye, pulled back the bowstring, aimed carefully, and pondered if it was true me. Then the arrow shot forward, and the other person, seeing the arrow coming their way, silently guessed it was a stealth arrow. Right after that, he quickly stepped aside to avoid danger, then spoke up, saying Helan is one of us. His sharp eyes looked straight ahead, and the arrow immediately stopped. At that moment, Helan said, "Luckily you spoke up in time." "Right, why were you running so urgently?" Hearing her, he hesitated and replied softly, Did you meet someone from Tahang University?" Then he thought to himself, he could not just say stay calm and directly use the shield skill to move. Then they moved together, and she said as they walked, "No, the plant empathy skill only lets me search within 10 meters around, and only in places covered by plants. You are the only one who entered my search range." He understood and replied, "Oh, based on that promise, we will set off together. That seems like a good idea." She responded. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a black-haired man was watching the match on a tablet, tilting his head in confusion and said, "Strange, Amato University and a Thankin University. Why choose to team up?" Hearing that, he put on his glasses, lay on the bed, read his book, and slowly replied, "The difference in player levels is not big. Everyone is wary of each other, so no one attacks. Besides, the dangerous dungeon just started. Choosing to cooperate is the smart move. The survival match gets more intense as it goes on. And this is only the first day, the 7th day. The devices the players carry will reveal the positions of others. And only when they start eliminating each other will it get exciting. He nodded at those words. So that is how it is. Just then, in the battle, a horde of monsters of different species charged fiercely. Chunini pressed down 2 fingers and spoke words. In the blink of an eye, he defeated them all, then continuously gained points, accumulating 100 points. Later, elsewhere, green monsters rushed in fiercely, shouting, "The wild brat here has trespassed into our territory. Kill him. Kill him." Right after that, Chuni's right arm glowed with a blue energy and he shouted, freezing the monsters instantly. Then he snapped his fingers and walked away as the ice shattered. Next, he destroyed the giant spiders, gaining 500 accumulation points, then continuously added 50 points. At that moment, Chuni swung his hammer forcefully backward into a spider, defeating it easily, and the system announced 1200 accumulation points. After a while, he defeated the monsters. Then Chununi smiled with satisfaction and touched the blue ring, thinking to himself that he had taken down a tough one and now wanted to see how many points he had accumulated. He looked at the information and considered that a single mechanic could march alone, use robots to scout and avoid high-level beasts, search for low-level magical beasts, split troops into multiple paths, and hunt simultaneously, proving the chief engineer right that the survival battle is the stage for mechanics and alchemists to shine. The system displayed: first place Chununi with 15,792 accumulated points, second place Vong Heen with 5,547 points, third place Limong Trach with 2,547 points. Then Chununi pointed at the information, thinking to himself that the rankings of Tiu Nian, Helan, Thiat Tam, and Lin Hai were all as he expected. The information displayed: rank 9 Kong So Nian 2,049 accumulated points, rank 10 Vong Kiam 2,017 accumulated points, rank 11 Helan 2,002 accumulated points. That sudden twist confused Tran, and Chugi's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Dam Vi and Chung Chet, despite their lower rank and combat ability, were ahead of Tai Tam and the others. Among the students participating in the battle, they were all average. So why are their accumulated points rankings so low? The leaderboard shows rank 72, Damvi with 540 points, and rank 81 with 470 points. At this moment, Anne's hand faltered. Chuni's expression was full of surprise and confusion. Had Damvi been eliminated? The leaderboard updated. Rank 72 Damvi with 540 points. Eliminated. Rank 81 Chungchet with 470 points. Then Anne pondered. There were only 3 possibilities for being eliminated: the maze, the beasts, or other players. It was not yet time for the recall phase, so it was impossible to be eliminated by the maze for not reaching the special area. Then Chuni recalled the confident look when fighting a giant fierce snake and thought, although Damvi is a reserve staff, it does not mean his ability is weak. Among all the players in the match, Damvi can definitely be considered upper middle level. He works carefully and won't take unnecessary risks. And if he encounters an opponent stronger than a magical beast, he is fully capable of escaping. Suddenly Anne had a bad feeling. Could it be that other players were teaming up? Then Shuming thought of those who cooperated with malicious smiles. In the secret realm, the threat was not just from beasts and solo players, but also from weaker teams driven by their own interests. They will cooperate, seize the opportunity to act, seek chances to eliminate members of other teams, and may enter random teleportation points within the secret area. At the start, each team member is isolated, with no cooperation formed, so this kind of situation will likely occur only in the later stages. At that moment the host spoke up, asking all players to pay attention. The boundary of the secret realm is about to shrink. Please reach the safe zone within 3 hours, or you will be considered to have failed the challenge. Hearing this, he was taken aback. This matter. After a while, elsewhere in the secret realm, something darted through the mountain crevice like lightning, and the other person exclaimed. Luckily it was still weak. That was Chuni, who hurriedly ran somewhere, thinking as he ran. This was the first time the safe zone had shrunk to such an unusual extent. I have to run at full speed to reach the safe zone within the time limit, putting damn vice matter aside for now. Suddenly, a blue light appeared on the mountaintop. Then he changed direction. Then he thought to use his skill to run to the mountaintop. Lin Hai's breath. At this moment, Lin Hai was using magic to attack the orange-haired girl, Thoi Tian. Suddenly Ninggo Kang appeared holding a weapon and unexpectedly attacked her. Dong Lin Hai turned around in panic. He launched a powerful strike and exclaimed, "So troublesome like a woman." She quickly raised a shield to block the blow. Right after that, she counterattacked with a flail. Then a giant spiked ball appeared above his head. The spiked ball fell and crushed Ninggo Kang, his eyes wide open in shock. Dong Lin Hai frowned in annoyance and said, "Tesketsk, this is really troublesome. Didn't your teacher ever tell you not to underestimate any opponent? And besides, do you really think my memory is that bad?" At this moment, Lak Thang jumped onto the bed as if to surprise attack her. Duong Lin Hai took an offensive stance and said, "Forget about the two of you behind." Then she slammed her staff down hard. Just as she was about to strike, stones of various sizes suddenly flew toward her. The stone's spirit appeared. Then Lak Thang was surrounded by stones forming a sphere, and Ninggo Kang was crushed, both motionless and unable to fight back. At this moment, Dong Langhai breathed heavily and said, "Will you surrender willingly, or should I seriously injure you and finish this here?" Suddenly, a hand clapped loudly. Duong Lang, surprised to see Lei Qin hiding in the corner, thought in astonishment, "Is there still one more person hiding?" He also saw her and exclaimed in amazement, never expecting such an outstanding elemental mage to be at Tahang University. It turns out the young lady on the street has always had her talents hidden by her teammates. What a pity. Just as he finished speaking, the pack of sand dogs beside him lunged at her, and she loudly retorted. Quick-witted, she used the water arrow spell to swiftly take down the pack. At that moment, suddenly a dog appeared behind Dong Langhai and bit her hand hard. Lei Qin, seeing this, shouted with delight, "A good opportunity, bite off her arm." He thought to himself, without a staff, the speed and power of magic are greatly reduced. She is already at a disadvantage and cannot be my opponent. Without fear, Duong Lanhai smiled cunningly and said, "You have to seize a good opportunity when it comes." No sooner had she finished speaking than a magic circle appeared right beside her. This made Lei Qin panic and shout out loud. How could she do that without a staff? Next, a huge explosion occurred, the force of which knocked Lei Qin away. Even his two sand dogs were completely destroyed. After the explosion, the system immediately displayed a notification stating that the player Lei Qin from Than Thong University was severely injured and unconscious, unable to continue the match. This announcement declared Lei Qin eliminated, and Dong Langhai earned an additional 1,050 points. At the same time, Duong Langhai lay gasping on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. In trouble, her magic was completely drained. One of the attackers took the opportunity to finish her off, knocking through the sharp knife at her decisively. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere. This scene shocked him as he thought to himself, "What?" The one who blocked his knife was none other than Chu Ming. He raised his foot and angrily shouted, looking for death. Just one kick from him caused a huge explosion. At that moment, Duong Langhai tried to speak. Chu. She used her last strength to call out the final two words before fainting. Brother Nini. Then the match monitoring system announced that player Go Kaing from Nahak University was severely injured and unconscious, unable to continue the match, resulting in his disqualification and player Chuai earning an additional 1,240 points. Suddenly, while Chuni was treating Duong Lanhai's wounds, he glanced sharply at someone. It turned out he was looking at Lak Thang, who was trying to sneak an attack, and Chuni's fierce gaze startled him. And then the system announced again, confirming that the player Lak Thang from Triyu Duong University secured 1,860 accumulation points for Duong Lanhai. After those three announcements, Chunini believed that these three clearly were not from the same school participating in the match to eliminate Lin Hai. This was not a coordinated effort that could be achieved. A moment later, he helped Duong Lanhai to another place to rest. Suddenly, his A bracelet sent a notification. Rank 69 death certificate, 680 accumulated points. Eliminated. Even Lin Hai received the exact same notification. Rank 69 dead, 680 points accumulated. Eliminated. This made her so angry she exclaimed that this death must have also been surrounded and attacked by those from Volume C. Next, she turned to Chu Mi with a question. Second brother. This whole thing has been really strange from start to finish. The entry position into the secret realm was clearly completely random. How did they manage to quickly gather on the first day and accurately locate our people to attack Valve? He shared his thoughts on this, saying I guess they used some special method to track others' positions. These words made her angrily shout that this was cheating. How could they dare do that in a national match? However, he added that if this was a special skill possessed by a member, then by the rules it would be hard to judge it as cheating. But if they used methods invisible to others, his eyes were filled with a sharp resolve as he declared, I will make sure they are utterly disgraced. Suddenly, Duong Lanhai said sadly, just looking at them scattered everywhere, they have likely already been surrounded and attacked. I am afraid. Hearing this, the chairman hesitated before comforting her, saying that the battlefield had conspired against him, definitely weakening his strength 6 days ago. It was also them who targeted me on the last day. So it was inevitable that they were surrounded and attacked. Moreover, he confidently asserted that in the face of absolute power, no cunning trick of the demons would be effective. Everything they did today, I will make them pay back double in 6 days. His arrogance made her blush deeply with embarrassment and silently call him Brother Yai. After calming her down, he quickly slung his sword and left but did not forget to remind her not to get angry, as her wound had not fully healed yet. Drink some magic potion and rest here tonight. I will take care of all the monsters around. In a few days, the official broadcast of the match will announce that November 20th, 2064, is the final day of the National University and College Survival Match. Today, 74 contestants will begin the final slaughter, deciding the survival match's ultimate rankings. Each competitor's location will appear on their wristband. Let us wait together and witness the birth of a true powerhouse. The audience began to buzz about the final day of the match, the last massacre of the survival game. Truly something to look forward to. After 6 days of battle, only Chun, Duong Lang, and Kong Sonen remain from the university ranks, and none of them are 2-star players. There are a total of 71 people in the main group. The numerical advantage is obvious, and it is uncertain whether Chu Nahi can withstand the combined assault of the main group. At this moment, the reconnaissance plane reports the location inside the secret realm. In the Munmong Desert, a group of people was waiting for someone when someone said that Chu and Duong Linhai were still heading toward their location. Inaihop looked at the map and quickly gave orders, saying Kong So Nen was to the northwest and her strength was not to be underestimated, but she has not reached the demon level like Chu Mi, and there are more than 10 people still near her. Helan will take 5 people to join those there and must eliminate Kuang So Nen. We have 47 people together to deal with Chu Mi. Helan responded without hesitation. Alright. Right after giving the orders, Nahop loudly encouraged the other fighters, estimating from Chu Nia's advanced speed that he would arrive here in about an hour. This battle is related to the final ranking in our current match. Everyone must regain 100% spirit and prepare thoroughly. Elsewhere, a sharp slash cut through the air as Kang Sonen easily knocked away the other contenders. No matter who arrives, they all get beaten by her. Helan is also there now and speaks up. Naturally, it has been a long time since we had a serious fight. She lunged toward Kyung Sonen and said, this time consider it a strong overpowering the weak. After the match ends, we will have a fair fight. Her words made her laugh scornfully in reply. Tiu Lan, why wait until later? Her power began to surge, and she proudly declared that Chunai had always held back before, making them think she was easy to bully, but today she would open their eyes. Helan watched her transformation in amazement, realizing it was the full effect of demonic magic. She could not believe it herself. She never expected Tiu Nin to have mastered the demonic bloodline so well, and even with 24 people, this battle would require their full strength, so she quickly fired arrows to support the other fighters attacking Kuang So Nen and loudly gave orders. In the desert, 2 beasts were fiercely fighting, but suddenly a great power appeared from nowhere, causing them both to flee. Ingai Hop and Vong Heen waited patiently when suddenly a tremor occurred. Dust flew everywhere, making Ingai Hop realize who was coming and call out. Chuni. As soon as he finished saying the words, he is here, a giant appeared, with 2 people on his head. That was Chumi along with Lin Hai. As soon as he saw him, Ingai Hop smugly said, Chuni, you must feel very honored. He said that to deal with you. We gathered 47 top players from various colleges. Hearing this, he scoffed and mockingly asked, 47 players. Then he bluntly insulted them, saying they were nothing but a ragtag bunch. His humiliation struck the pride of the players, making them angrily shout. Arrogant, far too arrogant. However, Chuni showed no fear and arrogantly asked them, what is wrong? Am I not right? Do any of you have a name that is not one of my defeated subordinates? Then he pointed at them and challenged, relying on your numerical advantage to eliminate more than half of my top university players. And now you are teaming up to face me. If you did not have the advantage in numbers, you would not even have the courage to stand before me. Come on. Weaklings, no matter how united you are, it is useless. His words full of contempt made them extremely furious, but he still boldly declared, I will show you that no matter how many ants there are, they can never bite through the big tree. Without hesitation, the battle began with Vong Heen as the first to activate X at the duelist, followed by his 2 friends, reckless and responding to my summons with the blazing fire blade technique. Moments later, he landed with a heavy thud. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his weapon in hand as the skill system menu appeared. Blessing his words, one of his strikes easily took down countless other players, with each swing sending a group of them falling. His ability made one player exclaim how fast he was, but another argued that no matter how strong he was just a rookie. How could a rookie possibly fight against 47 people? At this moment, in front of Chuni were the monsters that had recovered. Without hesitation, he rushed towards them. As one monster reached out its hand to him, his fist collided with his, and then his strength shattered the monster. The fighters still did not stop their attacks. Angelic Aura. Defensive Stance. Light Shield. Energy Barrier. Layers of defense were activated. Chumi's power shattered one layer of defense. Not all of them. The 3 pink-haired fighters smirked and said, there are still 6 layers of defense. I can handle that. Their words made Chunai laugh and ask back. Already resisting. Then he pointed at them proudly and said, this is just the beginning. No sooner had these words been spoken than a giant hand descended from the sky. The moment it appeared, it made Vong Heen turn pale with fear. The other players were no exception. They were so scared they froze. But then they quickly snapped out of it and shouted to each other. Dodge quickly, run, get out of the way, or you will die. Unlike everyone else running away together, Vong Heen stood his ground, ready to fight. Ingai Hop saw this and shouted. Vong Heen, what are you trying to do? Despite the system sending red alerts warning of extreme danger, Vong Heen was determined and said, even if the success rate is almost 0, I still want to try a little. He said this is the move I came up with during the dungeon battle. The iron plates were assembled together with your analysis. When I fought alongside you in that battle, I saw at 100 times the strength and range of the gods strike. As you tried to fit the iron plates together, you explained that the god's hand looks incredibly solid but is actually dispersed. If all the machines could be combined into a dispersed protective barrier that absorbs force, it might be able to withstand a single powerful strike. Just as Vong Hin finished assembling the iron shield, Chu Ini's divine hand was about to make contact. Without a hint of fear, Vong Hin shouted loudly, "Come here." Then the godly hand struck the protective shield, and then that hand easily crushed the protective screen, pressing down until the ground shattered, dust filling the sky. Chu Ni, standing like a god above, shouted loudly, "Your lives are in my hands, surrender or be killed." Ngai Hop still would not give up, loudly calling out his name and launching an attack. Chu Ni, his strike rushed toward him with a shout, shattering the entire room. After delivering that strike, Ngai Hop panted heavily, exhausted, thinking that as long as Chu Mi could block this hit, he would not have to worry about what was behind him. Immediately after, the other fighters surged forward one after another, their attacks clashing and swords flashing as they ganged up on Chu Ni. Ngai Hop silently felt confident. Our people are ready. Even if we can't take Chu Ai out in one strike, we can still seriously injure him. Seeing the whole group advancing together, Chu Ai sighed and said, "I am the last one." With one hand he blocked the blows while loudly saying, "I have been too kind to you all." Without hesitation, he took on each member of the team, striking with precision. After being defeated, Vong Hin felt regretful, thinking he had become stronger than before and expected a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, it was still a one-sided crushing defeat, and if he had known earlier, there was no need to ally with the university and college battlefield at all. He looked at the system board, feeling sad and wondering if he should surrender, thinking this time he would become a laughingstock nationwide. Ingo Mang laughed loudly with pride as he looked up at the battle projection and sighed. The joint battlefield. Director Trine must have put in a great effort to counter Sohang University. Director Trine pretended not to know when he heard this. Din Yingo, when you say that, why do I feel like I do not understand? Ngo Mang, annoyed by this attitude, said, "There is no outsider here, so stop pretending." Then he listed a series of names involved in this gang attack and concluded that the alliance of Mado, the underhandedness of Than Kin, the scheming of Than Thong, Nungo Kainganakai, and Lak Thang of Triu Duong, if they were not fools, they could all see what was really going on. Moreover, he posed a question that was more of a statement than a challenge. No ordinary university has the guts for this. Mado University holds firm in second place. There is no need to get involved in this mess unless it is Qingjing University, the organizer this time, who has the ability to unite 9 colleges together. In Dean Trine's mind, he worried that since Than Kin University, despite having the advantage in this competition, was still defeated so badly, the only way to save face was to resort to this last-ditch plan. Back on the day they studied together to find a way to counter Zhongyi, he had loudly questioned Principal 2. If Dahang University takes first place in the 3 main categories of the exchange match, where will the pride of the other colleges stand? Director did not hesitate to respond. Dean Trine, do not use these words as an excuse now. My Mado University has always been 3rd place in previous years, and just getting 2nd this year is already satisfying enough. We do not have time to fight for first place. Hearing this, Dun Trine immediately offered favorable terms to encourage cooperation, saying that as long as you agree to join, my Than Kin University is willing to contribute some level resources, which naturally shows our sincere intention to collaborate this time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dean demanded 2 points. No less, and at this stage Dean Trine had no choice but to agree, saying, "Settled." Next, he explained the plan to the deans present at the meeting, telling them not to eliminate players from other schools and to cooperate as much as possible if they can. It is best to cooperate if possible, and ideally exclude all players from to university except Trung Ni 6 days before. If you encounter Trung Ni, immediately run away and wait for everyone to gather before confronting him together. Back in reality, Ingo Mang spoke up, asking the heads if they agreed to join the plan, since they were usually respected figures, so why were they all silent now? Then he turned and called out to Dean Fuong Hak, who quickly responded, "Huh." He solemnly said that Dean Fuong Hak is a man of good morals and high virtue, always acting like a gentleman. Is not he afraid that getting involved in this cunning plan would ruin his reputation? Without hesitation, he replied, "Din Yingo, why would you say that? Cooperating in this match is actually a reasonable and sensible strategy. We did not break any rules." But his attitude made Mia, Nungo Mang uncomfortable. Then his voice hardened as he questioned, "Do you really think a little trick now can stop Chu Mi from becoming champion?" It was half a smile. He confidently asserted that Chu Nai's strength was obvious. He was not someone that your tricks could handle. True warriors never fear a challenge, no matter who they face. Even if they surrender, they can still claim first place. Meanwhile, another contestant pressed the teleport button, but strangely the system sent a red warning saying teleportation was impossible and to please wait, which made Wang Xian panic and shout, "What?" At the same time outside, the contestants defeated by Chu Nai were all shouting separately, "It hurts too much. I surrender. I surrender." Let me go back. I need a healer. Why can't I teleport? It seems Wang Xian has sensed something wrong. This is bad. At that moment, a strange space appeared in the void. Behind Chumi, a pair of giant eyes emerged. At the same time, all the deans saw this through the screen. Wu Mang was stunned and wondered, why did it appear inside the secret realm? The dean of the Golden Trial ordered, "Hurry up, forcibly teleport all the students back." Something strange happened at the teleportation gate. The person in charge of the teleportation gate anxiously reported that the space-time was unstable, and they could not open the magical teleportation. This statement caused all the directors to panic and speak up in fear. "The students trapped inside are the future beast warriors of my country, huh? And any loss here would be a huge blow to the nation. This is a nationwide livestream. And if other countries see it, the honor of my nation will definitely be diminished. Yes, no matter what it takes, all the students must be rescued." Even Yungo Mang is worried, wondering if Chumi can return safely. Suddenly the screen got interference. The live stream went down. The "please reconnect," which startled the deans and caused chaos. "What is happening?" They shouted to each other in panic. "This is a critical moment. What are they doing? Hey, did you just see a strange demon beast appear behind Chumi? Huh, I did not see it. Hearing your warning, I immediately turned my head to look back." The void beast instantly brushed past. He quickly retracted his weapon and then struck it hard. However, it suddenly disappeared, leaving him confused, and he told himself he could not see it anywhere. At that moment, Wang Xin's robot landed on the ground. "You stood safely on the ground." And immediately, Chuni spoke up, asking, "What do you know?" The moment he landed in front of you, you named the creature as the Void Beast. Moreover, you revealed that it has always been sealed within the secret realm, not appearing for decades, existing only as a creature in the stories of the previous generation of profession users. It dwells in the endless void, transcending ordinary perception, freely traveling through the time-space rift, shifting forms between illusion and reality, manifesting and vanishing like a spirit, extremely hard to catch. Its most terrifying ability is to tear apart space, creating chaotic time streams. And once caught inside, there is absolutely no way out. Just as he was asking how he broke through the sealed secret realm, a sudden scream echoed through the sky. The void beast appeared, causing the contestants to scream in fear. "What kind of monster is that? Run away quickly." So Chuyai prepared to punch it, his punch full of power aimed at it. The void beast sensed the power of the strike and opened its eyes. It suddenly appeared in front of Chunai, and then delivered 2 slashes to his legs. The slash hurt him quite a bit, making him grit his teeth. At that moment, another space gate opened, pulling Chumi inside. He remained calm and prepared to counterattack. His strike went straight into the spatial gate. Just as he was bracing himself to fight the gate, a distorted void beast prepared to attack him from the spatial portal. Without hesitation, he launched his move and shouted loudly, "Holy power!" The attack carried a terrifying force that tore through the air, rushing horizontally like a fierce, roaring streak. Each bright pink beast was quickly subdued by the void creature in less than a blink. Sonen hurriedly grabbed Chunai to escape the shockwave from the fierce attack. The intense pressure slammed them both onto the cold ground before they were thrown quite a distance away. Helan tightly gripped the bow and shouted loudly, rallying everyone to join forces and attack the demon hand. Amidst the thick white smoke, Soni gently propped herself up on Chumi, whose face showed clear exhaustion from the dire situation they had just endured. It was only after a long time that he could finally ask about the enemy's condition. Naturally, why did she come here? And she only replied softly, "Luckily I arrived just in time." Then she calmly explained the whole situation, saying she discovered that the others could not retreat from the secret realm. I guess there must have been an unexpected incident, which is why she came here. But just then Chuni suddenly noticed something unusual and dangerous. The void beast's target seemed to have shifted to a new one, but luckily a golden ray of power arrived in time to stop it. The result was a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the entire ground and rocks, and Helan, standing nearby, was directly caught in it, so Neen immediately panicked and shouted her teammate's name. Helan, taking advantage of the situation, Chu assigned the task to the others and said, "Naturally, I have been poisoned by them and need time to eliminate the toxin, so please try to protect the other students." The void beast is becoming even more rampant, and the only one facing it now is Inkayat. The moment its sharp claws swooped down, so Neen managed to appear just in time to form a defensive barrier, stepping back helplessly while stammering incoherently. "Oh yeah." But it did not stop there. The giant carved hand of the beast suddenly swept across, clearly with no intention of letting its prey go. In the midst of the intense battle, a familiar voice suddenly appeared, ready to activate power, dodging, skills, and enchanting sounds. Kate's body was thrown sharply backward, narrowly escaping the deadly blow at the crucial moment. The void beast raged relentlessly, reckless and unaware of its limits. Truong Sam could only dodge again and again against an enemy overwhelming in size and strength. Where did this thing even come from? He struggles to hold on despite knowing the situation is becoming increasingly dire, facing the overwhelming pressure of space itself, accompanied by savage laughter mixed with disdain. "Ha! You are simply no match for me. A bunch of ants deluding themselves by challenging the god of time. The commander is now activating 2 skills to slowly heal and resist death on himself. The skill of this void beast is incredibly bizarre. As soon as you get close, it immediately opens a temporal wound, preventing anyone from approaching if attacked from a distance. Once detected, it will flee. The entire battlefield below has turned into a chaotic scene, with countless players gathered but unable to do anything to that ferocious monster. Among the group in trouble, Olivia was suddenly surrounded by a pink thread that shot out unexpectedly. The one who came to the rescue was none other than So Nian, who, after entrusting her to Lin Hai, immediately rushed off in the opposite direction. Lin Hai, taking care of the injured student, naturally agreed quickly. Then Olivia suddenly went crazy and screamed loudly. She gently reassured, seemingly full of faith and thought, cheering up a bit. I think he is very capable. He will save everyone. But fundamentally he never fell into the enemy's hands. This is not like what the teacher said. Lin Hai grabbed Olivia's intact arm tightly, knowing everything. While she had now become so overwhelmed that her words grew confused and frantic, the fierce battle between the void beasts and the champions raged on in the distant battlefield, countless flashes of light from diverse attacks illuminating the entire front. The more Lin Hai listened, the more her expression revealed extreme tension, her wide eyes betraying unmistakable fear. A sharp slash came from a distance, cutting the innocent victim's body in 2 without hesitation. She dared not delay for a moment and immediately turned her back to leave, hoping to salvage the desperate situation. The battle reached its climax as So Nian was now trapped in the jaws, completely clenched by the sharp teeth of the void beast. The moment Trung Yi, Helan, and Lin Hai realized the truth, it was already too late. Before he could regain his composure, it unleashed a series of powerful shock attacks to prevent the enemy from striking first. Trung Yi risked everything and rushed to the black hole that was sucking in everything from afar, while Lin Hai behind urgently called out the opponent's name. Annie, she tries to explain the situation. The Dean of Than Thuong Academy has placed a tracking parasite on us. Under the circumstances of the Queen Bug, using a special method can locate people within several thousand meters. Then, by summarizing and reasoning from the above clues, the players from the university and the high-level faction were able to quickly regroup. Anna's sudden turn startled Vong Hien for a moment. He quickly explained, I did not know about this. I thought it was just a coincidence. Lin Hai still maintains general knowledge, except for positioning. The lead code is a half-living creature of the void beast. That is why we encountered it in the secret realm. It misunderstood us as thieves and kept attacking. Naturally it is cautious and keeps to itself. Chung Yi stared intently at the glowing hand while silently devising a plan. Lin Hai, do me a favor and find the genetic markers of everyone, including the female ones. Hearing this, she began to anticipate what the other was about to propose. He wanted. My entire body is now filled with overflowing vitality, as if every cell has awakened at once. I failed to protect Xiao Ran well, but as long as I can find her, even if it means destroying the secret realm or traveling through the void, I will not hesitate. Those golden eyes clearly knew nothing of lying, instead filled with burning determination, making me the bait. Just then, another person suddenly interrupted their conversation. Trung Yi, I have a way to tame the void beast. Tun Q struggled to explain while trying to stand. Trung Yi, Tunra has an extremely special sealing technique that can seal even beings far beyond their own level, but great power always comes with unpredictable risks. As soon as the sealing spell is activated, it will drain all the caster's mana in an instant. If you cannot withstand the magical power drain and fail to survive the critical moment, there is only one path: death. Linny shouted angrily once again. What are you doing talking about this? But now that things have come to this desperate point, Chun-Yi had no choice but to cling to the last thread of hope and said, Tell me, how do we do this? Using the method provided by Tun Qiu, Chun-Yi immediately took action. The spirit butterfly carried a faint light as it gently explored the nest of dragon eggs, almost instantly causing several eggs to burst open. Driven by the fulfillment of his wish, he grew even stronger, cutting off 5 hands. In another form, he was ready to face the challenge. Chun-Yi was not a transmuter, so if he wanted to use it, he could only borrow a tool, and being a transmuter himself was the most special and best tool. In the end, he made a straightforward decision. I will concentrate all my magic power into this eye bead to make it a transmutation tool. Chun-Yi swung the hammer relentlessly, muttering that whoever wields it can activate the secret sealing technique. Seeing the kid still standing firm, the dear beast began to waver. What? It could fight me for this long. However, it was always blindly confident, even sighing on his behalf. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tries against me, it is all in vain. Suddenly, an unnatural burst of light exploded, crashing into its body. The impact sent golden hair flying wildly, and the void beast struck by the brutal attack panicked completely. How could a person do that? Chunin continued to swing his hammer widely to intimidate, but it was no use. It immediately sent an attack back, foolishly unaware that it simply could not catch me. As soon as the words were spoken, the wound quickly closed. Although it was cautiously confident, it still nervously watched every move, yet he caught up completely, making it panic and exclaim, This is bad. Just as the celestial beast feared, Chun-Yi decisively struck. The blow relentlessly battered him to pieces, to the point that even its own environment was more broken than ever before. The long-held anger finally erupted. But it was just because it encountered me once. Did it really think it could be proud? The cosmic blade struck swiftly and fiercely, tearing at him. Humans, arrogant and reckless, were about to witness the true power of the time god. At the critical moment when his life hung by a thread, Chun-Yi listened carefully. What Tun-Q carefully advised was that the summoner's magic could help you control 2 million summoned demon beasts. So by holding it, you not only break the seal but also trap it in the watermark. But my magic has limits and cannot keep you safe. Chun-Yi seized the moment to unleash the full power of the sacred light and ancient wind in a radiant strike to protect himself. The more desperate his mind became, the more he twisted and turned. After entering the chaotic flow of time and space, he had to fight for every second, launching attacks against the void beast to expose its weaknesses and weaken it. Despite gradually facing exhaustion, he relentlessly unleashed a barrage of holy strikes. Enduring countless wounds, Chun-Yi persevered, waiting for the perfect moment to unveil his secret technique. The void beast, once dominant, naturally grew complacent. Kid, do not get cocky. Today's humiliation is one I will surely avenge. Without waiting for his opponent to finish, he muttered to himself, I am about to break, and raised his hand because... Finally, the radiant light of judgment blazed brightly under his command, forcibly condensing seals to imprison the opponent's soul and body, slowing its movements until it could no longer attack him. Yet after killing 1,000 and injuring 800, Chun-Yi was nearly exhausted, having wasted too much mana on the 2 angelic divine zones. The illusory light slowly took shape with whispered words, combined with continuous skill used in his power. Only when he realized his actions were restricted did he feel a thrill, his fingertips stirring gently in the holy light as the sacred spirit seal swiftly formed a cage to imprison the void beast under his command. What else can it do but kneel and endure the pain? Chun-Yi, already drained of energy, suddenly fell into a fleeting memory, hopes of winning the top honor 5 times in a row for the school. And so Nian's gentle care. Vivid memory suddenly stirred his sleeping heart. He saw her landing carefully, watching him closely, or even when she, in a bewitching form, gently touched his lips. It seemed Chun-Yi sensed what the other was transmitting to him, and amid the intoxication mixed with gentle breaths, his vision was suddenly drawn in. So Nian cherished the enchanting heart or called out, reminding him to find her. At that very moment he snapped awake, his eyes flashing a strange red glow. A domineering Chun-Yi immediately launched his attack. He put all his strength into gaining the chance to lock the void beast in place. So stay here obediently for me. It hurriedly panicked and wondered. What? Each golden sound wave moved in succession, transforming into countless shining threads that bound the void beast. In the end, it could no longer be arrogant. The absolute control made it dizzy and plead. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. The system displayed simultaneously. You have tamed the demon beast. Do you want to accept it as your bonded beast? Faced with such an enticing reward, Chun-Yi only questioned thoroughly before handing over the little flame. He muttered confusedly who it was, then had to shout loudly when he moved his eyes. Ah, I know. You said that girl was right. Haha, she is fine and still very well. In the icy area, he had not noticed that bud was stirring, each petal shaped like the universe gently opening. It turned out that the initial spark was igniting amidst the flow of the temporal flower. Linghai, who had been anxious outside, suddenly tilted her head, and she had been waiting for a safe return from Chuum. The students around also insisted on asking. Sao ran. What happened? Chun-Yi, have you tamed the void beast, and the wings want to overthrow you? Right. Hey, the special recovery is done. Should we strike again or not? On the other side, after receiving the token from him, she blurted out in embarrassment. Second brother, you did not say a word before launching yourself forward, the giant hammer rushing straight up to the sky. The hammer is way too big. Chun-Yi, what are you trying to do? The friend beside him quickly interrupted. What do you want to do? In the end, what they got was that the battle still continued, scaring everyone into retreat. Chun-Yi has gone mad. Huh. Chun-Yi kept going, boldly carrying his weapon. Facing everyone, surrender or challenge me. What can you do but give up and choose an answer? I really admire you. At a time like this, if you still, we were never really enemies. The news that Sun Qiao from Mado had forfeited flashed through, and Helan silently explained. Yes. I just wanted to care about you a little. Even the Triudoum University player helplessly admitted that Nithen's desire to win was overwhelming and calm as he reached out. Chumi's accumulated points skyrocketed, pulling in everything from over 10,000 to nearly 50,000, making the others curse loudly. Yes, they are all gone. So what else do we have left to fight for? After everyone had left, Chun-Yi suddenly went limp and collapsed, scaring her half to death. Brother Nini. Linhai helped Zonin up while anxiously asking Han about his injury. His weak voice faintly echoed. I have run out of mana. If they take advantage of the chaos, I fear I want to be able to hold on. It seemed his gaze began to waver, but his determination still burned fiercely. Standing before the top 3 on the cumulative score ranking was us. The survival match must be first place, and first place truly belongs to Chun-Yi with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Kong So Nian and Dong Linghai. Seeing the system recognize Chunai's achievement, he suddenly chuckled softly, saying the captain like me 1T disgrace to Hang University. At that time, the live battle report was also updated, with Hang University reaching 500,000 cumulative points to take first place, Thankin University in second, and Mado University in third with a gap in points. The National College Survival Competition currently hosts 183 sessions, producing countless geniuses. The organizers sincerely remind you that many of these geniuses have become pillars of the nation, and you all now represent the hope of our country and humanity. Yet the students are only busy gossiping. Tomorrow I can go pick an epic outfit. That is amazing. After fighting for 20 days I can finally relax. Tonight I want to have a big feast. After resting, I will get down to business right away. He watched each system notification, congratulating him on receiving the innate earth nectar, 50 free points, and 50 skill points, his heart overflowing with joy. Divine talent level, divine skill level, divine genius earth treasure level up. What once seemed hard to believe had now become a sweet reward. The survival battle lasted 20 days, and each category required first place to complete the mission, much harder than the college entrance exam and the demon-slaying task. Yet the mission rewards were surprisingly generous. The joyful smile on Cheng Ye's lips was undeniable, an S+ sword talent, an S level skill, plus a certain genius treasure that could bring immeasurable upgrade space to himself. Of course he would choose and accept it. Immediately, a beam of light covered every corner of the treasure. The miraculous feeling was so vivid it overwhelmed him. This was the power of the divine sword heart, pure high-level energy gathering above Cheng Nai's head, dispersing only when he fully mastered it, leaving him dazed as if waking from a long sleep, with a hazy, chaotic space before him flickering with golden light. Just after dawn, Cheng Yi swung his sword to test his strength after leveling up. Although he only moved lightly, the surrounding earth and rocks were heavily damaged. Cheng Yi stood dazed amid the smoke and dust, lost in thought, knowing that with a simple wave he could unleash a terrifying destructive force. This power is truly unbelievable, and it seems the divine sword heart has also granted me another ability. I carefully examined this gift, which is even sharper than the radiant light of a blessed weapon. It is a special sword energy that only appears when one masters swordsmanship to a certain level. It even exceeded expectations, so he quickly raised his hand again. Only a professional player training day after day could activate sword energy. Yet he already possessed it. The hero's unusual aura instantly split the air in two. Before, I could barely manage it, but now it feels like I have become a grandmaster of the sword path, and if I learn more skills, everything will go smoothly. For example, the system's sword-piercing skill combined with a normal attack can raise the damage to 18, whereas before it was only a level 1 enhancement. That slash carried immense pressure that shattered the stone wall, and from his speculation, the advanced levels of the sword skill would double the damage and go even higher. However, Chun-Yi was far from naive. Sighing soberly, but in the end, this could only be empty theory. If there were a master swordsman to duel with, I could better gauge the power boost that the divine sword spirit grants me. Unexpectedly, just thinking about it, he already reached out to So Mi-in. Chun-Yi, are you rushing me here because you want to duel me with swordsmanship? His request for her assistance is completely justified, because as the main heir of the Kuang family, Kuang So Ninian has been training in swordsmanship under the guidance of the elders since she was 3 years old. She always takes responsibility seriously and perseveres without rest, because after 10 years of unwavering dedication, they now call her a genius sword maiden. So Mi-in thought shyly to herself, in terms of overall strength, Chun is obviously the strongest. But when it comes to strategy, I am absolutely confident. At the very moment the confrontation began, when the situation around Chun-Yi instantly changed. Little one, you have to give it your all. She was not afraid at all, even seriously preparing to strike, so be careful. Chun-Yi, as soon as the words ended, So Mi-in unleashed a strike with overwhelming power, so fierce it broke the weapon he was using in half. However, this was exactly the moment Chun-Yi had been waiting for. While she was still suspended in the air, he made his move. So Mi-in's eyes briefly showed panic. I was not mistaken. That was sword energy. After landing and slowing down, she exclaimed, so Chun-Yi's swordsmanship is really that flashy. Unexpectedly, the master himself was suddenly rushed by the next wave of attacks, so Mi-in remained unshaken, using her experience to raise her weapon in defense. But the sword energy was overwhelming, and the counterattack came swiftly. They kept exchanging blows nonstop for over 100 moves. The two fought so intensely that they did not even notice the sudden appearance of the wild boar. Am I still dreaming? Since when did Chun-Yi become so skilled with the longsword? He carefully observed everything and analyzed it. Each of Chun's attacks felt overwhelmingly divine, while Kuang So Min's strikes were fast yet oddly graceful. The experience he has gained over the years allows him to see even more clearly that Kuang So Ninian seems to be able to fight back and forth with Chun-Yi very skillfully. If it were not for his higher level of skill, it would be because Chun-Yi deliberately restrained his power and matched Kuang So Min's speed and agility. The moment the weapon slipped from her grasp, Yingo Mang immediately finished it off. But when the blade struck, the shock still caused her arms to tremble. The treasured item So Ninian always carried was then snatched up by him. She was gasping for breath and could not catch it. Chun-Yi stopped fighting and gently asked, I admit defeat. Are you okay? Seeing his concern, she assured him, I'm just a bit exhausted. And as they paused, he approached to praise her, truly amazed. "So Chuni, you are a master swordsman. Why did not I see you use your sword skills during the fight?" he quickly replied. Director Nyungo. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Ha ha ha, just keeping a little backup plan." But inside I was jumping for joy. The conditions to get the new talent are extremely harsh. Not only was the high-level dungeon record not reset, but it also was not on the professional ritual list. Relying solely on acquiring new talents without basis was really frustrating. Still no choice could be made. Suddenly, Chuni remembered and asked, "Din Nyungo, is there something you need from me?" And he took the opportunity to explain the reason. "I came to invite everyone to the celebration party organized by the Alliance. And there is also something I want to discuss with you." He recounted the details of the crime one by one. Hearing from Feng Hak's student that he used the excuse that the military-proof bugs could help locate people more easily in the secret realm, promising S-level resources as a benefit. Clearly, the director had long planned this, secretly sneaking into the laundry room to place the proof bugs in the players' clothes. Unfortunately, the lead does not last forever, so he revealed the current unsolved difficulties. The students know nothing else, and the council was shocked and doubtful. Has the clue been lost? However, Nyungomang insisted on giving him the answer. "Do not worry. The Alliance is thoroughly investigating everyone Feng Hak has been in close contact with over the past 10 years. The results will be ready in a week. The victory celebration is about to start, so we will leave first." At the same time, Frank pointed out the deeper intention behind this event. The top forces of Zhongsha will appear at the victory celebration, clearly aiming to invite everyone to join their teams and guilds. Nyungomang led the group, and Deng Hubiat introduced the lavish party, explaining that to attract people, they offered extremely luxurious conditions: money, beautiful women, power, and resources. As expected, they were immediately approached with offers, and accepting these terms meant being bound to this power. "As your Taoist master leading the team, I do not oppose you joining any force, but you must make your choice easily." At this moment, applause rang out to attract everyone's attention. Feng Du spoke loudly to open, saying that everyone here is a student from the top 10 universities and colleges most passionate about pets in this national university and college freshman competition. Reaching this stage is no easy feat, so each of you is entitled to receive a reward from our Underworld Professional Alliance. After that, each of you is given a personal item, a bank card containing 20 million Zongxia currency provided by our Underworld Professional Alliance. This immediately sparked considerable curiosity, and at the same time, each of your privileges within our Underworld Professional Alliance would be upgraded to the rank of Peripheral Member. That is the highest privilege outside of the core members of our Lower Flame Professional Alliance. When Feng Du presented it, sounded very appealing. Any base in Zongxia country, whether buying equipment or medicine, can enjoy a 20% discount. Of course, if any of you want to become a core member of our Havium Alliance, you can contact me directly. After hearing this grand speech, Trung Ning silently marveled. 20,000 each, 100 players. That is 2 billion. The Havium Professional Alliance is truly very wealthy. Those around him were also buzzing with conversation. 2 million Zhongxia currency. There has not been this much before. With that amount you could buy a part of a rebirth B rank. It is really quite a lot. Reason quickly made him realize, but this is also the most direct way to show strength. At the same time, the announcement sounded. Solo matches, team matches, survival matches, and rewards for the top 3 will be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Du raised his glass to all the guests, declaring the celebration officially started, inviting everyone to enjoy the food and drinks, while the crowd below enthusiastically cheered in response. At this moment, Nyungomang took the initiative to gather the team, congratulating Tahang University for securing first place in the friendly match. The players immediately joined in to celebrate, raising their glasses. Damvi happily approached Trung Voyan, saying, "This first place win is all thanks to you. This toast is for you." And Nyungomang quickly nodded in agreement. We should toast. If it were not for Chuni, our school's final ranking among the top 3 universities would likely have been last. Almost everyone around wanted to take this chance to ask questions, including us, putting him in an awkward spot, making him a bit shy. "Are you all trying to get me drunk?" Suddenly, the familiar strong voice of Truong Sam rang out. Chuni, he respectfully clasped his hands and took this opportunity to express his gratitude, saying that if it were not for you, I probably would not have survived. When Chuchi came to save me, you saved my life. And if you ever need me in the future, I will never refuse, even if it costs me my life. Then he immediately drank the whole glass, symbolizing a gentleman's vow never to refuse even in death. Of course, standing nearby and witnessing everything, I felt very curious. Chunenji seemed to have gained a whole new group of special fans. Right after that, Vong Heen rushed forward too, pushing Truong's side to get ahead, and so did Hubak quietly watched from behind, filled with many questions. Dad, is this just my imagination, or does Chunia's divine aura seem much stronger? Chuhang firmly stated that it was not an illusion. His aura had already surpassed most second-tier divine professionals. This information left her in awe. Only a few days had passed. Even he found it hard to believe, But the truth was right before their eyes. Such a clear change shows that his strength has leveled up again. Truly a terrifying rate of advancement. The party gradually ended, and very soon the next day arrived. With a modern aircraft appearing on the school grounds, the modern aircraft gently landed before the eyes of all the students. The cabin door slowly opened. Once everything was settled and ready, Feng Du spoke from the cockpit. Everyone is on board. The rewards need to be collected at the headquarters of the Lower Flame Guild Alliance. The headquarters is located in the Ding Mountain area of Qingjing City, accessible only by specialized fighter jets. Sitting inside, Damvi was fascinated to see such high-end equipment for the first time. All of them are the latest model fighter jets costing at least 1,000 U-links. So Nian, sitting in front, also understood very clearly that the 1,000 U-link fighter jets were made by the largest fighter jet manufacturer in Trungha, with a maximum startup speed 3 times the speed of sound, taking only 10 seconds. These words made the curious Damvi even more excited. Yes, this is it, costing nearly 1 billion. And at the same time, Feng Du finished preparations and reminded them to sit tight. As soon as the plane took off, Damvi's whole body slammed into the cabin because he had not fastened his seatbelt, and at a speed faster than an X turning cold, he was thrown and slammed in all directions. It flew so fast that he could only catch a glimpse of the lingering streak of light. Finally, as the plane leveled off, his head was spinning with stars. It was here, on their side. A similar situation occurred. But the special thing was that she ended up lying on her uncle's body. Just as she regained her composure, she hurried back to her seat, her face flushed with embarrassment while he tried to say a few awkward words. So fast. The fighter jet, Qdin-sun, is 20 kilometers from Thankin University, accelerating forward and will arrive in 20 seconds. Just like that, they successfully reached the checkpoint gate. Everything around was still running smoothly in its own way. At this time, Feng Du took on the role of a tour guide, explaining that the ground area of Qdin-sun consists of a total of 40 sections, with 15 separate passageways. External fighter jets entering the Dingshan area must undergo a full scan, so they have to line up. The drone then follows a programmed route for thorough inspection. BIP, registration number 00638, a plane of the Professional Alliance Haiyan with special clearance rights. Then they were allowed to pass through the teleportation gate and enter. Inside was the grand and magnificent headquarters. From the cockpit window, the personnel watched the scenery with interest, and nearby was what seemed to be the flag of Qingjing University, which Feng Du enthusiastically explained was the floating island of Qingjing University. Besides the schools, many legions and guilds will be established in the designated mountain area, while the council silently observes from behind. The floating island of the Professional Alliance under Havium, powered by demonic energy, has even stronger defenses, with every machine on the island equipped with enhanced protective mechanisms. All the students gradually left the spaceship cabin, forming a line one after another. Feng Du once again officially introduced that this was the headquarters. A voice crowded in, catching Wang Xian's attention, asking him to move aside a bit. But when he turned back, what struck his eyes was a giant creature, a large breed, while a fellow student happily explained. The mythical insect tribe can average a level of 60 centimeters like a demon pet, definitely a very powerful third-tier profession. Then, Feng Du briefly explained the work process and said that each of you must go to the headquarters office, where the staff will guide you. Each student was guided carefully in turn. Wang Xian, please follow me. Kuang Suren, please follow me. Ngai Hop, even the most special person was personally led by her. And I think you can tell who won first place in the solo match, first place in the team battle, and first place in the survival match. I will take you to claim your rewards. Please follow me. Since the path is a bit long, the two of you started making small talk, and you were the best performer in the entire exchange match. The Heem Alliance holds you in very high regard. Do you have any intention of becoming a core member of the Alliance? Sorry, I am not considering joining any faction for now. Don't you want to hear the conditions of the Lower Flame Alliance? Our rules are very few, so there is no need. He was very rational and noticed the loophole in the words. Even if there are few rules, there will still be obligations. Besides, I am just a freshman. There is no way I am bound to another force now, and Feng Du is looking forward to it. Geniuses always have their own plans. Ha ha ha. No rush. When the two arrived at a secret door, she proudly announced the news. Your rewards are divided into 3 categories. First is the champion of the solo match, a custom-made legendary weapon, and the champion reward of the team battle. All epic grade equipment is custom-made. The champion reward for the survival match is stored in the Lower Flame Alliance's resource warehouse, where you can choose any item. Then she led the way while explaining, now I will take you the highest level master of weapon, forging in the Lower Flame Alliance. The champion will have his legendary weapon made by him. This room is the forging chamber of the champion grandmaster. The special door ahead is slowly opening. It might get a little hot. From inside, a misty smoke billowed out, revealing a shadowy figure. Feng Du stepped forward to introduce. Master Weaponsmith, the champion of the solo match has arrived. His imposing aura seemed capable of crushing anyone, and his deep voice spoke up, calling him Chu Mi. Without a trace of fear, he responded politely. Master Kekwan, the student is Chu Nini. His sharp gaze flashed as he silently assessed him from head to toe. He seemed quite satisfied, and his tone softened somewhat. Very good, your current level is 23. Since it takes 5 levels to craft one piece of equipment, I will design a level 25 legendary weapon for you. Speak up, what kind of weapon do you want? Trung quickly made his request. I want a long sword with attributes focused on strength and intelligence enhancement. Watching their conversation just now, Feng Du was silently amazed and somewhat admiring, hoping to craft better equipment. The Grand Master had learned an extremely special skill, and an ordinary fake profession suddenly received this kind of light. They will all be suppressed to the point of speechlessness. Truly the all-around champion of this class, facing the Grand Master without changing expression. At the same time, Trung Yi added more details about the weapon crafting request, with no major demands regarding the equipment's special attributes, as long as it matches my swordsman class and has enough damage. But I have already made careful calculations in my mind. Golden grade weapons have 2 personal attribute enhancements, while legendary grade weapons have all 4 growth attributes. But as a sword knight, I have to fight up close, so both strength and intelligence magic attributes are more important. Based on previous research, the champion seriously concluded, I have watched all your battle videos. Your approach of closing in and pressuring the opponent, choosing a longsword is very suitable. Then he excitedly conjured the solar blue crystal, and a bold idea came to mind. I have a few thoughts. Feng Du immediately recognized that it could only drop through the ruins dungeon of the blue zone. The epic grade material output for the male does not exceed 10 pieces. Then, as if connected by spiritual resonance, she and the deputy officer exclaimed in amazement, Solar Light Stone. The strategist switched to scholar mode, using simple terms to explain that the solar light stone is a treasure from the center of the sun. Weapons made from it will quickly purify and destroy spirits, demons, and dark creatures with holy light. As he finished the lecture, he focused his mind to summon the materials. Still iron silver strong. With the chant, a series of stones were pushed up by the magma layer. Still iron silver strong at golden grade. Legendary level wine song. Epic grade spirit shards. Golden grade dragon soul essence. Legendary level pure spirit tears. He waved his hand, and the blazing flames pulled the stones into a swirling vortex. The core of the fiery face. Void essence. Time and space. And the eye of the storm. The master focused all his mind to form the seal and began the process of refining the essence. Using fire and forging, under the thousands of degrees of intense heat, the volcano erupted instantly, causing a cataclysmic explosion. The pure energy cleansed all evil creatures, making them wail in agony. Too hot. Too hot. I am going to die. He used supreme forging techniques to refine the essence into a towering pillar of magma. A mighty divine hammer. The flow drew in spirals of spiritual songs, channeling divine power into the hammer. All the power gathered and emitted a dazzling golden orange light, causing Feng Du and Trung Ai to look up in awe at the mighty weapon forging scene, the heavy hammer striking fiercely to shatter impurities. At this moment, the craftsman began pouring molten stone into the mold, neutralizing internal forces, softening hardness, and stabilizing the ground. When the material hardened into shape, he used tongs to lift it out, light flowing through it like glass, wind charm, and a radiant glow. He continuously hammered the surface of the blade, engraving talismanic scripts, with magic flowing everywhere, forging a divine weapon of countless spells. Next came the water tempering stage, where he plunged it into water to cool it quickly, infusing it with demonic power. Forming jewelry, engraving intricate patterns, magic flowing everywhere, forging a divine weapon with myriad spells. The soul of a war god attached to the blade, embodying boundless battle intent, sealed within the wind charm to break enemy formations, purifying the blood. Then moving to the final shaping step as the smith hammered the metal with all his might, sparks flying everywhere while Feng Du swiftly created a protective shield. When the final product was complete, he finally exclaimed, Good. The gleam of the sword he forged carried a golden hue full of power, solid enough to pierce through anything. Then he took a deep breath and shouted to strike. Go. As soon as he finished, the sword was thrown by the craftsman at a speed faster than racing boy's ancestors, slashing through and leaving only a dazzling streak of light. Trung Yi tried to catch it precisely, feeling the weight in his hand as he lifted the sword and carefully aimed. He was out of breath after the hard process, patiently guiding the final step. This legendary weapon must accept him as its master, so release your energy and dominate it. He quickly followed the advice, closing his eyes tightly and focusing his spirit to channel power into it. The 2 combined energy sources released incredibly strong electric sparks, and at that moment the system announced the special bloodline of the 6 desires had awakened. Trung Yi began to observe carefully. From the mirror-like shiny blade to the sturdy wooden handle, he silently admired in his heart. 4 major attribute enhancements, 3 special effects truly worthy of a legendary weapon. Especially the increased initial attack speed means that in actual combat, when the opponent strikes once, you can strike 3 or 4 times. Judging by the expression on his face, the master could easily guess his thoughts. He seemed very satisfied with it. Trung Yi could not help but shiver at the unusual change in his appearance, as the master smith explained patiently that high-level weapons consume a large amount of mana, so such transformations are common. Feng Du also leaned in to whisper that creating a legendary grade weapon requires many techniques, and only the master smith's special talent could complete it in such a short time, while ordinary blacksmiths would need at least 2 or 3 months. He slowly turned his back to them, and before leaving, he kindly reminded them, You should go now. I need to rest. Most of the materials used for the Holy Light Sword are divine type, So if you want to upgrade its refinement level later, it is best to use divine-type materials. Otherwise, it will harm its advantages. Chun-Yi was deeply grateful and quickly bowed his head to thank the Grand Master, while Feng Du swiftly pulled him away, shifting their focus to another topic before heading to claim their team match rewards. At the same time, Kaikwan was ready to jump into the boiling lava. The purple-haired girl awkwardly lifted him up and asked, "What are your requirements for this equipment?" Chun-Yi quickly pulled down his shirt and replied in detail, "I need a light armor set with attributes focused on strength and intelligence." The professional on the other side scheduled the delivery. Understood. The equipment will be forged in a month and someone will escort it to your school. With the work done, the seamstresses began to chatter excitedly. Slim waist, well-defined muscles, and very obedient, watching the golden fawn lost among the hunters. Feng Du could not help but sigh at how the inexperienced student was completely at their mercy. Then she snapped her fingers to signal a new announcement, followed by the survival match reward, which were to be chosen here. At her gesture, a circle of information appeared around the two of them, allowing him to select one item. Chun-Yi focused intently on the dense lines of information on the selection board. Faced with countless level 7 items before him, he calmly examined each one carefully. All were rank life-saving divine artifacts, any one of which could keep a profession player alive, leaving him frustrated and at a loss. Then he decisively pointed to the item he wanted and said, "I want this one." Feng Du appreciated the decision but was also a bit curious. Space Leap is indeed an effective escape tool. But why did not you choose the resurrection type? He confidently and without hesitation affirmed. Definitely. I want it. Though deep down he already had a plan. Resurrection items are indeed rare, but he already had the rebirth cross given by the system, and the space jumping stone had other uses. Feng Du immediately agreed to this request. Alright. Then he handed over the box containing the mysterious green gem. "It is yours now." Chun-Yi looked at the loot with satisfaction. Suddenly, a voice sobbed like it was tearing at his soul, repeatedly shouting, "Vaccine. Let me out. Let me out." Noticing the strange expression on the other's face, she asked, "What is wrong? Your face suddenly looks terrible." He smiled and casually replied, "It is nothing. Maybe I just need to rest a bit." After finishing the job, she professionally handed back the business card with a message. "Alright. The reward has been collected. My task is considered complete. And of course, if there is any dissatisfaction with the epic grade gear or legendary weapons, feel free to contact me directly. The other classmates are probably waiting for us in the hall already. Let us go." Before long, he was brought to the gathering place, and the two siblings, upon spotting a familiar figure, eagerly ran over, calling out, "Chun-Yi, Chun-Yi." He turned around and asked if there was something wrong, suggesting they find somewhere else to talk privately. But that was not their intention. They just came to say goodbye. All teachers and students participating in the exchange at the school will be teleported back by the Sacred Scripture University's magic array, and I have to follow Dong Nai back to the clan. In a hidden corner where few pay attention, a dung beetle silently watches the conversation below, hoping that if there is time, you can take Tiu Van to Thianlan province. Both are descendants of the Chu family and will surely receive support and training from the clan. This is good for both of us. So he nodded in agreement, waiting for half a year until Tiu Van graduates. Then I will take her away, wishing everyone smooth sailing. After the brief meeting, Chun-Yi stood there seeing them off for a while. Only after they had all left did he cast a sharp glance upward. After escaping, he appeared on the tree branch where the beetle was earlier, looked around but saw nothing suspicious. Chun-Yi frowned slightly and thought to himself, was that feeling of being watched just an illusion? Suddenly, someone called up from below, saying, "We are about to go into the market to buy some specialties. Are you coming?" He usually refused directly. "I am not going." After a while, Chun-Yi returned home and slammed the door shut, his mind in turmoil. Could it be that his previous wound had not healed, or was it the result of excessive mental strain? Suddenly, a sharp headache struck as if a giant set of teeth was devouring his brain, and an unexpected voice echoed, "Humans, release me." Strange patterns and beams of light appeared on the cramped ground, and in the very center, a bizarre figure gradually emerged. Chun-Yi knew well why it appeared but still could not help but advise, "You who signed a contract with me. Why struggle?" The void beast roared in frustration, truly unwilling to accept it. "Ridiculous. It has been stirring for thousands of years yet must obey a kid still wet behind the ears. If not for that strange final spell, you would not be a match for me. I have no respect for it and expose its crimes. It has injured 63 people and sent 10 to sell salt, forcing the professional alliance to spend huge investments to heal and repair the secret realm. If they knew the ringleader was still alive, what do you think your fate will be?" The void beast still stubbornly resists. Threatening me with just a little skill. After so much talk, Chuya was growing impatient. The third-level mage of the Alliance could use the soul-erasing spell to wipe out the high-level demonic beast, turning them into obedient puppets. You might not fear this, but even in death, human flesh still sells for a high price. Angered by these words, it gritted its teeth and spat out, "Damn it." But right after that, he carefully handed over and shrank space jumping stone. After fighting me, he was seriously injured, and I could not take him to see a healer. He needed to replenish his energy. The void beast paused, staring intently at the stone, its eyes revealing a complex emotion. Trungi blurted out a nonsensical sentence. 1 year, after a pause, he continued with the condition. Your energy is useful to me. Obediently withdraw from me for 1 year, and I will cancel the contract and return your freedom. It harbors great hostility towards humans, so it is not easily swayed. Why would I trust humans? No need to explain. Just threaten it, and that is it. There is no other choice left. Either trust or face death. After saying that, Trung-yi took out another item as a token, the half-life beast of the person, and returned it to them. The void hesitated before accepting it and placing it on their head, holding it like a proof. Just as he was about to leave, it was called back. Wait a moment. As it threw the stone into the soil, it warned. There is something you might want to know. The void beast slowly spoke each word. The little leaf told me when it first captured it. In the end, a horrifying truth was revealed. They were not truly human. In the shopping district, the calls of merchants echoed everywhere. The blazing mad blade, when used, carried its own special fire, costing only 998. Objectively, do not hesitate anymore. Today is a special price. Buy a set of armor and get a nail polish as a gift. Genuine goods at real prices. No scams. At a stall, Sonin busily tried on jewelry while Nadia enthusiastically promoted the products beside her. This hairpin is inlaid with frost crystals. Not only can it be upgraded, but it also enhances defense. She eagerly explained its benefits. While the remaining gems had already been infused with the magic of a wood element mage, it can quickly accelerate wound healing. Perfect for a beautiful and strong adventurer like you. Chu suddenly appeared from behind and gently pinned a hairpin onto Su Ran's hair, saying this suits you better, making her eyes sparkle with joy. Mir, Chu. This appearance made Sonin curious. Did not you say you would not come? He smiled and explained. Everything is done, so I came to take a look and conveniently buy some local specialties to bring back. Seeing the two of them so thoughtful, Nadia smiled quietly. Oh beautiful boy and girl, this scene is too perfect. So close. So close. Just then, an unexpected voice called out, Kuong. Miss Kuong. 3 curious eyes turned to look. The owner of the voice was none other than Vong Hao. Surprised to meet her here, truly a fateful encounter. Strangely, Sonin did not recognize him and asked who he was. Ignoring her awkwardness, he respectfully introduced himself. Miss Gong tends to forget things. I am Vo, the grandson of Vong Bathian, a second-class genius of the 3rd generation in the Vongra Thunder prison system. Nadia could not help but laugh at these words. Meeting for the first time, someone claims to be a genius, and not just any genius, but a second-class one. Ha ha ha. He still wanted to ramble on, saying that a year before Miss Kuong's birthday, he had given her a crystal sword, but she grew tired of it. Yet it was Wang Lei again, a restless spirit. The chairman understood and comforted him, saying on the way here he saw a snack street nearby and suggested taking a walk there. Then he put his arm around her and left. We still had business to attend to first, yet someone dared to witness this scene. Outrageous. Vong Hao angrily summoned a lightning orb. Insolent. Just a lowly commoner and he dared to touch Kuang Rei's pearl, he shouted loudly, ordering him to kneel before me, while throwing the orb at him. But before it could touch a single strand of hair, it was blocked by a white veil. Although slightly surprised, his clairvoyant eyes allowed him to immediately grasp Chuanai's information. Uttering in astonishment, it turned out to be just a knight hiding inside a turtle shell. This low-ranking commoner with a useless profession was easy to defeat. Su Ran was angry because someone dared to block her boyfriend. If you are a real man, you would not let a girl protect you. So he quickly stepped up to challenge me, saying he would play along. Then the chairman set the rule. If you can touch the corner of my shirt, I will apologize to you. Otherwise, you have to kneel and apologize to me. And by the way, if you break anything, you have to pay for it. People nearby caught the scent of drama and rushed over to watch. There is a good show to see. Young people really get angry easily, even fighting while just walking down the street. Wang Ho narrowed his eyes with a flash of malice. What kind of thing dares to challenge me? He showed no fear and immediately charged with full force, seeking death, pulling out his weapon to strike. A series of beams shot down from above, but none could penetrate the barrier. The host remained flawless with not a trace of effort escaping from within, calm and majestic like a god. Everyone around watched and whispered, unaware of their own limits, unable even to break through his defense. Wang Hao, witnessing this scene, also began to feel a bit intimidated, stubbornly defending outside. The turtle shell is quite tough. He suspected all the electric attributes were added to defense. Ridiculous, but inside he was silently cursing the turtle. Annoying. Never expected this guy's defense to be so hard to deal with. However, the so-called genius of the 2nd rank would not accept defeat so easily. He quickly gathered energy and summoned 2 purple lightning leopards. But that was just an appetizer. The lightning leopard strike might be my finishing move, and I will let everyone see what happens to those who cross Wang Hao. He sent them charging straight at Chuai under the master's control. Facing this move, he had to draw his weapons too, focusing his spirit, invoking the Salvation Cross, then immediately threw 2 holy light weapons forward. In just a blink, the 2 lightning leopard shadows were shattered without a trace of armor left. Vong Hao had to quickly shield himself to avoid the shockwave of the attack. Only now feeling fear, how could this arrow have such a background? While he struggled on this side, Chuni was calm and collected on the other. Even confident, He racked his brain to recall memories, but could not identify the person in front of him. Impossible. I have never encountered this person among the geniuses of the great clans. Han is just a holy knight with a useless profession. His strength cannot surpass mine. Vongha still does not want to give up, slowly pulling his sword out of the sheath. I do not believe anyone can defeat this guy. Like a lightning bolt, he charged straight at Chunini with his sword. Using the Thunderlight Slash technique, Chunini quickly reacted, countering with the Holy Light Cross. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from above right onto his position, sending rocks flying. He looked down at the man lying face down below with a contemptuous gaze. Thinking that a lightning genius was nothing more than that, it took several minutes before Vonghao could lift his head, revealing a fairly deep hole in the ground. Nadia, standing nearby, suddenly realized something. Why did that person look so familiar? As if she had met him somewhere before. A holy magician. A holy magician. Finally remembering, they hurriedly discussed with their colleague that Chu Yai was the top-ranked newcomer this year. The other party also sighed. No wonder. No wonder. The girl beside him was actually Kang Sonana's girlfriend. The conversation was loud enough for him to overhear everything. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wang Ha was secretly amazed. Just a freshman, and yet so formidable. Watching the two figures leave, Wang Ha vowed revenge. Chu Ai, I will spare you for now, but when my brother returns, you will pay. As for that woman, her resentment seemed even deeper. And Kang Sonan, the flirtatious farewell, dared to toy with Vong Ra. Big brother will not let her off. The next day, warm sunlight shone everywhere as Chu Nia's group entered, with students on both sides whispering that they were the representative team of Tahang University. Look over there, that is Chu Yi, even more handsome than on stage. Tesketsk. No wonder she is the goddess of Kwang. With that body and face, even a girl like me can't help but be moved. Wu Mang smiled and winked, showing his sincerity, thanking Qingjing University for their warm hospitality. Trine Thean got angry just thinking about being a backdrop for them, but still had to act polite, saying the exchange match this term made your Tahang University stand out. We have all become obstacles for you, and you are so happy you can stop smiling. He replied modestly. Why say it in such an unpleasant way? The match was second place. Hu Ni was first, and the opponent added more. Haha. That is right, I was third. No more delays because the mages are urging. Please get ready for the teleportation magic array. All the mages shouted together. Start. Helan led the way in greeting her new friend. Xiaoran said goodbye. She smiled and waved. See you next time. Xiaolan. Everyone took the last moment to exchange a few words. Next time I will definitely beat you. In your dreams. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, everyone vanished through the teleportation array, and then appeared seated in their own school hall. Vong Hai opened his arms wide to welcome the young talents of the nation, greeting the little heroes of Tahang University back. They all greeted the three men in unison: the principal, the dormitory head, and the hospital director, who smiled with satisfaction, saying our Tahang University stands out. The hot news is always about our champions. And Tongji also smiled in praise, saying you all did very well and worked hard. Next, the principal stepped forward to give instructions and hand out rewards. The friendly matches were actually battles between universities and colleges to test each institution's teaching ability. Naturally, he spoke about merits and rewards, calling out the names of 5 people who, although substitutes, had shown outstanding performance in the matches. Then he loudly announced that each of you would receive 5,000 credits, leaving them wide-eyed in amazement. For those who do not know what 5,000 credits mean, simply put, since it costs 500 credits per run for the Goblin Dungeon at advanced level, that amount is enough for 10 runs. Assuming an ordinary student wants to complete school missions to accumulate 5,000 credits, it would take at least a year. The award ceremony continued, with Kongso, Neen, Tonghalan, Weithiatam, and Dong Lunny all performing excellently in the matches, receiving 20,000 credits each, and the 4 of them responded in unison, thanking the principal. It was the last person's turn, who was also the most important, the team captain. Ranked first both in the team and individually, he defeated both Wang Shan and Gai Hop, even turning the tide to save his teammates in the survival match to maintain his top position. Vong Hai declared that he would claim the 100,000 credit reward from Tahang University, and upon hearing this number, his eyes lit up. 100,000. The people around were also stunned. 100,000 credits are equivalent to 3 billion Zhongxia currency, causing Zheng to frown. An object. Who taught you to calculate like that? 100,000 credits are enough to exchange for several ranked divine skills in the school warehouse. But what can you buy with just the currency? I was so shocked I blurted it out. 100,000 credits could even raise a pig into a top-tier demon beast. Okong saw his friend speaking so recklessly and angrily shook his head hard, saying, what are you talking about? How can you compare a knee to a pig? He held his head in pain and defended himself. I did not mean that, while another person also sighed. He really is crazy, but Nai deserves it. Chumini smiled with satisfaction, already planning how to use them since the 2 credits were almost gone. No need to worry about the next dungeon anymore. The school's Twisted Forest dungeon is limited to levels 23 to 26. We'll go try it soon. The reward ceremony was over, and Vong Hai boldly said, the university will not be stingy with those who have contributed. Everyone go rest. Everyone shouted yes. After they left for a while, Teen stepped forward to call someone. Teacher. La stopped and casually asked, Is there anything else? The chairman hesitated and said, Teacher, I have something I want to ask you about. Enla already guessed the student's intention. Is it about Feng Hak, the dean of Than Thong University? He nodded. Yes. But Vong Hai had no intention of revealing the truth. This matter involved many things. And even high-ranking officials like the dean could not know. Not saying it was also for your own good. Yet with just one sentence he managed to hold Vong Hai back. So what if you were involved in it? Then he turned around and saw you slash through the void. The chairman explained. The half-beast of the void told me that driving it away is not a real human. Could this be related to Feng Hak? As he looked at the watermark in the void, he sighed. I originally thought your bloody battle with the void beast had to be a desperate fight to drive it away. But you still had enough strength to tame it. At this point, Vong Hai had no other reason to refuse and immediately took out a book. If that is the case, I will tell you, Feng Hak is a Yingyan being. Hearing the unfamiliar term, he could not help but wonder. Yumian Han. The other party flipped through each page, all written in ancient script. Nyan Han is a half-cursed, half-demonic creature, created by the chaotic lord of evil gods. With the appearance of a human but the heart of a demon, serving as a monster under the evil god. With a steady tone, Vong Hai slowly explained that based on the evidence, the chaos caused by the void beast was due to Feng Hak's status, showing loyalty to the dark god. He further analyzed that death and chaos were exactly what the dark god favored most, and Chung Nini recalled the rumors he had heard. So he's dead, but the other person did not quite agree. That was just what was said publicly. The truth is different when investigated. He transformed into a servant of the dark god, attacked the investigator, and escaped. Vong Hai tried to hint to his student in front of him. Chung Yi. Do you know why Feng Hak chose to act during the tournament? He confidently answered. Because the tournament gathered the most newly born demon beasts of Trungha Kingdom, and any incident would have a great impact. But the other side added another reason. This is just one of them. The most important is that the secret realm of the wild beasts is the weak point of the Chaos God Seal. He recalled what had existed in the past. The reason it was called the Wild Beasts Void was because a battle of the beast tribe happened 1,000 years ago. But the cause of that battle was the descent of the Chaos God Lord. This is a life or death battle. The chaotic god of evil also wants to descend to the mortal world through the scar of the wild beast spirit. The beast tribe used the power of the entire tribe to suppress the chaotic god of evil, but their civilization was destroyed as a result. The chairman frowned. The spell scroll listened carefully to the warning. Besides causing chaos, Feng Yi could use the void beast to trace the wild beast's trail, and if he knew you tamed it, he would definitely come back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared at their feet, and Wang Hu reluctantly mentioned that decades ago, the Tanwu Guild obtained a right to examine the attack skills of the angelic race. Originally, the plan was to give it to you during this time, but Senza had to do it first. A moment later, in front of the resource warehouse gate of the Heavenly Martial Guild headquarters, he led Teen forward while delaying. The resource warehouse is the center of the Tainwu Guild, storing rare skills and centurial divine artifacts, protected by multiple layers of defense with doors guarded by 2 level 60 legendary magical beasts. The Flame Earth Walker. He also patiently explained the small details, saying that the door is engraved with magical prohibition runes that absorb and amplify any unauthorized magical force. Even a third-level professional cannot force a breakthrough. Uncle Duong looked up in surprise when he saw someone approaching. Vong Hai greeted him cheerfully. Old Duong, it is your turn to guard the resource warehouse this month. He responded comfortably. Someone else will take over tomorrow. You arrived just in time today. Let us have a few drinks. Chumini silently assessed the other person beside him. Although he was restraining his breath, his magical power was even stronger than the headmaster's, proving he was a third-tier professional. Only now did he officially make a request. All right, but you have to let me examine your Divine Thunder skill first. He subtly realized. Oh, you want to test your new student. Unable to fool Dongyi, Vong Hai smiled and introduced the two, saying, that is right. Chuni, this is the brother who fought alongside me back then, he politely said. Call me Dongbi, and Chuni, not unfamiliar with the face, replied. I have seen your match as truly a legendary young hero. He scratched his head awkwardly. It has been a long day. He used his skill while teaching. Humility is good, but do not be too humble or others will see you as weak and trouble will come knocking. Wang Hui thought those words were a bit harsh and quickly reminded him. Old Yang, you still jump like that. It is just because you like to teach. But the kids do not like you. And old Yang stubbornly stuck to his ways. Huffing, not listening to adults only leads to losses ahead. Then he took out a book from the light circle, turned around, and handed it to Chu Mi, saying, here. The guy next to him was showing his student the best way. Maybe you still have extra skill points, so use them up on the skill book. He carefully took it. Yes. Then he checked his points again. Daily missions kept increasing compared to previous days, truly accumulating quite a lot. Looking at the book in his hands, he commanded the system to begin. Instantly, a flurry of glowing pages transformed into sheets of light and entered his mind. Standing in the center is a six-winged angel with a shining golden sword. The system announces skill point consumption of 100. The divine skill Thunder Wrath Heavenly Revelation @'s rank has been learned. At level 1, it increases resistance to abnormal status by 50%, boosts lightning skills by 50%, lasting 14 seconds. As soon as a divine strike shattered the shadow, the screen displayed skill points consumed 100. Divine skill Thunder Wrath Heavenly Punishment @'s rank learned. At level 1, it can condense divine thunder on the weapon to slash at extremely high speed, dealing lightning attribute damage. Countless golden chains appeared, consuming 100 skill points. Mastering the divine skill Thunderstorm Prison of Heaven @'s rank. At level 1, it can control the divine thunderstorm to form a prison that traps enemies. While Dongbei and Vonghai were still chatting happily, the central area behind them was enveloped and suspended by lightning bolts. Immediately after, everything around him at the center began to shine intensely, with thousands of fierce lightning strikes shooting from all directions. Stopping this sudden bombardment accidentally destroyed the surrounding area, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the view. Even the golden lion growled as it looked toward the explosion with a grim expression. He looked at the display screen before him. The Divine Thunder skill had activated level 1, its effect merging with the Divine Sword Heart talent. The Thunder skill upgraded by 20%. Even the owner did not expect that a single skill punch could have 3 types of divine level skills. This time it was serious. After the thunder phenomenon gradually faded, Vonghai approached to comment that the gains were not bad. As a member of the divine tribe, the skills learned by the Angel clan must be at least above a plus level. No one understands their current strength better than Trung Ngai himself. His energy is strong, his fire element extremely high, and with many high-level skills in hand, it is no wonder these gods are all so powerful. On the other hand, Duongba was much more straightforward in his assessment, saying that a plus was considered low among the divine larvae tribe, and there were even skills above plus level. It was the first time he had heard this, which surprised him a bit. Could it be that plus was not the highest rank? He said as he poured the drink and explained. S+ rank skills are the highest level that human contractors possess, while the divine contractors hold skills above plus rank. This Wang Hui has come up with an idea. The skills you learned, I will leave them to a young friend who will take you to get acquainted with the guild. Right after Ge snapped his fingers, a pair of high-heeled shoes appeared beside him. Ngongtem bowed slightly and said, "The elder president is looking for me. Gay still has something from last time she wanted to express. Isn't it true that Officer I has always wanted to meet my student? I have already brought him here. This elegant and beautiful woman is the 3rd senior officer of the Thianvu Guild." She took the initiative to extend her hand first and introduced herself. Classmate Chuni. "Hello, I am an officer of the Thianvu Guild. Ngung Tam had wanted to find you back at Than Kin University. But unfortunately, by the time I got there, you had already left." He politely reached out to shake back but could not help asking why she was looking for me. Vonghai stepped forward to explain that the steward I was responsible for recruiting new members for the Thianvu Guild. Seeing such a promising talent, Elder Duong could not help but offer a few words of advice. Chuni is only a freshman, so do not bother him with guild matters. The old guild master and I will have a little meeting. You take Chuni for a walk. Ngung Tam immediately obeyed the orders of the two. Yes. During this time she also introduced some basics. The Thianvu Guild was established 45 years ago. This is the first stronghold of the guild, where many families of guild members are settled. Originally just a mountainous forest, after years of development and 5 expansions, it has gradually grown to resemble a sub-level city. The guild began its 6th expansion, and at that moment Chu Yai seemed to notice something and looked up. Then he recoiled as if seeing something beyond imagination. There was a silver dragon soaring above the cliff. Each time it stretches out, the ground beneath crumbles into pieces. After finding a comfortable spot, it finally drifts back to sleep. He looked at the majestic scene before him as if dreaming, unable to believe that this was the legendary Eastern Demon Beast, something rarely seen even on AV shows. Yungong Tam's expression was proud, saying this dragon is the guardian beast of the Thianvu Guild, protecting us for 32 years now. Do not go near that mountain. Its aura is not very good. Even after hearing so much about it, Chuyi was not curious and turned his attention to observing below. The group of people following each other made him wonder what they were planning to do. She explained patiently that it was a branch dungeon. The guild headquarters has 3 dungeons. Golden, Epic, and Legendary, available for guild members to challenge, and they generously offer opportunities to newcomers like him. Do you want to try it with my card? Chuni was also considering it, so he did not refuse. And besides, he wanted to test his new weapons and skills a bit. Ngung Tam could only helplessly watch as the experience point skyrocketed uncontrollably. Tu really had no sense of loyalty at all. As soon as he was teleported inside, a notification appeared, entering the nightmare-level dungeon Awakening Plague Zone. He had only been there for a few seconds when he was already surrounded by a large crowd of native monsters. The dungeon requires level 20 to 30. With 1 to 8 people, located at the border where a place is corroded by a plague. Those who enter must face monsters cursed by forbidden magic, turned into dying humans who lose their minds and violently attack the living, with the first gate guarded by zombies moving in unison. The ugly green monsters charging at him are ordinary level 20 zombies with skills like lunging bites and shock attacks. plus level 22 common zombies that have an additional skill, a terrifying scream. Now Chuyugi begins to unleash the golden thunder power surrounding his hands. The beam shot out, slicing through the monsters like a fruit slicing game. The previous form was the Divine Thunder Peak, Heavenly Revelation levels level 1, with 50% resistance to common status effects, a 50% increase in lightning skill damage, lasting 14 seconds. It pleased him greatly, as Heavenly Revelation could boost his power by 1 level for a very short time. Chuyugi also made full use of the skill's limitations. Although the level 1 Heavenly Revelation lasts only 14 seconds, it is enough for real combat. The next move is even more powerful than the last, unleashing a golden thunderstorm whirlwind, and he is confident that with this alone, he can dominate several rounds. A quick notification appeared, congratulating you on passing the first gate by killing 200 shapeshifters in 35 seconds, unlocking the passage to the second gate of the mutant village. The trial just now made him very happy. The power was not bad, and if upgraded, it could quickly deal with these monsters. As soon as he stepped through the teleport gate, Chuyugi had to cover his nose from the stench of decay. The second gate of the mutant village had opened, and the air was even more suffocating than the poisonous mountain breeze, impairing his vision as well. Better to be careful. Strange sounds echo all around. His eyes flashed brightly. Then he quickly vanished without a trace. Humans really stink. He quickly chose his next skill. The second gate will test you with a legendary grade weapon. The nameless ones hidden in the shadows were still chattering excitedly. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Such low rank. And now another nuisance comes looking for death. My darlings are starving. A useless night. So full I am about to vomit. Soon I will tear him to pieces. They had not enjoyed themselves long before taking a slash from Chuyugi, forcing them to scatter outside. The dark mist slowly cleared, revealing their forms level 25 necromancer with super fast biting skills, leaping into attack. Its head took the full force of his blazing sword strike. But they do not fight alone, they are controlled by something behind them. A level 25 shaman with powerful shockwave skills, unleashing fierce howls. In its hand was a massive, razor-sharp blade ready to strike its prey. But this appearance only made Chuyugi more excited. It was perfectly timed, as his final new skill was the Divine Thunder Peak Heavenly Punishments level 1. The Divine Thunder Peak condensed on the weapon slashed at an extremely fast speed, creating an extraordinary lightning attribute damage. Without hesitation, he swung straight forward, splitting the warlock preparing to attack in half. Just after awakening, it praised itself. Not bad. The body was even tougher than the first shaman's, yet it only lasted 2 seconds. The ground ahead was split in half, and the shaman forces seemed divided, staring at each other in shock for a few seconds. Then they began to discuss strategy among themselves using their special language. Immediately after, another one unleashed a fierce roar, using himself as the center to trigger a surge of courage in allies within a certain range, prompting them to attack the enemy fiercely. Just a small human, coming here really shows no sense of their own limits. Chuyugi stood facing them, not understanding why they were babbling nonsense. What were they rambling about? He was just curious and then rushed in to take them all out at once, using his rank sword skill with incredible speed to unleash a slashing attack, causing massive mixed damage. Meanwhile, the zombie hound rapidly evolved, its fangs growing so large they tore chunks of flesh apart. Therefore its head split into 2 grotesque halves. But the brutal evolution did not shake Chuyugi's resolve. Instead, he sprang up, swinging his arm in a beautiful parabolic arc, sending the zombie lichen flying far into the mist. A dangerous aura from the level 26 plague spreader pressed in on him, forcing Chuyugi to use himself. He turned just in time to block the attack, while the system provided additional information. Plague infection. Once a player is infected by the specialized poison gas, they immediately contract the disease, losing health every second at a certain rate, potentially becoming powerless until paralyzed. With astonishing precision and skill, he swiftly turned his weapon sideways and decisively severed the monster's hand, sending it tumbling helplessly onto the battlefield. Chuyugi was stepping back from the slimy substance stuck to his hand, feeling disgusted, when a cold mechanical voice announced that death resistance was restored and any damage the body took would now heal at an accelerated rate. He retracted his weapon while analyzing, realizing that he used the spear for long-range attacks before, but in close combat he would drop it to use the pure blade skill, then switch to the long sword for easier counterattacks. Among the approaching zombies, Chuyugi felt somewhat disappointed. Defeating only 20 monsters in a minute was too slow. Not at all satisfied, he decided to use the Heavenly Punishment seal only on stronger monsters to maximize effectiveness. Without hesitation, he formed the seal on his forehead and focused his mind to activate his latent energy, knowing that magic skills were still the best response to this situation. Before long, the Divine Storm technique created a massive whirlwind. Countless enemies were drawn in by its overwhelming power, successfully killing the zombie leader, the disease spreader, and the zombie hounds. The Guardian immediately stepped through the teleportation gate as the notification appeared. Congratulations on passing the second stage by killing 100 zombies. You took 1 minute and 50 seconds, unlocking the path to the third gate. The Forbidden Cathedral. Please continue moving forward. He cautiously observed the Forbidden Cathedral shrouded in a dark red gloom. The level 45 zombie cult leader confidently descended the steps, unfolding a complex fairy sigil. and anyone entering this place would likely be filled with doubt about life itself. As he approached, the pastor skillfully planted a lure in his heart, saying it was okay. The deity welcomes all who have lost their way. Though Trung Ni remained skeptical of the message he had just received, the pastor continued to whisper to build faith, saying yes. Under the guidance of the deity who controls life and death, we will find the truth of existence. Then the pastor calmly dispelled the illusion, explaining that life is fragile and fleeting, but by following our deity, one will be granted immortality and escape the cycle of reincarnation and honor that elevates you far beyond mortals struggling in life and death. Finally, he extended an enticing invitation to catch the big fish. Come, lay down your sword of narrow-mindedness and join us to share in the endless blessings that immortality brings. It seemed that the powerful blessing had drawn Trung Ni into a whirlwind of inner turmoil. Eternal Life realized he had been enchanted as intended. The pastor smiled cunningly. Yes, young one, this is the opportunity people have always longed for. Trung Ni exclaimed, the question rising in his mind. I have something to say. He tolerantly accepted all questions. The young divine was willing to listen, but certainly not the reckless strike to the head and the arrogant words of the other party. I despise that. The shining sword and the scornful words exposed the rotten hypocrisy. And becoming that way was just selling out life. Better to die and be free. When preaching religious ideals but failing to persuade anyone, the pastor turned to intimidation, saying, Foolish man, you will regret this. Even with his body severed, he still gave orders firmly. Go, holy maidens. Let him learn the consequences of offending the divine. The prisoners quickly obeyed orders, immediately lowering their weapons, then slowly opened their eyes, revealing a dark expression beneath the fiery red. They formed two lines, gripping their spears, ready to fight at any moment. Facing this fierce aura, Chuan Hongfeng gripped his staff tightly. Sparks of earth shimmered around him, and the ordinary wooden stick instantly transformed into a divine's rank sword core as he swung to counter the enemy legion's high attack. That counterattack caused an earth-shattering explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. Chunin completely vanished after the shockwave. While the nuns were still stunned by the enemy's supernatural power, he suddenly unleashed the divine wrath of this rank thunder punishment, quickly taking them down. One nun could only watch helplessly as her comrades were slaughtered. Then she threw her head back and let out a loud scream. Chuini stepped closer with a look of amusement, realizing you can actually make sounds. Then he eliminated the nun with a single slash. The opponent was taken down so quickly that he could not help but think, they might look tough but are surprisingly weak. Chuni spun his sword once and killed countless zombie priestesses in a flash. Time and again, the blade in his hand drew captivating curves, severing their limbs with ease. Even the sharp spear was knocked away and slid across the floor. The storm of attacks swept away countless guards. The pastor, watching the chaos from the sidelines, finally spoke up. Look at this stubbornness. This flesh and blood used to fill the stains of the world's sins. Even now, the faithful remain defiant, and our cries are a symphony offered to the gods. The higher the tone, the deeper the altar's essence will penetrate into the hellish magma. Uncle Nini stood firmly on the rotten floor. Behind are countless charred remains of body parts. He frowned and issued a challenge. It is time to show your strength. The pastor just smiled gently as if facing a mischievous child. Then his body glowed with cruelty as black smoke gradually gathered. Relying solely on himself, Uncle Ni momentarily froze at the scene before him. But before he could react, streams of deadly energy seized his legs. Regaining his composure, Uncle Ni quietly observed the magic circle laid out around him. Panic and doubt relentlessly invaded his emotions. When did this barrier appear? Reflecting on the recent easy victory, Uncle Nini concluded that what seemed like an attack was actually the creation of a magical barrier. No wonder their attacks, though relentless, were so weak they were just distractions. Suddenly, a hand reached up from beneath the barrier and grabbed his leg. Uncle Ni looked down with delight to see many monks continuously rising, his face showing extreme confusion at this strange situation. Uncle Niga looked down again, his expression growing serious, his body suddenly feeling heavy, his strength fading, and the pressure wrapping around him made him feel as if a giant monster beneath the ground was pulling him down. What was holding Uncle Nini back was a formation called the Spirit Carving Tentacles, a group skill that takes 10 seconds to set up, causing severe decay, weakening enemies within range, and disrupting their mind and will. As soon as the system withdrew, he immediately took double damage from it, reducing his offense, defense, and health by 100. He activated his skill. Golden light appeared and shattered the tentacles clinging to his body. Luckily, he had death resistance, meaning the magic infection could be partially suppressed. Chuni looked at his arm, nearly half infected, and fell into deep thought. From afar, the priest continued to preach, urging the young to receive the blessing of the light god, to live in this world with their most beautiful appearance. In contrast to the arrogance of the man by the demon gate, half of him was trapped in the magic formation, unbothered by the power trying to seize him again. Chuni sneered, repeating the same words, "Are you a robot?" From the red glow, a bright flame flickered, and behind Chuni's head, a holy halo formed the crown of the fire flame deity, granting the power to control fire elements and boosting the fire and light skills of the entire army by nearly 40%. A pillar of fire descended, engulfing both him and the magic formation. Chun-Yi broke free from the binding, his body blazing as he soared up, roaring at the burning priests. They were burned to ashes, looking like fireballs flying everywhere. Each light warrior who quickly won was instantly teleported back to where the priest stood, but the shadow shield blocked the attack, not only absorbing a large amount of damage, granting immunity to physical and magical attacks, but also converting part of the damage into shadow energy. Uncle Nee did not hesitate and continued to strike with a swift sword move aimed directly at the protective layer. Before the overwhelming force struck, the priest's shield gradually shattered, leaving him stunned and speechless. Then he raised his hand to defend, shouting loudly the invocation, "Asia the Great, show your glory and punish this intruder." Uncle Nee, while attacking, heard this name and paused to ponder Asia. Suddenly, he noticed the three-eyed statue glowing golden. Then the man withdrew, revealing a look of disbelief. This Asia is the evil god spoken of by the beasts, yet it is here too. He stopped, staring directly at the priest who was transforming, surrounded by dark energy. Chun-Yi gripped the holy sword tightly, carefully analyzing the situation. Although he did not know what would happen, he absolutely could not let it achieve its goal. This shield can absorb a large amount of damage and is elastic, so he must use a powerful force to break through it. He swung his sword with a powerful divine thunder strike, roaring and when one attack was not enough, he added another. He continued with the divine thunder strike, shattering the pastor's shield and severing his head from his body. His body sank into the black ore and collapsed. His head half transformed while the other half remained frozen in shock. Echoing far away, it fell to the ground, spreading a horrifying liquid everywhere. This scene did not make Chun-Yi lose focus, and he quickly transformed into an angelic form. The blackened corpse condensed into a form, creating a dark entity with blazing red eyes. "A rotten brat. If you want to submit, then let me devour you instead." Chun-Yi laughed challengingly, saying, "You look much better now than you did before." The angry pastor charged forward, launching black orbs straight at the enemy. He did not stand still to take the hit but dodged skillfully. Chun-Yi's figure skillfully weaved through the blazing red pillars of power erupting from the black sphere. He swiftly glanced around the situation, then calmly clasped his hands to cast a spell, summoning a holy light shield. With his aid, a holy visage appeared from above, striking a beam of light downward. Chun-Yi continued to channel, his sacred body radiating the pinnacle of heavenly torment. As soon as the words left his mouth, beams of power turned into lightning bolts, pinning the priest to the ground. He still clung to his agonized consciousness, screaming, "Let me go, you hateful wretch." Despite being suppressed, he refused to submit, screaming with resentment, "You will pay for what you have done. Great deity, punish the one who disrespects me." Chun-Yi crushed the priest's illusions. "Do not delude yourself that my god can save you. Accept the punishment of the light." He flailed his arms to deliver the finishing blow, the final skill, Heaven's prison chains, as thousands of chains pierced straight into the formless, intangible body. The man screamed in pain, "Let me go. Lord Easy will surely tear you to shreds." The system panel appeared showing skill details. Divine Wrath, Heavenly Prison levels, and Divine Wrath control forming a cage. It locked the enemy in place. Chun-Yi looked at the golden screen and analyzed again. A job skill consists of 5 main types: attack, defense, enhancement, weakening, and restriction. There are also endurance and crafting skills, but they are rare, with restriction skills being extremely rare. Regardless of the pastor struggling to break free from the golden chains, his thoughts continued, and control was one of the most effective skills. The restriction type used in actual combat could also produce unexpected results. Then Chun-Yi concluded that under the helpless attacks of the man, with control skills and some strong power but easily avoided by others, there was no need to worry about the hit rate. Although imprisoned, the priest still screamed in despair. The wrath of Lord Asia would burn him to ashes. The soul of that person is forever trampled in suffering. And he wondered, what exactly is this Asia you speak of? The entity's main eye grew large and dark, black blood spreading deep into its terrifying core. That thing looked up at the giant statue and shouted, "Lord Asia is the supreme divine mind, possessing infinite power, able to destroy 10,000 enemies with a wave of his hand. Traitors will be devoured, and the loyal will be granted eternal life." Chun-Yi scornfully approached his distorted, swollen head and said, "Eternal life? With your current form, you are nothing but a monstrous aberration." The priest immediately shouted in protest, "Foolish and ignorant." Then he recalled his painful past, when he was an unknown priest living in a peaceful small village, loved and treated like family by the villagers. So he always tried to cure the villagers, but a terrifying plague swept through the entire village. Everywhere was filled with pain and helplessness. They begged for help, but he was too weak to do anything. He lamented the times he ran into the city seeking higher-ranking pastors to plead for their help in saving the villagers. Despite their disdainful looks, he ignored their scorn and rejection, hoping they would show mercy and lend a hand. Then he went to the chief archbishop to beg, but the harsh truth was they did not want to enter his village, seeing the villagers as nothing more than a swarm of ants, not worth wasting their power on. Still, he hurried back to deliver the desperate good news. "I am back. We are saved." From that moment on, even though the priest's body was rotting, blackened and bruised by dark power across his belly, he still smiled brightly, clutching the cursed cross as he ran swiftly toward the villagers. The priest knelt beside the wounded man, clutching the cross tightly, hoping for a miracle to happen. Suddenly, the body exploded, throwing him flat onto the ground. At that moment he calmly realized he had been deceived. It was a lie. Then the pastor and the villagers solemnly buried the remaining bodies in endless sorrow. The villagers grew weaker and more died each day, their cries always ringing in my ears. Please. Great pastor, save me, I am in so much pain. Please have mercy on me. That moment he hated his own helplessness and the coldness of the high-ranking pastors. His tears of powerlessness flowed, making his words falter. But at the moment of greatest despair, a mysterious power embraced him. Then, the pastor used that great power to drive away the disease, and the villagers were no longer suffering. Even those who had died came back to life, from a face twisted in pain and torment to one blossoming with a smile. No one suffered from illness anymore. Seeing those lifeless eyes, the pastor believed he had made the right choice in making the sacrifice. This appearance is just a small price to pay, and it is all well worth it. Even now, he remains a loyal believer, and Aijin Great One has chosen us. I will definitely carry the glory of Lord Aijin to farther places, so that more people can receive his blessings. Trung Ying sighed deeply at such blind devotion. This guy is hopeless, and I doubt we can get any useful information from him. Then he decisively swung his blade down the length of the man's body, cutting him in two. Even on the brink of death, the priest fervently prayed to the god he worshipped. Aijin Great One showed his power, rescuing his loyal servant and destroying this enemy. Trung Ying sneered coldly. Do you still expect me to be your god? Then the order unleashed a cruel truth, like the final blow, fearing he had long abandoned you. Today is your day of death. Yet the pastor still screamed, stubbornly holding onto undying faith, daring to underestimate Aijin Great Lord. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. He responded to those arrogant words with a faint smile, saying self-destruction is not that easy. Without giving her a chance to act, Trung Yi unleashed a magical chain to block her intentions. Then he raised his hand to receive the sacred light, his voice echoing like a verdict. The holy cross seal instantly activated, locking the pastor tightly. Despite the agonizing pain, he still begged the gods who never answered, Aijin Lord save me. But the stone statue did not react. Instead black liquid splattered, accompanied by the system's notification. Killed the demon cult leader. Trung Yi returned to his normal state and gently landed on the ground. The reward screen immediately displayed the items he received. 12,323 experience points, a high-level healing potion, a mana recovery crystal, and reverse armor for defense. He reached out to take them and casually remarked that it was not bad. Even though the experience was not enough to level up, Trung Li suddenly sensed something unusual, as if the evil aura had not completely disappeared. He kicked the weapon on the ground up and quickly grabbed it. Then he moved toward the statue, ready to deliver the final blow and end this hated thing here and now. A dazzling golden light pierced through, shattering it into pieces in an instant. The system signaled once again, congratulating you on destroying the statue of the evil god and receiving an extraordinary reward, which surprised him briefly. A red text appeared along with an information frame, detailing the new item, a divine crystal, an ancient relic containing divine power. The Jade official changes rank twice, appearing in dungeons related to gods or evil deities. The host observes the glowing object floating before him. This is the first time I have encountered an item related to the second profession. Looks like I will have to clear this dungeon a few more times. As soon as I stepped outside, Gung Tam approached and praised me. Not bad. The first time completing the dungeon took 10 minutes and 25 seconds, which can be ranked in the top 20 on the leaderboard. Chun-Yi handed her the loot and made a counteroffer. The steward said all these are for you, but I still want to enter the dungeon one more time. Ningxing quickly advised against it. Just having cleared the level and wanting to go back in. Why? This dungeon is not for casual play. It consumes a lot of stamina. In the leader's mind, recalling the records set by previous players, he decisively declared, the first time is just to find the way. This time I want to challenge the fastest clear time. The current record is held by the top rank, but now I feel like I can break it. She tilted her head in thought for a moment before reminding me that the top 10 are all high-level classes at level 30. To clear the new leaderboard, you will need to reach at least level 27 before you can challenge it, the leader said confidently without hesitation. I have already calculated it in my mind, so do not worry. Realizing he could not stop the destruction, Ingung Tam could only give him a few words of advice. Alright, be careful yourself, I won't take any of the rewards from this dungeon. Little one, keep them for your own protection. At the same time, Trine Min suddenly appeared. What? What are you doing here? She exclaimed in surprise. Trine Min scratched his head awkwardly. Just now, it took me 2 months to completely clear out those disgusting alien creatures. It was exhausting. Trung Yini happened to overhear their conversation and wondered if the rift was the one that wiped out the otherworldly creatures. He quietly entered the new dungeon, still mulling over what he had been taught. When he reached the Kungfeng mountain range, he discovered that low-level otherworldly creatures could pass through common types of spatial rifts. Hearing the teacher, the nation immediately raised the combat alert to level 3 and dispatched the legion to clear the area around the rift. On the other side, Noong Tam anxiously inquired about the battle losses, and Trun Min's expression darkened as he recalled the fallen comrades. Tao. Our team had more than 12 people, but only 8 returned, and we even had a legion protecting us otherwise. I am afraid you would not have made it back either. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed softly. The losses in the battle were 1/3, which is really unfortunate. Noongam crossed her arms awkwardly and gently scolded Trine Min, asking if he had called his mother yet, saying the child did not even say a word about such a dangerous mission. He replied with a forced smile, saying it was not about hiding anything. He just did not want to worry her. If I tell her now, I will definitely get scolded. She shrugged and said casually, this is nothing to worry about. He immediately clasped his hands, earnestly begging her to cover for him, saying it is nothing serious. Right. Instead of answering him, Tam turned to look at the person approaching and asked curiously, why have not you entered the dungeon yet? He straightforwardly explained, Commander, I have already come out of the dungeon. She was so surprised she covered her mouth, then pointed to the dungeon record board that had just been updated. Nightmare difficulty. Rank 1. Chuni, level 23. Clear time 1 minute 59 seconds, then smiled proudly and said, look at that. Tam muttered as if he could not believe his eyes. Clearing the nightmare difficulty dungeon in less than 2 minutes. He was only level 23, and the top player quickly made a new request, saying, I want to try the deep calm difficulty. She let out a sigh, her eyes showing a mix of helplessness and disbelief, saying, you really are a demon. Go ahead, take my card and scan it as many times as you want. At this moment, Trine Men could not hide his astonishment either, saying, you, are not you the top freshman of Tahang University? 2 months have passed, but the record for clearing the nightmare abyss is still talked about everywhere. The students at school can't hide their admiration. Damn. The record for clearing the abyss at the deep serenity level has been broken again. 1 minute 29 seconds. This is hard to believe too. 1 minute 29 seconds. I was still stuck at the first gate back then. Terrifying. This is truly the power of the king's hair disciple. Immediately, someone in the crowd also spoke up with admiration. Did you guys see the nightmare level of the divine wrath abyss from a few days ago? It only took 59 seconds. My body went numb, and even the speed of a second-class profession gatekeeper was not as fast as him. Chuni fell out of the dungeon with a delighted expression, unable to help but think about the joyful days past. These 2 months were truly fulfilling. After teacher Vong Hai learned that I was clearing dungeons for the Thien Vu Guild, he directly gave me his accumulated points card so I could clear them freely. Then, reviewing my own info sheet, I saw no restrictions on accumulated points, so of course I had to work hard to level up quickly. So after 2 months at the Tainwu Guild, I finally reached level 29 and can now accept specialized tasks. Chui quietly planned his next moves and was about to contact Master Wong Hai when his phone suddenly beeped. That was a summon message from Principal Wong Hai, whose phone still had the cute keychain. I gave him a blind box pet from the hottest monster collection in Ninnan City, which took me a long time to get this rare type. Shortly after, Chuni arrived at the principal's office and greeted him. As soon as he saw him, Wong Hai praised him. Just as I predicted, a 6-level increase in 2 months is impressive. He stepped closer, patted my shoulder lightly, and said quietly, I could have taken you on a wild hunt to level up to 40 or even 50 quickly. But do you know why I did not? I answered without hesitation. Thus, a third-tier professional without rank, lacking basic training, can never fully realize their true strength. Chuni seriously added that only by relying on oneself and enduring life or death training can one become a top-tier powerhouse. Wang Hui made a golden light flash as he gave his comment, saying it is not easy to understand this point. He placed the promotion scroll in front of him and began to explain that the world of strong fighters is full of those who level up thanks to their parents. But reaching the second and third advancement is still difficult to sustain. If you are already level 29, you should prepare for the second advancement. Wang Hui continued to explain that the second advancement of the Holy Knight is the Celestial Awakener, which greatly enhances the ability to control holy light and improves the weaknesses from the first advancement. But for you, the power has already surpassed the ordinary. This is the job transfer letter. Unlocking your consciousness will reveal the transfer conditions. The system board appeared before Trung Ni. The job transfer letter for the Holy Knight, meeting the transfer requirements. Activating it can change the job from Holy Knight to Celestial Herald. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the power from the job advancement step into himself. At that moment, lines of notifications appeared. Job advancement conditions. First job as Holy Knight. Level reached 29. 100 Holy Crystal Shards. 100 Fragments of Remorseful Thoughts. Trungini scratched his head in confusion and asked, is the Grey Repentance thought only the thought of the cultists worshipping the god? And teacher, do you still remember what I got from the Divine Breath Abyss at the Deep Abyss level? Wang Hui listened to his question and answered, you have to use a special technique to generate the Grey Repentance thought, and it must be used within half an hour after death, otherwise the soul will dissipate. Trung Yugi frowned and raised another question about the Grey Repentance consciousness. Teacher, how do you know I have this skill? Wong Hai answered straightforwardly, I heard you cleared the Abyssal Consciousness dungeon, so you must have gotten that skill. And with your strength, you have probably gathered all 100 Holy Spirit crystals by now. He felt a bit moved, thinking to himself that the teacher had long planned to pass on the second skill to him, then replied to him, that is right. Wang Hui continued, As long as you complete the 4th mission, you can proceed with the 2nd transmission. He also advised Trung Ai that recently there was a task related to the left sect on the school's network, with a high chance of obtaining the repentance concept, so he should check it out when he returns. After hearing this, he simply replied yes. Upon arriving home, Trung Nudi immediately searched for information about the tasks on the school's official website. A series of information appeared, making him ponder. Tahang University is one of the top 3 universities. The total number of students is not considered large, with just over 5,000 in 4 years, less than a third of the student population of other universities. He pressed the search button while analyzing that because Sohang University has very high input resources, it cannot admit many students. Although there are few students, the tasks are diverse, mostly credit tasks, and now he only cares about those related to the leftist cult. The results were immediately displayed, showing that the combat mission's objective was to defeat the fleeing level 34 cult members, with a reward of 400 credits, while the investigation mission involved discovering clues in Longfeng City, Dongsun Province, with a reward ranging from 100 to 1,000 credits. Trung Nigi Sokam pondered for a long time, realizing that the Grey Remorse required 100 points, so the first mission had to be discarded. He checked where Longfeng City in the 2nd mission was located. Thinking quickly, he immediately searched for the location. Although not a big city, it was known for its original fruit specialty, so it was likely more developed than expected. And if there were cultists active, the chance to obtain Grey Remorse was not small. Trung Nini activated the task acceptance, and a warning popped up confirming it was a high-risk mission. 2 people had already lost contact after accepting it. Do you want to proceed? This situation surprised him, so it really was a high-risk mission. Then he furrowed his brow and analyzed, like the difficulty of a dungeon. The school's missions were also divided into 4 levels: simple, normal, dangerous, and high risk. His emerald eyes gleamed with seriousness, and high-risk missions had a death rate of at least 70%. But none of this made Trung Nhi hesitate. Indeed, missions involving the left cult were never simple, so he had to prepare a bit before leaving. He raised his hand to receive the guiding butterfly, which responded, "Master, do you have any directions?" He did not answer but silently activated the tracking skill, and a glowing device immediately appeared along with detailed information. The skill used the butterfly guide, marking the coordinates of the void beast with mana, sensing its position and instantly teleporting to the designated point. Trung Yi used the butterfly guide, so if he encountered danger he could not handle, he could quickly escape. This time, going back to Longfeng City to carry out the mission will come with an added layer of security. After finishing everything, Trung Yi stepped out into the schoolyard to rest, and on the school's website, buying enough mana recovery potions was enough to set off. From afar, 2 female students of the school exclaimed upon seeing his figure, "It is Neithan the Ingai is still alive." The other also smiled approvingly, truly worthy of being called the leader of the Great Golden Age. This intensity of breath, even the senior of Year 4 could never compare. In the exclusive Aloy training room of the Academy Director at the War Academy, Yungomang is training alone against 7 robots. While fighting, he asks Tamai if Trung Ngai has already left the school after taking on a high-risk mission. She answered Nugomang's question. Yes. The mission location is in Longfeng City, Dongsun Province. Related to the fallen cult, Ingomang knocked down a few robots and continued. A fallen cult mission. It seems he is preparing for the 2nd transmission. That kid has some ideas too. Besides, that familiar name also made him suspicious. But it seemed like he had heard another woman mention the Longfeng City mission before. Tumai glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed that the mission in Longfeng City was originally only a normal level. But after 2 students at levels 26 and 28 lost contact, it was raised to a high-risk level, estimated to require a 2nd-tier professional to handle it. Nungomang replied while still fighting the robots, saying there might be some hidden tricks over there. For other students, it might be a bit troublesome. But for the chairman, on the contrary, it is nothing. With that, he swiftly took down the opponent in front of him. Then he pushed off with his foot to launch forward. The analysis continued. These past 2 months in the guild's dungeon had caused no small trouble. Even a level 29 chairman would not be outmatched by a 2nd-tier pseudo-profession, especially since he had many deadly trump cards. Ingomang quickly dealt with the robots and simultaneously decided to mark the chairman's class as excused absence, leaving the rest unattended. The high-speed train is running at full speed on the railway. This is a straight route from Tahang to Longfeng, 10,000 km long, passing through many dangerous areas. To get there, you need to start from the Ning'an University Teleportation Square, use 12 teleports and 7 high-speed trains to reach Vinheng, Sungsun Province. The chairman warily rested his head against the window, knowing he just needed to take the subway for 2 more hours to arrive. Waiting for a call, his phone buzzed with a message. "Chairman, are you there yet?" He quickly replied. "Almost there. 1 more hour to go." Then the person on the other end replied, "Okay, remember to call me when you arrive." Sitting beside him, Bachna praised, "Whoa. Your phone charm is the special chirping demon beast of Ning'an City. You also from Ning'an?" Chui asked kindly. Confirming, "Yes, are you too?" With a knowing smile, she confided to him, "I can be considered half from Ning'an. My grandmother lives there, and I grew up there as a child. Now I can only go during summer vacation, since Dahang province is too far from Sungsun province. Is going to Longfeng City for tourism or something else. The chairman quickly used a divination spell while answering briefly, saying he had some matters to attend to, and asked if everyone else was here to visit Longfeng City for tourism. The results showed both were level 13 alchemists. But Batch, unaware she was being investigated, openly admitted that yes, they planned to go to Longfeng to soak in the hot springs and relax. I am Batch, this is my close friend Lu Kiat. Your rank is high, so I want to make assumptions. But judging by your aura, you seem to be a combat profession. After a hesitant from the chairman, she started to boast about herself, saying, I told you, my family's numbers are pretty accurate, and I really admire you combat professionals. But in his eyes, this sounded a bit ironic, since the difference between a life profession and a combat profession was very clear, so being found out was quite normal. Wanting to connect more deeply, Bachna proactively took out her phone and said, Little brother, let us add each other as friends. My best friend and I are both pharmacists. If you ever need to buy any medicine, whether it is recovery potions, strength boosters, or healing remedies, you will get a 20% discount. The chairman was a bit embarrassed but could not refuse. Okay. Thanks. Finally, the high-speed train arrived at Longfeng City. Bachna spoke after getting off the train. Time really flies. She and Liu Kiat pulled their luggage and said goodbye to the chairman, telling him to contact me anytime if he needed anything. But because they were talking so much, she accidentally bumped into someone coming the other way. I still see before me a young woman with a painted face who shamelessly introduced her cult to me. Beautiful sister, I am truly sorry. But look, the Holy Spirit Church might bring endless happiness to everyone. He continued explaining to Liu Kiat that our church recently has a very special event that will demonstrate the blessings of the gods. If you are interested, you can come and learn more. He would not even spare the chairman. This young man, with his extraordinary aura, must be someone destined by the gods. Although these words are just flattery, he still glanced at the dirty paper the other person handed him. After reading it, the doubts in Chunyi surged even more, and he let out a growl. This attitude made Tavan turn pale and forced him to back down. Immediately snatched the paper back and ran off, leaving a blessing, wishing the Holy Spirit Lord to forever protect him. It seemed Liu Kai still did not know much about the Holy Spirit sect. She read the paper and said, Is the sect culture in Longfeng City really that popular? But Bina quickly grabbed it, hurriedly threw it away, saying it was very unlucky. Liu Kiat wondered about her friend's strange behavior, asking if something was wrong, and Bacha had to thoroughly explain her family's troubling experience. It is normal that she does not know. My brother has worked here for many years and told me that a year ago Longfeng City began to show signs of cult activity. At that time, the Holy Spirit sect was seen as a mysterious organization. Many people who joined the cult gained enhanced attributes and leveled up. But then everyone realized that although their appearance did not change, their personalities completely changed as if they became different people. Bachna continued to share the sad experience. My brother's friend was originally gentle, but after joining the Holy Spirit sect, he became hot-tempered and easily angered, frightening the whole family. Although the sect claimed it was a sign of loyal advancement, I still felt something was off. After hearing her story, Liu Kiat wondered what the divine relic was, but by then Bachna had already thrown the flyer into the trash. She replied with a serious expression, Why bother with it? We can touch these things, who knows what is really inside. The chairman folded his arms and assessed the recent events, noting that although he was here at the beginning and Mount Kungfeng had once briefly seen the divine light with his consciousness, the divine relic was not something good. It was likely a clue to uncover the heresy, as they often disguise themselves as ordinary sects. Night quickly fell over Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights from the Honduang commercial building brightly illuminated a street corner. The crowd gathered on the 9th floor, everyone buzzing with excitement. Could they really see the divine sign today? I do not know, but I came here for the same reason. My neighbor said that after he saw the divine sign, his thinking ability increased by 20, and his strength improved too. Koman stood among the crowd, sneering after hearing this, using the divine relic to lure people to the gathering. That takes some skill. Of course, Tung Thuong noticed this too. No wonder the Holy Spirit sect became a major religion in just 1 year. Nothing happens without a reason. Although he was mocked, he still focused on the mission. That is right. Remember to record their entire counterfeiting process later. Ling Market, standing nearby, quietly reminded Koman, just gather clues about the fake divine marks. Do not dig too deep. Mission a little carelessness and you are dead. Once the level 19 fighter spoke, how could he say no? Okay. Everyone listens to you. Just gather clues. Do not confront the target directly. She heard the satisfactory answer and immediately turned to ask her level 18 mechanic. Tung Thung, is the small robot all set up? He smiled brightly in response. Don't worry, the whole room is under surveillance. Wuhan, using the appraisal skill, suddenly interrupted. Hey, why can't I see that person's rank or profession info? Wang Yi stood clearly within her sight, but the screen kept showing errors. The other three simultaneously activated their appraisal functions. I can't see his rank either. Koman, what about you? He is no different from a spirit bearer. We can't see it. None of us can probe it, which means the opponent's rank is at least level 20. Tum Thum looked doubtful. It is just a normal gathering of the Holy Spirit sect. How could it possibly attract experts above level 20? Vuhan continued with shocking information, saying that he carried the breath of the divine. Could he be a member of the Holy Spirit sect? While they were still guessing, Trungli suddenly shot a cold glare. All four became panicked, their blood seeming to freeze. Cholin did not hesitate to give orders, and that look filled me with fear. He must be a second-level master. Absolutely no attention should be drawn. Vuhan quietly replied clearly, while the two men silently accepted the order. At the same time, as the others assessed him, Trungyi was also analyzing them. These four did not seem like ordinary townsfolk, but they had nothing to do with him. His target was the Holy Spirit sect. The cramped voices clashed, cutting through the calculations in everyone's mind. The atmosphere instantly grew silent and tense. The representative opened with a welcome, greeting everyone to the gathering of the Holy Spirit sect. Everyone present here has a connection with the Divine Lord. I am the Divine Deputy Li Tuvian, here to guide you to the God's grace. Trungyi stands silently in the back watching. A level 18 and two level 17's not very high. Let me see what they want to cleanse. Meanwhile, Tuvian kept talking nonstop. The Holy Spirit sect worships the Divine Lord, with teachings that lead to light and salvation. In the eyes of the deity, all beings are equal. He kept painting a dreamlike picture for the followers. As long as you are sincere, the deity will grant blessings. From free Tuvian dungeons to valuable cultivation resources like mana-boosting potions and rare treasures that increase energy. Everything is provided. Finally, he revealed an irresistible benefit. Every month, the church will give each member 8,000 yuan as operating funds. This bombshell stirred the crowd up completely. I work hard all month and only get 4,000. Yet joining the church means receiving 8,000 plus free cultivation resources. Who knows, maybe changing fate and becoming a powerful expert is possible. Tuveen kept whispering into everyone's ears. This is the love of the Divine Lord for everyone, so that no one has to worry about life's troubles and can wholeheartedly devote themselves to their reverence for the Divine Lord. His next words were like a command to the two assistants beside him. Everyone, the divine power of the Holy Spirit sect's deity is limitless. Next, as the deity's deputy, I will personally demonstrate the great power of the deity to all of you. He stepped up to the base of the statue, unsure of its nature or effect to display. This is a rare opportunity granted by the deity for us to witness the God's honor firsthand and feel the overwhelming divine grace. The loyal advisor stared at the item before him, unable to determine its nature, but he could feel the dense breath of magic on the statue. It was likely a magical artifact. The summoning group also harbored their own intentions toward it. The holy statue was their starting point to forge a false divine miracle, and this time they had to gather solid evidence. The prisoner stood facing the statue, raising both hands high and shouting with all his might, "Holy Spirit and Divine Lord, please show your power." The eager crowd below fueled his passion, urging him to reveal the great divine relic to these devoted believers. The assistant immediately shook the small bell in his hand. To the sound of ding ding dang dang, the statue gradually emitted a golden light. In no time, a dazzling halo formed, forcing the council to raise their hands to shield their eyes. The priest carefully touched the so-called divine relic, which appeared as a goddess embracing a devoted follower in her arms. Someone suddenly shouted, "What is this?" This question seemed to ignite everyone's excitement. The divine relic. This divine relic. Its light fills my body with strength. The figure from the statue begins to emit a series of incantations. The believers could not help but grimly confirm with each other. Strange. Did anyone hear a sound? That divine relic even speaks. The group with Kuman is also surrounded by the runes, while Vuan seems completely entranced as if under a mind control spell. Then Lin suddenly looked at her hands covered in scars and said, "I have become a second-generation professional." These words shocked Vuhan, who was standing guard. Sister Lin, beside her, Kuman laughed loudly, saying, "So many low levels. These members are enough for me to become the strongest warrior. Even the wounded cannot escape the demon tide. Mother, now I am the top mechanist of Trungha Nation, enough to make the family proud." She used me to witness this scene as a high-level hypnosis magic. Vuan helplessly stared at the relic continuously spreading, the immune chain controlling the mind. It can only be activated once every half hour, so now he can only wait for the chain to cool down, awaken a teammate, and then force a breakthrough. Trungyi was the second person not hit, and Tung took the head of someone nearby to calculate on his own. Hypnotic dark magic. Could it be that the Holy Spirit sect relies solely on this method to attract followers? Tuyuan looked at the outcome brought by the divine relic with 10-part satisfaction, truly worthy of the holy artifact bestowed by the sect leader. Incredibly effective. He immediately ordered the subordinate standing behind him to start moving, saying they had wasted a bit of time just now and things were urgent over there. The enchanting voice rang out once more, waves of sound spreading from that direction. Soon, the entire hall was bathed in glowing golden waves. As the spell ended, ripples of energy crept through every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers slowly emerged from the black smoke on the altar. Yuan bowed respectfully and greeted, "Master of the sect." Zhong Yi's eyes flashed sharply, sensing this was a trap from the Te religion, and Feng Yai immediately interrupted with a sharp question. Tu Yuan hesitated and clasped his hands in explanation. "Master of the sect, every evil event has its cause. Promoting the Holy Spirit sect requires a bit of time," he warned indifferently. "They are just a few consumable items. Do not waste time like this again." Feng Yi reached out and touched the statue. This time, after the sacrificial ceremony, Yunlin would officially join the Holy Spirit sect, receiving the blessing of the deity. Tu Vian was unexpectedly overwhelmed with joy and felt extremely excited. Thank you for your words, great leader of the church. The central advisor has been enlightened after observing for a while. Our sect does not rely on power, so I appear ordinary and my status is hard to distinguish. But as a holy knight blessed by divine light, I am extremely sensitive to the divine aura and breath of those 5 people. Clear as ink on white paper, on the altar, Lifeng continued his ritual of invoking the gods. The Holy Spirit reigns eternally, forever immortal. The great divine Lord, all the offerings have been prepared for you. Please rest assured and enjoy. Seeing this scene, his mind continued to drift away. The new cult leader was level 27, so he must be a higher ranking person. Let us see if we can get more information. After all, it is our male sex collapse. Never enough. In front of the statue glowing golden light, 8 Fengli people spread their arms and repeatedly chanted in unison, Holy Spirit Eternal, forever immortal. After hearing Holy Spirit Eternal, forever immortal 5 times, the divine statue smiled with satisfaction. Ears perked up, it opened its mouth, releasing waves of shimmering sound one after another. The group of believers below were already excited, like summer sun meeting a sudden rain. Cheng Ningyi felt the frenzied atmosphere silently slicing through. This was the soul being drawn out. The chant of Holy Spirit Eternal, forever immortal now echoed from every altar around. His mind kept spinning. The soul is the key element for revival. Whether it is a pastor saving others or a strong person saving themselves, ordinary people have weak souls, so they do not appear after death. But whether strong or weak, the soul is still extremely important. Cheng Nin truly felt the sect's intricate schemes, their vast network controlling everyone's minds. Yet this illusion actually drained their spiritual energy, unable to forget the violent scenes he had witnessed. Those who joined the church appeared the same on the outside, but their personalities were completely different, as if they were 2 different people. Finally, the answer to the recent strange events was found. Those who joined the Holy Spirit sect experienced major personality changes linked to defective souls. Cheng Ni watched the waves of golden light drawn from the corrupted crowd and wondered silently what the sect was ultimately trying to do by collecting their souls. Miss Lin, carrying a heart full of determination, stepped into the 9th floor. Even now her soul seemed to be eroding. Vuan grabbed her hand with all his strength, his mind racing. If they kept waiting for her to wake up, they would all die. They could not just sit and wait for death. Miss Lin, please wake up quickly. She decided to activate the ice spirit technique at all costs. The ice spirit's affection condensed by my command, freezing your power. Watching the thin layers of ice cover the spirit bearer, she smiled brightly. There was hope, but the joy was short-lived. The ice layer dissolved in an instant. Useless. The ice magic dispelled again. Wuhan's blatant actions had attracted the attention of the cultivators, yet someone remained unaffected. He struggled and unleashed a demonic force like Wu Bao and Hak Diam. Trung Yugi saw the energy approaching her and did not hesitate to release the light shield. But surprisingly, among the crowd of believers, more than 2 people were hit, and Lu Nim quickly threw out the radiant shield. The ancient golden shield appeared in front of Wuhan, successfully blocking the magical attack. Having been exposed, she pressed her advantage and launched a fireball of light magic at Feng Li. True to his title as the sect leader of Than Line, he merely flicked his hand and deflected the deadly attack. After dealing with some petty tricks, he immediately exposed her. The light magic user was truly a top member of the light sect, even as a level 25 light mage. The unresolved suppression still unsettled Lion Eye. How could this be possible? I have trained my light spirit fire skill up to level 15. A skill that once quickly killed a golden ranked level 26 hero. Suppressed power made her sober up fast, and without hesitation she opened the teleportation scroll. But now a wave from the cult disciple stopped her. This is bad. The disciple's strength far exceeds my expectations. I must leave immediately. Easy come easy go is just a saying. How could Feng Li let you escape her grasp, clearly intending to sabotage the ritual, and yet she still wants to run? Thinking this is a place where you come and go as you please, he unleashed the mud binding technique. Sticky mud rising from the floor wrapping tightly around her, forcing Lu Nu to take a step back. But on the other side, Feng Li had 2 cultists working together, unleashing wind ring magic and fireball spells. A swirling golden light surrounded her from within, the power of radiant light gathering beside me, forming an unbreakable shield. 2 against 1 is already tough, and now she is caught in a pincer attack. Surrounded on all sides, this is bad. There are 2 mages among the 5. If there had been only 1 mage, she might have broken through their defenses and escaped. Even if all efforts fail, Lu Ni must keep fighting. The power of the divine gathering in the light, cleansing the evil in the world, but she is not confident inside. Worse yet, another close combat professional is approaching, and if he gets near, she will surely die. Miss Dine Kwong launched an attack at the opponent to break through their shield. At 58 years old, she had transitioned into the role of a stealth operative. The Radiant Mage had been directly recruited into the Radiant sect for training. The Holy Spirit sect members are not pacifists. They kill without hesitation. Their counterattack forced her to struggle to dodge, ending her 4 years of training. The first time going out to train, I originally thought I could destroy this religious activity on my own, but do I have to pay with my life? Yet before me, the floors keep exploding one after another, emitting a sharp, wet sound. Lu Niam sank to her knees, staring blankly at the devastated chasm before her. This was the other half of the building, where Wuhan was struggling to hold off for his teammates had they already been killed. The prison guards panicked, pointing in one direction to warn of another attacker, their holy breath thick and overwhelming. Of course Feng Li was not blind. He opened his mouth to question the counselor, a senior technician of the Radiant Church. Instead of answering, he accused him outright, saying the heretics gathered only worthless scum burdened with heavy sins. Lu Nim struggled to stand, seemingly having her own suspicions. 2 mages and a warrior, all above level 25 with magical support. Yet they were killed so quickly. Could it be a fake second-tier profession? Longfeng City had clearly already drawn the church's attention. Feng Li was of course displeased to hear the criticism and decisively swung his arms to send the 2 remaining cultists rushing out. Unaware of their own limits, he did not even regard the counselor, let alone these 2 fools, and with a single sword strike, he swiftly dealt with his opponents. He could not believe what had just happened before his eyes. Defeated with just 1 move. This was impossible. His dark mind clicked away like an abacus, deciding that fleeing was the only option. Decisively kicked the sacrificial pawn forward to clear the way and block him. He never expected to end up in this situation, clearly walking into a dead end. The elder did not disdain the offering brought to his lips, coldly cutting through a pain to complete the task for him. Then he promptly summoned the blue butterfly, leading it to follow. It obeyed the command and lunged at the door of death before it could disappear. Lu Nim timidly stepped beside him, a highly respected divine official. She shyly introduced herself. I am Lu Nim, a light mage from the Mado branch. The brighter the light, the clearer she becomes. But if you look closely, the intensity of the light is more than just frightening. This is truly the embodiment of pure light. I can even feel the breath of delight that the light brings around his body. The elder cautiously asked again. You are from the Mado branch, so why are you here? She did not hide it and also expressed her gratitude. I went out to train and take on a mission, so I came here. Luckily, you were here, or I would have been in danger this time. He turned his back and shrugged it off, saying it was nothing, but she hurriedly followed to confirm. May I ask which divine official of the Radiant Light sect you are? I have never encountered such a powerful light force before. Uncle Yi made a hand gesture and said frankly, I am not one of you from the light sect. With a gulp, Lu Ran was confused and wondered. Not really. She looked at the ruined altar after a snap of her fingers, determined to confirm once more such a pure and rare light breath, besides the divine officials of the Radiant sect. Who else could possess it? Her small head jumped to a bold guess. Could it be a pure child? Lu Nim frantically searched her memory. Pure children and pure women are the names given by Song Ho to the top disciples within the Kuang Min Jiao Den. This is also a type of authority. They can hold the top positions within the sect. They are appointed because they are undefeated at their level, even capable of surpassing their rank to kill enemies. To avoid being targeted by our sect, the 2 youths always conceal their identities before appearing. Only those of high divine light level know. After enough assessment, she looked around. Sir, do we have to wake everyone up now? Of course, I am not free to deal with a crowd full of worries. No need. It has already caused chaos. Just wait for the Peace Bureau to come handle it. The situation is complicated. Waking them up indiscriminately could cause unnecessary fear. The leader stepped toward the corpse of a holy cultist and explained that the Bureau personnel are experienced in handling unusual situations. They will comfort the people better. London ran after stroking the horse rump. Still a day of comprehensive thinking. He pressed his hands together to perform the act of repentance, using the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of the souls. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of golden dust fell from his hand onto the corpse, surrounded by lilies, urging repentance. Dark shadows of death twisted and surged out in response. Next, the soul still twisted and floating in midair, the space glowing golden with a mournful sound. I am guilty. I repent for the sins I have committed. After the battle, the leader raised his hand to absorb the magic. Clenching his fist, his mind was filled with thoughts. Only 4 so far. Still too few. He let the leader go to avoid leaving a trace, hoping to find more followers. By now they have probably caught up, but Lu silently watched from behind and questioned himself, regretting that although he had the basics, he was far inferior to the saint. If he could train alongside him, he would surely become much stronger. He just did not know if he would ever catch his attention. While they were lost in thought, the Security Bureau agents arrived outside. They burst in shouting warnings. Hands up now. Everyone drop your weapons, and assist the Security Bureau officers in securing the area. Standing in the midst of the soldiers was a tall man, the captain of the action team of the Security Bureau, Wang Hao. He approached Lu Ran and politely introduced himself. I am Wang Hao, captain of the action team of the Security Bureau. Honored to meet you. May I ask what happened here? You surrendered with your hands up. Please explain clearly. Hello, Captain Vong. Then she quickly recounted the incident. The Holy Spirit sect is a cult. They use tricks to gather ordinary townspeople here, preparing to extract souls for sacrifice. Wang Hao showed clear concern. Extract souls? Have you stopped them? Lu Ran hurriedly waved her hand, stammering in denial. No, it is not me. She turned to Li Yi, but he was distracted. Huh. Where did he go? Lu Ran said sadly. Blaming him. Holy son, you left me all alone again today. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was working hard to direct the cleanup of the scene. Team 1 was responsible for evacuating the troops to ensure their safety. Be careful not to cause panic. Team 2 checked the scene and collected evidence. No suspicious items were to be overlooked. A mysterious hand appeared from nowhere, Casting magic, his voice echoed everywhere as Team 3 carried out treatment, prioritizing the severely injured, acting quickly to ensure their safety. Everyone who was hit by the magic immediately showed signs of brainwashing. Who are you all? What are you doing? I want to go home. Just now, was not I attending a gathering? Where am I now? Strange. Why do I feel pain all over my body and a heavy head, as if someone is knocking inside my head? Tong Thong rubbed his eyes and complained. Such a headache. After regaining his composure, he went to his teammate and asked Han, did we succeed? No wonder the guy in front looks pitifully innocent. Vuan spoke up to explain. What are you thinking? You were hypnotized by the Holy Spirit sect. I was lucky to escape thanks to a magical tool, but I did not expect they have 5 masters on their side, all at least level 25 or higher. After hearing this, you were shocked. Level 25? Then how can we survive? She continued, he is a divine official. One strike can wipe out the Holy Spirit sect. Tong Thong immediately felt like he had struck gold, saying the staff of the Divine Council must have recorded his battle, and we can upload it online to cause a sensation. Just as he brought out the robot to verify, the surroundings suddenly shook violently, and Tong Thong stood frozen in place, motionless for a moment. Elsewhere, a dark and oppressive atmosphere filled the air, and in the center, a figure was enveloped in a mass of magical slime. Fomley cried out in frustration, his voice filled with deep resentment. Damn it, who exactly is he, and why has someone like him appeared in Longfeng City? He was confused about his next move, raising hundreds of questions. He is not from the Radiant sect, that is for sure. I have always worked quietly and never attracted the attention of the Radiant sect's masters. They were all hypnotized without leaving a trace. Where did it all go wrong? Fomley flung open the large door before him. The sacrificial ritual was disrupted, and 4 disciples were lost. The Lord will surely be furious. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. What should I do? Meanwhile, under the influence of magic, a blue butterfly carrying hope suddenly appeared, turning the tide, and a mysterious water stain appeared on the wall. Trungi used his hand to part the water stain, revealing a handsome face. The spatial locator borrowed the power of the void divine beast to sense and determine the spatial coordinates. From there, it opened a spatial water stain portal to the destination for time-space travel in the blink of an eye. Back in reality, Doc Feng saw a familiar figure and asked him, Sect Leader Feng, you are back. He did not beat around the bush. I can feel the disappearance of the 4 precious disciples' lives. What exactly happened? Fomley hurriedly knelt down to apologize, saying that the victim this time caused an accident, and there was someone with a strong spiritual force who interfered, sabotaged the sacrifice, and even killed our people. That person's power is overwhelming, and I am simply no match for him. While Doc Feng kept pressing him, he begged desperately for a chance to live, admitting his crimes and promising to make amends by finding more offerings to compensate for the loss. He said coldly, success was rare and failure frequent. After hearing this, his whole body trembled. My lord, I truly gave it my all, but that mysterious figure was too strong. I really am. The leader had disguised himself as a disciple among them all along, quietly watching the situation while I sensed the aura from the black orb growing dense. This is definitely the center. With over 100 disciples gathered, this conspiracy is definitely more than just soul harvesting. Doc Feng did not want to waste any more time and decided to take a leap of faith. Forget it. Your explanation is useless. Luckily, although the sacrifice was interrupted halfway, the ritual was completed and it did not affect the overall situation. Fomley hesitated and spoke up. My lord, you mean the sacrifice succeeded, but the ritual was clearly interrupted. So the soul energy the master needs has not been fully collected yet. Could it be that we have angered the master? He could not help but shout in anger. You fool! Do you really think we are still organizing sacrifices around the city just for that pitiful bit of soul power? This is hopeless. He turned to another disciple and said, Sect leader, please explain a little more to this fool. I will obey your orders. Tulin put on a cruel face and slowly explained. Master, this is a grand plan to destroy the world. Over the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit Church has conducted 307 sacrifices, all set at key points in Longfeng City, each sacrifice activating a node. He patiently explained every detail, and Chung Nugi listened intently without missing a word. If the points connected into a line, they would form a magical barrier covering the entire city called the Infernal Chaos Formation. To carry out this plan, we planted many cultists in various social classes within Longfeng City to spread the Holy Spirit Church's teachings among the people. More and more secrets were revealed by him, attracting those with desires to join the Holy Spirit cult, expanding their power and providing enough manpower for the plan, while also adding colorless, tasteless magical drugs to the city's water supply, drugs that subtly weaken the body and mind, making them easily controlled. After hearing this, the council was filled with thoughts, blaming those fake officials for being easily hypnotized. What is their purpose in activating the so-called Infernal Chaos Formation? While Tulin's voice still echoed in my ears, we have uncovered many secret passages beneath the city connected to the sacrifice points, where magical talismans and formations are arranged to channel energy convergence. Continue to reveal the timing. Tonight, the magic array has already activated the souls and life force of all beings in the city, which are continuously being drained and transferred through the secret passages to the sealed place of the Great Lord of Chaos. The more he spoke, the more his face darkened with guilt. As the lives and souls of the city's people were being sacrificed to awaken the Great Lord of Chaos, he will bring endless chaos and darkness, remolding this world. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He listens, his expression growing serious. The Lord of Chaos, the Dark God. Then, as the magic prepared to strike, using the lives of the entire city to awaken the Dark God, I absolutely will not allow it. Fenglai hurriedly apologized. My lord, please forgive me. I knew nothing of this. Doc Feng spoke up reproachfully. Sect leader Feng, how can I trust someone so foolish with such an important matter? As he spoke, he suddenly burst into song. Who is still there? The council leader was startled, eyes wide open. It targeted where he stood. Activated magic, causing a shocking explosion. Fortunately, he defended in time and remained unharmed. As the smoke cleared, the council member stood ready to fight. With the Divine Thunder Strike at level 1 entering a state that increased resistance to abnormal conditions by 50%, increases lightning skill damage by 50% for 14 seconds, with the Sword Strike activating rapidly to deal massive mixed damage. Fenglai recognized the familiar face immediately. It was a person. Tulin did not hesitate to unleash magic, channeling the power of obsession into his weapon to form a black crescent blade with metal-cutting force. But he would not back down. The Divine Thunder Wrath of level 1's rank summoned Divine Thunder, condensing on the weapon to strike at extreme speed, dealing extraordinary lightning damage. Unexpectedly, Doc Feng also knows him, and it turns out he is a person too truly a small world. Upon hearing this, he immediately tattled. That man is the one who sabotaged the ritual at Hon Duong Market. He actually dares to come to headquarters, and today we must make sure he never leaves. He could not hold back anymore and delivered a straight punch to the face, afraid of being watched by others. You fool, I really want to take your life right now. Fenglai painfully rubbed his cheek, constantly mocking the opponent nearby, calling him stupid for daring to act arrogantly without any skill. How could he possibly lead the sect? Looking at you so miserable and lowly. Without my mercy you would be nothing but an ant your whole life. And you still dare to say he won't return you won't even know why you die. Meanwhile, the two others continue their fierce battle, their clash of golden and purple magic causing an earthquake that devastates everything around. After a while, the two briefly separated, both retreating to maintain a safe distance. He used his magic eyes to analyze the opponent but could not fully assess them, feeling a bit impressed inside, far superior to the sect leader I met before, a second-level master no less. This time I have finally met a worthy opponent. Below, Tulin wasted no time and swung his sickle to unleash a deadly move. The shadowy scythe slashed out, its black crescent blade striking from multiple angles, inflicting severe wounds and disrupting the enemy's movements. His scythe spun so fast it formed a magical circle. Utterly cinematic, he stared at him with unreserved praise, noting that a level 29 knight could withstand 3 of his strikes. Showing some skill, then he coldly unleashed his next move, aiming to finish his opponent. But he too stopped there, as the dark vortex centered on himself condensed dark power into a massive black whirlpool. There is a strong gravitational pull on all living beings around, causing prolonged dark corrosion. Tulin's magic is like sharp slashes flying wildly in all directions. At the center where he stands, a black hole has already formed, ready to swallow everything nearby. While Trung struggles to resist the relentless force, the situation worsened. He activated Holy Light Protection, firmly plunged the holy sword into the ground for support. The two sides clashed repeatedly, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks into pieces. Lin arrogantly despised his opponent, declaring that his dark vortex devours all light and that the person is just struggling in vain. The first generation Holy Knight may have some skill, but compared to the second generation, it is like an ant to a dragon. He is 14 levels below me. He had long realized the unfavorable situation, his mind filled with calculations. Although the divine angelic shield could resist most of the dark energy, this black vortex was crazily absorbing his magic and stamina, and if it continued, he would eventually be completely drained. His eyes flickered with dark flames as he confidently challenged. In the face of absolute power, how much longer can your light endure? Unwilling to back down, he boldly replied, my light is strong enough to crush your tricks already. Behind the council, a brilliant aura flashed as he resolved to come up with a battle plan. Fighting against the demon's magic and stamina was definitely disadvantageous, so a swift victory was necessary. At this moment, Tulin hesitated slightly, questioning himself, as the purity of this holy light far exceeded that of an ordinary holy knight. Could he be the secret weapon of the light sect's peak? But these masters are truly too weak, yet no matter how strong he is, he won't survive leaving this place today. Dupoing, afraid of a long night full of dreams, urged impatiently, and sect leader to quickly stopped him, but it was too late. He had completed the transformation process. The innate talent of the focused a light ring, the level 11 a grade skill of the luminous eel, the secret technique of the heavenly divine zone's rank. Then, he summoned a beam of light aimed straight at the opponent. Tulin was terrified witnessing this, unable to believe reality. This dark vortex fused chaotic primordial errors, capable of devouring even the power of a level 50 expert, so it could not be easily separated. Impossible. All the disciples were willing to kill him at any cost. He wants to overwhelm his opponent with sheer numbers. Although the cultists are not strong individually, their vast numbers can completely drain his stamina and mana. Tulin shouted orders, sensing the dark chains of suffering tightening, as a series of chains rushed forward to seal him. Next came the water formation, rushing forward to overwhelm the opponent. Trung Yi calmly raised his hand to assist the light sword, his gaze sharpening, then swung his arm, successfully breaking through the water formation. However, the battle was far from over. The numerous cultists kept charging wildly. There were too many to handle, so first they had to be cleared out. Chungnji spread his arms wide, his feet firm as a mountain, activating the reflective shield on both sides, then the level 11 heart shield. As the cultists rushed in, they were forcefully repelled without mercy. One after another, absolutely cinematic moves were unleashed as he single-handedly bombarded the entire battlefield. Seeing himself overwhelmed, Tulin quickly retreated to defend, then counterattacked with a triple shadow strike. Did not use much force, just gently stretched, and the magical light he emitted was so strong it pushed his opponent back. After a while, the battlefield quieted down. Tulin was slammed against the wall. The lone wind angrily cursed. Useless. Could not even catch a level 29 Holy Knight. Fenglai could only pace nervously, wondering what kind of joke this was. How do you fight a monster like this? The middle council member clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing through him, luckily transforming into an angel with various bursts of strength beyond a level 29 strategist, actually reaching level 40, combined with the holy light's suppression of brutal power, allowing him to surpass and dominate the level. Dak Feng angrily feigned a blood-red aura, shouting that the useless ones would all pay once the ritual was over. However, seeing the coward collapsing on the ground, he loudly demanded, "Sect leader Feng, what are you doing?" While Fenglai stammered in fear, unable to speak clearly, and cannot be level 29. He must be carrying some hidden high-level equipment. I will wait for the right moment. I can't rush in and die for nothing. When they are off guard, Trung Yi will charge in to fight, and Dak Feng will give the order. Useless cowards afraid to die, now charge forward and stop hand. But the cowardly rabbit just stood there. My lord is still waiting for the right moment to strike. Now is not the time yet. He focused his energy, his eyes like a hawk locked onto the two in front of him, then lunged forward, weapon tightly gripped, pressing against Fenglai. Dak Feng seized the opportunity, grabbed his head tightly, using him as a shield. Fenglai was stabbed by the knife handle. Father, why? Cough cough. Then he coldly threw the teammate's body down, cursing him relentlessly as a useless coward. He spoke up after witnessing the cruelty just now, saying Han is your son. Whether he is or not does not matter. Dying for the Lord of Chaos would be Han's greatest honor. But Chu Ye just wanted to give up on him, because I am a god of nothingness. Even family can be abandoned. Truly insane. He replied, 3 parts mocking, 7 parts serious. When chaos descends, all living things are my children. Chuai is no match. Do not die in vain for a city about to perish. He heard the other side mention his name, and could not help but wonder who knew him, and Dapeng did not hesitate to reveal it. The top-ranked player in the match is a freshman from the National College University, showing outstanding performance and long known in the match. While engrossed in conversation, Chuai suddenly sensed something unusual. It turned out that the ancestor spirit wanted to ambush, so he swung his sword defensively. Before dealing with him, something changed behind him, and he anxiously exclaimed, "Not good." In the blink of an eye, Chuin teleported out of the enemy's encirclement, then suddenly appeared to deliver a devastating blow to Tulin, preventing the Void Beast's skill from activating. Then thousands of invisible punches rained down on him, a rapid strike of level 9 B-rank fists, beating him mercilessly until he cried out in pain. Watching the dazzling display, Dak Feng laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, indeed the one who stole the Void Beast, taking it without any effort at all. Without responding, he ordered Lung Thi to use the next skill. Light Punishment, level 16 grade, swiftly and cleanly finishing off Tulin. Yet his heart was filled with questions, wondering if he could still have tamed the Void Beast. After some reasoning, Chun-Yi was about to confirm that Dean Feng-Hak was the mad traitor. Knowing he could not hide forever, he spoke up and admitted it was true. Feng-Hak stepped out of the magic formation, his tone gleeful as he said, "The Chaos Lord will reshape this world and I will become one of the rulers of the new world." His eyes were wild with a lust for power, stumbling as he walked while trying to intimidate those before him, if not for someone breaking the ritual. The Lord of Chaos awakened 2 months ago. Today both humans and void beasts belong to me. One as a gift, the other to fuel the Lord of Chaos's power. Chunini still stood facing him without fear, his mind racing with thoughts. Truly, worshipping the left god greatly enhances strength. Feng-Hak is an assassin at level 49, but the pressure is even greater than Director Ngo at level 52. I activated the Heavenly Realm cycle to boost my power significantly, yet facing him remains very difficult. Beneath the ground, thousands of sharp stones are rising. In the blink of an eye, he was struck by the seal. Chunin quickly used the light recovery spell, struggling desperately amidst the stone ground. Feng-Hak looked at the claws in front of him with great satisfaction. Struggling on, knowing that every minute he lasted would turn 5 souls into nourishment for the Chaos Lord, he spread his arms wide, absorbing more magic as sharp stakes rained down toward the enemy. Fortunately, Chun-Yi managed to block in time by casting magic, using the level 13 beta grade light guard skill, and his attack suddenly changed direction. And Duong watched it happen but could not react quickly enough, so he was hit on his right bicep, blood splattering everywhere. Chun-Yi watched his heavily injured shoulder slowly recover. This was not ordinary corrosion but a manifestation of his divine power. The dull pain was so unbearable that he gritted his teeth and tore away the demonized flesh. Feng-Hak was engulfed in a frenzy of madness. Laughing wildly, "Ha!" His mouth unleashed a massive surge of energy towards An. The overwhelming surge of power could not make Chun-Yi falter or flee, With just a sword, the hero redirected the energy, tearing the sky apart amid the roar of the apocalypse. His body shifted in an instant, restraining Feng Hak from behind. He stood still, looking up at the incoming light, powerless to do anything. A pillar of light struck down like thunder upon Feng Hak at Chu Minai's command. The level 16 rank skill light punishment. Luckily, he had a sharp mind to raise a shield in time, trying to control my actions before delivering a critical hit with light punishment. Right, the thin lips uttered a few words that annoyed others, but the reverse strategy was quite standard. Unfortunately, they forgot that I was once the head of the War Academy. In a corner of the room, iron chains covered in mysterious red energy, as if alive, were rapidly rushing to support him in turning the tide. They quickly dragged him back to free Feng Hak. Chun-Yi was pulled towards the stone table while the sound of his voice echoed faintly in both ears. These combat strategies are all lessons I taught my students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, you are focused on something else more important: the silent chains, formed by the condensation of chaotic energy. It especially counters divine attributes. Once caught, it not only seals all light-based skills but also drains the victim's life force, while Feng Hak kneels, waiting for the glorious moment to unfold. Struggle, this is your fate. Chun-Yi lay on the stone table, chained and stretched in all directions, looking very uncomfortable. This is bad. These chains suppress divine power. Waves of streaks appeared ominously in the sky, signaling bad omens, and Feng Hak joyfully squeezed Chumai's cheek. The long black nails dug deep into his face, causing him to wince in pain and spit blood. His face twisted into a grim smile as he eagerly awaited humanity's new era of suffering, licking the blood still clinging to his hand. Feng Hak sensed the growing presence of the cursed energy in the air, making his hollow eyes gleam with a strange intensity. Suddenly, rocks began falling from the sky like a nighttime storm. Even standing in the courtyard, both remained unharmed, as if the falling stones knew to avoid them. Chun-Yi watched the faint red figures gradually taking shape around him. These were the restless souls appearing, wandering because of the oppressive energy engulfing the living world. Feng Hak's mood brightened like a madman lost in chaos. Listen. These are the footsteps of the Master of Chaos approaching. The thunder crashes echo across the continent. The bodies scattered on the ground left a gloomy atmosphere fitting for the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi remained calm amidst the scene before him. Hundreds of souls passed over the stone table where he lay. Among the strangers were two of Chumai's acquaintances, gliding past him like soulless zombies. Baina Lu Kiat stood silently with the others, waiting for the layer of oppressive air to surround their souls. The swirling air turned them all into lifeless stones standing tall around him. This is the necessary price. Fools like you will never understand. The deceitful situation forces him to silently contemplate a new plan. Even though he could simply have the Void Beast take him away from here, but everyone from Lingfeng City will definitely die. So I have to stop him. Even if I am no match for him, I absolutely cannot be a deserter. The glass vial containing golden liquid was silently consumed by Chu-Mi, naturally boosting earth softness, greatly enhancing all negative resistances and accelerating physical recovery speed. He quickly absorbed the strange liquid, gaining 100% negative resistance and 100% physical recovery speed. That behavior caught Feng Hak's eye but was no more than a fish struggling to escape in its final moments. Flailing helplessly, Chun-Yi ignored the taunts, the radiant light behind him strengthening his will to fight, awakening the soulless conscience in the name of the divine. Seeing the enemy's confident demeanor, Feng Hak clearly showed confusion, unsure of what to do. Instead, he kindly took it upon himself to pass judgment on the destroyer. Repenting deeply, Chun-Yi used his skill to absorb the remaining spiritual energy from the scattered clones on the ground. Fatigue was evident on his dazed face as he gathered 104 instances of remorseful thoughts. Inside Chun-Yi, the two forces of true energy and internal energy were forced to collide by him. The unbearable pain from this reckless act made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The holy warriors within him rose powerfully. Additionally, the army of ice corpses also stirred at Chumai's call. The two types of energy clashed, creating a powerful shockwave inside him. Chumi gritted his teeth and forced his body to absorb both energies. Feng Hak stared blankly at the spiritual energy rushing into him, wondering what power he still wanted to break through. When he understood his intention, Feng Hak covered his face and burst out laughing, forcing the second transmission. Ha! This really opens my eyes. It seems despair has clouded your mind. He demonstrated this ultimate technique to the one gritting his teeth and unleashing it within himself. Under normal circumstances, the second transmission requires a large amount of resources to withstand the magic gems. These precious and rare items are essential for strengthening the body and enhancing power. There are also powerful masters guarding you in case your breakthrough is disturbed by the outside world. Right now, you are still suppressed by the shackles of deep silence, imprisoned alone without any energy supply. The fierce battle between the two elite troops sent your nerves racing uncontrollably, and the power within your body refused to be restrained. Like a wild horse breaking free, it will violently assault your physical form, tearing you apart if you fail. The man's face lit up with interest at the enemy's distress, knowing that at worst they would lose their rank, and at best their soul would scatter. Confident as he was, Feng Hak still prepared to cast a spell to strike An. But you little brat are so strange that even a 1 in 10,000 chance of success for the second transmission is impossible. The mind of the Guardian hazily senses the intense conflict within. Two forms of energy silently merge as the Phoenix Crane remains arrogantly defiant. Just die in the second transmission already. The final battle took place silently, marking the end of the lingering pain as the icy spirits gradually transformed into sharp crystals while the heavenly guardians turned into faint golden leaves. The two opposing sides have now merged into a single item. The pain ends, allowing Trumini to sweetly advance on the path of the third salvation. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive skill of the Talent Decider. The skill descends, summoning the god, restoring divine awakening, gaining an unallocated attribute score beyond 100. The innate power of the god deep within also makes his face look more battle-hardened. Because of his impressive debut, the Phoenix endured a swirling wind and flew straight into the wall. The Guardian unleashed a powerful strike in midair, sending energy rushing into him. His body went numb, falling into a rigid state unable to resist. The entire Feng Hak was thrown into the air by the powerful blow. The ancient fortress also took a brutal piercing strike from the fury of Chunai, thrown high into the air. It took a long time before Feng Hak finally landed on the ground like a lump of rough dirt. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe he had lost the lower half of his body, but instead of anger, he curled his lips into a sinister, furious smile. Useless. Do you think the skills of a second-tier holy knight can hurt me? A thick layer of black energy was released to fill the hole for him. Just barely standing up with the help of the dark energy, he summoned the waiting souls to rush into battle. The ants seemingly unaware of how many they had already consumed. No need for any grand deadly aura. His words alone were enough to cause chaos. Raised his hand to the sky, forming a complex formation, activating level 1's rank judgment, using his normal body to channel divine punishment and summon a holy force field that inflicts massive damage on dark creatures. After the skill ends, they fall into a depleted state with all attributes reduced by 40% for 2 hours. His fiery eyes stared intently at the Phoenix charging at him. Criminal. I judge you. The hero played the judge, deciding the fate of the cowardly rat himself, sentencing it to death. The beam of judgment rained down like a storm of wrath, each strike aimed directly at the traitor. The more it was hit, the more the wind crane seemed to gain the spirit to provoke its master, saying, "You will not succeed. My owner's power still remains." The sudden stillness in the air made him suspicious as he watched the wind crane's next move. Like the other souls, he offered himself as a sacrifice to the chaos. Several strands of dark magic suddenly broke free and flew out immediately. They surrounded him so quickly that his mind could not react in time. Chaos spoke in an indistinct voice, obedient and united in destruction. The thick resentment, like a deadly poison, seeped into him through the skin cells, causing him to spit out a burst of black blood. The ground was littered with countless bones, covered in their mournful cries. The cramped scene turned into a true living hell. Suffering is the only truth. Join us. The bloodshot eyes etched on the expressionless face. The consciousness had fallen into a version even he could not recognize. Fortunately, strong reason helped him regain control of his true mind. Chaos used its tentacles to squeeze him tightly, screaming to brainwash him, becoming an eternal part of itself. The holy power within the master's body reacted strongly, causing a sharp pain in his mind. He used his refined combat skills to break free from its grasp. The whole body is empowered by the holy light, giving the mind the confidence to wield the sword boldly. The corrupted consciousness is actually far more advanced than hypnosis. The large holy sword pierced straight into the heart of chaos. But unfortunately, the opponent had chosen the wrong enemy. The deep wound caused a dull pain that made the shapeless monster writhe endlessly. The open wound exposed the life and death of chaos. Yet they still dared. The master thought indifferently, responding coldly, "Why would not I dare? Holy swordsman." The gentle words could still mask the sound and strike between the evil tentacle and the holy sword's blade, expertly subduing all kinds of attacks. The powerful aura of divine energy caused the tentacle to vanish into the wind. An explosion erupted due to the chaotic energy. Unable to maintain stability to control the true self, the master stood dazed, watching the scene and casually lowered his guard to rest mid-fight. A demonic sword silently emerged from beneath the ground. He heard a sound behind him and turned around in curiosity, but before he could understand what was happening, the master was slashed across the back by chaos, causing him to choke on his saliva. The swift attack made his blood splatter onto its white teeth. The tongue quickly wiped away the layer of delicious blood. As he entered, it swiftly severed his mind, which was sealing away his wild instincts. "I am very pleased. I am the master of chaos, the divine spirit. A divine being cannot be killed by a mere mortal. The outcome between you and me was decided from the start. You will become my slave. I will grant you my own power." Imagine hearing such filthy words and feeling your fighting spirit rise even as you heal yourself. "My power. Let us just make a deal. You see me as a punching bag. I will teach you what it means to have the power to kill a god. And also, even false gods and false devotees have their limits." He sneered contemptuously as he spoke to the chaos. "At most, they were just fragments of my divine self. That is why only a human like me can wound a human, and you still speak arrogantly. People will remember that." Of course, he sensed that something was wrong. He hesitated, unable to speak clearly. "This is impossible. You." A towering pillar of light was created by a cold swipe, shaking a vast land. The holy angelic army appeared ready for battle. Summoned by you, a level 1 rank god, there are those who have raised their bows to issue orders from above. The covenant magic of the Angel Legion, inherited from ancient times, requires consuming 30% of one's life force to summon angels for battle. Attention! The existence time of the Archangel will continuously drain the host's mental energy. Meanwhile, some slowpokes are calmly weighing their options. Seeing that mighty army, the chaos turned to panic as they screamed to save face. Creatures as lowly as you don't even try to stop me. The silent command from Chun-Yi. The closed eyes of the army now open, activating the purification and executing divine justice. The entire headquarters descended onto the battlefield, unleashing a holy light that shattered fate and erased the rebels' will. A violent explosion swept away everything nearby in a furious blast. The stone structures gradually crumbled back into dust under the overwhelming force. The fierce shockwave spread all the way to the vast forest, causing the trees to tremble and the moonlight to pause. Right at the center of the crater caused by the recent shock, Chun-Yi knelt down motionless. The fierce shockwave spread out to the vast forest, causing the trees to tremble and the moonlight to pause. Right at the center of the crater formed by the recent shockwave, Chun-Yi knelt on the ground with one knee down, his body covered in wounds and golden cracks running along his skin. A quick notification appeared beside the dark red star crystal floating nearby, stating that the crystallization of my divine power was obtained but suffered damage, making it impossible to assess its quality. From his mouth, a mouthful of cloudy plasma suddenly spat out, his voice whispering heavily. It turned out that his whole body soon completely collapsed onto the cold stone floor, not even counting his clone. In the empty wasteland, only swirling dust lingered as if Chumai had been forgotten by the world. He and the brilliant stars above silently watched over the lonely figure of the pitiful young man. It seemed he would simply lie down and sleep a long sleep after the exhausting battle. Yet despite the bones creaking painfully, his hand once again pushed himself up with great strength. However, in his current state, even turning over became a luxury. Warning sounds kept ringing, indicating unstable life signs. Please treat him quickly. Chumini's vacant eyes closely followed each line of text appearing. Life sign threshold value breaking through. Heart rate now 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure at 50% over 30%. 17 broken bones all over the body. Organ damage reaching 63%. Immediate treatment recommended. He gave his last ounce of strength to unleash his trump card, a dazzling light slowly gathering in his palms. Divine awakening. Restoration. Meanwhile, Liaji kept calling the name of the motionless person on the bed in deep worry. Naina. Wake up. Bana. Luckily Bana was starting to show signs of waking up. Aduap, she is still a bit dazed after a deep sleep. Are not we still at the hot spring? Why suddenly look back? She immediately updated the situation to the other party. Divine aura. It is the divine aura. Right now outside a massive pillar of light is bursting through the clouds. From there, countless entities resembling adorable angels appeared, energetically dancing around the bodies of people lying scattered across the streets. This phenomenon is the level 1, rank 5 divine revival that Chumi just endured, capable of releasing a holy domain that covers the entire city, purifying the pollution. The life skill keeps all souls within range from dissipating. After it ends, they enter a state of divine exhaustion, with all attributes returning to 0 for 10 days. In the pitch black night, the conversation between the Void Beast and Chun echoed as he forced the second transmission, his tendons snapping and activating the life skill. This time not going to sell salt is already a big deal. Oh, why not let me lead the way? People who could learn, who could hide behind. So how is this any different from those heresies? He breathed weakly as he spoke each word. Learning, before deciding on the second transmission. I remembered before the university entrance exam, right when I transferred schools. That was when I chose to become a knight. The image of myself wearing shining armor flooded my mind, filled with self-doubt. Next came the expertly practiced movements with the weapon in hand, sincere and brave. The glowing cross served as an undying symbol of faith and justice engraved on the hammer. Ever compassionate. Finally, he struck the ground powerfully, fulfilling his duty and doing an honorable deed. Despite blood filling his mouth, Chuini still held firm a deep belief in justice and righteousness. Dedicating his life to these ideals, this is the holy knight. He struggled to breathe heavily, thinking, if I fear death and cling to life, then I go against my original intention. What uses strength? Once again, he activated his skill. Positioning, a blue magic array immediately appeared where he lay, at Tahang University. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the cliff above. Leader, what is happening down there? Wang Ho furrowed his brow as he observed the situation below and thought to himself that a battle on this scale was beyond their understanding. But he was certain that a powerful warrior had risked his life to protect Longfeng City. He was the hero of our city. Now Chuni has successfully teleported back to his dormitory, and all the notification screens have turned red, indicating a very serious situation. Checking reveals the soul is damaged, life signs are in critical danger, divine status is depleted, and all attributes have reverted and will not last more than 10 days. Before his eyes slowly closed, he managed to utter a word full of affection. Teacher. The last thing he saw was a countdown timer showing 239 hours 55 minutes 5 seconds. Shortly after, his vision gradually returned, And this time there were no more system warning screens. He slowly opened his dazed eyes, his breath suddenly bubbling with foam. He slowly sat up from the biota, surrounded by countless medical wires attached to his body throughout the recovery process. He had been unconscious for 2 days. Vong Hai, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up, asking what it felt like to be on the brink of death now that he was awake. Charging alone to disrupt the dark god, a sacrifice ritual. Should I call you brave or reckless? The old man awkwardly patted my head, saying the situation was urgent. The golden veins running along his body were still there, making him cough painfully, clearing his throat, as the man patiently explained in detail. His entire meridian system was like a fishing net torn apart by a vehicle. Normally, healing can only restore your body, so I will place you in the medicinal spring to stabilize your life force. And I warned Geo carefully, with a threat, that soaking 5 Dragon Bull pills in this spring is a precious sacred artifact. You must absorb it all if you dare waste a single drop. The sudden sharp voice cut in. But master, he shouted in protest, this is clearly your foot bathwater. Vong Hai just gave a faint, meaningless smile to brush it off. Don't you worry about these details. What matters is that you stay alive. Nep's face quickly turned serious again as he skillfully opened the electronic tablet and told him about what had happened over the past 2 days. The captain of the Longfeng City Security Bureau's action team not only managed to preserve the battlefield traces, but also specially collected several remaining samples of the holy light. Both of them focused intently on the image displayed in the air, observing the movement patterns and the flow of his holy power, which matched perfectly. If anyone had a conscience, they would immediately investigate him. So the matter in Longfeng City was declared to the outside world as my doing. The chairman clearly did not agree with this view. Sir, I do not need to hide behind you, but Wang Hai still firmly insisted that you are still young and hold a low rank. And if it were not for respecting your achievements, he would not have promoted your exploits. I believe the followers of the god will come to hunt you down. They won't spare anyone who threatens them. So I use some special privileges. Since your case is classified as top secret SSS level, once you complete your 3rd transfer, these honors will naturally be returned to you. His delicate eyebrows furrowed in displeasure as he recalled the life or death moment in the fierce battle just now. Then he declared firmly, Teacher, after I defeated the god, I discovered its true form was merely a crystallization of its power, and I preserved it as concrete evidence. The leader was willing to let Vong Hai look as long as he wanted. This was the true face of the god of death, nothing special to see, yet it had harmed so many. Just by touching it, one could clearly feel countless souls silently wailing, filled with hatred, gathered in a grotesque, sorrowful mass. In the blink of an eye, the altar successfully covered the entire cursed crystal with a glowing cloth. The pruning motion of Honglin suddenly paused upon hearing the familiar name. Vong Hai. He turned around with a puzzled look, wondering why Vong Hai had gone there, and Ulin promptly gave an honest report. The undercover informant, Trung Yi, trusted disciple of Vong Hai, went to Longfeng City to complete a mission and halfway through discovered suspicious activity. Immediately contacting Vong Hai, who had just arrived, Onglin gently placed his hand under his chin. Looking thoughtful, but being noticed by Vong Hai was truly not easy to deal with. Originally, he planned to notify all branches to go into deep stealth mode, trying to avoid the military scouts, and the other side immediately followed the order. Yes. The old man's gaze remained fixed on the vibrant rose before him, and I could not shake the feeling that this Trung Yi was somewhat familiar. The next words from Alin suddenly snapped Honglin back to reality. 2 months ago, Trung Yi sabotaged the Feng Hak plan during the Tanks in match. At that time, we still suspected him of taming the Void Beast and monitored him for a while. Only then did he realize that the mastermind was Trung Yi. Yes, I remember now. That kid with some real skill. A sly smile curved his lips, and he thought, then let us give our little friend a meeting gift he will never forget. There was a sharp sound in response. The wind, and along with it the sight of a flower cruelly plucked, silently falling to the cold floor in the dark night. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Mleinfeng stood alone in the rain like a mere drop of water, facing the towering villa still lit in the darkness. His mind was now filled with confusion and doubt about life. How could that kid come from such a broken place, without the backing of a powerful family? How could someone with such terrifying strength be raised? It was truly strange. Just then, a strange object suddenly crashed into the window of the building, inadvertently drawing Ling Fang's attention. Huff, who is that? Immediately after, piercing sound erupted outside, tearing through the quiet night with a scream. His eyes widened in surprise, unable to process the situation in time. Inside, a high-ranking cleric was fiercely threatening Uncle Van. The woman, and the child I care about most, their fear was truly palpable. A hoarse, rough voice came from a mouth with perfectly white teeth, looking extremely savage, both women and children. As he spoke, Luck Bun immediately gathered energy in his palm and charged straight ahead. His joy doubled. At the most critical moment, something suddenly rushed in, causing a collision that sent up a cloud of dust and smoke. His brain, unable to process the sudden turn of events, froze completely. It was none other than Lin Feng in a sudden burst of power who timely saved the person in the nick of time. The opponent, shocked, exclaimed about the fiery bloodline. Luck Bun launched another fierce attack, and someone came looking for death. while he was ready to fight back at any moment. At the same time, a sudden lightning bolt struck through Chumia's mind. As if detecting an anomaly from a distant point, he decisively broke free from the binding medical wires, his whole body slowly floating in midair amid the splashing bioliquid, the void beast, and the guiding butterfly. Just moments later, Chun appeared again in his ceremonial attire, his voice stern as he gave orders to teleport and locate Chuvan. His expression was filled with seriousness, the life value of the little warrior still declining, proving that the little cloud had little chance of survival. No more words. Locate him. The empty deer beast closed its eyes tightly to better focus on sensing the spirit. The butterfly formation quickly appeared clearly, revealing itself from the start to avoid future disaster. I will do my best to protect your body, but after the teleportation, how much damage you take is up to your own luck. Suddenly, the space cracked like fragile glass, and Chunia's figure plunged straight down below. Soon the intense battle between Lin Fong and Luck Ben became clear. The guy was at a disadvantage but still kindly asked about the situation behind him. The young lady, "Can you still get up?" Chuvan hesitated to confirm. Then the other party made a suggestion. Go find her brother quickly. The hen warrior, facing an equally matched opponent, had already suffered many wounds on his face. That little devil truly does not know life or death when it comes to a woman. Risking himself like this, is it worth it or not? Lin Fong struggled to breathe heavily, wondering if it was worth it. Then without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful spark that pierced through the enemy's entire body. Unstoppable, Luck Bin seemed to have taken on the full fury of the dragon, officially meeting her end among the ashes. All that remained was a pitiful, piercing scream. Ah! The heat rose in waves, fading away with the cold wind of the night. Lin Fong wiped the hot blood from his hand, the wet and burning sensation sharpening his mind amidst the chaos. Chuvan hurriedly threw herself into Chumai's arms as they reunited. Brother. However, he still seemed not fully recovered, his face pale and his body noticeably weak. She anxiously recounted the whole story. Finally, "You have arrived. The one just now was so scary, he hurt Tiu Koi." Chu gently stroked his sister's head to reassure her. "Do not be afraid. I am here now." Tension suddenly shifted to Lang Feng struggling in a weakened state in the distance. Why was Lin Feng here? Yet he still had enough strength to speak provocatively. "Finally, the brother has arrived, truly worthy of his title. I thought your sister would turn into a roasted pigeon." Chuvan stood between them and defended. "You are not allowed to speak about my brother like that." Lin Feng only gave a sarcastic smile. "Little sister, your words hurt me deeply. Good or bad, I risk my life for you." However, her stance remains very clear. "I will definitely repay the life-saving favor, but you are not allowed to say that. Since childhood, no matter what danger arises, my brother will always protect me first. He is the best brother in the world." He struggled to stop the bleeding from his chest wound with his hand and said, "Hey, mister, your sister actually knows how to be grateful. So why did not she even say thank you when she came to you?" Each drop of plasma slowly fell onto the cold ground, accompanied by deliberately sharp words. "Is this all the skill a holy technician has?" Uncle Van was about to protest again, but Uncle Yi grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Xiao Van has never had such a good sister, and feeling upset, that is why he is speaking so wildly here. The two brothers continued their act of one throwing and the other catching, and although Lin Feng did save Tiu Van, this could be a bitter ploy. This is a typical mindset of wanting something but not getting it, denying its value. True. Absolutely right. Which made Lin Feng mutter angrily. He. He was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. Speaking nonsense. Saying I am against you. Aha, how could I be against you? Then from overexertion he temporarily lost consciousness, his eyes completely white and vacant like an empty shell. The moment Lin Feng's body lost balance and fell, the wooden stake pierced through his abdomen, anchoring him firmly in midair. Dark red blood stained the steel bar as he slowly slid down with the momentum. Uncle Nija stared wide-eyed, witnessing the entire scene unfold from beginning to end. His hand gently pressed Uncle Van's head against his chest to protect her from psychological trauma. A weak voice suddenly came through again. "Uncle Nee, do not dawdle, save me quickly. I have not logged out yet. Do not just stand there like a stump." He only responded with another taunt. "Them Lin Feng, being so badly injured and still able to speak, it seems your wounds are not that serious." Then he calmly questioned Lin Feng's unusual behavior, saying that compared to you, he was even more curious why you showed up at his house, especially since it happened to be right when Chu Van was ambushed. He did not bother to say a word, memories flooding back like a rewind of a film. "Do you know there is a trend lately called the path of recalling heroes?" "What is that?" Jia Lin Feng heard the news from lively discussions and went to visit the old residence of a powerful figure to feel the traces of their growth. "If we could learn even a little, would not our strength increase?" "What the hell? Do not lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Many people have been going there recently." He coughed repeatedly while making up some excuse. Cough, cough, cough. "Can't just pass by. Do you really think the whole world is like you? Everywhere you go, there will be people flattering you." But deep down he thought the reason for such embarrassment was definitely something he could not say. Chu Van suddenly felt extremely panicked as Chu Mai's body grew heavy. "Brother, what is wrong with you?" He looked pale and weak from his failing strength, but still managed to leave a final comforting message. Sorry for scaring you. Her arm was covered with golden veins and even oozed a thick, viscous substance. She called out to him in a trembling voice. Brother. Piercing sound shattered the deadly silence as they saw Chu Noon lying motionless, his body covered in countless wounds. Chu Van was terrified, hurriedly covering her sobs, tears welling up and slowly streaming down her cheeks. In her extreme panic, she grabbed the nearby phone like a lifeline, her voice trembling. What should I do now? Chu Van was just on the phone, tears streaming down relentlessly, pleading, Brother, do not scare me. Please answer the call quickly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, accompanied by loud teasing laughter that made Chu Van even more panicked. Chu Ni, this room of yours is even more chaotic than a battlefield. It turns out the person who just arrived was Vong Hai, who stepped forward, snatched the phone still in Chu Van's hand, and reassured her, do not worry, I will handle it. Just then, Sun Nian rushed in from outside, calling out loudly, Brother Chu Yuni. She quickly helped him up and handed him a strange blue liquid, anxiously saying, Brother Chu Yuni, take this quickly. It will make you feel better. Vong Hai was far from idle, swiftly using his hands to channel energy to heal Chu Ming, while constantly scolding him, saying the kid really knows how to torment himself. Just after pulling him out of the gate of hell, he had no magic shield to protect him. Yet surviving the time-space chaos was nothing short of a miracle. I am not a healer type. I can only barely help you manage the wounds. After a strenuous effort to treat him, Chu Yuni finally woke up, looking confused at the people in front of him and wondering why the teacher and Sun Nian were already here. Vong Hai frowned, clearly showing his discomfort, and spoke up. The Void Beast knew that when he traveled through the chaotic time stream he was seriously injured, and after bringing him here, it quickly came to find him. At that time, I was still with Sun Nian and followed him here. This breath is just like that on the cultists in Longfeng district. But they did not come looking for you, they ambushed Chu Van instead. I guess they do not know what happened in Longfeng. They just want to take it out on Chu Van because you showed your face. Vong Hai urgently reported that the military had secretly launched a nationwide purge against the Holy Spirit sect, with the enemy operating in the shadows while they act openly, so they could no longer stay here. They needed to go immediately to the Chu family's house, and Chu Ni fully agreed, saying to go to Chu family and take this chance to bring Tu Van home where she would be safe. Though feeling a bit uneasy, Vong Hai was still worried about Chu Yi's wound, and said that he was too badly injured to use any teleportation method now. The only option was to take the nearby grade-safe airship back to the Chu family, which was armed and secure. Within 48 hours, you can reach Chu Gia's territory, and I will inform Chu Gia's people to go to the airship port to pick you up. So Nen immediately replied, I will go too. This time I have to protect Chu Mi. While everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey! Vong Hai seemed to notice that strange sound too, so he spoke regretfully while looking around carefully, saying we do not know how deeply the spirit sect has infiltrated, so your trip must be disguised as ordinary tourists. The less conspicuous the better. And then that weird sound rang out again. Hey! At that moment, Vong Hai's gaze finally settled on the damp corner where a figure was curled up, crying out pitifully. Hey! Can't you see me? Am I lost? Have I become invisible? Do you see me as nothing but air? I am hurt too. Vong Hai stepped forward to observe the person once more before laughing heartily and saying, Look at my little memory here. Come on. Let me check your wound. Aren't you the kid that Chun Yu Hai defeated in the freshman match? Len Feng laughed awkwardly upon hearing this. Thank you, Principal, for your concern. Before long at the Teen Kong Pier, Chun Yi was seated in his familiar carriage, accompanied by Chu Van, So Mian, and the strange man they had just met. Seeing Chu Yun naturally take that seat, Lin Feng immediately showed clear dissatisfaction. Luckily you objected. I protested. On what grounds does he ride a disguised carriage like a noble son, making a specialist with the Yanlong bloodline like me serve him? Not a chance. So Mingyan looked straight into them Lin Feng's eyes and said coldly, one more word and there will be more risk. I originally did not want to take you along if you had not caused trouble. Hearing this, them Lin Feng immediately jumped up, his voice full of resentment. The principal was urgently summoned and gave me a special order to participate in this operation. She thought I wanted to be sure, as I am a true descendant of the Yanlong bloodline. Just as he said this, Uncle Van suddenly interrupted him excitedly. The spaceship has arrived. A thick fog covered the front, completely blocking the view. After quite some time, the fog gradually cleared, revealing the scene behind. Before their eyes was a massive spaceship. Beyond all imagination, from the ship, a golden tentacle slowly descended to the ground, shimmering like a silk ribbon. As soon as he saw it, Uncle Van was overjoyed and rushed forward, almost shouting with excitement. It is a giant flying octopus. Hello, octopus. She was thrilled, her eyes shining brightly as she pointed ahead. Excitedly, she said to Trung Ni, Brother, look, the tentacles are still glowing. Upon hearing this, So Nin immediately explained calmly, that light is magical energy charging. The spaceship stopped here because it is charging. It can only take off once it is fully charged. Moreover, These tentacles have additional functions. They serve as stairs for passengers, transform into protective shields in battle, and can even fire magic energy cannons. In the blink of an eye, they stepped onto the spaceship, entering a luxurious world filled with overwhelming splendor. At that moment, the speaker blared a golden urgent announcement. Passengers, please pay attention. The boarding gate will close immediately. Please, those who have not yet checked their tickets, hurry to do so. Seeing Chunei's complexion looked unwell, so Neen worried his injury had flared up and quickly supported his arm, asking kindly, Chunei, do you want to go back to your room to rest? Operating the spaceship can cause some discomfort, but the room has a specialized protective formation. Hearing those caring words, Chunei's lips curved into a slight smile as he teasingly joked with Sony, wondering if she wanted to treat him like a spoiled child. She blushed and stammered, saying she did not mean that. She was just afraid he would feel uncomfortable. Chunei seemed unwilling to let it go and continued, on this journey, you worried I would be hungry, then worried I would get sunburned, and even forced me to take medicine. Chunei looked straight into Sonian's eyes, his tone gentle but firm. I know my condition well, you do not need to worry so much. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view, a girl in unique clothing approaching with bright eyes, exclaiming, so beautiful. Without hesitation, she reached out to stroke Chunei's face, softly saying, look at this skin, even whiter than snow. Her eyes revealed a mix of desire and pity, both infatuated and sorrowful, as she coaxed, follow me, and I will bring the best pastor to heal your crippled body. Hearing those words, all three people accompanying Chunei were shocked, disbelief clearly showing on their faces. The novice quickly regained composure, her eyes flashing with anger, and immediately rushed toward the woman at an incredible speed. Furious at that ridiculous act, the young woman nearly shouted, her eyes blazing fire, pulling her dirty hand away and threatening to cut it off. The elegant woman looked at her well-cared-for hands and sighed softly. Full of sorrow, she smirked, her tone teasing. The little bodyguard really made a move. I just wanted to invite the young master for a drink and chat. But her mistress has not even spoken yet. What is she in such a hurry for? Oh my. Young master. Could it be that the guard is your lover? The maid clenched her teeth, her face pale and tense, seemingly ready to tear her apart. No wonder. I just touched you a little, and her gaze looked like she wanted to devour me alive. Sister, if you like men, just say it straight. I know this feeling best. When Sonan was about to lose control and attack again, Trung-Yi quickly grabbed her hand and softly called out, Sonan. He glanced at the warning sign hanging solemnly ahead, then gently reminded her that she was provoking you, so do not fall for it, because the sign clearly states that fighting is strictly prohibited on the ship, and anyone who breaks this rule will be imprisoned in the lowest deck of the ship. After calming Sonan, he turned to the flashy woman and gave a polite smile, saying if she liked to play, just go to the third-class cabin, where the entertainment suits you better. As for me, I am afraid I can't handle your enthusiasm. Though polite on the surface, he was constantly on guard against the woman before him, deliberately speaking casually to conceal his true feelings. She is still watching the four of us, and her intentions are definitely not as simple as just playing around. The woman dressed gaudily has her own thoughts. Third-class ship compartments are filled with unskilled laborers. Is she trying to humiliate herself by associating with such lowly, dirty people? Thinking that, she immediately spoke up, the young master sure knows how to ruin the scenery, leaving me no grace at all. Before disappearing from sight, she did not forget to issue a warning. Everyone calls me Lady Hong. There is nothing in this world that I cannot obtain, and before long, you will willingly serve me. Wherever the Lady Hong sets foot, the staff bow respectfully and flatter her. The young lady was about to say something to Chung-Ni, but he quickly interrupted her and turned to ask them Lin Feng instead. The bracelet on her wrist looks strange, and there is still a bit of moisture on it. Have you ever seen that before? Upon hearing that, Them Lin Feng immediately replied that he had seen it before, and that it was the symbol of the Mermaid Trade Association. Them Lin Feng also added with his extensive knowledge that any newcomer passing through the province each year surely knows that the Mermaid Trade Association is a wealthy financial conglomerate recently established in Jiangbak. On the surface, they run a legitimate business, but behind the scenes, they engage in illegal activities, such as targeting individuals with special bloodlines who are also exceptionally beautiful. They capture these unfortunate people to be used as playthings and sold. If they are not raised in the mansions of perverse nobles, they are tortured to death in brutal transactions. The woman who calls herself Madame Hong is probably a mid-level leader of the Mermaid Trade Association, with a fairly high rank. I have heard that the boss of the Mermaid Trade Association in Sky Eye has complicated connections, and even my father warned me not to provoke them, lightly avoid them if possible. As for the words he keeps to himself. Moreover, the head of the Tianlin Mermaid Trade Association and the Tianlin Chu family had a conflict 3 years ago, with the Chu family losing badly. Them Lang Feng felt torn inside, a worry rising should he tell Chuna about this. After hearing Them Lang Feng's heartfelt words, Chuna pondered deeply, trying to piece together the scattered events. Turned out that the Red Madam's harsh words and her anger towards Sonian were meant to test the trump card. Judging the value of the goods, among the four of us, Chuvan is the weakest. If we want to catch Chuvan, That will be the best breakthrough point. After a moment of silence, Chuni finally spoke up and suggested them Line Feng stay on the boat for 2 days. Can you stay close to Chu Van and protect her? Meanwhile, the spaceship glides in absolute silence, as if passing through an endless silk of the galaxy. A cleaning staff member was pushing a cart, slowly walking down the hotel corridor. Right behind her silhouette, a blazing red light suddenly flared up. Tearing through the darkness, a strange beam of light suddenly pierced straight into So Nian and Chu Van's cramped bedroom, the eerie glow illuminating the entire room. Next, the eerie light found its way to them Line Feng's room. The crimson glow, like flowing blood, gradually swallowed every corner of the room. It turned out the intruder was Lady Hong. Her eyes scanned each person like a venomous spider eyeing its plump prey. Young master, I have arrived. Her greedy eyes stopped first on Chu Van. Sun has already identified someone with demon bloodline, which is very rare. They can be sold for a lot of money. Next, Madame Hong looked at So Nian, another young lady who was also a rare beauty. Then, Madame Hong approached them Line Feng. Her hand did not hesitate to probe his abs, and then made a crude judgment. This kid may look ordinary, but his body is strong enough to work in the mines for 10 years. Those words were like a bucket of cold water thrown straight in them Line Feng's face, making him feel utterly humiliated. His anger exploded. Your whole family has very ordinary looks. Right after hurling a vicious insult, he swung his leg hard and kicked Lady Hong's stomach. Witnessing them Lin Feng's fierce reaction, she smirked coldly, clearly showing disdain. The anger inside them Lin Feng was still boiling, showing no signs of cooling down, and he charged forward again. Foolish. Who did you say has an ordinary appearance? So neither of them backed down. They charged into a tense head-on clash. At that very moment, a strange streak of light suddenly burst forth, tearing through the night. Them Line Feng gritted his teeth fiercely, his burning anger driving him to press the attack relentlessly. Lady Hong swiftly dodged the deadly strikes, unaccustomed to using her soft silk ribbon to tightly bind her opponent, while So Nian had already regained consciousness and joined the fight. Suddenly, a wild boar appeared out of nowhere and charged at Madame Hong. As soon as the battle began, its snout was tightly wrapped by her silk ribbon, causing So Nian to scream in panic. Little Koi. Cornered, Lady Hong finally realized the truth and bitterly exclaimed, "Fine. So you were all deceiving me." Her cold eyes watched the enemy clutching the flames tightly, and she whispered softly, "Bloodline of the fiery dragon." Then her sharp gaze shifted to So Nian and Tiu Koi, a slight smirk on her lips. "Bloodline of enchantment. It seems they are not simple beyond their beauty." Just then, Chu Van Ju Chu Muni entered, bowing respectfully to Lady Hong, thanking her for the props. "Only by disabling the security system of the device so it can't detect any movement inside can we take action." However, this does not seem to bother the lady in red. Instead, she smirks and scoffs. "So what if you act a kid whose mouth still smells of milk? Today I will show you what real pressure is." Without giving Madame Hong a chance to react, them Line Feng immediately lunged forward at an incredible speed. Originally not someone easily bullied, and upon realizing she was being used, she became extremely furious. Lady Hong gritted her teeth fiercely, her bloodline power restored to its original form, attacking the red-haired cripple, warning the others not to get hurt. Line Feng threw a blazing punch at her, growling that she was bullying him too much. Unfortunately, all he hit was a thin silk ribbon that quickly vanished, causing his punch to miss completely. Just a moment later, the silk ribbon suddenly formed into a figure, silently appearing behind him, ready for a deadly counterattack. A powerful and forceful attack was launched straight at them Line Feng with tremendous strength. Seizing the opportunity, So Nian immediately launched a rapid assault toward Madame Hong, striking with a flurry of phantom blows. But unexpectedly, as she got close, the silk threads tightened around her, binding her so tightly she could not move. Her entire body, from limbs to torso, was wrapped in white silk strips like a cocoon, leaving no gap to escape. Not the slightest hesitation, the Lady Hong let out a mocking laugh, her eyes full of ridicule for So Nian, the little beauty, savoring how the silk threads clung to her, as the silk puppet raised its sharp threads, ready to attack So Nian from afar. She desperately thought she had exhausted every way to fight back. A deadly strike landed heavily on So Nian's fragile back. Madame Hong turned her gaze to Chunai, folding her arms with a smug expression, eagerly waiting to watch the show. "Young master, do you still have any way out? Use it quickly, or I won't wait. This time you have crossed me, and I will turn you into a specimen." Chuni tried to keep his voice calm, analyzing every detail carefully, because he knew he was the last hope for both of them. Every time the silk doll attacks, forces So Nian to use magic to defend, and if this continues, her magic will be quickly depleted. The tool the master gave can definitely disrupt the space created by Lady Hong, but using it will cause the entire cabin to be blown apart. If the security team is ineffective, they will definitely rush over in droves, so it is better to wait until she gets a bit closer and then trap her with another device for greater safety. Meanwhile, So Nian is struggling to withstand the brutal attacks from the silk puppets. Without hesitation, her eyes flared a deep red, as if a hidden power was rising fiercely. The maiden's hand reached out, accompanied by a mystical pink smoke, and she kept whispering, "Do not resist anymore, quickly use my power." So Nian gasped, each heavy breath a warning to back off, but seeing this, Lady Hong not only remained unshaken but stepped forward, her tone full of sarcasm. Why all this fuss over me? I am who I am, and you are who you are. Besides, think about Chunina, he is still badly injured right now. Them Lin Feng is just a useless blowhard, and you are the only one who can protect him. How can you be so selfish, not even caring about Chunia's life? So Nin struggled to speak as Lady Hong gripped her neck tightly. No, the more she sees you like this, the more she tries to convince you. Chuini once risked his life for you, and now he is trapped. Are you really helpless? Look at him, he can't even stand. Yet you want to protect him. She sneered with contempt and spoke cruelly. But what about him? He can't even escape these old silk threads. So what right does he have to protect him? To give up control and let the true demonic power loose. On the other side, Chumi silently activated the treasure, the item in his hand glowing with mystical light. Suddenly, a blinding explosion shattered the silence that enveloped the space. Silk threads were thrown into the air, and at the same time, a bizarre laugh echoed everywhere. A familiar figure approached, carrying the innocent beauty of So Nian mixed with the allure of Madame Hong, smiling gracefully as she spoke. Chuni, long time no see. Chuni was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, then suddenly realized the girl before him was her, the strange breath that had always been inside So Nian. Even Lady Hong could not hide the shock clearly shown on her face. The pure demon spirit, her eyes flashed with desire, a twisted smile spreading across her lips, an absolute masterpiece. This is truly a masterpiece. Chuni was still stunned, unable to fully grasp what was happening before his eyes. Them Linfeng also stared at So Nian in a daze, her new beauty and power captivating him completely. The author and the little champion were completely silent. Witnessing this extraordinary scene left them speechless. After fully mastering her new power, Suran spoke coldly. So you are the one who wanted to harm Chumi, just a level 30 champion mage. She decisively exposed Lady Hong's rank as a master of errors. Level 30, Lady Hong immediately retorted arrogantly, saying it was just a demon bloodline and that she really thought she could rebel. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed countless sharp silk ribbons to attack Suran, the demon specimen at the Mermaid Trade Association, enough to fill an entire cold storage. Seeing Suran in a disadvantageous position, Chun-Yi could not hold back his worry and shouted, Suran. In response, So Nian barely parted her lips, flashing a fierce smile. Her hand gently but decisively touched the rushing silk ribbons, a gesture full of confidence. Her slender legs, full of agile energy, tore the soft silk strips into pieces. So Nian swung her hand while speaking with disdain, the contempt of a young insect in her heart. Witnessing the terrifying power erupting from her opponent, Madame Hong seemed to realize something. This was a domain. More precisely, what she was witnessing was the demonic domain. Tuian, the innate skill of a pure-blooded demon in the domain, weakens all of the enemy's combat abilities in multiple ways. Trung Ni stood silently to the side, his eyes showing utter astonishment as he sensed that Tu Nian's breath was now 10 times stronger than before. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Lady Hong desperately unleashed countless silk dolls to block the opponent. On So Nian's delicate face, there was not a trace of panic as she calmly raised her jade-like hand, making a gesture as if controlling something invisible. The moment Madame Hong sensed disaster was about to strike, a terrifying force surged up from the ground, throwing her aside. A giant stone hand suddenly appeared, gripping her throat tightly. The hand squeezed so tightly that Lady Hong's face kept turning red, and with it, more and more fragments of old memories appeared in her mind. After a moment, she weakly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and said, What have you done to me? With a gleam of delight in her eyes as she watched the downtrodden figure of Lady Hong, Sonan mocked aloud, reminding her of her youth and how charming she once was. This is what terrifies others, haunting memories that drain life and distort fragments of negative memories, creating a mental assault on the target. In utter despair, Lady Hong nearly went mad, crying out as she searched for memories and mental seals. Destroying my brain, unable to resist the mental torment any longer, she screamed wildly, pretending to be deaf. What nonsense is this? Thinking that a pure-blooded demon truly lives up to being a monster among monsters. If the boy you care about knew your true face. Hearing those cruel words, I was not at all right, and even wanted to end this game quickly with the next move, the death robe, demon sword technique. A sinister energy suddenly surged, spreading and trapping Lady Hong in an invisible cage. Her face paled, eyes wide with terror, revealing utter shock. Seeing the opponent's terrified expression, Sonen could not help but let out a mocking laugh full of delight. Sonen heard Lady Hong's meaningless provocations as nothing more than cheap jokes, cutting off any retorts. No matter how many words you use to provoke me, it won't change anything once I say it is decided. It is final. Speaking sharply, the novice stern expression clear on their face, wanting to speed up the process and coldly ordering, Finish it. The power unleashed by the novice grew increasingly fierce, overwhelming everything around it, causing them to shake and gradually shatter into pieces. And then, on the face of Lady Hong, the traces of time began to etch themselves, with youthful features fading in many places, replaced by wrinkles. In an instant, her skin cracked like an ancient porcelain statue about to shatter. Looking lifeless and broken, it turned out the one who fell was just a pawn sacrificed by the madam, who calmly sat there leisurely smoking her pipe, exhaling smoke softly. She idly twisted the bottle to ease the fatigue creeping in, then murmured softly, somewhat intrigued, demon. Fire Dragon. Chu family. Her gaze swept over the newcomers, sparking a thought in the Red Lady. Could this be connected to Chu Rathian land? Thang Chamgam raised her voice to order her subordinates, informing the elder that she would personally select this year as tribute. On the other side, Sonan remained calm, her sweet voice deliberately drawn out, addressing Chu Mini. Chu Van noticed something unusual and wanted to move forward immediately, but Neem, sensing something was wrong, quickly stopped her, saying not to go over there because she was very dangerous now. The newcomer, with a strange appearance, stubbornly clung to Chunini, who had already agreed to come find me. The child has been waiting for you a long time, Chumi, but he seemed not to hear, his eyes still indifferent as he softly asked. Since when? The woman approached, signaling him to be quiet, then gently interrupted Chuing. Like that you will remember. Right. A fleeting memory flashed through Chuni's mind about his closeness with Sonan, the image of their kiss clear as day. He suddenly realized it was her. The one who stayed by his side in the moment he was on the brink of death. Chuni was stunned, his eyes fixed on the figure before him. Stammering. It was you who held on to your last breath for me, allowing me to resist the forbidden spell that controlled the void beast. Upon hearing this, Sonan's eyes sparkled with joy as she smiled brightly, saying, Chuni, you remember me now? How wonderful. Them Linfeng suddenly charged from behind, his overwhelming presence like a storm ready to crush the intruder. Roaring angrily, release Chumi, immediately. Sonan counterattacked with a heavy punch. Her eyes flashed with a cold sharpness as she fixed them Linfeng with a piercing gaze. Warning him, Tuvium Long, hold back like that, we are teammates. Even though he was hit until dizzy, Them Linfeng still tried to endure, responding with a bitter and resentful attitude, dropping the pretense in front of me. He was clearly not Kyung Sonan, yet he also possessed the power of the bloodline. He thought I did not know he was a two-star monster. In the midst of their argument, he suddenly froze, his eyes blank as if witnessing something horrifying. He watched in terror as the rookie raised a fist filled with destructive power, ready to strike him down, her voice cold with fury. There are rumors that I will pull out your tongue to use as bait for a feast. Zongyi panicked and shouted loudly, wait a moment. Fortunately, Them Linfeng narrowly avoided that vicious attack. The novice seemed determined not to let Them Linfeng go, chasing him at a terrifying speed. This time, he took the hit, his body flying back, face twisted in extreme pain. Seeing that the woman could not control herself and grabbed his hair, Them Linfeng sneered, did I make you angry? Monster. Trung Yi watched them in shock, unable to control himself. The woman vented her anger with a series of punches to Them Linfeng's face, leaving him completely unable to fight back. Her eyes locked onto him like a predator stalking its prey, relentless and merciless. Her hand gripped tighter, twisting Them Linfeng's hair. The novice glanced at the strange thing lurking behind him, unable to hide her unease. This scratch barely even hurt Madame Hong's skin. Yet you still want to hurt me? Yenlong remains as arrogant and reckless as ever. From behind, Trung Yugi shouted loudly while forcefully throwing something he was holding forward. Stopping the attack, a ring of golden light suddenly flared up, representing a sacred shield that can be recharged without consuming mana. In an instant, it unleashed holy power to block magic and physical attacks, but after one use, it needs to be recharged. Originating from the headmaster's royal jade tablet, Trung Yugi struggled to get up from the ambulance, his tone incredibly gentle, almost like a vaccine, quietly urging not to let him get hurt. Wiping away the fresh blood still at the corner of his mouth, Them Linfeng slightly furrowed his brows, his voice carrying an urgent reminder to Trung Yi, I did it all to save you. If you fall under the demon's spell, the mission given to me by the demon principle will fail. I am telling you, he is not the Kyung Sonan you know. It is a consciousness mixed into the bloodline that dominates. If he does not disappear, the real Kong Sonan's life will be in danger. Unexpectedly, the girl in front of them immediately confessed without hesitation. Yes, I am not Kyung Sonan. A useless person like her can't even protect herself, begging me to go out and save you, crying like a dog. Like that. Hearing those poisonous words, Trung Yingi gritted his teeth, gripping her wrist tightly, his voice firm as he silenced her. More than anyone, his heart understood Sonan better than anyone else. Trung Yingi growled, she only revealed the power of her bloodline to save me, and she had the right to mock me. You must not humiliate her. Tunan is the strongest girl I have ever met, and I support and understand all her choices. After those heartfelt words, Trung Yi slowly released her hand, his eyes filled with complexity. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once in the rookie battle arena, and just now if I can, I will repay you 3 times over. But can you let Tunan come back? Without hesitation, Trung Yi earnestly expressed his heartfelt wish, saying, tell me how she can return to where she needs to be. Hearing him say that, the girl paused thoughtfully for a moment, then spoke softly. You, the lucky boy. Unexpectedly, Sonin gave Trung Yi a gentle kiss on the cheek, saying this is the first time he has repaid me, and Them Linfeng, witnessing the scene, quickly covered Uncle Van's poetic eyes. At that moment, she gradually faded into nothingness, but before completely disappearing, a cold voice echoed, directed at Trung Yi, saying the price for exchanging herself was too great for her to pay. Hearing this, Trung Yugi furrowed his brow, a vague worry rising in his heart. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him, but this price was truly strange. After a moment, So Nian, with her expression back to normal, was safely in Trungi's arms. He held her close and whispered, "Themline Fong." Hearing his name, Themline Fong was startled and said, "What is going on?" Can't you see the face of the old man about to be destroyed is trembling? Follow the assassins and form a team. Sooner or later, I will be tricked into the crematorium. Trung Yi paid little attention to the man's disgruntled attitude and continued, "What exactly is this mixed bloodline consciousness you mentioned?" Themline Fong adjusted his severed shoulder and replied, "I am not exactly sure, but my master said that a high-level bloodline is like a sealed ancient demon. If the host is strong, it restrains it, but if the host is weak, it becomes a demonic usurper." This term sounded very strange to Trung Ni. Soul Snatcher. Themline Fong confirmed without hesitation, "Yes. Soul Snatcher. Otherwise, why do you think Kyung Sonen turned into a different person? Some speculate that this mixed consciousness is a second personality gone mad, while others say there is a hidden remnant soul of an ancient ancestor in the bloodline, seizing the chance to take over the reincarnated body." As Trung Ningyi gently laid Sonen on the bed, Themline Fong continued explaining that the situation was hard to define, but it was certain that repeatedly using bloodline power beyond one's level would either drive a person insane or transform them into someone else. And there was even a possibility that the conflicting powers within the body would torment it to death. Hearing this information made Trung feel confused. With the current knowledge he had, the price for asking for her help was at least giving up control over his body. He pondered before continuing Themline Fong's explanation. That is why she has not been focused lately, because she could not suppress the conflicting consciousness. Still, Trung Yigi wanted to ask Themline Fong if he knew any way to resolve the conflicting consciousness, and the answer, based on the data, was that if he did, he would have acted already. But suddenly, Chuvan standing behind him asked, "Brother, you definitely know how to save Sister Nun, right?" Her words left Themline Fong unsure of what to do. "I do not know either," pressed by his two cousins' relentless questioning. Themline Fong felt his head spinning with frustration as he turned to Chu Rai and asked the captain, "Those old men have lived half their lives and have not encountered anything strange yet. Moreover, if Chu Ra can't handle it, then go to Kuang Ra. Kuang Ra has a big family and big influence. This little problem of hers can be solved in a minute." At the same time, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from outside. Approaching quickly, a security team from the spaceship, looking urgent, quickly ran toward the scene of the dispute. As soon as they arrived, they barged in, their voices stern, asking who was still fighting here and disrupting the order of the Sky Void Station. "The guard is too powerful. You would better tell me the truth. Thean Kong Hiu is not a place where you rich kids can do whatever you want." Chuni and Chuvan both remained silent, as no one knew how to respond properly. Both of them simultaneously pointed at Themline Fong, a thought flashing through their minds. The one chosen to take the blame was him. As soon as the words left their mouths, the guards rushed in and dragged him away. Themline Fong struggled and screamed, "I am innocent. Do you have any conscience?" In the lower level of Thean Kong prison, Themline Fong cried without tears, "I am so wronged. What right does Kuang So Nien have to make me take the blame? Just wait until I get out. I will take apart her wheelchair too." Time passed quietly, and finally the familiar announcement sounded. "Thean Kong Station has arrived at Thean Kong Harbor. Passengers please line up in an orderly manner." The person arrested a few days ago now stands before everyone looking completely humbled, clearly someone who paid a large sum to be released. Themline Fong glanced at the people below and said to Chu Ni, "Chu Hang is after all a well-known figure in the Chu family. Yet he was sent to pick you up. Your reputation must be quite significant." Indeed, a few people were already waiting down at the dock, and a young girl enthusiastically waved to greet them. Noticing Hugh Bak's overexcitement, Chu Hang quickly reminded him, "Calm down, Hugh Bak. Be humble." The head of the royal family said this matter is top secret and must not be discovered by others, and when reminded, Hugh Bak immediately replied, "Understood." As the figure stepping off the boat became clearer, Chu Hang stepped forward to greet with a warm smile, saying, "Finally, you are here. Ananie, come on, get in the car and rest first." Hearing Chu Hang's familiar call, Chu Ni was a bit surprised, awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Ananie, are we really that close? Sorry to bother you." Very quickly, the luxury car began to roll at a very fast speed. Behind it, only a thick cloud of dust remained, gradually fading into the valley. Madame Hong never expected to be chased all the way here, a gleam of greed flashing in her eyes as she muttered to herself. Chu Ni, the top freshman at Tahang University and the direct disciple of Wong Hai, had secretly hidden such a genius. If I could use him, my status in the trade association would definitely rise a level. The rookie carefully observed the scene inside and immediately recognized the item, quietly exclaiming, "This is an Esther-grade ice spider talisman." Chu Hang laughed out loud upon hearing this. Miss Kong truly has a keen eye. What Principal Vong said can only be spoken within this protective shield, as it blocks all mental eavesdropping. Chuni replied politely, but Chu Hang waved his hand dismissively, saying it was nothing and that it was only right. Another hand of his kept signaling to the person beside him as if to say, "Su Bei, do not be so slow. Take action." Receiving the signal, she immediately turned to Chu Van with a smile and said, Xiao Van, I am your cousin, Chu Spei. This is a gift for our first meeting. I hope you will like it. Chu Hang sat quietly on the side observing the calculations. Although Chu Ni did not want to take on the secret cold system profession, allowing Chu Van to cultivate in Chu Ra was a good sign. As long as she is appeased, Chu Ni will naturally be swayed. And Chu Van politely thanked her cousin for the gift, seeing Chu Vanis as genuine happiness when opening the present. Chu Hang could not help but feel pleased. Her mind filled with deep calculations about Chu Mei's outstanding talent and potential, with Principal Vong Hai and the Thian Vu Guild backing him. If he can regularly come to support the family, Chu Ra will definitely be able to return to the peak of power alongside Chu Ning. He did not want to waste time on meaningless pleasantries and got straight to the point, his voice low but full of authority. Think about it. I once mentioned that the power of the Chu family is mainly divided between the clan chief and the elder council, with the clan chief radiating authority like a feather tower. The clan chief also holds the inheritance of the inner sect and the core essence, while the elder council is led by the third elder Chu Fong, overseeing the outer sect disciples' cultivation of core essence. The elder clan chief and the council elders often clash, and the elder clan chief is wary of others coveting your talent. He lowered his voice, his expression serious, saying that any support for you can only be discussed with me and understood clearly. The secret path we took was unknown even to the guards on watch. After hearing this, Chuni just sneered and bluntly replied, "It is a waste of effort." When asked what the ice dragon abyss that the master mentioned was like, Chu Hang quickly answered, "It is the Chu family's ancestral ground, where Song Nai is buried." Not stopping there, he continued proudly, "Our ancestor in his youth at the northern ice plain once encountered an ice dragon named Suong Nao whose entire body was harder than black iron and whose breath could turn the entire glacier into water. The ancestor spent a year fighting it in the glacier, battling 49 times, and finally used his own blood to sign a contract, taming it to become a mount. Then when the demons attacked, Songna followed the ancestor forward. In the final battle against the snow demons, Suongna used its dragon body to block the entrance so the clan could retreat. By the time the ancestor returned with reinforcements, Songna's body had died, but its soul remained. But this was a difficult problem. The ancestor feared its soul would dissipate, so he used the dragon mark sword to carve a sealing spell, sealing Suongna's soul inside its own dragon body. The ancestor originally planned to find a way to revive it and then rescue Suongna. But no one knew that in the chaos that followed, the ancestor's whereabouts became unknown. After that, Songnehas's body and soul transformed into the secret realm. The conversation in the carriage continued until the wheels crushed the first thin layer of ice, signaling that the carriage had entered the snow-covered path. Chuhang continued slowly, his eyes distant. The current ice dragon abyss has outer walls made of Songnehas's dragon scales. Ice pillars in the center formed from its frost, and the ice lake is its blood. The secret realm is divided into 3 gates, and every descendant of Chu can enter the ice dragon abyss to face the challenges. If you can reach the central area or the 3rd level, you can directly enter the inner gate. Hearing this, Uncle Lee immediately interrupted, asking if Songnya's soul now actively inspects the human tribe. Hearing this question from him, Uncle Hang answered without hesitation. Of course, in previous years, every descendant of Uncle Ra could enter the Ice Dragon Abyss for training, but the concentration of the Ice bloodline was insufficient, so most of my descendants could only enter the outer part of the Ice Dragon Abyss. When I entered the 3rd level at 30, I was struck by the remnant soul of Suongna, breaking 3 of my frost ribs before being thrown out. After the wounds healed, the bloodline concentration directly increased by 15%. Uncle Hang also explained to Uncle Ni in more detail that as long as one could enter the 3rd level, they would definitely gain tremendous benefits. But it also came with risks. Song Hao was unaware of your bloodline. A few years ago, a 3rd rank elder entered the 3rd layer and was immediately frozen into an ice pillar by Suong Nehas dragon breath. Chu Hang carefully advised that if you want to subdue the remnants, you need to reach the 3rd layer escape where Suong Nehas remnants reside. We need to draw on the life-risking power of the old ancestor from back then to make Suong Neha bow. The elder's face was full of thought as he replied thoughtfully, "I understand." Uncle Hang continued to ask Han when he planned to enter the Ice Dragon Abyss, since his body was not feeling well now. There was a secret base near the Ice Dragon Abyss where he could rest temporarily. Uncle Lee did not rush to answer. He silently observed the system panel, the state of the Dry Divine Relic. All attributes would return in less than 10 days, with a countdown of 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Chuni silently calculated in his mind. The time was just right. The car stopped somewhere, and Chuni calmly said, "No need. Now we can enter the Ice Dragon Abyss." He and the others got off the vehicle. The cold air enveloped everything. So Ran approached Chu Mi, deeply worried for him. She shyly made a suggestion. "Brother Chu Yuni, can I go with you?" Chuni politely declined, asking her to wait outside and trust him. After saying that, he turned to Lin Feng, who understood his meaning without waiting for Chu Nai to speak. "All right, I got it. I will take good care of this little guy." Chu Ni looked at Chu Hang, not forgetting to thank him. "Thank you, Chu Hang." Then he walked alone, solemnly preparing for what was to come. System notification. The innate Dry Divine Relic synthesis is recovering all attributes. Name Chu Yu. Profession, Talent Decision Maker. Rank level 30, 12,000 out of 1 million. The faint shape of a sword gradually appears in Chu Ni's hand. It is called the Blessing Weapon. The blessing of Li Min, the grace of the gods. Chuani held the sword firmly in his hand. He walked confidently, radiating a powerful aura. In this place, butterflies flutter around a block of ice, wrapped around which is a serpent-like monster with blue scales, holding a sharp saber in its two hands. Not just one but many of them gathered here, called Ice Serpent Men. Level 25. Golden Aptitude, Skills in Ice and Earth Energy. Group Synergy, an Ice Spear Assault. Chuani had arrived by then, swinging his sword to start. Calmly saying, 10 days without freedom to act, the frost bones are almost gone. The ice serpents rushed to attack as soon as they saw Chuani, fiercely baring their fangs like long-starved beasts. Unafraid, Chuani said with amusement, using you all to warm up a bit, and swiftly cut through several of the ice serpents. His attack was swift, creating a dazzling flash amid the thick dust. But the ice serpents kept charging. Chuani unleashed his final move. Divine Storm, generating a massive vortex that swept all the ice serpents into one spot. On this side, a block of ice is beginning to crack. In the cold snowy space, there is a monster with its head frozen, its twisting form like a dragon slowly moving. It is the Ice Serpent, rank 55. Golden Aptitude, with skills in freezing breath. Ice Barrage. Distortion Field, and the whirlwind of Chuani is slowly closing in on it. Chuani shouted fiercely, his face full of determination, his light punishing. His power flared brightly, constantly engulfing the monster. Its massive body fell behind Chuani, who showed no emotion and walked on calmly. By morning the snow had stopped falling, the space became bright and clearer. Chuani was still here, walking while commenting that this place gave him a familiar feeling. The Void Beast appeared to explain that it was because of the frozen bloodline in your body. Ordinary ice-type professionals who arrive here early have already been frozen. The advisor cheerfully asked, "Long time no see." He expressed his gratitude, saying he had not yet thanked him for calling the master last time. The Void Beast replied bluntly, "Stop tormenting yourself. Consider it thanks to me, if you die before the 1-year promise." The master was displeased, and the two silently stared at each other. Just then, a group of monsters suddenly surrounded them. Chuani and the Void Beast stared at each other. The Void Beast unleashed a move. Void Slash, sending beams of light cutting through the monsters, destroying them all. Knowing that the Void Beast was protecting him, Chuani took the initiative to be friendly and thanked him, but the Void Beast responded coldly, saying it was nothing. Yet the danger was far from over. The monsters from before were not completely destroyed and used their massive bodies to break the ice path. The ice beneath Chuani cracked, and he struggled to keep his balance to avoid falling. Just as it seemed he would fall, he managed to leap onto another drifting ice floe. In this situation, Chuani decided to leap into the abyss, and seeing the scene before him, he wondered this is the ice realm filled with countless figures standing there, holding swords and shields. Seemingly warriors. Laman saw a skeleton wearing a crown, with a blue glow emanating from its skull. It sat there solemn and majestic, seemingly the leader here. Chuani thought, the demon tribe. The ice blocks then all fell down in front of the demon tribe. The skeletons in warrior armor are called Icebone Demons, level 35, of legendary quality, with skills Bone Spear Fury, Ice Prison Cage, and Sea Bone Attack. They are the sea bone marks of the great demon army warriors under the Ice Dragon Frost Claw during the demon invasion era. When there is movement, they awaken, their bodies glowing with a blue light. Chuani stepped out from the ice, and unleashed his power. Using the appraisal technique, and a small circle appeared before him. Assessing the situation, the Void Beast warned that there were at least 200,000 demons, and risking it was equivalent to suicide. Moreover, they have only just reached the second level of the secret realm and need to conserve their strength. The skeletons are currently searching for something, and someone spoke up, warning that someone has infiltrated. Chuani heard this without fear, and unleashed his power. The blessing of the gods, blessing Li Min, as he controlled the dangerous rays in his hands. An incredibly strong aura radiated from him as Chuani confidently said the ice element concentration here was 10 times higher than outside. Enough to bury them. Then he spread his power, the lights flashing across the gloomy sky, and sensing the danger, the leader shouted a warning, urging everyone to stay alert. Using all his strength, he formed a whirlwind, from which a giant hand emerged. That hand pressed down hard on the demon group, crushing them. The snowy mist thickened, and some remaining frost continued to rush forward. Chuani did not stop casting his moves. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, freezing everything. The gathered power quickly formed a vortex, with a dazzling light appearing at its center. From above, countless sharp ice shards sprouted, surrounding the demon tribe group. The elder swung his hand, continuing to control the fierce wind. Suddenly, strong gusts swept up shards of ice. The wind blowing into the demon tribe scattered them into parts, forming whirlwinds that swept away many soul fragments. The leader was furious, calling them petty villains who reveal their true colors. The battle spirit of our tribe will never be extinguished. How could we let ants like you provoke us? The mist then kept pounding against its shield, shattering into strange soul fragments with each strike. On the tall sturdy walls, a row of mist spirits stood emitting a blue light. The elder frowned in confusion, his gaze fixed on the mist spirits as he wondered, what is wrong with them? The ghostly mist suddenly merged into a terrifying, gigantic form, 2 symbiotic skeletal armies of the demon clan. long dead, autonomously developed skills, channeling their power into fallen comrades, resonating life force, and reviving their allies. He was a bit terrified by the massive figure before him and muttered a few words fragments pieced together. Could these bone ghosts really be unkillable? But indeed, there was no confirmation that killing the bone ghosts would increase experience. The large eye in the middle of the two symbiotic skeletons flashed, whispering, "Found it." The young warrior, showing some courage, bravely drew his sword and said, "The legendary rank is not simple, but I do not believe it." His sword raised straight at the symbiotic skeleton. A blinding golden light radiated, making him dizzy. Struggling, he continued, unable to kill the person. On the bone mist tower, the beam of light remained steady, shining evenly like the sun illuminating all the lands combined. The small two-bone creatures began scattering down below as if following orders. They were armored, each wielding a different weapon, the small two-bone bats flying freely over the insect hill. He swung his sword several times, creating a scattered pattern, his gaze remaining serious and cold. The symbiotic two-bone creature watched everything unfold intently. He jumped into the air, landing his feet on the wooden bridge. Swift as a flash, his cold face rushed toward the symbiotic skeleton. He stopped right in front of its huge eyes. He raised his sword, and it suddenly opened its mouth wide as if plotting some secret plan. He did not care what it was doing. He jumped up, raised his sword, determined to kill the symbiotic creature. But suddenly he hesitated, cold sweat starting to drip down. Chun recalled the days gone by. His eyes were sad, tinged with regret, as he gazed blankly at everything around him. The cries nearby kept ringing out. The left wing was about to collapse. Hurry and send reinforcements. Chun walked forward in a daze, and behind him, a tall man was trying to quicken his pace toward him. He walked up and slapped Chunai on the shoulder as he spoke. Chungon braced himself, looking back in confusion. What? Chuine's gaze was drawn to a young man who had been shot with an arrow and was thrown over him by the impact. The loud voice of the big man did not stop, seizing time for the Lord's mansion. A swirling purple-pink vortex appeared to the surprise of everyone around. It was the demon clan's interdimensional portal. The two-boned warriors in armor, holding spike maces, charged down from the vortex. The knights showed no hesitation or fear of hardship, ready to fight as Ndung shouted loudly, "Descendants of the Lord, hear the command. Fight to the death, and absolutely do not let the demon clan escape the borders of Arthean land." A knight was struck by a hammer and flew backward. The large man kept fighting fiercely while speaking, honoring the circle with Thean land. A huge white-green dragon appeared in the sky, his voice still ringing loudly, honoring the circle with Thean land. The dragon opened its mouth, revealing a blue-green shape resembling a jade tablet. It then unleashed that blue light straight onto the ground. Everything returned to how it was, and those around them rejoiced, saying, "Songnha has arrived. We are saved." Songnha, he thought with a gaze mixed with shock and disappointment as he spoke the words in his heart. So is not this just like being back on the battlefield where the demon tribe invaded 100 years ago? Songnha twisted amid the lights radiating around it. It slowly descended to the ground, closely watching the warriors. Suddenly, several swords flew out from somewhere and struck straight into Songnha's belly. It roared in pain and agony. Songnha twisted in pain, causing the sorcerers to scatter in panic. Those in the distance watched in alarm. In the distance, the armored sea bone was swinging its long sword, dozens of meters in length, and with one strike it pierced through several martial artists in a row. Trungin now looked like a wolf, his eyes full of hatred as he shouted, "Demon scum riding the black orb." The armored sea skeleton surged forward and his voice rang out again, "Die." Before reaching its destination, it was bitten on the wing by Songnha, causing the sea skeleton to fall. Holding onto the fruit was useless, so Songnha spat it out without hesitation. It glanced down at the wounds still bleeding from the sword strikes earlier. Songnha's gaze then shifted back up to the sky. A pink whirlpool with a sea bone in the center appeared, revealing a faint face. Songnha stared intently, as if guessing something, and thought, "That breath is from the celestial demon." Its thoughts echoed repeatedly. If they were allowed to enter, the entire Chanlin realm would become a demon abyss, and all living beings would become nourishment for the demon tribe, to protect the lives of all innocent beings. Songnha angrily stomped her foot, shattering the floor into many pieces. Thinking, "No, they must not be allowed to break through. If the demons are willing to stop them." The swirling pool closed the door, releasing a dazzling pink light. Chuni had to shield his eyes with his elbow against the brightness. The force was so strong that the ground collapsed and shattered into pieces. The door flared brightly before gradually narrowing. Everyone waited, staring intently at the door without blinking. After a while, the door faded and then disappeared, and everyone quietly cheered with joy. The teleportation gate was gone. Everyone cheered with joy. The demon clan has been driven back by Lord Songnha. It is great that we have held the Thean land front line. Only Chunia stood quietly lost in thought. He had just thrown the dragon core into the teleportation gate, causing an explosion, while cheers continued to ring out. Long live Lord Songnha. As long as Songnha remains, Thean land remains. He looked at the chaos after the battle and quietly rejoiced, glad he had not broken his promise. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, making Chu think quickly turn around. Songnha, a handsome man running toward him, made him ponder, for he was the ancestor of the old master. Chu Minli suddenly snapped out of his memories, and as he came to, a large sharp peachwood sword swung toward him. He barely managed to block the powerful strike with his weapon, then dashed away like the wind to dodge and landed on the ice. The light from the monster made him uneasy as he spoke. What is inside here? A cluster of blue light lay among the frost, clearly revealing something inside that amazed him. Dragon scales, Chu thought with a proud smile. Why did not I notice from the start that the movements of these bone ghosts were too perfect and their attacks too simple? Looking at the loose mist around the monster, he pondered for a long moment. Chu thought with a confident smile and said, "It is true. They are the masterminds behind the tragic death of Suong Na. How could Chu's ancestors let the enemy die so easily?" The sunlight shone through and the mist no longer moved. His voice still echoed steadily. After shattering the core, the original cycle was broken, and the endless revival used the dragon and Cullen of the Mist Fang as energy to control them, forging them into Tome Guardians for the Mist Fang. Once someone uses martial force to enter, they will be attacked. And moreover, these bone demons will reassemble after being shattered, Chu thought as he walked. Even a second-tier master would struggle to withstand such a consuming battle, which is why Chu's descendants usually stop at the second gate. But by stopping the attack and appearing harmless, these mindless beings naturally lose their target. He stepped through the thick snow, thinking to himself that this was truly an incredibly clever and complex way to take revenge, using the enemy's body as a barrier, using the dying state of the weakest among them as punishment. This revenge is even more cruel than death itself. The cold wind blew past, making Chu think squint one eye. But it could not stop that thought from surfacing. Chu's ancestors. Amidst the freezing snow, he remained steadfast, knowing that one day, he would surely become stronger than anyone else. Chu and he stood atop the snowy peak, gazing down at Songha's vast army. He plunged straight down to the ground but was suddenly thrown back by an invisible force, hitting the rocks repeatedly. He painfully struggled to recover, confused by everything happening, silently wondering what had happened. Suong Na appeared coldly but with a grand and imposing presence, asking who he was and why he had come into this place. "Is it the troublemaker who trapped me inside the water stain of this ice block?" Chu thought weakly and called out twice. "Song Na." Song Na angrily bares its fangs in threat, asking if you came here to mock me. "A mere level 30 grunt not even worthy of my wrath. You parasites only know how to leech the power of the dragon clan. Your blood flowing, full like murderers." It grew angrier, opening its mouth wide to curse, saying you all want to see me go mad, selfishly doing whatever you want, focusing on my body, trying to forge me into a weapon. I tried to explain. Wait a moment. I am the lifeblood of Chu. I came to but Suong Na cut me off, still blaming me, saying the lifeblood of Chu is the lifeblood of Chu. Suong Na grew even angrier and started attacking. "How much longer do you plan to deceive me? You trash. I want to cut you into 100 pieces." Its strikes forced him to dodge with difficulty. Chu thought to himself, so fast. It opened its mouth wide and shot out beams of power. He dodged each strike while still trying to explain. "Song Na, do you remember? That man was the one who destroyed the dragon core and sealed the teleportation gate of the demon tribe. You are the hero of Chu Ra." Yet Songha did not listen at all and kept accusing, saying, "Nonsense. The dragon core is the heart of our dragon tribe. How could he have taken it out himself? It is clear that your people stole my dragon core, and now you are here to deceive me, pretending and lying everything is just lies." The attacks grew faster, striking the ice and shattering it. It screamed, "I want to tear apart everyone who deceived me." Despite the pain, Chu thought firmly. "Song Na, please calm down and listen to me. Do you still remember?" It swung its massive tail towards him, telling him to get lost. Chu thought he was thrown back quite a distance but still stood firm, silently telling himself that Song Na had lost her memory, and the long imprisonment had made her miserable enough to blame him for everything. Spirit was completely chaotic, truly worthy of being the ancestral demon pack beast, with the remaining dragon soul power after 100 years making others uneasy and fearful. He frowned, battered and bruised but refusing to give in, thinking that his rank and strength were still lower than Suong Na's. "The only thing is, I can't just give up here. If I reach the ice dragon abyss, I will never return empty-handed." Trung Yi revealed the glowing cross on his forehead and shouted to provoke, "If you want to get angry, then come and fight. Fight until you remember." He cast a spell that unleashed a dazzling golden power, the immense forces of both Trung Nai and Song Na crashing into each other. It then unleashed a great force, striking directly at him and sending snow and dust flying everywhere. From the white smoke, Trung Yi charged forward with his sword. "Come here. If Chura's ancestors can make a pact with you, then I can let you acknowledge your heritage." The slashes rained down continuously, sharp as a sword, while on the other side Lin Feng calmly enjoyed her dragon-shaped ice cream. Lin Feng kept munching on the exclusive Chura ice cream and said, "You have been standing there for 3 days and nights. You are about to turn into a statue." So Neen glared at him through the glass annoyed and threatened. "Do not you need your tongue anymore?" Lin Feng's face darkened, teeth clenched tightly as she spoke nonsense. "You are Kwang So Neen now, right?" Suddenly, Hugh Batch rushed out in a panic, bursting through the door and shouting, "Something's wrong. You all need to leave quickly." The two of them asked confusedly, "What happened?" She did not answer the question and rushed straight inside, jumping repeatedly. "But she still has not arrived yet. Father told me to get you all out of here quickly." "Where is Sia Yun?" Lin Feng asked impatiently. "What do you mean?" Be clear. Hubei grabbed Suran's hand tightly. Her face showed clear worry as she said this matter cannot be discussed. Hurry and follow me immediately, she calmly replied to Thingka. If she does not speak, we simply cannot provide a solution. And Brother Chunyi is still at Bang Long Iron, so I absolutely cannot leave here easily. He agreed with Sonin and immediately spoke up. That is right. I am not powerless either. Them Linfeng said. If something happens, I will definitely withdraw if I can. Hugh Batch panicked, waving his hands to explain. No, I do not mean anything else. This is not something you can control. If you do not leave here soon, it will really be too late. Uncle Hang's strike rushed straight past Madame Hong, leaving her stunned. He said seriously. Madame Hong, this is the territory of the Tianlin Chu family. You are not allowed to be on equal footing here. Len Fong and Sonin then transformed their power forms. Thin sharp threads wrapped tightly around Madame Hong's fingers with agility, and she said disdainfully, Chu Hang, to suppress the frozen blood vessels. Your strength does not even reach 3/10 of level 40. And you still want to stop me. Chu Hang shielded and protected Chu Van behind him, trying to speak calmly. Chu family, no matter the difficulty, does not allow outsiders to touch our clan's guests. He thought to himself. Chunyi was still in the critical breakthrough phase at the Ice Dragon Abyss, so he absolutely could not let Lady Hong ruin things. At worst, even if it meant risking injury to the frozen meridians, it had to be prolonged until Chumi came out. He created a line of ice extending toward Lady Hong. In another scene, she lost her voice. Where does she want to go? The lady leaned casually against the edge of the door and her voice rang out again. Long time no see, girl. All three understood clearly. Ling Feng and Su Ran were so shocked they froze and exclaimed in unison. She is still alive, half an hour ago, in a spacious, luxurious room with a traditional touch. Madame Hong was there with a few people and the old man. The head of the Chu family was sitting and talking when Madame Hong spoke first, saying, Head of the Chu family, this is this year's Hantai essence. Another voice rang out. Please excuse Madame Hong for a moment. Madame Hong replied. Just say the word and I will send someone to get it. Next to them were treasure boxes gleaming brightly, containing rare consumable items called Hanta Tin, of epic grade, type of energy crystallization. Another old man, Chu Fong, the third elder of the Chu family, called out. Someone, bring it here, and sitting beside him was Chu Hang. A series of people carried bundles of materials, including the heavenly secret snow needle, which when used to craft equipment can grant the gear a stealth effect, and the yellow ice jade, which when refining weapons can add a passive ice burn effect. He continued speaking to her, saying that according to last year's promise, the heavenly treasures had been fully prepared, but the lady sneered coldly, afraid of losing a little, then retorted that these were not enough. She spoke sarcastically, saying that your Chu family hides the good stuff and refuses to hand it over, showing that your desire for the frost crystal is futile. Chu Hang quickly stood up to respond. What is Lady Hong talking about? Our Chura puts in all their effort every year to collect precious items to trade with you. In her hand, she held a treasure, an ice flame spear, requiring level 30, with base physical attack plus 350, ice attribute attack plus 120. He thought to himself, Lady Hong is greedy. The conditions increase every year. What trick does she want to pull this time? She broke the treasure and said, I am tired of this flashy type. This year's pledge will be exchanged for something else. If the Chu clan leader agrees, it will cover all of Hentai Tin for the year. The elder of the Chu clan asked with disbelief, what does Lady Hong want to exchange? While Chu Hang silently wondered. Something's not right. Lady Hong spoke calmly. A living person. He asked again. A living person. Who is that? She replied calmly. Chu Ning. Hearing this, Chu Hang lost her composure. What? He calmed down and continued. Lady Hong was joking. How could a living person be traded? But inside Chu Hang was worried. Why would Lady Hong care about Chu Mai? She waited for his reaction and replied. Joking. You really are funny. A person who saved your clan's life is not trading them a great deal, the Chura clan leader firmly said. Lady Hong. Please leave. Chumi is a junior of Chura and absolutely cannot be traded. Lady Hong coldly ignored him and, fiddling with her nails, replied, if you refuse to hand her over, can your Chura hold out for 2 months? The elder then turned to the clan leader and said, last year 3 children died because of frozen bloodlines. Clan leader, if the supply of cold elixir is cut off, the elder worriedly considered that the Momed Trade Association has a mineral vein producing cold elixir because the original frozen bloodline is becoming increasingly diluted. Chura not only needs to use frozen elixir to quickly strengthen the concentration of the frozen bloodline for cultivation, but also to improve the freezing condition of the bloodline. So Chura must continue to exchange large amounts at the Momed Trade Guild every year. In the end, he bluntly said. Enough talk. Even if the bloodline is cut off, Chura will never become a useless pawn to trade his life. Chura's elder refused to accept this and replied. Chief, even if you do not think about us old men, you must consider the children in the tribe. Chuni is a genius. No doubt, but he is still too young and cannot save Chura. Hearing this, the chief was displeased, stood up, and shouted that our Chura must survive for the day of revival. If he dies, then everything is lost. The elder then calmly said that Chu Mai has never been protected by the clan and should not be dragged down by it. The elder still spoke loudly. Chief, the children cannot wait any longer, but the old man firmly insisted. Madam Hong. Please leave, he thought to himself. Foolish. Madam Hong forced a choice between Chuai and Chu Ra, clearly seeing Chu Nia's bright future as a prodigy, and if Chu Nini cannot be protected, then Chu Ra cannot afford to wait for me. Madam Hong changed her tone and said coldly. Very well, if Chu Ra wants to protect Chu Mei, then starting today, she stood up and left with her attendants, cutting off the supply of hentai tin, dooming both Chu Rai and Lao Rang to destruction. Back in the present, Madam Hong said to Hugh Batch. Thank you, young lady, for showing the way. The sharp threads of Lady Hong wrapped tightly around Hugh Batch's neck, causing the old woman to lose consciousness. She lay motionless on the floor, recalling the past maliciously thinking that the Chura clan chief dared to signal Chu Hang in front of her. As if she were blind, the elder rushed over anxiously, while Su Bak and Ling Feng, refusing to back down, shouted loudly, this time let the person die at the hands of the bottomless basin. Her reinforcements charged forward, their bodies like silk threads, but that did not faze Ling Feng, who launched a series of continuous attacks. The others rushed at the novice, but with just 3 strikes she cut them into hundreds of pieces. Their fragments scattered like leaves on the floor as Lin Feng began casting a spell. He created a wall of fire to protect the other 2, and she smugly said, 3 days apart and yet you have learned to fight together. Senza has trained before. This is quite interesting. I am starting to like you all more and more. Madam Hong thought to herself. The Enchantress and the Flame Dragon both showed signs of breakthrough, and she spoke up. On the other hand, they could be considered geniuses. But unfortunately, with the treasure right before them, they ultimately turned to dust. The thread lifted Su Bai up while thinking to itself that it had to distract to protect Su Bai, and was somewhat limited in movement. Had not this woman already been eliminated before, so why did she appear in Chuajia? She was still lost in thought, unaware that a thread was slowly approaching her, and Xu Bai could not say it was her. The rope came closer and closer, but the person still did not pay attention, so Brother Chua thought that it was not at Chuajia. The ropes tightly wrapped around her, and Madam Hong's voice turned yellow as she said it was just a little lacking in combat experience. Even Lin Feng was tightly bound by the ropes from the ground. She said again that she regrets it, that she actually likes the young miss who is both a genius and useless, coming from your families, and now the warm-up is over, so she will personally deal with you. The thread pulled the puppet out, and she still had words of regret. The enchanting girl, where did her power from last time go? Lin Feng was slammed hard against the wall, and this blood demon loves your flame very much. Little fire dragon, both of them were pulled up high, unable to move, as the lady in red mocked them, saying if you want to level up and fight me, you are still a bit lacking. She then became serious and asked, tell me, where do you think Chua is? He ignored her and shouted, let the old man go. Do you want to see him burn to ashes? Madam Hong slowly stepped toward the curtain and continued, no need to speak. I heard that to save his sister, Chua Negan went alone into the mountains of Kungfeng. With her here, I do not believe Chua thinks of going out, he shouted angrily, not allowing anyone to touch her. Behind the curtain, Chua Van was hiding but had already been spotted by Lady Hong. And that voice echoed, how could someone hiding behind the curtain see his brother in the distance? The rope refuses to stay still and keeps straining to sing, lending me its strength once more. In Lady Hong's hand, many red threads are wrapped. This time she is truly enraged, so let us show what real domination looks like. Immediately, a swarm of puppets controlled by Lady Hong rose all at once. These giant-bodied puppets launched a frenzied attack forward. Blue water stains appeared on Chua Hang's face as he said it was truly tough because Chua and I did not expect to use so many puppets. As they approached, Chua Hang grabbed a chain, jumped high, and shouted, Kuang Sura, Xin Ling Fang, take Chua Van and He Batch away. I will stay here to hold them off. But when Hong Funan saw him trying to escape, she shouted, leave someone alive. So Neen was holding Chua Van in her arms, and Lin Feng was tightly holding Hugh Batch while shouting, got it. At this moment, Chua held a power orb in his hand, looked at the monster before him, and shouted, recall. He stepped forward, delivering a powerful strike to the opponent's head, granting me the Holy Fist barrage. Then, Chua quickly dodged to the side as another burst of power flew past the orb. Chua raised his hand forward, using a single dimension to counter the opponent. Holy Light Cross. He shouted, serve me. Before being struck, the monster's eyes were filled only with the approaching image of Chua Mi, whom it called master. A punch carrying immense power was delivered Divine Fist. After the attack, everything fell completely silent, with only dust swirling in the air. Chua Ni stood on the ground and said coldly, finally, it is quiet. The giant beast asked him, who are you? Chua openly revealed his identity, saying, I am Chui, the descendant of Chua Pham. He sat down to let his body slowly recover, then began to recount the crimes the monster had committed. 100 years ago, someone sacrificed their life to destroy the teleportation gate of the demon tribe, securing peace for Tianlan. My ancestor was your master, Chua Pham. After sealing your body and soul here, he went alone to find a way to save you, but he has also disappeared. Chua smiled and extended an invitation. Come with me, and from now on, I will bring you happiness. Your soul trapped here cannot escape and is gradually losing reason. I have no choice but to use some means to help you recover. After learning everything, the dragon closed its eyes tightly and replied sadly, so that is how it is? How can a shattered heart live again? Yet he did not believe it. 100 years have passed, and the master is gone. Then it looked straight at Chua and asked, you came to find me because of the soul. Right, Songne explained that I can see your damaged foundation and need to use pure energy to restore it. The soul entering the body will make you experience the suffering of countless heart wounds. As if your body is being torn apart thousands of times. Do you agree to accept this? Chua did not hesitate to answer. I agree, because compared to physical pain, the greatest suffering is the helplessness and weakness of not being able to protect the one you love. Hearing this, Sona could not help but admire him. The kid from Chua has guts. It sent a surge of power toward Chuai and commanded, come here. An orange vortex swirling with tiny blue specks suddenly appeared, and the frozen blood vessels seemed to be gradually restoring. Chuani's entire body was emitting a blue smoke. Inside his body, the ice covering his blood vessels began to break apart. Chuani closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth in pain, while Songni immediately reassured him, stay strong a little longer. The exhaustion of someone shattered like this. If you do not find me, you won't survive a month. The blue lights were also moving to regenerate Chuai's bones. The water stains and deep wounds inside were gradually healed, but Chui had to endure terrible pain as blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The blue light kept flowing in to heal Chuai's heart. Chuvan smiled, his face showing clear joy. The entire Halan group did the same, instinctively closing one eye, surprised as they looked behind them. The pitch-black night seemed to be torn apart. A shadowy figure appeared before the giant dragon. A series of notifications popped up continuously. Ice Dragon Soul Fusion 100% complete. Innate talent fully restored. Ice Elemental Body Firepower increased by 500%. At this moment, 2 dragon horns appeared on Chuan Ice Head. Congratulations on completing the perfect hidden mission level 2. Rewarded with the skill Dragon God's Domain. Songna told Rowan to protect Thean Lan on our behalf. The wealthy lady tightly bound the girl's body with the silk threads in her hands. She stepped forward, loosening the ropes so the girl fell straight to the ground. The red silk in the rich man's hand flew toward Chuvan as he softly said, little sister, come here, I want to hurt you. Chuvan's body was tightly bound with bright red silk as the wealthy man ordered, take the good child and bring me to her brother. At that moment, a hand filled with dirty magic reached out and grabbed her leg. Go away. The red nobleman looked down with disdain at the one holding her foot. The little fiery dragon was stubborn even in death, wanting to be the messenger protecting the flower. Len Feng used his last strength to stop the red nobleman from taking Chuvan away, forbidding anyone to touch her. Lady Hong despised him, saying that now he was like a mourning dog who could not even protect himself, let alone others. It was truly laughable. Despite being on the brink of exhaustion, Ling Feng was determined to protect Chuvan no matter what. What do you even understand? Even if I die, I won't let anyone lay a finger on a single hair of hers. Hong Madam ordered loudly. Let go. Lin Feng shouted. No. Seeing his stubbornness, Ong made him stomped hard on the hand gripping her leg. So what if you do? Despite the pain, Lin Feng still clenched tightly and refused to let go. At this moment, tears streamed down Chuvan's face as she said sadly, please let go. Do not control me. Just let go quickly. Your brother won't blame you. Lin Feng opened his mouth and screamed, then bit down hard on Hong Fu Ren's leg, refusing to let go. Chuvan shouted, them. Hong Fu Ren truly lost her mind. She kicked Lin Feng forcefully backward, going mad. Lin Feng slammed his hand on the ground to stop after that kick. Chuvan shouted anxiously, them. Ong Funan touched them's chin and thought, this kid is tougher than I imagined. Able to make the proud Hyatt match VM Long wholeheartedly loyal. This guy is truly someone extremely valuable. Madame Hung despises snapping fingers. Those who do not know life or death. I have no interest in you if you rush to betray me. She wrapped the rope around Lin Feng's neck, then said farewell. The rope began to tighten around Lin Feng's neck, his eyes wide, mouth agape, face showing clear pain. Chuvan shouted in fear, them nini. Run quickly. Seeing Lin Feng seemingly unconscious, Chuvan cried out loudly, begging Hong Fu Ren, please do not hurt him. I will go with you. At that moment, a massive aura suddenly appeared. Even the Lady Hong was affected by it, and she fearfully said, the aura is truly terrifying. No sooner had she spoken than a tremendous force charged straight at her. Uncle Nee, with golden wings and 2 dragon horns on his head, suddenly appeared to save Uncle Van. Uncle Van called out in disbelief, brother, while Uncle Nee looked at Lin Feng's battered body covered in wounds and silently called his name. Them Lin Feng. Even so Neen is pierced by many puppet strings. Tu Nien. Chu Ni looked at Hu Batch and Chu Hang lying unconscious on the ground and gently blew out a puff of smoke. Immediately, Chu Ni's eyes changed, one glowing yellow, the other blue. He used his power to transform into an iron chain, divine and furious, radiating heavenly wrath. Manahong opened her eyes wide, licked her lips, her face flushed with excitement as she saw Chu Ni appear. In her hands, many puppets appeared. All those dolls bore the likeness of Lady Hong, Chu Ni. And finally, the person had come out. Every doll that came close was easily destroyed by Chuni. Madame Hong did not know when she appeared behind Uncle I, urging him to obediently come home with her. Uncle I did not respond, instead striking the ground with his foot, causing it to shatter beneath him. Immediately, a surge of power sliced across Lady Hong's neck. Chuni held his sister in his arms, his strength pushing the opponent away. Madame Hong feared silently. The power was truly terrifying. Besides the puppets that had been destroyed, some of Madame Hong's higher-level puppets still remained but were struggling to dodge Uncle I's attacks. Those level 20 puppets are fine, but the level 30 elite puppet and the level 40 guardian puppet were crafted with great effort. Yet he let my army block go without any resistance. Thinking this, she immediately jumped up and rushed forward. Madame Hong unleashed a series of puppet strings, her eyes wide with rage as she shouted, "This is impossible. You are only level 30. There is no way you can surpass a 15-level gap. It only makes others want it more." She ordered one of her puppets to trap him. The strings of puppets formed a giant red sphere trapping Chuni and Chuvan inside. Lady Hong remained confident in the power she had just unleashed, clutching her weapon tightly, as if it did not matter even if someone could fight beyond their level. After saying that, she and the puppet surged forward to strike the red sphere hard, though trapped inside. Chuni showed no fear and calmly shouted, "Holy Wind Fury." Immediately, a massive explosion shattered the giant sphere. The shockwave spread endlessly, but the area where Chunini stood remained calm. Madame Hong quickly came up with another plan. This was no longer a matter of power or rank. The situation was unstable. "I will retreat first." Chuni coldly approached her, shouting, "Bone Claw." Sensing the situation was unfavorable, Madame Hong hurriedly shouted, "Wait a moment." She issued a threat to Chuni, saying, "Chuni, anyone who dares to touch me, the Thong Hoi Muamet will never forgive them. This is the highest wanted order of the Thong Hoi, and as long as I am alive, I will crush it. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted down to death." Madame Hong was sure Lord Chu would be afraid, so she continued to threaten him, fearing that even those who did not want to get involved would be caught up in it. The dragon's eyes, full of sharpness, stared straight at her, and Madame Hong shuddered, thinking what kind of monster was this. Knowing she was up against a strong opponent this time, she clasped her hands and smiled nervously, quickly begging for mercy. "Chu, it is a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding." When caught in the dragon's glare, Madame Hong quickly explained, "I know I was wrong. I should not have touched Chu Van. I should not have hurt Kong So Nian or anyone else. And I definitely should not have confronted you. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to give up all the frozen elixir. No, I vow to share the frozen elixir circuit of the trade association with you." The uncle asked suspiciously about the circuit, and the lady confirmed. "Yes." She said that the lock can produce hentai tin only once every 1,000 years, enough for Churai to use for 100 years. Just think about it. With this lock, Chura won't have to suffer the pain of frozen blood vessels, and you can train in peace. So why bother with a small character like me to survive? Madame Hong even said she could become your subordinate. Just say the word. Madame Hong would climb mountains and cross seas without hesitation. But in her heart, she secretly thought, as long as the puppet strings touch me, I can move and change in the blink of an eye back to the Merchant Guild's residence. Just need to buy a little more time. Just a little more. Hearing her words, I bit my lip and thought to myself, how could someone like Lady Hong suddenly beg for forgiveness unless it is a trap? After thinking it over, he immediately rejected her offer. No need. A true strong one does not fear threats or temptations. The madam was stunned and spoke out. Chunia waved his hand, creating a massive force. She hurriedly used the ropes to create a shield in front of herself, but Chuni's power easily shattered that shield. Lady Hong blinked, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Before the fight, she could only think that this was no ordinary holy knight, clearly a god disguised as a saint. Truly unbelievable. After dealing with Lady Hong, Chunia placed Chuvan on the ground and used his strength to break the ropes restraining So Nian. Then he stretched out his arms to catch her. Looking at the girl unconscious in his arms, he gently said, I am home. Lun Feng thought in disbelief. The person he gave his all to could not win. But he defeated her with just a few moves. How on earth could that be possible? The man stared blankly at Chungia approaching him, the only one who could be like him. Chunia bowed, placed his hand on his chest, and gratefully said, Thank you. I sincerely thank Ling Feng for giving his all to protect my sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng forced a smile. Then he just laughed loudly and said, Hurry up and heal me. My blood is almost dry. The painting in front of him was a portrait of Chu Gaya, and just then, someone called. The clan chief. The clan chief looked at Chuni from behind and said, You have arrived. This is the first time we officially meet. As the clan chief, I'm powerless to prevent this disaster, and I truly feel ashamed. Ignoring the clan chief's polite words, Chuni Thing then asked the main question. No need for formalities. I want to know why you need the frozen spirit. You must have absolute strength to protect Chu Van, or I want to let Chu Van return to Chu Ra. The clan chief guessed that Uncle Hang had told you, and Uncle Ni replied that Uncle Hang had mentioned it before but not clearly. He silently observed Uncle Ni and felt very surprised. This child had just been through a fierce battle. The aura was as steady as a deep lake, and the determination in his eyes was 100 times stronger than that of boys raised in warm homes. The clan chief said that the curse not only greatly reduced the awakening rate of the frozen bloodline in Chu-Ra but also weakened the descendants so much that they could not resist the bloodline's freezing backlash. Every year, someone in our clan dies because of frozen bloodline. Your sister, whom you think is Chu Van, once fell ill with the mildest form of frozen bloodline, so she could be treated with extreme ice chain. But the blood vessel freezing condition of most of your descendants can only be suppressed with cold elixir. The clan chief continued. Lady Hong exploited this weakness, demanding an increase in tribute every year, and this time she went too far, trying to trade you for the cold elixir. His voice, still trembling, continued to ring out tribute before the elder could finish. I interrupted, saying from today on, there is no need for that anymore. The clan chief leaned on his cane, looking in one direction, then began to explain to me that driving Lady Hong away would only solve the immediate problem. The powerful merchant guild behind Madame Hong holds a large amount of frozen elixir, so we must beg them. But I have important news. Madame Hong is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Chief Chu's expression immediately changed. He averted his eyes and shouted in disbelief. What did you say? Unbelieving of that shocking news, Chief Chu interrupted, saying, she is the second-ranked elite at level 45 with hundreds of guards. Even if you break through an ice abyss, it is absolutely impossible. Chu calmly recounted. She was too arrogant, brought no reinforcements. And besides, Ice Abyss boosted my ice skill power threefold. Chu condensed the Frost Fang and presented it before Chief Chu. More importantly, I awakened the Frost Fang in the Ice Abyss. Chief Chu's eyes widened as he asked excitedly, has the Frost Fang awakened? Does it still remember the ancestor? Chu answered on behalf of the Frost Fang. It remembers that it has restored my body. Although I defeated Lady Hong, her soul was extremely weak, so I stored it inside my body and will not awaken it unless necessary. Upon hearing this, Chief Chu raised his head high, laughing heartily. He was so joyful that he threw the drumstick in his hand to the ground, then suddenly knelt down and clasped his hands in salute to the painting before him. Ancestor, can you hear me? Your young descendant has earned the recognition of Suong Na, along with his spirit and destiny. Even the ancestors might not compare. The younger generation proves their worth. Chief Chu proudly thought, originally thinking he was just exceptionally talented. But he really could achieve this much. He raised both hands to the sky and shouted joyfully, heaven has not forsaken my Chu. The advisor holding the staff anxiously said, Chief, maybe we should stand up first. After he helped him up, Chief Chu laughed and said, I let you down. I was too excited just now. Then Chu Yunli suddenly said, tell me the inside story of the trade guild right now. He thought to himself, the heretics have noticed Chu Van. I can't always keep him by my side. If I can help Chu deal with the trade guild, that will be the safest place for Chu Van. At this point, Chief Chu no longer hid anything from Chunyu, stroking his beard as he began to share what he knew. The Thong Hoi Momet was just a small shop on a street corner, run by a low-level fighter named Lu Chian who survived by smuggling ore. With the turning point coming in the winter 10 years ago, he said that year, Hakfong Valley was hit by a blizzard unseen in 100 years, freezing the entire trade route, and Lu Choin went into the valley with a few companions. Half a month later, only Lu Choin came out, and since then, he suddenly had an endless supply of hentai tin. Hoing Bangov, Lu Songthach, even the rare Quang Tin Engan that appears once in 100 years can be obtained. Chief Chu took out a wooden box for Chu Ni to see, saying that Lu Choin claimed to have found a mineral vein, though it is unclear how he got the mining rights. In recent years, quite a few people have tried to sneak into the valley to explore, but either got lost or froze outside. No one has ever found the so-called cave entrance. And after hearing this, Chu Ai realized a problem. It was too coincidental. Chief Chu's expression grew very serious as he continued. The real issue lies further back. 3 years ago, we were still able to buy a stable supply of cold crystal from the merchants. Though it was a bit expensive, it was enough to handle emergencies within the clan. But that spring, the merchants suddenly all disappeared, and there was nowhere in the market selling refined cold elixir, which made us worried. Lady Hong came to our door and offered them a proposal, saying they had mineral veins and would supply half price. The main condition was that the Chu family had to help them deal with some minor troubles. Chu, puzzled, exclaimed, minor troubles. The clan chief recalled past memories and explained that, frankly, it was for the Chu family to step forward and suppress the smaller clans that refused to submit to the trade association in Thian Lan province. He continued, saying that most of the smaller clans have bloodline flaws, and the trade guild supplies them with resources for cultivation. The catch is that they take the most gifted children from the clans, but those kids never return home after leaving. Those families hate the trade guild but fear losing their supply of regeneration, so they take out their anger on the Chu family, the guild's henchmen. For the past 2 years, Chu family members going out have often been secretly harassed. This move by the guild aims to completely isolate us with no backup. After hearing this, Chu thought, stroking his chin, beginning to speculate on the real conspiracy behind the story. First to disrupt the path, then to use kindness as a facade, borrowing Chu's hand to wipe out the alien clans, and finally making Chu the scapegoat. The clan leader confirmed this was true, adding that every time the merchant guild delivered goods, new conditions would be attached. We clearly know it is a fiery pit, but the children in the clan wait for the cold crystal to save their lives, so they have no choice but to accept it blindly. He took out a cold crystal and handed it to Chu Gia, saying, "Take a look at this. This is the cold crystal the trade association brought last year. The ice blue healing crystal from 3 years ago has gradually taken on a bit of black over the past 2 years." Chu Think reached out to take the crystal as Chief Chu continued, saying Madame Hong explained that this is a natural impurity deep within the mineral vein, but our alchemist believes these refined pills have been corroded by something. When Chu Nuni touched the pill, a stream of yellow smoke suddenly appeared, swirling around his finger, and that power kept spreading outward. The strange thing was that behind the yellow aura there was also a pitch black aura, but very quickly the black aura was dispersed by the yellow one. Chu thought to himself, the demonic aura was very faint, giving a very familiar feeling. He must have encountered a breath like this somewhere before. He suddenly remembered something else. Lady Hong once said something to me. Chief Chu interrupted him. Wait until the master wakes up. The original words of Chu are just a snap of the fingers. Chu speculated. Master, it is not Lu Toyan, but Chief Chu immediately denied it, saying that to have so many rare treasures, and to make Lady Hong, a level 45 master, willingly become a henchman, there must be someone truly in control behind the scenes, and Lu Chine is still not happy. Chu clenched his fist. I understand now. Lady Hong is dead. The trade association won't let this go, and I will face the consequences of what I have caused myself. After hearing this, Chief Chu shouted excitedly. How can you say that? You are the bloodline of Chu Ra, flowing with the same blood as our ancestors. He patted Chu Nini on the shoulder and affirmed, your matters are Chu Ra's matters. Through storm and wind, Chu Ra will bear it with you. Chu Nini smiled and grasped the hand on his shoulder, understanding the clan chief's intention, but he turned his back to his teammates, knowing he was never alone. Lin Feng closed his eyes in complaint, saying it was really slow, and Thiet Tam told him, Brother Nini, the principal said there is something going on with you, so he just threw the 3 of us over here. Chuni's teammates are all level 23 spirit Taoists, level 24 mages, and level 24 warriors. Seeing this, Chunin could not help but be amazed. After 2 months apart, they had all improved quite a bit. Thiet Tam laughed loudly and patted him on the back, saying, Of course, we follow Brother Mi, so we can't cause any trouble. Helam placed both hands on Lin He's shoulders, her eyes holding something unspoken as she said that on the way. Lin Hai mentioned wanting to learn ice magic from Brother Nini, so why was he so scared upon meeting him? Lin Hai clasped her hands nervously and stammered, Brother Nini. In the lush green courtyard, Chuni stood with a flawless face, his faint smile making him stand out even more. He went ahead to urge them on. The situation was urgent, and they set off, with the group behind following closely. Standing behind the noisy crowd was an old man leaning on a cane, quietly observing. His eyes looked gently at the group of people, and he softly said, Chuni, you really resemble our ancestor. The noisy crowd chatted among themselves, and I want to bring some snacks for the journey. If Hakfeng is cold, I have a very nice pair of shoes, perfect for walking in snowy areas. The investigator is not afraid of the cold. Our family has a strong resistance to it. Chuni stood outside lost in thought, suddenly feeling quite unnecessary. Then his eyes seemed to brighten, revealing a trace of contemplation. If it were before, he would have definitely sneaked in alone. The original map lit up clearly with the path to take, and since the demonic aura of the Hakfeng toad was ineffective against me, if I encountered an enemy several times stronger, I could use the power of the void beast to retreat. An image of a man holding a girl appeared, and after killing Lady Hong, aside from the usual mission updates, the system had been silent for a long time. Like a forced command, sealing the path of acting on my own, a glowing yellow system board appeared before my eyes, reminding me to activate the mission timer. Along with my teammates, we will expose the secrets of the Mamet Trade Association, and the mission reward is that each participating member will receive an S+ rank and a skill book multiplied by 1. It would not arrange something meaningless. This time it probably is not about the mission itself, but about the bond with his teammates. In his mind appeared the image of his teammates, battered and unconscious. He had always thought he was strong enough to protect everyone he loved, but he had forgotten that being truly strong was the real falsehood. His eyes gleamed with danger. The appearance of Madame Hong made me realize that even a powerful master can doze off sometimes, and if no one is around, even a dog will come and bite a few times. Txin shouted to bring me back to reality, and I thought, if we do not go now, it will really get dark. Seeing So Ran's worried state as he approached, Chu thought, is he still okay? Chu closed his eyes and replied, I'm fine, let us go. He turned to everyone and said loudly, let us move to the transfer formation before the gate closes. Someone responded, it is about time. Another added, Are not we going to eat first? I am already hungry. The image of his teammates moving forward yet turning back to wait for him with a smile filled him with pride. Wei Tixin was excited and brave, Tong Xiaolin boastful yet meticulous, Xin Lingfeng reserved but passionate, and Duan Lingxi embarrassed but proud. Xia Ran stubbornly persisted. They were all good comrades. The reason the brave warriors could rest easy without worry comrades were not a burden. Time passed quickly, and a day later, the scenery was desolate, the mountains covered in pure white snow, yet contrasting with a fiery red mist enveloping everything. Blackwind Valley. By the end of the year it will be covered in snow, thick with blood fog inside, and very few can retreat unscathed once they enter. A military-like vehicle sped across the snow, but the strangest thing was the location of the Merchant Guild's secret base just a few meters away. There are no guards here, and Li Yuxuan does not seem worried about the secrets inside the valley being discovered. Zhong Yi's team stands gathered, each wearing thick coats, and Su Ran says, "This is the place." The initial public map only marked the inside of the valley. The structure inside was hollow. He calmly put his hands in his pockets. Already guessing, Trung Yi raised his hand to summon a blue butterfly and gave the order. Locate. The butterfly was swift and light. Yes. The skill information panel appeared. Skill. Positioning. Uses his own magic power to create a magical array that marks the coordinates of the space. The void beast can rely on its sensory ability to locate and swiftly reach the designated spot. Thiet Tam raised both hands to his face, exhaling warm breath. This hellish place seemed to carry thorns in the wind. Hearing this, Trung Yugi thought to himself, that is right, yet it is still 3 times colder than the ice dragon abyss. He activated the skill, causing himself and everyone around him to glow with golden light. Granting courage. Blessing weapons. Blessing Li Min. Divine grace. And protection. He reminded everyone to stay alert. Lin Feng looked at the light surrounding him and thought to himself, this was the first time receiving his enhancement skill. Just as he had heard, his info panel appeared. Name them Lin Feng. Occupation. Soldier, rank 22, strength 204 plus 61 with a 30% boost, speed 190 plus 57 with a 30% boost, stamina 270 plus 63 with a 30% boost, intelligence 170 plus 51 with a 30% boost. As someone was discussing skills, the direct combat power increased significantly, and soon there was a chance to test it. The small threads, as if alive, were slowly approaching the feet of someone in the rear team. Linny was dragged away, panicked and reaching out for help, while Lin Feng suddenly turned around and shouted, "What is going on?" A pair of feet quickly spun on the snow. Jumping up with authority, Chukin held Linny tightly, his other hand slashing through the strands, creating a beautiful golden line. He carried her princess style, gently setting her down, and Lin Hai shyly thanked him. Lin Feng looked suspiciously at the tendrils growing from the cliff, wriggling nonstop. What kind of cursed thing is this? It is a bit like Lady Hong's puppet strings. Could she still be alive? Chuk Nai stepped forward with a serious expression, his hand raised to transfer part of his spiritual power into the strands before him. The strands, covered by his spiritual power and shocked by electricity, contracted. They were not puppet strings, but tentacles of a living creature. Chuk Nai turned to Helan and said, "Use spirit path technique just beyond the wall." Helan unleashed the move, her whole body rising as glowing talisman fragments floated around her. The profound sect of heaven and earth, the root of all things. Her hands clasped together and pushed forcefully forward. The talismans flew in that direction, sticking to the cliff face in neat rows. The talismans arranged into a shape that emitted a dazzling golden light. Helan shouted loudly, activating the blocking technique, her whole body hovering as gusts of wind formed beneath her. Everyone on the surface looked worried, sharing the same thought. Could this entire snowy mountain really be? The mountain peak vanished, and before Helan were tentacles entwined with hundreds of eyes. Looking terrifying, these things were, among them, some tentacles suddenly flew in circles, forming an arrow. Seeing this, Helan curved her hand and drew a talisman in the air, a faint glow appearing, casting spells to suppress and block the attack. In front of her appeared a giant talisman blocking the attack of the tentacles. Spiritual path talisman to suppress evil. After stopping the attack, black streaks appeared on the talisman, and from those streaks, the talisman gradually corroded and evaporated. The talisman was destroyed. Helan flew up to dodge the tentacles that kept rushing in. Their adhesive substance could absorb spiritual power. She thought to herself, the magic of spirit path techniques relies on spiritual power to control, and this thing severely counteracts her actions. Chung Yi was momentarily startled by the scene before him. The tentacles surrounded their group, everyone on high alert, and Lin Feng was caught off guard by this. Lin Feng, the spirit guide, created a fireball, his hair flickering like flames ready to burn everything. Terrifying. The flames surged like waves toward the reaching tentacles with great force. The fire seemed ineffective as the tentacles kept reaching out, and Lin Feng blurted out, among the tentacles, terrifying eyes appeared along with shadowy figures like puppets with human-like forms surrounding Chung Yi from all sides. Their entire bodies are wrapped in tentacles, with pitch-black faces except for glowing white eyes, advancing soullessly in a truly terrifying manner. Thiet Tam eagerly cracked his knuckles, ready to fight, just in time as So Nian stood beside him with a cold expression, hand on his sword, ready to draw at any moment. Chung Yi stepped in to stop them, and a golden light appeared from his hand along with a notification. Divine Sword Heart's rank, Holy Light Protection. He said his thoughts aloud. Let me handle this. You all just stand still. No need to move. It seems like they are afraid of the holy light. He wielded his sword with a storm-like speed, striking down each enemy before they could react. After defeating most of them, Chung Yudi concluded that they had no response to weapons but were vulnerable to physical attacks. He called out loud, Iron Heart. Fire Spark. Iron Heart breaks through the defense head-on. Fire Spark goes from behind. The three of us stand at three corners of the formation to push in. Iron Heart excited. Now it is my turn to show what I can do. Chung Yin gave orders to the others, saying those who stayed in the smoke screen were not allowed to come out. But Lin Feng was displeased. He was a bit resentful and pointed at himself, wanting to join the fight. Wait a moment. I am a fellow soldier, not just someone who knows how to use fire. Lin Feng pulled out a sharp red spear surrounded by sparks at the tip. Smiling with delight, Chung Yin approached Lin Hai and Helan, assessing Lin Feng and us together. Lin Hai and Helan observed the enemy's weak points from the rear, then turned back and responded in unison. Clearly, Lin Feng leapt quickly from behind, creating dazzling golden rings, and Tiu-Ra joined in. Thiet Tem jumped up, swinging the large axe in his hand high toward the eye and the black tentacles, breaking through the defense. After the axe blade chopped into the tentacles that seemed to gradually disappear, she laughed out loud in satisfaction. This move worked. Beside her, Lin Feng was also not far behind. He used his blade to skewer the monsters like they were big pieces of meat. How strong is Tiu-Ra? While she swings her sword to cut the monsters in half, Chung Yi uses his golden sword to strike fiercely, making the monsters vanish, and Lin Feng also attacks relentlessly. The black tentacles wreathed intertwined, and Chung Ningyi quietly observed that the monsters and the strands did not seem to be completely cut. When one was severed, a new monster would either jump out or emerge from the mountainside. On Linny's side, a black object flew past her as fast as the wind, but with her agility, she quickly caught sight of it. She paused briefly, then turned back toward Chung Nai who was fighting, waving and calling out loudly. Annie. Chung Yi approached. Lun Ai held out the token in her hand, and Nigi saw the token on the monster and said it was from Thien Lan Can, while Halan picked up a fragment with inscriptions. Looking at the object before him, Anne analyzed that it was likely from small clans searching for people left behind by Hak Fong Kok. Therefore, these silver threads not only devour magical power and spiritual energy but likely also consume life force, eventually even transforming the entire Sea Kingdom. Realizing this, Anne took a stance, swinging the sword in his hand forcefully backward, tracing the source of the silver threads to the mountain, as each monster's thread was connected to the thatch wall. Slowly like that, Chung Yi swung his sword strongly, creating a line running down in front of him. Instead of cutting the monster, he cut the rope, and along the sword's path the ground split open, forming a water-filled crevasse. Let us see what is hidden inside. The fragments of stone on the surface with symbols gradually crumbled, collapsing quickly. Trung Yiga's team stood unharmed within the protective net as hail rained down on them. The smoke veil gradually dissipated, revealing the scene behind it more clearly. Lin Feng was also unexpectedly stunned. Her pupils dilated, gasping as the smoke cleared. Beneath their feet were half-submerged skeletons on the ground, surrounded by massive ice blocks reflecting their images inside. Thiet Tam rested her weapon on her shoulder, full of questions. Realizing that what they saw earlier was an illusion, Trung Yi walked, his image reflected on the ice blocks. Denying it was an illusion, he stood facing the ice and stated his conclusion that it was the camouflage of the path and the dungeon. Trung Yi explained that Hak Fong Kok is not a natural mountain pass but a large hidden dungeon fused with Lam Tine. The fusion with Lam Ting is so perfect that no one has discovered this secret, and everyone listened intently. Trung Yi raised his hand thoughtfully and analyzed. No, Lu Choin discovered this secret, and the Merchant Guild deliberately left Hak Fong Kok unguarded, because they knew the dungeon itself was the best protector, capable of turning intruders into nourishment. Len Feng put his hands in his pockets with disdain, saying it was just a bunch of dogs, and Lin Hai realized that the monsters we just encountered were all creatures transformed from those who entered here. Trung Yi did not deny it, lightly touching the ice block to create gentle ripples, saying, the monsters at the first gate are mountains, and those who enter and die become part of the mountain. From where he touched, beam of light gradually flashed. He warned everyone to prepare. The monsters of the second gate are coming soon. The glass covering above them shattered into shards, and everyone pressed their backs together, forming a defensive circle. Lin Feng shouted, this broken mirror wants to ambush us. Trung Yi. Lin Hai, add 2 more layers of ice and earth defense. Do not let them take advantage of the chaos. She quickly replied. Wind. Reflected on each shard was the image of the whole team, full of worry and vigilance. Trung Yi looked ahead anxiously, waiting to see what was coming through the thinning mist, as a figure slowly approached him from the smoke. In another area, Lin Hai was surrounded by towering trees, looking around in confusion and calling out loudly. Annie. Tiu Lan. Where is everyone? Lin Hai anxiously grips the staff in her hand, cautiously watching her surroundings. The scene shifts to Lin Feng, shirtless from the waist up, his fist clenched as he growls angrily. What kind of disgusting demon is this? Back to Helan. She is hiding behind a pillar with a large talisman in her hand. Heaven and Earth mysterious sect, the root of all things. Transition to Sonin. She stands on a transparent surface, gripping her sword tightly and shouting. Go out. On the Iron Heart side, She was flicking her tongue between the tombstones, breaking the mountain and striking. The technique lowered a person identical to the Iron Heart who caught it, the impact causing the ground to sink deeply with strong force. She shouted angrily. Illusion Star. The Restorer, even my strength has been copied. The person facing her, with the same face but hollow eyes, repeated exactly what she had just said. Illusion Star. The Restorer, even my strength has been copied. Tetsam sneered with disgust. Feeling sick, then pulled back from the similar cradle. Her other hand clenched into a fist and swung hard, but the clone quickly raised its hand to block the punch. Seizing the moment, she swung her leg hard from behind. Catching the clone off guard, the powerful impact sent the clone flying into the tombstones, shattering them into pieces. Thiet Tam stepped forward, cursing in B, calling her stupid and saying she did not understand the fake moves. The clone lying amidst the rubble mindlessly repeated. Stupid, did not understand the fake moves. From above, Thiet Tam looked down, arms crossed and raised an eyebrow in helplessness. She only knew the clone had not fully awakened, did not know how to use momentum or transform moves. Suddenly, a great shock hit, and Thiet Tam took a defensive stance, raising both hands in front of her. From within the smoke, the clone launched an attack but was blocked by her. While fighting the clone, Thiet Tam realized she could sense her learning speed increasing and knew she had to strike fast and direct. The scene shifts to Lin Feng, a bright light piercing the ground, frustration boiling inside. Lin Feng's arm, glowing with dragon scales, is being pushed away. Why stop learning now and start throwing a tantrum in the little master's fiery dragon territory again? His clone leapt forward just as Lin Feng quickly jumped away. Now half dragon, Lin Feng held a burning weapon like a blazing flame. Today, I will show you what the distance between the original and the clone really means. He launched a powerful strike, but the clone quickly dodged. In the clone's hand suddenly appeared a similar spear. Lin Feng sent a light strike. The counterattack was also quite fast. He advanced with the spear in hand like a fiery drill. If you have not awakened yet, then I will make sure you learn it fully. The fiery drill grows larger and more powerful. A heavenly strike. The two spear tips clashed, sparking a blinding light. The force shattered the ground around, sending debris flying everywhere. From the rubble, the clone launched an attack, but before it could reach, Lin Feng ducked to avoid it. Lin Feng gripped the spear tightly, readying his strength for the next strike. According to the calculation, the man's spear spun in a circle, creating a ring of fire that blocked the clone's attack. The clone slowly approached, touching the spear tip to the ring of fire. He always dodged through each ring of fire with a blank expression. The spear pierced straight into Lin Feng's back, causing blood to spurt out. Lin Feng's whole body glowed brightly, his face darkened with glowing eyes. Even someone who could recover without waking up could not keep up with the transformations of the fiery dragon power within me. As if feeling no pain, he clenched the spear deeply lodged in his back. The soulless copy stared at him, and Lin Feng shouted, "You foolish idiot!" Behind Lin Feng, the golden whirlwind grew brighter and brighter, the image of a dragon appearing clearly, making him look like a god ready to punish the wicked. Die. Elsewhere, the talismans flew swiftly like sharp blades, creating a massive explosion that shrouded everything in a smoky haze. Helan, covered in wounds, held a talisman hidden behind her clothes, watching the smoke-filled village warily. Suddenly, 3 talismans formed a shape and rushed toward her, making her startle and spin around. Helanan quickly ran away as the talismans caused a huge explosion. The clone's face remained as expressionless as ever. Helan ran around Kin B. I thought she was quite skilled, but Taui's talismans are not used like people. Helan kept moving, biting her hand hard until it bled. Casting the talisman, it needs to borrow the spirit of heaven and earth. You can imitate the form, but not the spirit. Around her, raindrops condensed and glowed as they floated in the air. Look at this rain. This wind, they are all part of the Tao heart. Helan raised her hand. A golden light followed her gesture, her face full of solemnity. The mind is the essence. The force is the function, she shouted. You have no heart. You do not understand the way of respect and medicine. So you can use the natural forces of heaven and earth. The imitation talismans are mostly just empty shells. As the raindrops flew quickly toward the clone also bit its hand to copy her consciousness. But from the bite, only tentacles emerged. The clone's eyes widened in horror. This was impossible. The clone's entire body was pierced through, and the tentacles crawled out in a terrifying manner. Cut to a large tree corner where Linhai, covered in wounds, is crouching, while her clone stands nearby with a defiant look, blocking her attacks. Linhai mutters, "Stop struggling. Even if I restore you, you still can't beat me." Linhai, covered in wounds and gripping the staff tightly, thought to herself, I am not struggling. I am waiting for you to reveal a weakness. She looked down at her injured legs, analyzing silently. In just 10 minutes, you have evolved from simply copying sounds, appearance, and skills to being able to launch active attacks. Until now, you can set traps specifically for me. Your growth speed is astonishing. But if you were a dungeon monster, there would definitely be a way to counter fire. When the clone launched attacks, Linhai could only quickly dodge, and the clone smugly said, Look, you are still dodging. Launching attacks like a hail of ice shards. Linhai muttered, Come to me, so we can become one. Linhai looked at the ice shards and realized there was no frost pattern. She suddenly jerked as if she understood something. I get it now. When the clone came close, Linhai braced her staff with both hands and said loudly, I have been suspicious from the start. How strong must a skill be to perfectly replicate someone else's power after decades? It turns out you only replicated the outer shell but could not reproduce the precise control I have over the element. Blood kept dripping from her body. The clone looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Linhai placed her hand on the tree, creating running patterns along it, and behind the tree, a bright blue flame flared up, resembling the ice element. A novice can only endure by turning water into ice. A master can condense water needles, but you use ice elements without even the most basic frost patterns, showing how crude your understanding of elements really is. She gripped the staff tightly with both hands and slammed it into the ground, light flashing from the water trays. But you want to learn this, it is not about the details. From that tray of water, ice shard spread directly toward the clone's face. Linhai gasped. The power of an all-element mage lies in the cooperation of elements. Linhai clenched her brow tightly, mouth agape as she watched the scene unfold. In front of her were many formations of all kinds. A faint voice echoed, "Magic is not a fixed technique, but an understanding of elements. I believe you can also replicate these spells given time." Then, a blinding light suddenly appeared. But why should I give it to the time user? Linhai's clone was instantly wiped out by that light. Nearby, Trung Yi was also facing off against his imposter, their swords clashing fiercely. The collision sparked a massive explosion. From the smoky village, two blinding flashes suddenly flickered. Trung Yi thought in surprise, using the cross-light skill along with the previous skill just 0.5 seconds apart. The force impact shrank by 0.1 degrees compared to before, yet his simulation accuracy kept improving. When facing his opponent, he noticed a flaw in the movement where the mechanism had not activated. But more interestingly, fighting him made it clear that he was still uncovering his own weaknesses. Thinking this, Trung Yu raised his sword training, and growing at such a rapid pace could not be ignored. The two kept clashing continuously, their strength seemingly equal, neither willing to yield. But this time the simulation was half a second slower. Why was that? It turns out that when restoring skill attributes, only the delay increases significantly, and the data bank of the user combined with other information becomes chaotic. Trung Yi angrily gritted his teeth as he stared at the person who looked exactly like him. The fake Trung Yi sheathed his sword and replied calmly. The real Len Lung said, "You do not like to talk, but your actions speak exactly as you said." My subordinate asked him what he wanted to take from my place. The fake Trung Yi hesitated, then said vaguely. He gave a wicked smile, just wanting to see how far the body restorer could go. Facing Trung Yi's power, the imposter confidently declared, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me," Trung Yi replied with disdain. "Is that so? The country I was born in has a saying about gates." He raised his hand forward, golden threads winding around it. Speaking arrogantly, Trung Yi continued his unfinished sentence, almost biting his tongue. At this moment, a large hole appeared on the imposter's abdomen, his entire body beginning to crack and shatter. He already knew. Trung Yi calmly explained that from the start of the fight, this mirror has always reflected me, and every delay on your part causes a rebound from the mirror. So everything you have learned comes from my real-time observation of this mirror. Although you are extremely cunning, using continuous attack skills to distract me and weaken your existence, I coldly remind you not to forget that you come from me, and I know everything about you. Linhai looked over in surprise. Trung Yi bent down and slowly stepped out of the dust. Linhai hurriedly ran up to him, saying, "Annie, you finally came out." Linhai was extremely anxious and hurriedly urged Trung Yi to go save Sister Nan quickly, while Trung Yi asked worriedly what was wrong with little Nan. At this moment, Sonan was facing the demon within herself. She smiled and said she was still holding it back, then kept provoking Sonan, not even daring to use her own bloodline power. So scared can she really be called the pride of women? Sonan gritted her teeth, thinking to herself that she could feel the demon consciousness inside her body still beating relentlessly. It was like countless hands trying to tear her body apart and break free. But then another voice echoed in her mind, saying, "Let me help you." Sonan told herself she absolutely could not lose control again. But the hidden voice said she would not be able to dodge her next attack. The mysterious voice continued, "Chuyi would be very disappointed to see her defeated. It keeps shaking Sonan. But I am your true strength." Sonan closed her eyes tightly, then shouted, "Go away." "My strength? I decide." The demon charged forward with a sword, saying it was fate. "So why do not you try using your bare hands without unleashing your bloodline to stop me?" She lunged fiercely, but Sonan successfully dodged the demon's blade missed. Although the last attack failed, the demon kept attacking without giving up. Just look at the clear distance between them. She smiled, exposing all the hidden fears that Sonan was hiding, the things you were stubborn about. Chuini's gaze, the fear of losing control. "But I fear nothing." Another sword was swung. Sonan jumped up and continued to dodge. No matter how skilled your swordsmanship or how powerful your magic, if you dare not use your lifeblood, it is essentially no different from an ordinary profession. That demon kept pushing Sonan's limits. And yes, in your memories, your Chunyu told you that kindness is not a weakness. She posed a question, but your kindness is still suppressed. When you are shattered into pieces, will he still remember the worthless kind person you are? Sonan muttered, "I am not. I cannot." The mysterious voice echoed once again. "Look, this is the outcome of you oppressing me and forcing me out. But it is just a clone that does not understand, thinking it can cause chaos by holding a bit of demonic power. I can tear her apart, or protect you. Linhai anxiously told Chumi that after we kill the restored body, we will return to the original place. Then we discovered that these mirrors can show each person's fight with the restored body, and it is clear they are stronger than us. So why are they still being suppressed by the restored body? Helan explained that the longer the time, the stronger the restoration becomes, and it even develops its own consciousness. Right now, it is still very dangerous, but Langfeng found it very confusing, not hearing their conversation. But judging by the situation, something seemed off. Why was she enduring without using her bloodline power? Chuini silently thought. He knew better than anyone that Tiu Nian was still struggling with herself. Her suppression was not due to lack of strength, but because repeated loss of control in the past made her afraid to use her blood power. The essence of the restorative form was singular and relentless, able to unleash all its power without any restraint. Langfeng flew into a rage and slammed hard against the mirror in front of him, letting loose his attacks. Why be polite to that fake name? Thiet Tam grew increasingly worried. Annie, what should we do now? Can we break this mirror? Chuani did not answer the question but thought to himself that the world inside the mirror could invade Tiu Nia's consciousness, and forcibly breaking the mirror might hurt her. He stepped forward and said that the usual way could not save her, so they had to reluctantly break the barrier. Chuani warned the others to move away. The farther the better. Then he began to transform and crush the mirror in front of him with his hand. Linhai's group was also stunned by the scene. He thought this was a forced destruction of the energy not in the second body. Using the method of breaking the dungeon to save Sister Nian, the demon pinned Nian to the ground. Speaking normally, and seeing her pitiful state, Nian weakly wiped her tears, fearfully glancing to the side. In front of her, something seemed to flash brightly before rushing straight toward them. Immediately after, the demon vanished, and so Nian squinted, tiredly sitting up. Trungingi stood outside the mirror, raising his hand, smiling gently, reassuring her not to be afraid, that he was here. Right then, so Nian bit her lip, her face full of warmth. At that moment, the space around her suddenly shifted. It seemed as if something was cracking, and so Nian blinked, fearfully watching the scene before her. She grabbed the sword and forcefully broke through the wall, imprisoning her. But once free, so Nian turned and attacked Trung Ni with the sword. Trung Nika could not believe what was happening before his eyes, silently calling out to So Nian to prevent her from getting hurt by her own attack. He could only raise his fist to block it, but with just that one strike, So Nian was easily knocked flying backward. The others stared in disbelief, mouths agape. After the last strike and clash, So Nian fell straight to the ground, shattering the earth behind her completely. Trung Yi thought seriously. The holy light should have burned her. What is going on? Her body should not be afraid of the holy light. So Nian once again grabbed her sword and attacked. Trung Yi used holy light to counter her. Trung Yi withdrew the holy light, realizing that anger and the holy light would harm Tiu Nian. Then, he raised his hand and released a stream of blue smoke. The smoke formed small strands that tightly bound So Nian's hands, then continued to bind her feet. At this moment, So Nian's body was restrained. This was the only way I could think of to limit her movements without hurting her. Trungingi stepped closer and called out, Tiu Nian, look at me. Suddenly, the walls around them began to dissolve. This scene left the entire Trung Ni group puzzled as the fragments of the walls slowly gathered to form the face of a stranger. Then a harsh and commanding voice rang out, overriding the dungeon's rules and initiating the ultimate deletion sequence. The face belonged to the Silver Spider. Level 20. Epic rank, Skill. Silver Fang, the Magma Fire Soldier. Level 30. Legendary rank, Skill. Magma Collision, the Bone Puppet. Level 34. Legendary rank, Skill. Thorn Ambush, the Vine Warrior. Level 23. Epic rank, Skill. Shatter Slash, the Sealed Water Monster. Level 33. Cursed rank, and then the sword easily cleaved them in two. However, after being cut apart, the bodies of those monsters were slowly being sewn back together. Lin He shouted. They were still merging. The Silver Spider was forcibly stitching them up. Helan took out a talisman and began casting a spell, the Fire Order Seal, breaking the illusion, unleashing the Spirit Talisman. Immediately, the monsters began to burn, and Thiet Tam ran forward with the staff. She swung her weapon, striking straight at the enemy's head. Thiet Tam threw the crutch, forming an arrow that swept through all the monsters in its path. Lin Feng smirked coldly, catching the monster with his bare hands. Trung Yu thought deeply. These silver threads were also being controlled by something. He looked straight at So Nian. The logic at the center of all the dungeons was the choice of the strong. Like the first gate, the loser in the choice is controlled by the silver thread and turned into a monster of the stage. Although I forced the energy knot of the second gate to break, in the mental test of Tiu Nian, he still could not completely escape. Around So Nian's body, there are many control signals, and the bloodline of the demon is unstable, making it easy for the dungeon to take advantage. That is why the control signals dominate his consciousness. and the one manipulating them sees me as the biggest threat. Unable to release all the monsters to clear the final boss of the dungeon, Chung Yi is determined to capture the mastermind behind everything. A person who manipulates all through mental power and whose true identity is usually well hidden. They won't reveal themselves easily. But to prevent Tunin from dying and escaping, he must force the final boss to appear. He looked at Sonin and said, "Sorry Sonin, what I am about to do might make you a little unhappy for a while." A wall was driven straight into the ground. Then another wall appeared beside it, and the walls joined together to form a box surrounding Sonin in the middle. Chung Yi stood outside, coldly watching the box, then turned to Helan and said, "Helan, use the dispersing energy to cover the energy around Xiao Ran." Helan shouted, "Here it comes." She took out 3 talismans at once, ready to follow Chung Yi's instructions. Heaven and earth understand boundaries. Kuai movement understands limits. External method suppresses the pancreas Kai. Internal wind disrupts the breath. The 3 talismans spread out in 3 directions, enclosing Sonin in the center. This barrier is a boundary that forbids movement. Lenhai fought the monsters while shouting, "Brother Nini, there are too many monsters. If this continues we won't be able to hold them off." Linfeng also began to feel uneasy. There were more and more of them. He continued, "This thing can devour the immortals' transformations." Chung Yugi thought to himself, "If we can't stop it, the dungeon will release all the monsters, and if we resist, they won't last half an hour before running out of energy, and I still have to split my focus to protect them." With that thought, he closed his eyes tightly, gathering a surge of power within. Knowing this was not the time to preserve the records if he wanted to resolve this, he had to act directly and with full force. Chung Yi warned everyone to fall back and use their strongest defenses to protect themselves, telling them not to get distracted no matter what they saw. Lin Feng, Lin Hai, Helan, and Thiet Tam all shouted together, and Lin Feng added, "Xiaora knows, just focus on what you need to do." At this moment, Chung Yi was enveloped by a massive surge of power. Sonin looked out from inside the box as the power surrounding Chung Yi continued to spread outward. Before that giant figure, the monsters froze in place, then began to gradually dissolve. Their outer bodies faded away, revealing the ones inside. Thiet Tam shouted in disbelief, "What kind of monster is that? Those creatures are not dissolving, they are merging into one. Is this dungeon trying to combine all the monsters into a single entity?" Lin Hai said that my magic energy feels like a vortex still at the center of the silver core, with an intensity twice that of all the monsters combined before. Chunin exhaled. And suddenly, from the sky, a series of dazzling lights appeared. Level 1 ranked divine transformation. A pair of giant white wings spread across the sky. A person in silver armor, holding a staff, stared directly at the opponent. Behind lying Juni, many knights in silver armor stood. Lin Feng pointed in that direction, eyes wide in disbelief, asking, "How could that brat Chu Ni summon such a high-level support?" Thiet Tam continued, "Is this really the ultimate skill of the Holy Knight?" Lin Hai thought to herself, the energy was terrifying. Even the chaotic dungeon space froze in an instant. After being stalled by Chu Ni's power, the giant monster roared once again. Uncle Ni pressed his lips tightly, thinking to himself that swapping with an angel for a moment cost him 30% of his life value. Moreover, every second the angel exists drains his spiritual power, so after this is over, he must definitely upgrade the rank of the divine swap to lower the cost. Who gave the order to the holy knights? Target and eliminate all the monsters. Immediately, a volley of arrows was fired. Those arrows flew straight toward a single target, the giant monster. The monster raised its hand to block the arrows. However, under that overwhelming power, the monster was quickly defeated. The light showed no signs of stopping and continued to surge forward. Lin Hai sighed. Too strong. Such great power has exceeded the dungeon's limits. Helan felt worried, but Brother Ningi could not hold on much longer. The toll on his spiritual energy from this level of power was devastating. After dealing with the monster, Chuyin let out a light sigh of relief. He turned his head, looked toward Sonin, and said, "Those things are enough for the angel. My goal is only one." With that thought, he walked straight toward her. He unleashed a burst of power and ordered, "Count to 3. Get out. 1 second late and I will destroy this place." Sonin bit her lip. Len Lung looked at him. Chuini began to count. 1, 2. As the final number was counted, a giant shadow appeared behind Sonian. Chuini confirmed. "The dungeon boss," he said. "So you finally decided to show yourself. You really are something." Seeing the boss's body darkened, Chuini realized it had been corrupted by a shadow creature. The bloated heart beast was infected. Level 50. Legendary talent. Skills. Not sure yet. Chuini scanned the dungeon boss carefully, while the corrupted mind observed and assessed him with some interest. It said that after all these years of people entering here, he was the youngest among the strong, yet his power surpassed that of the older ones. The gluttonous heart used many tricks to manipulate Sonian. Chuini gritted his teeth and raised his hand to cover his eyes. The gluttonous heart leaned in close and assured Chumi, "Do not be so tense. I am not here to fight you." He looked behind and continued, "On the contrary, I want to give you a choice." Hearing this, Chunin averted his eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Many treasures appeared simultaneously before them. The purification star contained pure purification energy that could remove all elemental status effects. The purifier suppressed the bloodline's violent power and stabilized abnormal physiques. The red dragon star contained fire and violent energy that could directly merge with weapons to increase fire damage by 50%, and the mystic iron core was a high-density metal ore with spatial waves that could craft shields and reduce skill cooldowns by 15%. The spirit jade contains the breath of life, embedded with a defensive tool that can automatically restore health points. It doubles the effectiveness of healing professions. Summons a shield wall that generates protective energy within a 10-meter radius for 10 seconds. Reveals weaknesses for 1 hour, and allows you to see the rank and flaws of your enemies. Linhai excitedly said that if the heart's spirit wants to merge with the old man's patterned armor, one strike won't be enough to blow those monsters away. Helan was also very happy to see the item she wanted: healing and defense systems. Truly a masterpiece, the eternal words of the master, this purification essence. Faced with that item, he was a bit shaken, but the calming elixir, made entirely by chance, had to be given to Chun-Yi by the mind reader, who was moved, seeing how uncomfortable she was. Just one drop of the calming elixir could let her sleep peacefully for several nights, no longer needing to worry about her bloodline being destroyed. It tries to persuade Chun-Yi that these are just appetizers, that he can come closer to me, prove he has passed the dungeon challenge, and this is his reward: take it and leave. Faced with such temptation, Chun-Yi realizes that if he chooses to stop here, he could immediately gain great benefits. But he remembered the battles and life or death moments with his comrades, the limited missions alongside them uncovering the secrets of the Momet Trade Guild. Chun-Yi told Vitamjia, "These things are indeed very tempting, but it seems you have misunderstood something." He raised his sword and struck the enemy with a single slash, saying that he came to Hatphone Cock not for the reward. As he attacked, he continued, "The system's mission is fine, the threats to his teammates are manageable, and even the curse of the talisman cannot be lifted by your charity." The Guardian was surprised and said, "Do you think letting go of the reward is as easy as turning your hand?" The elder affirmed, "You are familiar with everything around me. Even knowing my curse, it is hard not to suspect this is a trap set for me." Chun-Yi's body began to transform as he muttered, "Purify the star, purify the mind. I want them all," he declared coldly. "The dragon god's domain must die." After speaking, Chun-Yi raised his sword and then cut the Vitamjia in half. The ground beneath suddenly crumbled, and Vitamjia spread his arms, merging into the earth below. A giant monster suddenly appeared before Chumai. Without hesitation, the Guardian struck the ground with a powerful punch. Immediately the layers of earth and rock began to shift and then shattered to pieces. In an instant, everything seemed to be swallowed by the chaos, and Chun-Yi quickly escaped to avoid falling into the deep abyss. But when he saw So-Ran, she seemed less lucky than him, falling without any defense. In her panic, So-Ran shouted, and he, Chun-Yi, hearing her call, also lost his composure. So Nian, Chun-Yi quickly rushed towards her. He swiftly caught her, but as soon as he touched her, she fell into empty space. In his place, he immediately knew what it was, trying to use an illusion to confuse me. Furious, Chun directly struck Wei Tamjia. Caught by him, it was not panicked at all but instead sneered, showing only a bit of skill. Chun-Yi heard this and calmly replied with one sentence, "You will know once you try it." The false heart began to show a new attitude as a white light flashed in its eyes like thunder. It originally wanted to give you a chance to leave. Truly stubborn ignorance. Different faces appeared in the mind of the Guardian, while erasing the sequence. "I have finished learning, now you try them." Then it trembled and those images shattered. But suddenly the Guardian sensed something. What was it? Chun-Yi appeared with his friends behind him, and I have never fought one-on-one with anyone before. As he spoke, a blue dragon appeared, and the soldiers behind Chun-Yi continuously fired arrows. Duongna also fiercely advanced to attack alongside the soldiers. They all targeted the shadow monster, striking it until dust and smoke filled the air. The image gradually faded away. No! A shocking explosion followed, shattering the surrounding rocks, and the dust suddenly obscured everything in front. Through a shard of glass, Chun-Yi saw the image of a man kneeling down. This image reminded him of someone. It was... The advisor tried to touch it and suddenly a golden energy enveloped him. The timeline begins to rewind. 10 years ago, at Hat Von Kok, a man is kneeling before something. Black tentacles are wrapping around him as a voice speaks, saying, "You want to save your daughter." And though afraid, the man tries to respond. "The best pastor of Thean land said that without the 1,000-year-old mystical ice jade, it won't survive until spring. I heard your story on the black market and specially invite you to ban fuck." The monster was very pleased to hear this. "Ban fuck. From now on, we'll be perfect. I can provide enough wealth for you to buy herbs throughout the city, but you must help me with 3 tasks. Hearing this, the man gripped his trembling hands in fear and tried to ask what was going on when countless jewels suddenly fell from above along with the monster's demand to use these treasures to attract more people to Blackwind Valley. "The vitality of the weak serves as nourishment for me, and the souls of the strong can become my gatekeepers." The man's eyes filled with disbelief as he heard this. He wanted to kill them. The monster laughed loudly, baring its sharp teeth in front of him. "Do not be nervous. They came here willingly, did not they? After all, who can resist the temptation of a night of pleasure?" So he had no choice but to tell his friend when he returned that they had found mysterious crystals in Blackwind Valley, each piece worth 1,000 underlings. His friend was a bit puzzled, saying, "Is not that place supposed to be lifeless once you enter?" Last year, Old Wang Wu led a team there, and by the end, not even bones were left. The man then tried to add that they just had not found the right path, that he had discovered a mineral vein but still needed people. And if they worked with him, the profits from the mined ore would be split 3 ways. As more people were killed by monsters under his protection, he became so terrified he could not stop vomiting. Tears kept falling from his eyes along with regret. This was a curse born from their own greed, and the monsters were not to blame. People thought they came to the haunted valley for a reason to help others, but in truth, they just wanted to get rich by stepping on others' bones. Not stopping there, he continued to recruit others. "Elder Feng, the prices are negotiable. We just need you to ease up on the propaganda a bit." Soon after, chaos broke out in his house. "What happened, boss?" The North City Guild said that if we do not give up 80% of the profits, they won't let us continue. We have no backing, and relying on these thugs could get us killed. The man was furious upon hearing this, and it only made him more ruthless despite the pleas of others. "Master Lu is a villain. I am blind. Please spare me. From now on, whatever the Northern City Guild says goes. I was wrong. Master Lu, I will do whatever you say from now on." He heard the terrified screams of others begging for mercy, but the people no longer felt remorse. Standing before the monster, he no longer showed fear. "My lord," Lu Choin clearly stated his intention. "I want to build a trade guild, outwardly for promotion and business." During the addition, they also conveniently selected those who met the criteria to enter the valley. The monster naturally did not refuse. "All right. What should we name it?" The name he came up with was Dream Meter Mermaid. This time, the monster was a bit puzzled upon hearing it and asked why it was called that, but Lu Choin did not think much and replied, "I once went to the sea and encountered a group of sea spirits. They looked like immortals and sang beautifully, but they could lure people to jump into the sea, causing boats to crash on reefs. Only I survived holding onto a floating log." After hearing this, the monster immediately spat something out from its mouth that resembled a human. "That name is quite lucky." It was not long before his business made significant progress. "Boss, here is the list of products mined over the past month, and Titan has enough tributes for you, plus 17 sets of nutrient packs inside the valley." Luo Xuan was very pleased to take the list and respond. "Got it." He examined it carefully and concluded that the quality of this nutritional order was a bit poor, so next time let Madame Hong choose more carefully. "Don't let all those trivial matters be reported," the chief respectfully replied. "Yes." And that was not all. Lu Choin also raised the price. In addition, prices have increased by 2% this year. And these are all things the council has sensed during this period. This made him a bit puzzled. These fragments clearly recorded the cause and effect of the past 10 years. The glass shards kept falling more and more, then gradually gathered like a whirlpool in Chung Minnie's hand. Very quickly, a purple stone appeared in his hand. The blue dragon that appeared earlier also showed me that this is the dungeon core. Owning it is equivalent to owning the entire dungeon, something many guilds do not even have yet. Now that you have one, the benefits are immense. You gain the prison core, unlocking 30% control rights over the dungeon and the ability to manipulate the spatial rules. Sona also told him more useful information. From now on, you won't have to worry about resources because the dungeon is essentially a gold mine. It is a money-making machine. Kid, you are still pretty lucky. Now try using your mental power to sense the dungeon and your connection to it. Chung Yi immediately focused his mind, slowly absorbing the energy. He was surrounded by circles of energy, a dazzling spectacle. Next to him, Len Hai carefully supported Sonai, who was also affected by this energy. The circle of power grew larger and spread wider. Chung also tried harder to focus, seeing more and more. "I feel like I can see every tree and blade of grass in the dungeon without using my eyes. It seems I can control everything inside it." As the power surged, a small figure appeared nearby, and Chung's eyes closed tighter as if lost in his own thoughts. But the next thing he saw was Chu Van right in front of him. "Why did you come here already?" Chu Van turned to him and spoke softly. "I was worried about you, and I came here because the network power route was available." Chung Yi felt angry and helpless. Unable to speak, Chu Van saw this and apologized to him, saying sorry, and Sona also joined in to lighten the mood. "The little lady has a strong spirit and good luck. Now she can control the dungeon, so even if she stays here, nothing will happen." In this situation, he could only tell her to behave or he would take her back. As soon as he finished, the mission deadline appeared, and with the team exposing the secrets of the Mamet Trade Guild, each member would receive an rank skill book as a reward, plus 1 companion. Mission status completed. Now distributing system rewards. Chung Yi's friends were also very surprised to see Chu Van and asked why she was here. Them Line Foam, more serious, warned her that this place was dangerous and asked why she had come along, saying this was not a place to play. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Yi threw the notice over and handed his sister to him. "Them Line Foam, take good care of my sister." Them Line Foam quickly and generously agreed without hesitation. What else was there to say? "What is this?" Before Chung Yi could answer, all the information appeared. Blood Fury level 1. using the enemy's blood energy to form a blood orb. The blood orb gathers to form a soul blood sphere and is thrown at the enemy, causing intense blood energy and an explosion. Them Langfeng saw this as an impending disaster, and shrank skill book, and Helan, hearing this news from afar, was also very surprised. What? Chung Ni quickly handed her another book, one that belonged to everyone. Helan looked at the book in her hands in disbelief. Was this really an S-rank? Lin Ai also hid her surprise. Such a valuable item. Why would he give it to us? This is exactly what Helan wanted to ask. Do you realize how much this is worth? On the black market, each book goes for 7 million Zhongxia currency, and you have to fight to get one. Chung Ni treats this as nothing, saying the hidden rewards for clearing the dungeon are divided according to profession. Them Linfeng asked him in confusion right away. How could you give us something like this? Even our them family only owns 3 S-rank skill books. Helan felt this reward was too great for her. Too precious. We came here with you to do some minor tasks. How could we take such a valuable item? Clearly this is incredibly powerful. A level 1 is triple absolute formation. Summoning the triple absolute formation. Enemies inside the formation will all enter a petrified state. Their life value halved. Chung Ni still tried to persuade her to accept this gift. The dungeon is a team effort. The credit cannot be counted on me alone. Linny still feels undeserving of this, but it is too valuable, even with the class restrictions. Selling it could fetch a lot of money. What she holds is a level 1 abyss element, which creates a spatial barrier element, summons crystallized elements that collide and trigger a second explosion, causing great damage to enemies. Hearing this, Chung Yi gently walked over, patted her head, and smiled, saying, "Is money more important than life? Besides, the road ahead will only get harder, and I can't let everyone risk it with me empty-handed." Dime them Linfeng happily accepted the gift, saying it was very interesting and that next time, no matter who you face, I will take the lead alone. Chung Yi just cleared his throat and said nothing in response. Tyson was extremely happy with the skill book in his hand. This is my first level skill book, and when I fight dungeons later, I will take the lead while Helan cheers excitedly on the side. I will practice the triple absolute formation until I master it and definitely won't cause any delays. Lin he naturally feels the same as the other two, and so do I. Them Linfeng could not help but brag to Thiat Tam, saying, "Look, I absorb the enemy's blood energy and then use it to create explosions. How cool is that?" Thiat Tam fired back, "Mine can directly eliminate low-level enemies, while yours still needs to leave blood traces." Too weak. What she is holding is exactly that. Frenzied Earthquake level 1s creates a shockwave on the ground, dealing massive damage to enemies within range and directly burning those of lower level. Hearing their endless bickering, the leader could not help but intervene, saying, "Alright, it is settled. We will first solidify our skills, then go meet the big shot hiding deep inside." Them Linfeng started bragging, saying she could learn it in just 10 minutes, but Thiat Tam immediately retorted that he could master it in 5 minutes. Helan also spoke up, saying they should get ready too and not let others compare them. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chunia's shirt, and so Nian looked at him with a bright smile, praising him for always being able to bring everyone together. When she praised me, Chuyin just smiled as if to say, "Maybe because we are teammates." Almost forgot this. What he took out was the Calm Heart Elixir, a rare treasure that suppresses bloodline forces and stabilizes abnormal physiques. "This is what I want to give you. So Nian, your blood vessel issue can't be completely resolved for now, so take this as a precaution in case you need it." Then, looking into So Nian's eyes, he said firmly, "Tu Nian, I will do everything I can to help you avoid falling into hardship." So Nian was so moved by his words that tears kept falling uncontrollably. The teacher and Chuni were extremely flustered, unable to understand why she was crying again and wondering if he had said something wrong. So Nian heard this and her eyes reddened as she leaned into his chest and replied firmly, "No, I believe you, Uncle Ni. But right now, there are many researchers gathered on the rooftop of the Trade Association headquarters. The large stone at the center is emitting a very strange energy. This energy suddenly attacks the researchers, but they seemed unaware of their own situation and still moved closer to the source of the energy. One of them looked at a man and asked worriedly, "Boss, what do you think?" The man replied calmly, "The core dungeon of the Water Crystal Stone and this Black Wind Valley are connected, and in 10 years, such chaos has never occurred. This person is the loyal one who met him, Lu Qian. And with that great man's presence, Blackwind Valley is as solid as iron walls. The people entering there are merely delivering nutrients right to the door." Lu Qian, with chaotic energy appearing now. Could it be that an unexpected accident has occurred inside? Suddenly his eyes snapped wide open as if witnessing something terrifying. A researcher was slammed painfully against the wall by that energy source. Those nearby were also knocked down in a chaotic scene, and one of them could not help but exclaim, "It is over." Lu Qian also sensed trouble and immediately ordered his subordinates to send word to Hong Fu Nan. Tell her to go to Blackwind Valley immediately to investigate clearly what exactly is causing the chaos. The company staff dared not argue and replied, "Yes, boss." At this time, Madame Hong was still in disheveled clothes with messy hair. She clutched her wound in pain, cursing that annoying King Kishi. If only she had not needed to provoke her all this time. She had spent a fortune on resurrection tools, But this time she was sure she was done for. Unfortunately, the revival tool can only restore the body. It cannot bring me to full strength. Right now, I can even control 10 corpses, let alone manipulate the dry spell formation. My energy is insufficient. For the past 6 months, we could only hold the injury at the stronghold, and no one was allowed to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as this thought crossed my mind, she was immediately notified. The boss ordered her to investigate the unusual energy of Hat Fong Kok and report the results quickly. These words seem like a direct challenge to Lady Hong. Going to Hat Fong Kok now. This matter might already be beyond her abilities. Hat Fong Kok. Unusual energy. Could it be that Chugai is still playing games? In my current state, facing him means certain death, but if the guild finds out I am seriously injured, those who covet my position will be like hunters smelling blood, surely rushing in to tear apart the power I have worked so hard to build. I have put in so much effort to reach the position I hold today, and I absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. But she also cannot refuse to follow Lu Qian's orders. Carrying her anger, she could only force herself to get up and follow his orders, her life drifting like a floating weed, not her own to decide. Preparing the vehicle. Meanwhile, Chuan-Yi was still trying to absorb the power. Strange details kept appearing in his mind. The Hellhound always guarding the Shadow Beast. The secret of the Shadow Beast must be hidden in these shards. Finding it means knowing the fate of the enemy. But there was something in it that caught his attention. Chuan-Yi slowly reached out to touch it. Driven by his intense curiosity, the moment he touched it, he felt like he had fallen into a demonic realm, grabbed by countless ghostly hands. Images of Chuan-Yi began to appear through the shards of glass. The scene became blurry, all surrounding Chuan-Yi. Chuan-Yi closed his eyes tightly, sweating profusely, surrounded by a layer of mist. At his waist was a shining gem, with a dragon coiled around it. Staring intently at the gem, Chuan-Yi opened his eyes, squinting with worry. The information was too chaotic, and something was still blocking him. His eyes sharp as knives glowed with jade green. Focusing his will, if he could find a signal in the storm, he tried to listen and observe. Chu thought he sensed a filter overwhelmed by noise. Images of a man lying on his back with tentacles wrapped all over him, even crawling into his mouth, appearing on the shattered fragments of memory and sacrificial offerings. A large shard before him revealed an image of a gate, like a black hole sucking giant stones from the ground. A passageway. On another shard was the image of monsters of all shapes bearing fangs and roaring. Territory. Tearing flesh, with countless shards rushing in continuously. They flashed quickly with a blinding glare that made Chu think to raise his hand to shield his face. He jerked back, eyes wide, breathing heavily as if confronted with something terrible. Cold sweat kept falling on his face, his hand holding the stone, eyes full of contemplation. Songna beside him saw his condition and asked anxiously, "What did you see that made your expression so terrible?" Chu thought slowly, but his eyes still looked dazed. "I understand now. No wonder the demonic aura inside the cold jade made me feel strangely familiar." Songna, still confused, looked up to ask again, "What do you mean? Please explain the situation slowly." "A few months ago, I fought with the demons who sneaked into the common water trail at the Kungfeng Mountain Fork. The breath here is exactly the same as theirs." Songna gradually understood. "You mean the demons seen inside this crystal core?" The image of a mouth lined with huge sharp teeth and surrounded by tentacles grinning grotesquely at the earth. Exactly. Moreover, it is even worse than imagined. By looking into the memories of the prison crystal, I discovered that the dark creature is a gateway to another world still in the process of forming. It will transfer the essence of the other world to the stars, offering it to the living as a so-called life supply, which is actually a sacrifice to open the true passage. The monsters covered the space with a terrifying mist, waiting for prey. Once they absorb enough life energy, a complete door can be opened by supplying a large number of demons. Songna bowed slightly. "Just like 100 years ago." Turning to Trung Yini and asked, "Are you scared now?" Trungi's eyes never left the gem in his hand. It was not fear but caution, as panic would not solve anything. Their determination had just been tested in a fierce battle, and the strength they gained was still unfamiliar, their condition not yet at its best. His face was full of determination, his hand gripping tightly, venturing deeper not recklessly, but foolishly. It was not that they were unbeatable, just that we all needed time to become stronger than we are now. Song Nahao agreed with his thinking but was still a bit puzzled. Caution is the first crucial step for a hunter to survive, so how do you plan to help them adapt? Sitting still 1T build their skills. Trung Yi raised the jade up to eye level, his eyes filled with danger and a knowing smile. Of course, not sitting still, didn't he realize this entire prison was the perfect training ground? Images appeared after his words, showing that he could initially manipulate them or even create some opponents for simulation, allowing everyone to safely experience the power and techniques of rank skills. He also suggested the possibility of applying some pressure tests. The monks laughed heartily at the plan he proposed, finding it interesting. Trungi stepped closer to his teammates and announced loudly, "Everyone, the plan has changed. We will not be going deeper inside for now." Lin Feng turned back confused and asked why. Trung Ngai explained his reason. "The things inside are very strong, even stronger than any enemy we have ever faced. I do not want anyone to get hurt or worse because they were not prepared enough." He added his plan before the upcoming battle. Before the final move, you all need special training. With his hands clasped behind his head in confusion, he wondered how special training could even happen in a place like this. Meanwhile, Lin Feng found it amusing, his eyes shining and fists clenched, asking how exactly this special training would work. An imagined scene appears, Trung Yi with a blank face, controlling a puppet to attack. I will follow the energy dungeon to create simulated opponents with strength equal to yours, even stronger by 1 level, with the sole purpose of infinite combat approaching reality. Using all your potential just to hold the power you have just gained. More Lin Feng heard, the more excited he became, jumping up and laughing with tears in his eyes. Simulated combat. This is great, I will be the first, Len Hai said worriedly, raising a hand to stop him. Them Lin Feng. Your wound has just healed. Seemingly eager and ready, Lin Feng showed he was completely healthy, the small wound long healed. Trung Yi solemnly confirmed. Them Lin Feng, this is not a game. The pain and pressure of the simulated battle are real, and I will adjust the difficulty based on your reactions. You may die many times. Instead of hesitation or fear, Lin Feng seemed even more determined and eager. Unable to speak, Trung Yi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction, seeing his teammate was not intimidated but eagerly anticipating the plan he had devised. He activated his power, the gem soaring up with swirling golden lights before everyone's eyes. The light enveloped Lin Feng's entire body, and he received it without a hint of hesitation or change in expression. The purple smoke dissipated to reveal Lin Feng's figure in a space like a corridor. From behind, a person wrapped in bandages, wielding a sword, swiftly approached, and with his sharp instincts, Lin Feng immediately turned around. A notification appeared showing the simulation mode. Specialist Phantom, level 35. Golden Aptitude, Skills and Obsession set. Slash cut, and one-hit kill. His hair changed color like flames, his ears grew long and pointed like an elf's, and large horns sprouted from his head with a half-beast appearance. Lin Feng stopped a fireball in his hand and aimed the fiery punch at the enemy. The punch landed, but the enemy vanished like a shadow, dodging the attack, leaving Lin Feng momentarily stunned. He struck continuously from all directions, but the enemy dodged so quickly he spun around like a whirlwind. Lin Feng clearly sensed the enemy's strength and angrily punched, using the obsession skill, but suddenly a sword slashed across his neck, making him bleed. Lin Feng was surprised by that incredible speed. How could it be so fast? He threw another shadow punch, but the bandaged man quickly dodged it. Outside, Chuan Yi was channeling power to maintain the formation, his eyes intently watching the reflections of Lin Feng's battle. It turned out he could even sense the details of the fight, allowing him to make adjustments to the simulation and the scene. Them Lin Feng, unfamiliar with the obsession system, must first reduce the environmental interference, wait for him to adapt, then increase the difficulty. In the battle, when the enemy tried to approach, Lin Feng breathed fire like a dragon to burn the wrapped arrow, which vanished like ashes after being scorched by the dragon's flame. But that is not all. Behind him, Lin Feng glanced disdainfully, still needing to lead and form a team. Outside, Chuan Yi told everyone around as the power poured into the gem increased. Are you ready? Helan, Lin Hai, and Thiet Tam were initially enveloped by that power, each radiating determination. They were teleported away, leaving only Chu Van hugging the snowy path behind. Chu Van's face tensed slightly as she looked around. Her eyes, along with Chu So's, were full of hope as they looked at Chu Mi, who understood her thoughts and said bluntly, do not even dream about it. Rejected without mercy. She looked disappointed, pouting, since she could not be transported. Chu Van sat building a snowman, while Suna turned to Chunini, who was watching, and asked, Little one, how does it feel to manipulate this control lens? The purple jade in his hand clearly displayed the images of everyone's battles before his eyes, wonderfully like grasping a key that was both heavy and perfectly fitting. He looked at the object and shared his impression after using it weak, but indeed he could feel a connection deepening. Each time you build and maintain it, the connection to this space becomes clearer, and the power you can command seems to increase a bit. The master was pleased but reserved, saying you must remember this is like a new arm growing skin. You need to use it and train it a lot before you can control it easily. Wait till you can fully master it, and every tree and tiger in this prison dungeon will be controlled by your will. While the two were talking, Chu Van beside them was performing a ritual with the snow person who had just landed, then looked up with eyes no longer innocent but filled with determination as she severed the snow person's head. The person beside him continued the conversation, for that was the true authority of the dungeon master. With full confidence, the master solemnly declared before the blue dragon, I will succeed. Chu Van gasped as she ran to where the snowman's head had fallen. She bent down and hugged the snowball as big as her body right next to an ice wall. In the ice wall, the reflection of a group of people approaching appeared. Chu Van widened her eyes in horror as the cold sweat dripped down her face. Chu Van fell backward in terror, the wolf beside her growling threateningly. She screamed, Brother. The leader swiftly appeared before her and shattered the ice wall without a single wasted move. After shattering what was in front of him, he looked up and asked, What is wrong? Chu Van stood up, clutching his arm tightly, unable to hide her fear. Pointing ahead, saying it is her, she is here, the mysterious woman in red. She is in the mirror. They both looked toward the ice block ahead, and she confirmed, she is in the mirror. Cut to the entrance of the Wind Valley, a woman draped in red silk with patterns, her eyes clearly showing exhaustion. Behind her were muscular figures wrapped in red cloth. She ordered. 6 of you go scout ahead. Be careful to conceal your bodies. Do not get detected. The path ahead is shrouded in snow, looking dangerous as if something is lurking behind it. Perhaps sensing the strange aura, the red-robed man suddenly raised his hand to stop. Wait a moment. 2 people enter the valley from the front. 2 others circle around to the back, sneaking in through the water tracks behind. She looks down with exhaustion and worry, telling the remaining 2 to protect me. The Lord official observed everything silently, thinking that his spiritual power connected with the depth of the prison core could extend its sensing ability to the entire Wind Hollow Valley, like the valley being equipped with countless cameras. So no matter how many tricks she had, she could never escape his grasp. His gaze was cold and sharp, filled with the image of the intruders. She was still alive, her breath chaotic, probably revived by secret techniques but not fully recovered. He turned to gently stroke an ice head. Her condition was unbelievably poor, as if she had walked right into a trap. Little Van, do not be afraid. I will show you a game. Uncle Van felt somewhat reassured and she asked back, what kind of game is it? The chief said thoughtfully, cat and mouse. On Lady Hong's side, she was hiding and watching. Something was off. Too quiet. With her instincts, she seemed to sense something, and also felt eyes spying from everywhere. It is like being watched by the entire Mist Valley. We must find the unusual source before reporting back to the master. She ordered the 2 red-bandaged men to move forward, telling them to lead the way and stay hidden. The 2 red-banded men ran swiftly along the ice wall, while Lady Hong ran below, exclaiming, the first gate, yet it has been completely destroyed. Staring at the ice surface split in 2, she guessed it was as if someone had sliced the ground with a sword, with a faint trace of familiar energy barriers remaining. From the tentacles emerged a dim yellow light, struggling as if begging for rescue. She skidded to a halt on the ground, smoke rising as she saw what was before her. Tentacles covered in golden light sprouted from the earth, the pink servant gnashing her teeth. The blue shell, he really was up to no good. She looked at the ring on her hand, silently considering her options. Should she inform the boss first and let him handle it? No. Doing so would expose her situation and she would not even be able to complete the mission. She should still contact the hidden surveillance point inside the valley to gather information first. If she could find the master's location, it would be better, but contrary to expectations, her ring kept glowing red, signaling connection failure. Connection failure. She could not believe it. The highest level secret of the Trade Guild was also blocked by interference in the space. Impossible. Sis. Hong closed her eyes, her hands weaving red strings like a puppeteer trying to control the puppets. The puppet strings linked by soul energy, not affected by the unusual energy veil. Although since entering the valley there has always been a certain pressure that greatly suppresses the connection. The red threads cover everywhere. The 2 red bandaged figures appear faintly, but can still be sensed. Suddenly a blinding light flashed, making the 2 red banded figures turn to look. At the same time, she coughed up blood in suspicion the connection was lost. Yet the 2 red-banded figures kept charging through mountains and cliffs. Suddenly, 2 strong forces acted on them, causing them to separate like strands losing their adhesive. Her face darkened in panic, and the other 2 did too. Could it be that Chu really possessed spatial abilities, or was there more than one person involved? Madame Hong gritted her teeth in anger, her fists clenched tightly. In the blink of an eye, 4 fighting puppets were dealt with, leaving no time to react. In her current state, she had no chance of winning against him. In the sky, a girl with 2 braids looked down in surprise. Why was her face so pale? Sister Hong, Madame Hong quickly turned to question. What are you doing here? The person beside her quickly landed and said they were passing by to collect the sect's phoenix frames. And Kitch showed pity, saying that when she was bedridden before, he was the one who helped retrieve all the sect's kung feng, and that he would take over this mission too. Right? Madame Hong angrily suspected. Did you kill my puppet? And Kitch was unhappy, gently stroking his braid, wondering what Lady Hong was saying that no one could understand. It seemed like they had encountered a major complication, so hurry back and tend to your injuries. There might be more than one enemy. Do not die here again. Lady Hong grew paler, still pierced by a sharp tongue as before. Ankitch smiled mischievously. Maybe because he had followed her for too long. The words sounded familiar. Lady Hong and the clones ran in the opposite direction. Fine. Just go ahead and scout further. Suddenly a shard of ice fell right in front of the lady in pink, causing her to recoil and quickly step back in panic. The image looked up at the sky, full of surprise and suspicion. From the sky, dozens of people like her fell down, restoring themselves. So many of them. When the clones attacked, she quickly dodged and shouted, "Why are there only puppets left now? Hey, Lady Hong, explain this to me a bit." Lady Hong stood there, staring fiercely at her reflection in the ice shard, looking truly pale. Weak, cries echo within the glass, her face blank. Madame Hong. Oh Hong, I beg you, please spare me. We are best friends. Why are you pushing me away? Lady Hong, you would kill even your own people for status. Over here, the shadow clone still has to fight against increasingly stronger and more furious replicas. Unlike the puppet that died before her eyes, Lady Hong is using forged techniques to refine her skills. The girl continuously uses various moves to counter the attacks of those puppets, but in a short time, they quickly learned that skill and fought back. Angered, A terrifying power gradually radiated around her as she stared down the clones. She almost lost everything, defeated by those imposters. How can I still have a place in the guild? Then her hands surged up. Releasing immense power, she grabbed the nearest puppet by the neck. And though it was big, I have suffered no less than Lady Hong. After that, the remaining puppets were quickly defeated by her in no time. On the other side, Lady Hong saw the illusions of those who had harmed her, their gloomy voices rising. Ah Hong, do not be fooled by that gold and silver. Remember the corn cakes from when we lived in the poor district. Have you forgotten already? Please, I beg you. Spare me, I won't say anything. I can leave this place immediately and never return to Thianlan province. The one who kidnapped my fiancée. If you say I won't act and then boil her clothes to parade her on the streets, you better be careful. I will reveal everything, so do not be reckless. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me at the mansion. If you kill me, he will become an orphan. Please have mercy for the sake of the child. Let me keep this life, even if I have to become a courtesan, as long as I can see him grow up. Even if you keep the whole household to yourself, may I bow to my mother and then die. Lady Hong, you would kill even your own flesh and blood for status, leaving Lord Liu to enjoy wealth and honor. Is that more important than our 20 years of loyalty? In the end, there is the image of a woman with a gentle smile. She reached out to her. The child, you must be hungry. Wipe the blood off your face and follow me. From now on your name will be Hong. Lady Hong's tears welled up. Hesitated. Foster mother, but in an instant, the woman's expression changed. Her eyes filled with hatred as she lunged at Lady Hong, who had thought it was just stubbornness. She kept all the good food and fine clothes for herself, yet the ungrateful one even harmed me. I will teach her a lesson by using everything against her. Madame Hong immediately raised her arm to block the blow and shouted for them to get out, then threw out red cloths to wrap tightly around a giant skull to control it. Madame Hong panicked, yelling back at the people from before, saying now she could live in a house with a yellow tiled floor. I can have others kneel and offer bird's nest to me. But a Hong was given corn cakes and died long ago in the cold winds of the poor neighborhood. I put so much effort into controlling the business in Thianlan province. How could I let hidden disasters come from outside? If death can still preserve honor for those who fulfill filial duty, then has my reputation in Thianlan province been a joke all these years? Instead of trusting your temporary devotion to Buddha, it is better to let you see with your own eyes that she will pay for your stubbornness. So you will remember, those who confront me have always dragged those around them down, becoming a courtesan. Do you still stand by those words? My place is not for charity. No one is allowed to pay the price. You are dead. Han Cheng's daughter. She is like a mother who harmed her own child. What does that have to do with me? Lord Li gave me honor, wealth, and prosperity. But it was not a gift. I earned it with my mind and my schemes. Much more real than the 20 years of so-called loyalty you talk about. If you call me ungrateful, it is because you raised me that way. If you truly cared about me, that man worked with me to find a way up, not to protect your pitiful peaceful life, warning me not to be delusional. Clearly, you could not keep up with my pace and wanted to drag me down into the mud. Uttering her final words, she controlled the skull to unleash a massive burst of power. It shattered the figures that existed in the previous illusion, seemingly the nightmares that haunted her. The power surged through the mirror and shot outward, but at the same time, the mirror reflected that light back, causing it to bounce back. The image suddenly appeared behind her, and she was almost killed by those restorers. Now it is your turn to give me an explanation. Right, Madame Hong tightly restrained her, and the energy that was released earlier has now returned. A flash of light, and she stepped into another illusion. A ruined palace. This is my memory. How could it be here? Behind Lady Hong, a monster opened its huge mouth as if to swallow her whole. She angrily turned back. Damn it, still refusing to stop. Right, but behind her, the monster had disappeared, leaving only a mirror there, along with illusions and tricks. Just a ploy to deceive me. Red sparks gradually escaped from her arm, her cold gaze demanding my surrender. But it would not be that easy. Then, the puppets created by Lady Hong began to appear. Guards. Manifestations. The level 35 guard puppets. She ordered to smash these mirrors before the puppet could strike them. The mirror reflected its image, creating a black clone of the puppet emerging from its shadow. The puppets seemed to sense something as their eyes glanced behind them. Fierce battle quickly erupted between the two sides. The sounds of punches and clashes made even bystanders get goosebumps. On the other side, Lady Hong panicked as she watched her puppets suddenly turn on each other, slashing wildly. Stop! Stop fighting! What is wrong with you? You are my puppets. Obey my command and stop. Watching the armor on the puppets slowly shatter, she shouted again. Stop! I said stop. But no matter what she said, they kept fighting like crazy. In the end, they stopped, covered in wounds, and Lady Hong cried out, "What exactly do you want to do?" Then suddenly one of the puppets looked at Lady Hong. It gave a strange smile, and finally they all disappeared. Her mind was stretched tight like a bowstring, fearfully glancing around. This was not an illusion but control. He could even control his own puppets. What kind of power was this? Madame Hong was so worried she was sweating profusely, her mind racing. Chu Ai's control over the Black Wind Nation far exceeded her understanding, and now she was completely alone. The only thing she can do now is run. She must get out immediately and report the intelligence here to the boss. He will find a way. The lady hurried back to the old path. He will definitely have a solution. Beneath her feet, the ground cracked into many fissures. Startled, she looked down and realized the path had just vanished. It turned into an ice bridge, causing Madame Hong to slip straight down, the control only guiding her descent. After a while, she finally stopped but crashed hard into a solid wall. Madame Hong looked up helplessly. The puppet strings tangled. He is still toying with me. Now I am just a bug caught in a web, a toy in your hands. Do whatever you want. Chuni, if you are so good, come out and kill me. Do not hide like a coward. Outside, he used his power to control the illusion and saw Lady Hong's miserable face. Chuning called out loud for her to hear, struggle like those who were once seen as sacrifices. Feel this despair. He manipulated the mirrors to show her her current state. This hunting ground designed especially for her. Madame Hong began negotiating with Chui. Chuni, the power of the trade guild far exceeds what you can imagine. The boss still has a trump card in hand. If you let me go, I can help you plead before Boss Lu. He replied bluntly. Uninterested. No longer calm as before, she shouted. Chui, the Merchant Guild's legion is coming right now. You can't escape me. In Madame Hong's hand appeared a bizarre creature, a puppet bomb created by the top alchemist of the Merchant Guild. The Trade Guild only has one. Chuni, you can't control them all. Let us see how you stop me. She unleashed a great power, shouting loud enough for those outside to hear. Even if I die, I will destroy this place. The massive explosion left Lady Hong struggling in a cloud of smoke and dust, as she felt something slipping away. Her expression turning fierce. When she regained consciousness and looked down, she immediately realized her legs were completely gone. Chuyi's cold voice rang out, wanting to die. I still have not agreed. Lady Hong gently rubbed her head, smiling helplessly as tears streamed down. You are truly a demon. Just kill me already, he straightforwardly replied. Is not watching the green creature struggle in despair exactly what you enjoy the most? Then when it is your turn to be on top, you are the one begging for death. Talk about double standards. Lady Hong clasped her hands behind her back and spoke with a tone of defeat. If you could control the Shadow Valley, then you were the one who killed that woman just now. Right? She lowered her head and muttered. Those who want to take my place like her do exist. Chu Hang and Chu Xu Bai are still in the Chu family. Are not they? She suddenly stopped and looked up into the sky, as if she could see someone outside with a strong aura. Exactly right. A statement aimed directly at Chu Van made her flinch nervously. And there was also her younger sister. Now, glowing blue chains appeared all around, rushing straight at the madam, making her quite tense. The chains immediately hoisted her battered body up, forming a web that tightly trapped her in the center. Chuani's tone softened but his face remained unchanged. Then he glanced at his sister standing behind him and said, Tu Van, do not look, I will handle this quickly. Tu Van hesitated for a moment, then bravely stepped forward and said to him, Brother, leave it to me. Chuna looked back with surprise. Tu Van, she clenched her hands tightly. She once tried to corner you, to harm our brother and sister Tu Nian. And you were afraid of her. Chu Van's eyes now showed determination as she placed her hand firmly forward and said, But if I keep fearing her, she will always be my nightmare. I can't live in fear like this. Please, let me go. Chuni gently stroked Chu Van's hair, his voice soft as he reassured her with a comforting gesture, making her a bit shy. I will stay by your side. Then, he immediately moved both of them in front of the Madame Hong, who was bound tightly by chains all over her body. She looked excited as if she had predicted this. The little girl is here. Madame Hong sneered at the two siblings standing before her, feeling well protected by others. Do they also want to come and kill me? Her face twisted into a mad smile as she shouted loudly. Who dares? The madam struggled fiercely, causing the tight chains around her to cut into her flesh and draw blood. The wound on her leg bled continuously from the tight chains. Some drops even splattered onto Chu Van's face. She wiped the blood away as if brushing off her own fear. The wicked woman. Chu Van quickly formed an ice crystal and declared, I am not afraid of you. Hong Madam smiled provocatively, saying that with this old thing alone, the man hiding behind Chu Ni, I still remember how you used to cry like a child, and now you dare to take up a weapon against me. Chu Van was unfazed by her words, controlling the ice crystal in her hand to pierce through her body, shattering the chain along with it. Despite being seriously injured, she crazily declared, I am Lady Hong. Chu Ni and the Chu family originally belonged to me. Lady Hong smiled while holding a shard of the ice crystal. How could I possibly lose to someone like you? Madame Hong threw sharp ice crystals straight at Chu Van, daring her to die. Chu Mi shouted loudly as he watched. Little Van. A surge of power radiated from Chu Van. She showed no fear and immediately compressed the small ice crystal, not allowing anyone to appear before my Kako again. With that, Chu Van directly crushed the crystal into pieces. Immediately after, countless ice crystals pierced through the Lady Hong's body, blood splattering everywhere. Her eyes rolled back in white, and it did not stop there. Small shards of glass followed, rushing toward her body. It quickly absorbed the blood inside her. The dungeon absorbed Lady Hong's energy. The control power of the prison crystal core increased by 35%. New defenses were added, and the image of Hong Chumei was recorded in the dungeon's database. Chuvan spoke softly to Chumi as her hand held the ice crystal. Brother, from now on I do not want anyone to use me to threaten you anymore. Sensing his sister's fear, Chunini gently hugged her from behind. Yes, it is all over now. You did very well. Little Van, you have grown up now. Listening to your brother's advice, Chu Van's eyes welled up as she held his hand. Chuini continued to quietly praise his sister while Madame Hong quietly disappeared. No longer the little girl who was always protected. Elsewhere, a map dotted with red marks hung on the wall, and a man sat in a chair studying it. At the same time, a girl stepped out of the shadows and quietly stood behind Lu Qian. His voice was indifferent. I know. Anyway, her value is gone. This intruder is not an ordinary one. Lu Qian raised his eyebrows looking at the compass in his hand. The secret there has been exposed. The epic level dark compass prop is forged from Demon Clan coral and deep abyss glass. Embedded with the shattered soul of a Demon Clan lord, whoever possesses it can merge the prop with the lord's energy, greatly enhancing their own dark energy level. Seeing the dense beams of light on the compass, Lu Qian called out, Shadow Clan. Immediately, a group of people appeared, kneeling on one knee to await his orders. Their eyes seemed willing to do anything he commanded, including the Shadow Wolves members. Feng Xuan, a level 41 Shadow Spirit. Guju, a level 42 Soul Mage. Shikai, a level 43 Shadow Warrior. Blood Swordman, a level 42 Shadow Swordsman. And Ying, a level 40 Assassin. Sitting in his chair, Lu Kong coldly rested his chin on his hand and said, The Shadow Wind Valley is in chaos. I need to go handle the aftermath. Our master is still sound asleep. No disturbances allowed. Eliminate the intruder as quickly as possible. Lu Toin raised his hand, and red orbs appeared in the air for each person, ready to activate their potential with blood pouch pills if needed. A blond man stood up with his hands clasped together and said, Rest assured, the shadows will make sure the intruder never returns. Suddenly, he shouted, You useless fool. Lu Toin stood up and waved his hand, sending a wave of purple energy over the group. Go. His voice deepened as he ordered to quickly find the troublemaker. A faint image appeared in a place like a merciless hell beneath the underworld, where burning flames scorched flesh, suddenly interrupted by the complaints of someone. Too noisy. Behind Lady Hong were dozens of others restrained, their hands and waists tightly bound behind their backs, unable to move. The next image showed her kneeling respectfully before a man, having already delivered 177 people to her master this month. Then, all the fragments of memory shattered as if they never existed. Chue cursed angrily. The merchant guild deserves to die. His cold blue eyes glowed faintly, a sharp aura rising suddenly from the depths like a tidal wave. That female assassin was not absorbed by the dungeon upon death, so the Thuong Association must have known about the death of the Red Lady. I suspect Lu Toin is still on the way here. And as for the Thuong Association using living people as sacrifices due to the plague and demon tribe, this evidence is best handed over to you. He flung his hand to open his screen. Only he could mobilize his power the fastest to stop Lu Toin and eliminate the Thuong Hoi dead. Vong Hai on the other side quickly answered the call. Chuni, is something wrong that you are contacting me at this hour? Chuni reported the situation without hesitation. Master, it is urgent. I discovered a secret at the center of the Morat Trade Guild in Black Wind Valley. He carefully recounted everything. The Morat Trade Guild uses living people to nurture a dark creature in Black Wind Valley, but they still secretly hide some things. I can't tell you the truth about the prison mirror for now, so I had to pass the information I investigated to Lady Hong. Chue thought and then lied without hesitation, reporting that the information I got from Lady Hong's mouth confirms that this dark creature is a still maturing dimensional gate. The purpose of the sacrifice is to accelerate the formation of this door. Once it matures, the demons behind it will pour out endlessly, and Zongxia Kingdom will once again face the threat from 100 years ago. After hearing this, Wang Hai showed no expression, coldly folding his arms and continuing to ask about the current state of the abnormal door. Brother Trung honestly reports, it has absorbed too much energy and is now in a dormant digestion phase. This digestion process is our final limit, and once completed, the gate will be thoroughly reinforced. After grasping the entire situation over there, Wang Hai immediately nodded and gave orders to his group. Understood. I will immediately use my highest authority to contact the military. They will dispatch the fastest special forces to blockade Black Wind Valley, and you all? Immediately. Right now. Retreat completely. This is an order. Trung Yi was still a bit hesitant. Sir, but before he could finish speaking, fresh blood-red beams began to appear in the sky. The connection immediately encountered problems. The device linking him and Vong Hai was completely cut off. Lu Toin arrived even faster than imagined. The others in the team reacted quickly to this anomaly, and before long they appeared as Trung Yi had instructed. So looked up hesitantly, still wanting him to confirm. Annie, this is... He did not answer her question but turned to call everyone over to see the monitor. Come here quickly. There is an emergency. In the scope of the telescope, the image of the Lu Toin group approaching from afar appeared, and Trung Yi carefully spoke up to arrange for everyone to retreat. Listen carefully. Everyone. He brought along 5 subordinates above level 40, and he himself is level 46. The gap is too great. A direct confrontation will have no chance of victory. I will take you all out of here first. I will stay and wait for the army. But before he could finish, Ling Feng interrupted. I am not leaving. He scratched his head, worried about Zhong Yai but unsure how to soften his words. If you want to then take them. I am a man. Training is not for turning tail and running. Moreover, leaving you here alone to play the hero is a pipe dream. Trung Yi showed no gratitude and instead seriously lectured them Lin Feng. This is not the time to sulk, the gap between level 40 and 26. But not only Lin Feng, even a usually timid girl like Sonin objected. Trung Yi, I will stay too. Not only her but the others also spoke firmly, all determined to support each other. We are a team and no one should bear the danger alone. We want to help too. And we can keep letting you protect us every time. We have all acquired rank skills. So staying here means we can definitely provide support. Trung Yi showed no sign of being moved. His deadpan face stretched out in frustration as he looked at them. This group of low-ranking but brave people was truly a headache. He did not stop them anymore. But before agreeing, he went on with a long list of instructions. Alright, if everyone has decided to stay, I will adjust the plan. I will forcibly distort the space, separating Lu Choyan and his subordinates, pulling 5 of you into different areas so each of you can deal with one opponent. Although I will be nearby to support. Remember, this is not a drill but a real battle. Use your full strength, and most importantly, do not fight to the death. Your first objective is to hold out until the army arrives. If you feel you can endure any longer, call for my help immediately, and I will move you out at once. Despite the long speech, it did not discourage their team. Instead, their spirits flared up as they said, it should have been like this earlier. Yes. Understood. Don't worry. Leave it to us. At this moment Lu Chuan slowly stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury as he saw the group still standing there hesitating. Then he exploded with a deadly aura, shouting, those who do not know life or death, get out of here. Chuni spread his hands and began to open his own cubic space, ready to start. Almost at the same time, the group on Lu Choyan's side was surrounded by strands of golden light, and a strange barrier pattern gradually appeared beneath their feet. Sensing the fading energy of his subordinates, Lu Choyan recognized its nature with just a glance. Space distortion. Soon after, the illusion was teleported to a ruined space. The novice had been waiting, and upon seeing the enemy appear, she sprang forward, raising her greatsword high. But one of her sword strikes could only harm an illusory copy, while the original form of the phantom remained completely unharmed. So this rat turned out to be a lady. She smiled with pursed lips, her face showing no worry or fear, only arrogance because of her level 40 status. Unfortunately, what could a mere level 26 do to me? The novice said nothing. The large sword in her hand spun. The tip of the blade darted like a stray bullet but only struck another layer of illusion. Yet she showed no sign of hesitation, her violet pink eyes growing even colder with determination. The novice's strong wrist twisted, her body turning as she struck another blow. This time I caught their true form. The illusion could only grasp the sword tightly with its hand. Yet the tone still revealed a hint of admiration and enjoyment. You can see through my illusion technique. As before, the novice said nothing, just spun the sword again, then swung it strongly with both hands, as if trying to cleave through the seam of her sleeve. But the shadow strike remained safely standing on the flat mound, causing the novice to start losing composure despite trying to stay calm. Even though the assassin was not skilled in brute strength, a level 40 power was already terrifyingly strong. But if resisted, it definitely would not be that easy. Chu, watching the entire battle from afar, closed his eyes and silently gave her directions, telling her not to resist. Her speed and strength far surpassed yours, but you can use the demon's sensitive force sense to lock onto her position. Then use the sword formation to force her to appear. The assassin's strength lies in stealth. Once she can no longer hide herself, her power diminishes greatly. The shadow strike was attacked so relentlessly by the novice that it became enraged, and this time, instead of dodging, it launched a direct attack. Seeking death, faced with the sharp steel shards hurled at her, the novice soldier heavily drove her sword straight into the ground. Everything around seemed to slow down to an extreme. The steel shards rushed toward the edge of her blade and were once again deflected. At the feet of the novice appeared an expanding circular seal, and the vengeful spirit shaped like herself began to disrupt the entire battle. This technique is the Vengeful Spirit Sword Shadow Formation. To explain a bit about this sword technique, the level 1's Vengeful Spirit Sword Formation releases spirits to attack enemies while creating a forced hit rate that poisons the enemy, triggering a final strike when the sword spirits vanish. So no matter how many illusions the shadow strike creates on her fake body, they are all swiftly cut down by the soul sword shadows without a trace. She still underestimates the enemy, but the level 26 formation is already being sliced through by her sword shadows. The shadow strike came out. Unbelievably sharp pain stabbed through her back. What? Only then did she start to feel fear as she looked at the demonic formation before her. Inside the formation, every second my speed slows down. I can maintain perfect stealth, and I feel the edges of my wounds corroding. Her face suddenly pales, sweat pouring like a shower. This bastard really poisoned the sword. But then that shadow suddenly slipped underground, as if she could pass through any terrain. Very quickly she resurfaced again, with a perfect body without a single wound. Even though my rank was higher, the assassin's skill is suppressed and can only be countered within this frontal formation. Crushed to death by the needles, the shadow strikes out on its own, relentlessly lunging at Sony. In this central formation must belong to the head of the Tayat family. Kill her, and the formation will be destroyed. She struggled as her hand stabbed straight into her stomach, her cruel expression showing she was certain of victory and revenge. Even now, the shadow assassin still had not grasped the situation and was arrogantly mocking the level difference. Look, it is not about having a lower rank. But then Sonin squeezed that girl's wrist hard enough to pull it out of her own stomach, making her recoil in horror. What are you doing? Sonin held her tightly, ignoring the blood soaking through her clothes. At that moment, the sword above her seemed to be grasped by dozens of hands all at once, pointing the sharp tip straight up to the sky. Sonin stared at her, finishing this game with a move that declared checkmate, the sword's soul returning to the nether. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the ground was covered with deep pits as if someone had just torn it apart. A deafening sound echoed as Lang Feng's fierce dragon claws were completely blocked by the enemy's sturdy steel shield. Yet he showed no hesitation. Instead, fueled like a battle-hardened warrior, he grew even more relentless with his blazing dragon fist. On the contrary, he wanted to see how many of these attacks this fool could block. His two hidden states immediately activated blood, fury, and rage. The Scarlet Flame Fist. Lan Feng's opponent was a blonde-haired man, holding his shield tightly with one hand while thrusting his spear with the other. Cursing like a madman, Lin Feng quickly used his inner energy to create a white barrier to block the spear tip. In an instant, the battlefield split into two distinct shades of power, but Thatch Caius' spear tip seemed sharper than Lin Feng expected. Despite his efforts to block it, the attack did not end but only prolonged. On the contrary, he was gradually being pushed back. Long Thu's spear tip began to show scratches from the direct strikes. From afar, Chu Yiling sensed it and warned Ling Feng, he is a level 43 dark warrior with strong physical defense and power. Facing him head-on will surely lead to defeat. Use your dragon energy to burn him. Wear him down. Provoke him. Your chance lies in the opening after his violent attack. Thatch Kai seemed certain of victory, smirking arrogantly while pretending to regret it. Encountering for the first time someone with moves even more brutal than his own, not yet strong and decisive, but without revealing any clear weaknesses. Still young at barely over half my age and already reaching level 26. A pity. Thatch Kai gathered his strength once more to thrust his spear forward, determined not to lose in a test of power. Remembering Chuni's warning, Lin Feng changed his attack direction, and as soon as he retracted the dragon shield, he immediately slammed a powerful punch into the ground, signaling he would not take risks with this opponent. Thatch Kai was surprised by Lin Feng's seemingly impulsive action, combined with the rising dust that left him momentarily stunned. Seeing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Feng did not hesitate to rush forward. There was an opening. He opened his mouth and attacked as if following Chunga's advice. With a fierce aura, realizing the attack was too dangerous, Thatch Kai immediately thrust his spear, forcing him to dodge, causing the fierce aura to dissipate. Thatch Kai grew more and more furious, stamping his foot on the ground and forcefully pivoting on his heel. Using the power from his heel as a base, his whole body lunged forward, gripping a gleaming spear tightly in his hand as he roared. The opening was deliberately exposed by me. Do you think a level 43 fight would be that simple? Thatch Kai sensed the danger from Lin Feng and began to hastily thrust his spear with full force. It is just a pity that Lin Feng is tougher than Tiu Kong, his agile body dodging each stab while still managing to throw a taunt back. Damn it, you stubborn iron turtle, you almost got me there, but that was only on the surface. Several times he nearly failed to dodge that spear and grew increasingly worried over time. The absolute gap between rank and strength had become clear, and if this continued, his blood would soon run dry. Finally, the moment has come. Ling Feng is no longer agile enough and is knocked backward by Shi Kai. Unexpectedly, Chu has been silently waiting for this moment for a long time now. His power has leveled up, but his defense has become fragmented. Lin Feng heard those words and got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Well fought. Watching Thatch Kai relentlessly charging without giving anyone a chance to breathe, he laughed defiantly. The harder they fought, the more he enjoyed it. Lin Feng's hand reached out. This was the moment to repay all these wounds. Didn't you say you liked using power to pressure me? Today you will taste what it means to pay blood for blood. After entering a berserk state, Thatch Kai lost all reason to see this move, and instantly the entire battlefield turned into a pool of dark red blood. Blood poured down from the sky and seemed to rise from the ground, covering everything. After a shout from Ling Feng, blood drops as big as steam buns began rushing in from all directions. He could not dodge in time. Or rather, he could not dodge at all, and these blood drops stuck to his body. Feeling his strength slowly being drained, his muscles began to contract in panic. They were still sucking his life and power. Thatch Kai crushed the blood sacks clinging to him like leeches, his berserk state growing more agitated as he roared. What kind of dark magic is this? Lin Feng did not bother to explain and just stood there laughing with satisfaction. Iron guts and a tough shell are useless. Taste the power of your own strength. Then he muttered 4 words. Rage of Bloodlust. Explaining a bit about this power. Rage of Bloodlust level 1. Singing to gather blood energy to form blood ox spirits from the enemy's body, which then cluster and form soul blood oxen thrown at the enemy, causing a fierce blood energy explosion. So, all the soul blood bowls clinging to Thatch Kai exploded simultaneously, creating a dense layer of red bones covering the entire area. Outside the original space, Chuni busily monitored everyone's situation in each separate space through the viewing lens. The first 4 spatial fragments gradually unfolded smoothly under his effort, but trouble began on Helena's side. A skeleton broke through her protective barrier and started rushing forward, intent on tearing her apart. But fortunately, Chuni outside detected this in time. Helena was in danger. He channeled his power into his polyhedral orb and began protecting her from afar with the light shield. Immediately, a strong barrier glowing with golden light appeared around Helena, blocking the terrifying claws of the skeleton. Moreover, with the power of the holy light, it easily purified the white bones, causing it to scream in pain. In the end, that unfortunate skeleton could only turn into fragments of bone beside the protective light barrier that Chuni casually set up. Helena was full of gratitude but still unwilling to give up, continuing to fight for her friends. Saying thank you, I can still hold on. Chunin did not respond, quickly scanning the situation of his teammates in the other 4 spatial realms while maintaining control over 5 battlefields. The consumption of spiritual energy was even greater than expected. But fortunately, no one else was in immediate danger. In the 6th space zone, Chu Van's sister is playing safely with the puppy, which reassures Chumi that this place is still very safe, so now it is time to deal with the biggest trouble. The biggest trouble, of course, was the content inside the largest viewing glass in front of him. There, Luoxuan fought more fiercely with each strike, cutting down tens of thousands of troops effortlessly. To stop him from advancing and buy time for his teammates to defeat the enemy, Chuni had no choice but to summon reinforcements. Guardians. Manifestations. From beneath the ground, hundreds of monsters of all sizes and speeds began to emerge. They stretched out their long, slender arms to break through the layers of earth and rock, like a swarm of writhing worms coming to life. The number of guardians appearing grew larger and larger, and within a radius of thousands of meters. There was no place where they did not appear, but those guardians now have only one mission given by him to stop him. Amidst the land filled with danger, alone footsteps forward without a trace of fear. Lu Toin shoved his hands into his torn pockets, his sharp eyes looking down with contempt at the writhing tentacles on the ground like ants. His body began to emit a terrifying aura, the pressure shaking the surrounding land, and the air suddenly grew heavy and suffocating. As the dust slowly cleared, the figure of Lady Hong gradually appeared there, her eyes blazing with deadly red light as she charged forward with red auras and shadowy figures behind her. Known as the Scarlet Guard illusions, Lu Tain exclaimed. Well done, Lady Hong. He raised his hand to shoulder height, his cold sharp gaze widening. Death would not come quietly. The purple spiritual energy strands quickly restrained Lady Hong, throwing her backward and slamming her body hard onto the ground. Lu Toin continued, stop hiding and playing tricks behind. Come out and face death. As he spoke, a bizarre compass appeared in his hand, blood-red spiritual energy swirling before Lu Toin's cold expression. They gathered together, forming a giant blood-red magical figure behind him. Lu Toin's arm slowly rose to shoulder height. Accordingly, the arm of the giant spirit also throbbed similarly. Lu Toin then struck down with his hand. Shouting loudly, "Break!" The middle official's body floated up in midair, and immediately a strike was launched. A dazzling golden light suddenly shone from his forehead. Then, a white screen appeared before Trung Ngai, blocking the deadly strike just now. Lu Toin looked up and said, a level 30 little mouse can block 50% of my power. The secret you carry is even more interesting than I imagined. The white veil in front of him slowly dissolved after blocking a fairly strong strike. In the corner of his eye, he also leapt into the air right in front of Trung Ni. The moment Lu Tuan launched his attack, his figure instantly shifted behind him. Lu Choin hesitated, turned his head with suspicion, seizing the prison core and using it to this extent. Should I praise you as a once-in-a-century genius or call you a fool who does not know life from death? Trung Ni calmly replied. Master Lu, you flatter me compared to your great career of sacrificing the living to nurture the gateway to the afterlife. My little trick is not worth mentioning. He thought to himself, if he had known earlier that those beasts could not stop Lu Choin, then their efforts outside were just a way to buy some time. He replied, that useless Miss Ong, before dying, actually revealed quite a lot to us. Trung Yi replied, those near death always want to trade secrets for a chance to survive, but it seems he does not realize that holding the prison core lets you see past memories. Lu Choin raised his hand, gathering energy, his face excited and threatening, saying bring it out, I can make death a little easier for you, even giving you a chance to fight for me. Talent like you dying is truly a loss. Zhong Yi transformed at this moment, laughing loudly as he replied. Have you been a dog for so long that you have forgotten the pride of being human? He continued to negotiate, saying that the wise one is Trang Chuan Kayat, and as long as I agree, the demon tribe can awaken sooner, and by then, the entire Black Wind Valley will be taken over, and you 1T survive. He completed his transformation and replied that you would not dare. Is not everything the Merchant Guild did just to spread rumors before the master woke up to hide the secret? The deep voice continued, saying the master was not ready yet. And a lackey like you would not have the insight to see the light. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's veins bulged all over his face, his expression fierce and resolute. He swung his hand, snarling fiercely, his sharp mouth saying, I will definitely pull your soul out and make you taste the agony of living death. Just before Lu Chuan could make a move, a blazing golden formation appeared above his head. Then the dazzling beam of light shot straight down. Lu Chuan hurriedly raised his hand, using his power to try to block it. A radiant golden magic figure appeared, raising its hand to summon a sword. Then, the figure lifted the sword high, ready to strike down. The target of this giant spear is Lu Chuan, who is inside the red veil, with glowing red eyes. Lu Chuan shouts, Hell Pink Flow, using the dark energy of an immense range to form a tool with a destructive energy flow and corrosive properties. The judge stood there watching as a dazzling light spread inside the red sphere. Activating Righteous Judge LV5, he unleashed a divine magic array, with blades of light descending from the sky to strike the enemy within the formation. Finally, the righteous celestial being launched a long spear of light attribute, creating a devastating wound. Lu Chuan's deep voice echoed in the space, striking first out of pure fighting instinct. But unfortunately, in the face of absolute power difference, this bit of intelligence meant nothing. Just before the strike hit his body, the Arbiter clasped his hands in front of him. Shards appeared like mirrors, reflecting the image of Lu Chuan's face. Then the shards were shattered by the blazing red spiritual energy. Before the strike could land, the Arbiter was forced to leap up and retreat a short distance to evade. In the end, he landed some distance away. Chuni clutched his chest in pain, a streak of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lu Chuan, with his compass, declared, Very good, a level 30 ant, yet able to injure me. Let us end this here. Hem performed fusion, temporarily gaining the Demon Lord's energy, greatly boosting all attributes. Lu Chuan, with a blazing red aura behind him, exclaimed that forcing me to use the power of the original compass is already something to be proud of. Hen raised his hand and declared, Destroy it. The chairman opened his eyes wide in shock as the incoming aura generated a powerful pressure wave. Lu Chuan's full force strike hit him directly, causing devastating destruction. Chunai's body was knocked back and flew helplessly. When the force ended and the dust cleared, he slid along the ground, leaning forward to catch himself with his hands so he would not fall. Chuni looked up and thought to himself, level 46 plus an epic grade item. The nature of that power had created chaos. Even though his profession counters Han's dark energy, at such a high rank difference, he could not secure the victory. He raised his hair, shouting with determination, Iron Heart. It turned out that in that dimension, she was at a disadvantage, the sword slashing toward her neck. The chairman quickly intervened, striking the sword wall away to neutralize the threat. An image from another dimension appeared, accompanied by Lu Chuan's voice, revealing that he had been using the prison core to maintain the 5 mirror spaces all along. Han stood there smugly and said, How can a signal attack last so long yet fail to break through your home defense? The hands want to get out but it takes time. And if you are distracted, how can you possibly beat me? The leader stood up and responded coldly, telling them not to worry, while inwardly strategizing to maintain the 5 mirror spaces and confront Lu Chuan. The mental strain was immense, so he had to endure one intense round, reclaiming part of the spiritual energy sustaining the mirror space and fully controlling the prison core.